Malitsky again. Shoots. Deflected. Save. Rebound. Score! Gavin Brindley cleans up on the near side. And the Avs have taken a 2-1 lead. It's been a long time coming for Brindley to pick up his 6th goal of this season. But he's Johnny on the spot, and the Avs are on top for the first time this evening.
Two-man game. He goes to the left hand in the paint to Hardaway. Stripped out of his hands and a steal. Holmgren has it in the corner to Joe for 3. Good. And that, my friends, is probably ball game. Nuggets are down by 7, less than a minute to go. Randall has it inside the arc, hands it off over to Edwards. Now in the corner, McDaniels. Jumper. Good. That's probably it. Nuggets are down by 11 here with 90 seconds left to go.
I'm very, 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 very concerned about what's going on with the Nuggets. This is no longer something I think you can just shrug off. This is a real problem that they're facing in the thick of the toughest part of their schedule that they have. And it is just a murderer's row of a schedule. But there is a balance here between what the Nuggets have done recently, what they're capable of doing if fully healthy, and how much any of that even matters if end-of-game situations you can't figure it out. Their record in close games as of recent is atrocious. Virtually every game that you've lost that's dated back to, let's say, the Pistons game, you lost 109-107. Then you go out, you beat Brooklyn 107-103. But in your wins, it was, a 13-point win over LA. It's a 16-point win over Chicago, 6 over Memphis, 54 over Portland, and about 20 to Boston, 19 against Boston. Here's your losses. 109-107. That 121-111 game against OKC at the beginning of the month, of last month, that was closer than what the final score said. 124-121. 134-127 in double overtime. 119-117. 115-114. Golden State was 128-117, was a lot closer than the final score. This overtime loss to OKC over the weekend, and then the close loss to Minnesota yesterday. I don't know how much any of this stuff is going to matter if you can't close out games. And I don't know why something that's been the bread and butter of this team for years has now become its biggest weak spot. It's a killer, and it is frustrating to watch. And part of me is like, if you get punched in the mouth, how do you respond? And a lot of times they don't respond well. Going back to the game against OKC, I saw there's a whole bunch of takes from a whole bunch of different people after that game. We'll get to the Dort play in a second. But there is I'm willing to say this now, and I know this kind of changes by the year because it all depends on, a lot of times it's who you play in the postseason. I bleeping can't stand Oklahoma City fans and their team. They are number one. Like, if you ask me, who would I want to beat more right now? Which win would be more satisfying? Beating OKC would be more than beating LA. More. I'm not taking historical context into this at all. Those guys suck. And I've said this before, Nelly. I've been on record. I've been to Oklahoma City many times. Had baseball tournaments there a lot. I actually kind of like the city. I think it's a cool little city. That team can go straight to hell. They not only push the boundaries on just regular fouls and how often that goes down, they push the boundaries on the dirty stuff. And then, their fan base is even worse. They make comparisons to things like Jokic in the Dort play where he sticks his keister out and leg and hits his bad knee very obviously in a dirty way that everybody knew it. And then Dort flops on another one, and they try and see an equivalence there. And that Daigneault, let me tell you something. That guy, wasn't he already on our list, right? Because he was trying to pull the inbound screwery last year along with him being French.
Yeah, he's on the list, and it was that stuff, and then just acting like he's rewriting the basketball book and his whole air of moral superiority.
His answer after the game, I swear to God, I wanted to go over there. I want to shake every member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, whether it's their front office, their coaching staff, or their players. And I want them to be honest in how they play. And here's the thing. In sports, you got some teams, you got some players that play a little bit dirty that cross the line. I think most of that's understood. Don't play the victim after you do it. That's the problem. But the issue here is you're having a hard time beating the Thunder. Why? Because the Thunder's a very good team. But when the game matters most, you can't make the requisite plays. You owned OKC early in that game. First quarter was all yours. You got it to a big lead. And once again in the fourth quarter, you were outscored by 6 points. Game gets sent in OT. And you're outscored by 6 points again. Entering the fourth quarter of a game, you're up 6. And you just can't make the requisite plays. And once again, what we're talking about here is, can you just get a couple of stops late in the game? But you gave up 30. The answer is no. No, I'm still holding out hope, but this hope is fleeting. That defensively, the impact that guys like Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon can have late in game situations like that could be a difference. But that is starting to dissipate in a hurry. There is some big problems that they have in closing out that just are not being fixed. And if you can't do that, you aren't going to win the playoffs. And if you can't win now, then you're not going to have a very good playoff seed. And then it could be a lot quicker exit than we all had hoped for. The Nuggets over the weekend dropped to 5th place. That loss to Minnesota was huge. Just a direct flip in the standings. Minnesota jumps to 4, you go to 5. And now you're only a half game up with the Lakers, who are the 6th seed. You got to start doing some winning in a hurry. And what's really crazy, the Nuggets, since Jokic has returned, have struggled more than when he was out. And I'm not putting this on Jokic, but the facts are the facts. Since Jokic returned, they've won 5 games. They've lost 8. Now, what you hope happens here is they get a little bit of a breather game for a team that's been fined for intentionally losing in Utah. So I get it, Utah, tough place to play. They're trying to lose. You cannot drop this game. You got to go hard one more time before you get a 3-day break or 2-day break. And you play against the Lakers on Thursday. So that, another tough one. Back-to-back, Lakers Thursday, Knicks Friday, and then you get it all back ramped up next week where it's at OKC, Houston, at San Antonio on the second leg of a back-to-back. This doesn't stop Tonight is a must. You have to beat Utah. But let me go back to the Dort thing. It's funny. I usually, when the Avs or Nuggets have 2 games over the weekend, the one that's the early one kind of gets buried. Not today. I know they played Minnesota yesterday. I have my own thoughts on the Minnesota game that we'll get to later. Lou Dort making that play against Jokic, and then I guess I was unaware of this until it was brought to really the forefront after he did that to Jokic on Friday. That this has been a staple within his game. He'll step on feet. He'll kick somebody. He'll kick knees. He'll kind of undercut you if you're in the air. Like, this is the way that this guy plays. And my problem with that is, again, you can do that, and I think in sports, everybody's got a few of those guys. Not every team, but every sport has a few of those guys where, like, he's going to take it over the line, and you can kind of name them off the top of your head. You can't play that way and then be the victim afterwards by throwing your hands up in the air.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
You can't be Marcus Morris. Wait, I forget now. Is it Keefe or Marcus?
Markieff was the one that effed around and found out with Jokic.
Yes. You can't be Markieff Morris, where you do a cheap shot and then you walk away like nothing happened. You know, the look on Jokic's face in the middle of that scrum. Like, here's one thing. Jokic doesn't have a long fuse. He has done a lot better at, like, keeping it together, I suppose, and not totally freaking out. Like, his technical fouls for going after refs have gone down a lot. I don't know the last time he was ejected from a game. That used to be a pretty common occurrence. He's better at that. But if you physically do something that he is not a fan of, that fuse is milliseconds. And I'm actually surprised that it just stopped with him holding on to somebody and not throwing a punch. I thought he was going to. Because there's something more like when someone goes after an injury, and this is a guy he hasn't suffered injuries, at least ones that have kept him out long term. You know, Jokic doesn't miss games. He missed a month due to a knee injury. And then have somebody go after that knee. I'm surprised he didn't just haul out and punch him, which I'm sure he wanted to.
And anytime there's a scuffle like this in sports, I like going to the comment section, right?
Yeah.
And seeing what everybody has to say about it.
Right.
On any platform, whether you went on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook,
yeah,
any page you viewed that fight on, Sports Center, Bleacher Report, House of Highlights, you name it, I was blown away by how universally the comments were bleep the Thunder. Yeah. Lou Dort can suck old car tires. Yeah. If I was Jokic, I would have knocked his block off. It was universally pro-Nuggets in the comments across the entire internet.
Because everybody recognizes this. In OKC, here's their problem. They're having a battle right now of perception, of which half the time they want to be the big bad wolf that's at the top of the heap that nobody can beat, and the other half they want to play lovable underdog, which doesn't exist anymore. Guess what? You've graduated to any time we see you, double middle fingers. Double birds coming your way. I'm fine if you want to play the villainous, we're on top of the basketball world role. You are, and that would be fair. You can't double back, though, at other times and be like, what do you mean? We're just little old OKC. Like, do you have the Daigneault clip? I should have sent it to you. My bad, Nelly. But if you have the Daigneault clip, I want to hear this again. Because the unrecognizable feeling of him having no self-awareness after that play. This is what he said about Dort on Jokic.
I will say this. If Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward.
Good Lord.
You know, that's all. You know, if that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. You
want to play the villain, then be the villain. You know, I didn't watch the Avengers movies, but here's what I understand, Nelly. What's his name? Thanos? Thanos didn't snap his fingers and turn everybody into dust and then be like, I didn't know that that's what would happen if I did that. That's my bad. Sorry. It's not what he did. You want to play the villain, you be the villain. I kind of like when my teams are the villain. Because first of all, it means you're good, but second of all, it's like, who cares? Bleep everyone else. We rule. As Moser would say, you can suck it. But you can't do that and then go, well, if Jay Will ever gets tripped going up the floor, I expect... You know exactly what he was doing. Admit it.
And if that's the case, we're good.
Admit it. Oh, I can't stand them.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
I'll tell you this much. I could spend the next 3 hours and 45 minutes on the just the Thunder. I could. I won't, but I could. So a lot more to get to here. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Talk more about the Nuggets and the Minnesota game yesterday and the Avs over the weekend and football and all that stuff. Just one more time for good measure. I hate them. Hate. Back after this.
I will say this: if Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward. That's all. If that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. And if that's the case, we're good.
Warm glass of shut the hell up.
I can't stand them. There's a responsibility that's on the Nuggets, by the way, to get this done as well. This is even a bigger part of this issue, is that the Nuggets, when they play OKC, I saw a Thunder fan on Twitter, at least I thought it was a fan, maybe it was a beat writer. Sometimes they're hard to tell the difference. Saying that the Thunder own the Nuggets right now. I mean, they've had the bigger success, I guess, over the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever. But I keep thinking to myself, the Nuggets, despite every time they seemingly play OKC, whether it's dated last year to the playoffs, this year, that game over the weekend in particular, they've never had really the healthy opportunity to show what they're capable of. And every time it's close. Like a Nuggets team with no depth, Aaron Gordon playing on 30%, Michael Porter Jr. not being able to lift his shoulder above his head, Russell Westbrook last year having a broken hand, Jamal dealing with injuries. Took him to 7 games. Had a chance to advance in the playoffs beyond that team. That against everybody else had a pretty easy time. The game over the weekend, no Aaron Gordon, no Peyton Watson. It's an overtime game that could easily swing your direction. If you make a couple of plays late in that fourth quarter, it could swing in your direction. Now, OKC finds a way to win. Very similar story to what the Nuggets did to the Lakers for years now. It's not so much that you've been crushing them, but you've just been finding a way to close out late. Sometimes that happens for teams. But, you're having these old sort of problems start to creep back in, and it's like non-Joker minutes are becoming a real issue. There's another problem that is very apparent and evident. Cam Johnson was awful over the weekend. The time that he was on the floor, the Nuggets got worked, basically in both games. He was a minus 25 in that OKC game. He was a minus 13 against Minnesota. I don't use plus minus as the end-all be-all. It can be very, very... it doesn't tell the full story, but it gives you at least a glimpse at what the story is. And in those 2 games over the weekend, Cam Johnson scored 7 points in 40 minutes against OKC, and he scored 0 in 23 against Minnesota. That's an issue. You have, in the OKC game, 2 of your guys that were starting, in Julian Strawther and Cam Johnson, combined for 7 points. Not going to be good enough. In the game against Minnesota, Cam Johnson, Julian Strawther combined for 2. Not good enough. And this is sort of what I'm talking about, where it's like, how do I get a real glimpse at what this team can be? Where you need those guys coming off the bench, not in the starting 5. And I don't know how much longer these hammies are going to take to get healthy between Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. We keep hearing that, they're working out, doing 5-on-5 drills, and I don't know when the Band-Aid's going to be lifted, but I think one thing is obvious. We said this in the middle of Peyton Watson's run, he's a starter now. And I think you move Cam Johnson to the bench. Your starting 5 is Murray, Christian, P. Watt, AG, and Jokic. And then having Cam Johnson and having Julian Strother and having Valanciunas and Hardaway and Bruce Brown as depth guys, that's the ideal situation. That's what you want. Because that right now in the starting five isn't working. But it's a brutally frustrating weekend with two teams that you don't like and two games that you could have had, but you just can't find ways to get stops. You know, I'm not super concerned with the offense. I think the offense is fine. Could it be better? Yes. And I think that all improves when you get a little bit healthier. But finding ways to get stops when you need them is just not in the team's DNA right now. Just doesn't happen. And once somebody gets going, it's like really difficult to get them to stop. So very frustrating over the weekend in that sense. By the way, just so you know, Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado. So Vitalant and the Nuggets are teaming up to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets or at any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You could win an autographed Nuggets jersey. So go to Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and schedule your blood donation today. As we're all aware, blood donations are huge and they do save lives and they're very, very important. So get yourself signed up. Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets. Going to the Avs. The Avs were playing one of those games, and I don't know what it is, but it feels like every time that you play against Chicago, you know Chicago's not very good and that you should win the game, and then you're like biting your nails in the middle of it. And that game was not looking promising early. You have the first period where Bedard scores on the power play. You can't get much moving. The entire second period, it just felt like you were going to need something crazy to happen. And right at the very end, Cale Makar scores with 9 seconds left to tie things up 1-1. Brindley scores in the third period, and you kind of took care of business. Good goaltending from Mackenzie Blackwood, but you really shut them down defensively, didn't give them too many opportunities to put one on net. So you played good defense, but are we considering the Makar goal a power play because it happened like 2 seconds afterwards? Is that a power play goal? Numbers-wise, we aren't going to be great. I believe in the games post-Olympics, they're 1 for 12 now? Something like that? Hey, let me go back and check, because technically yesterday they were 0 for 4. In the first game against Utah,
you asking me for my job?
Yes,
I
your
can
job?
tell you, I did this. Yes, so on the power play since the Olympic break, the Avs were 1 for 3 against Utah. They were 0 for 3 against the Wild, and then they were 0 for 4 against the Blackhawks for a grand total of
1 for 10.
1 for 10 on the power play. And Brett, with that Nebraska education, what percent is 1 out of 10?
That would be 10%.
That would be 10% since the Olympic break.
And that would be 5% less than the pre-Olympic break. Now, again, if you want to count the Makar goal because it was like a couple of seconds after, you could take it 2 for 10. It's got to get better. Now, they've unlike the Nuggets, found a way to win. And it's like you look at some of those raw totals. Outshot Chicago 35-15. Their biggest thing, it feels like to me, they've been going to the box a lot after this All-Star break, like taking a ton of penalties. And I don't know what that is. That's not like their character. It's not what they do. But if you remember, the Utah game, they gave them 5 power play opportunities. In the Minnesota game, remember the cartoons, 6 power play opportunities from Minnesota, including 3 of them that basically went back to back to back, where you had 3 guys in the box. And now the game yesterday, another 5 opportunities. Like, you aren't doing yourself any favors. Now, in these 3 games, you've won 2. That's great. We got the double dip tonight, so the Nuggets are going to play at 7 against the Jazz, and the Avs will be at 8:30 against the Kings. I guess as long as you win, that's great, but you got to find a way to stay out of the box. If your biggest advantage is 5-on-5, and that includes both sides of this, by the way, whether your PK's on the ice or your power play's on the ice, your best asset is being 5-on-5. No, I forget. I think Moser said it earlier this year. There was somebody, maybe it was an ESPN broadcaster, one of those national games, said as long as the Avs, like even when they're on the power play, all that does is delay their 5-on-5 hockey. But when you take in 3 games, what would that total be? 16, 17 trips to the box in 3 games? No, 16. 16. I mean, you aren't giving yourself a lot of time for 5-on-5 hockey and to get into a rhythm. Stay out of the box and let your boys work. But you need both ends of this. Stay out of the box, but also capitalize on your opportunities when you get them. Maybe it's just time to recognize that this power play is not going to work. I mean, we're this far into the season. We're 58 games into the year. I don't know how much is going to change all that much. And it's not like it's due to, with the Nuggets, you can say, well, maybe it's like AG and P-Watt come back and then things can change. They aren't missing guys due to injury. They've actually been, knock on wood, pretty healthy this year. You know, they haven't had Logan O'Connor the entire season. I don't know how close or far he is to coming back. But outside what you had that month without Landy and Taves, I mean, you've had guys on the ice. It's not been a problem of like personnel not being available to you. So maybe you just accept reality here, and it is what it is. Texture says, Brett, not to be a math nerd, but the power play is not 5% worse than the break. It's 50% worse. 5 percentage points worse. It went from 15.1 pre-Olympic break to 10 through 3 games. But we all said we're going to reset, so we're all taking this for its own sort of path. Post-All-Star break is its own thing now. And I'm really hoping that starts to change in a hurry. You know, the excitement preseason for both the Avs and the Nuggets, I'm still there with the Avs because the Avs win the majority of the game, that is 5-on-5 hockey. There's nobody better in the league. You are the apex of the NHL when that happens. But when special teams are on the ice, and look, I give the PK credit. The PK is really good. That is one of the league's best, if not, it might be the league best penalty kill. Let me check this real quick. Because we know the issues of the power play. But as far as PK, when they're trying to kill off penalty, they're 3rd in the league. Like, that's elite level. They have one flaw, but the flaw could be fatal. If you don't find a way to get that working, like we've seen, if you can't capitalize on those kind of opportunities in the postseason, it'll bite you. It'll hurt. So again, not the prettiest game. It never is against Chicago for some reason, but do find a way to pull it out late. And now have an opportunity to take on a Kings team that is okay. They have some fun players on the team that like they can get you as well. But you're facing your old boy, Darcy Kemper, who's going to be between the pipes for them. continue that winning stretch and continue to build a lead in the standings so you can continue to grab that 1 seed. The Stars right now 6 points back, but you got a game in hand. They've won 8 in a row. They just won't lose. And that's even with Mikko being out of the lineup. Minnesota, on the other hand, since beating you, they've lost 2 straight. So you're back to a 7-point lead over them with 3 games in hand. So they are more than an arm's length away. Dallas is kind of the one on the radar right now. Like, if you don't continue to win, they're gonna. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to with these two teams. Some football stuff over the weekend as well. A move that was made by the Broncos that I think is incredibly smart. We'll get to it next. All right, get back to the Nuggets and the Avs in a second. I do want to talk about some football. I did the nerdy thing of watching some of the Combine. I don't know why I get fascinated with this stuff. But I have a basic question. Melly, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you Google the name Jennings Dunker? He is an offensive lineman out of Iowa. Iowa, pretty good track record of offensive lineman, but he's I think third All Big Ten guy, third team. And he's one of those, like, just think of like a Quinn Miners, Midwestern offensive lineman, crazy look to him. So he's got this huge mustache. He's got this giant flowing red mullet. And I think this kind of stuff only works for offensive linemen, doesn't it? It's funny. I was talking to Marcus Washington over the weekend, former Buff, who went through this. He was at the Combine. And he goes, it's the craziest thing of you're standing up like cattle, and they're just picking you apart. And they just say, Washington, hand size. And you put your hand down, and you see a whole bunch of dudes. You start scribbling down information. But he goes, it's the biggest job interview of your life. Like, it is the opportunity to make millions of dollars if you do this properly. And I can't get over the fact, Nelly, that offensive linemen are allowed to show up at the biggest job interview of their life like that. It is such a weird concept to me. Because you know who doesn't do that? Who doesn't look this way? Can you imagine a quarterback looking like this at the Combine? Wouldn't you be like, that guy's not going to be in charge of my football team. It's not happening. Even like I don't know, a wide receiver. That guy's not going to catch the football for me. Offensive lineman, though, it almost gives them a boost in my book. It's like, oh, this guy's showing up for the biggest job interview of his life, looking like that. All he cares about is football. He doesn't care about his parents at all. There's one of those guys, it might have been our boy with the tiny arms, Baines, where I think that somebody pointed out, God, was it him? I think it was Reuben Baines showed up without getting his hair cut, and his hair just looked a little bit messy, right? Like ours would if we just went a couple weeks longer than we intended on getting a haircut. And somebody said, that makes me even more impressed by him because all he cares about is football. He did not care about looking good for the Combine. He's just like, I'm here to work. But Jennings Dunker, it looks like we had another Quinn Miners on our hands. Look, offensive lineman out of Iowa, draft him. Usually works. But to the Broncos part of this, they put a second-round tender on Jaquan McMillan, which will, I think, earn him a shade under $6 million. It's also a really high price for a good corner. Here's the other thing that I like. They seem to really enjoy Jahdae Barron. They think he's a very good player. But I always get like weirded out when teams will pass on the commodity that they know for the unknown. It's one of the concerns I have about giving the play calling to Davis Webb. Like, it could be great. And Davis Webb could be somebody that immediately elevates the offense. He could also be terrible. We don't know. He's never called plays before outside of like a preseason game. You just don't know. I'll give you another example. In the case of Minnesota, do you think Minnesota regrets shipping off Sam Darnold for J.J. McCarthy? And they didn't do that for a football reason. And this is what gets bothersome about the conversations that people have regarding Jahdae Barron and Jaquan McMillan and Riley Moss and all these different things. They didn't ship off Sam Darnold to Seattle because they thought that J.J. McCarthy was better. There was a pressure on playing the quarterback that you drafted 11th overall that factored into it. where you didn't want to get hammered out with a long-term contract of a quarterback that you're pretty sure is good, but you're not totally sure. But we also made this investment on this other guy, and I don't want that to go to waste. So let's just get rid of Sam Darnold. We'll play J.J. McCarthy and cross our fingers. Well, crossing your fingers didn't work. He's terrible. So terrible that there are rumors already that they're thinking about other things in Minnesota than J.J. McCarthy after a year. Meanwhile, Sam Darnold goes to Seattle and wins the Super Bowl. Getting rid of Jaquan McMillan or getting rid of Riley Moss because you drafted Jahdae Barron in the first round is not a good enough reason. And in all honesty, the ultimate meritocracy in sports, the ultimate meritocracy is sports. If Jahdae Barron was good enough to play over Jaquan McMillan or Riley Moss, he would have been playing over one of those two. And maybe he'll eventually get there. And I think this is a case of Jahdae Barron is good enough for maybe 20 to 25 other teams in the league to get consistent playing time. Maybe more than that. Maybe it's 30. Maybe it's 31. Maybe the Broncos are the only team that he wouldn't see the field for. But in this case, Jaquan McMillan is a very, very good nickel corner. And Pat Surtain is the best in the league. And Riley Moss, don't care what you guys think, is a very good outside corner. Having depth at that position in particular is huge. Nobody has it. Teams can't find a second corner. Some teams can't find a first. You're looking for a way to play your fourth and even your fifth in Chris Abrams-Drain. They have the depth. Depth is never a bad thing. But I'm not offloading somebody that I know is good for the hope that the guy behind him might be. That doesn't make any sense. Now, to what we saw at the Combine, if that kind of stuff matters to you. My infatuation with Sadiq out of Oregon has only raised. If you look at what and how, I guess that guy is built. He's only 20 years old. I guess he's going to turn 21 here in a couple days. But for a guy who's 6'3", 250 pounds, to put together what he put together at the Combine, which is 6'3", I guess at the Combine he was 241. You know what his 40 time was? 4.39. That's an athletic freak of nature. That is somebody I want within my offense. And here's the problem. That on top of his vertical being 43.5 inches, I don't think there's any chance that he makes it down to the Broncos now. I think there's a real opportunity that if you want to get near Kenyon Sadiq, you got to trade up to like 16. But I've said this before. I'm willing to do it because you have to live in the moment of the Broncos being contenders right now. I can't worry about the draft 3 years from now. I need to be focused on the present. And whether it's him or anybody else in this draft, if you feel like they are an absolute game-breaking type player, everything should be on the table.
I want winners.
You're here. You're in the championship window. You were a half a football away from playing in the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback. I think whatever you feel is going to be an impact type of player within this offense, if you recognize that in the draft, you do whatever you got to do to go get him. And it might put a lot of pressure on that player to be like, hey, I was the guy you traded a first and a second for, or whatever. Might put pressure on him. So be it. Now is the time to strike. Now is the time to get hyper-aggressive in talent acquisition. You've built the foundation. The whole point of building the foundation, the way the Broncos have done it to a exceptional level, is to be in this situation where you can start to take some swings now. So let's do it. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda Text Line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Can always watch a show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Your home base for everything 92.5. Subscribe and don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from all the best shows in Denver. So search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
again. Shoots. Deflected. Save. Rebound. Score. Gavin Brindley cleans up on the near side. And the Avs have taken a 2-1 lead. It's been a long time coming for Brindley to pick up his 6th goal of this season. But he's Johnny on the spot, and the Avs are on top for the first time this evening.
Two-man game. He goes to the left hand in the paint to Hardaway. Stripped out of his hands and a steal. Holmgren has it in the corner to Joe for 3. Good. And that, my friends, is probably ball game. Nuggets are down by 7, less than a minute to go. Randall has it inside the arc, hands it off over to Edwards. Now in the corner, McDaniels. Jumper. Good. That's probably it. Nuggets are down by 11 here with 90 seconds left to go.
Oh, no! We suck again!
You know, when you have a team, whether it's the Avs or the Nuggets, and they play 2 games over the weekend, the first game of the weekend typically gets buried for what happened most recently. That ain't happening today. I could do all 3 hours of our program on just the Oklahoma City game because I was that pissed at the end of it. I cannot stand them. Vic, I know that there's a long-standing hatred of the LA Lakers. I'm telling you right now, if I chose a win over the Thunder or a win over the Lakers, it ain't close. I hate that team.
Yeah,
I
I'm
hate
almost
them.
there. And it starts with their coach.
Yes.
He plays this, oh, what, me? Game? It starts there.
I'm so with you on that. Like, him in particular. We've had Daigneault on our hate list for a while already.
Yeah.
For some of the shenanigans he was doing for the inbounding stuff and pausing time and whatever. You can't, and I'll say this very clearly. I think in sports, villains are necessary. I think it's fun to be the villain.
Sure.
Like, I think it's fun to have your team be the one that's on top, that's bullying people. Here's what you can't do. You can't play the villain and the victim at the same time. And that's what this team does. And that's what drives me nuts. It's what Dort did when he obviously went after Jokic's knee, and then he pulled up and started jumping around like he didn't do anything wrong.
And then the coach says, what are you talking about? I guess we're going to start ejecting everybody who trips? What's this?
And their coach, instead of owning it, does this after the game, Moj.
I will say this. If Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's all. You know, if that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. And if that's the case, we're good.
If you want to be the villain, then be the villain. Don't do that too.
Do you know the definition of the word hottie? Can you spell hottie? Not hottie as in, ooh, that's a hottie. Hottie.
H-A-W-T-Y. No, H-A-U-G-H-T-Y.
There you go. Do you know the definition of that word? Hottie. Someone with a haughty nature. The haughtiness of that man. That man is the definition of haughty. He is. Walking, talking definition. Takes that quarter zip, zips it all the way up to his nose, hides behind it, and then makes crap up. Listen, I would love if my team played with that edge.
Stop. Vic, if someone who didn't know what hottie was before, they still don't know. You never explained to everybody.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. A person.
I know what it means. I know what it means. But you never. You're like, it's of haughty nature, haughtiness.
A person, behavior, or attitude that is blatantly and disdainfully proud, arrogant, and snobbish.
Yeah, arrogant, superior. Yeah, that sort of thing. That's kind of the gist of it.
Again, I'm with you so much on this, Powder, and we got so much to get to today. But it starts with that game Friday night. Just embrace who you are. You're a team who plays on the edge. And frankly, I like those kind of teams. I always have. Those kind of teams, you need them in sports. If my team was that way, I'd be like, yeah, that's the way we play. Deal with it. But then to play that way, to play that style, and to pretend that you don't is remarkable.
Totally.
It's remarkable.
It's Moj. It's the Markieff Morris experience. It's like, I'm going to do something dirty and then pretend I didn't and walk away. It's like, no, own what you do.
Well, you're going to get put – there's going to be an elbow in the middle of your back at about 20 miles per hour here in a little bit. I'll tell you what's interesting. We've seen this over the years, Vic. Brett, is guys start out at one thing,
and then maybe have some success,
right.
and then they become
You're
this
so
other
right.
thing. This is Daigneault for sure. I mean, this is not the same guy who was coaching the, quote, Oklahoma City Blue in the G League, right? This is not the guy who was on the Pine as an assistant at Florida. This guy now is a guy who's won an NBA title, no doubt about it. But this guy is a different guy. This guy's like Eddie Vedder after Pearl Jam got famous. That's what this is like. You become a totally different person. And I don't like this guy's face. I don't like anything about this human being.
Everything's
right
a math equation in his brain.
Yes.
Everything's an equation. It's like, shut up, dude.
No, Moj, I think you nailed this,
Like,
though. That team feels a lot like half the time they want to beat their chest and say we're the best in the world and nobody can stop us. And the other half is they want to be like, oh, we're just little old OKC. We're just a lovable underdog. It's like, nope, not anymore. Not anymore.
At the same time, let's recognize that we've got problems in Nuggets Town.
For sure. Like,
we've got. Listen, that the whole thing was BS. We all know what Lou Dort did. It was a hell of a dirty play, by the way. I mean, it was really dirty, and everybody knows it was dirty. And NBA people are saying it was dirty, so this guy's a total joke. But Vic Brett, right now the Nuggets are on the road for the playoffs. They're dropping like a boat anchor. This is not good, man.
Come on, man! You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
It's something beyond the injuries to Gordon and to Watson. It's something beyond that, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
well, I just looked this up. Do you know what the Nuggets record is?
Yeah, and by the way, Vic's gonna do the Daigneault all day. We call that the Daigneault all day long.
Daigneault. Daigneault's his name.
Daigneault, whatever, Daigneault.
Daigneault.
Hey, Moj,
Dig hole.
Moj, he doesn't deserve French pronunciation. He's Daigneault until he gets his act
Daigneault.
together.
Yeah, from now on, he's dig hole.
Okay.
That's what he is.
Wait, but Moj, you're so right about this. Do you know what the record of the Nuggets is since Nikola Jokic's return? They played 13 games. They're 5-8. That's a problem.
You want some numbers?
The team is. I'm not saying this is Jokic's fault, but there is something happening right now. The team's worse now than when him and everybody else was hurt.
I know what it is. I'll tell you what it is. I know exactly what's happening right now. The default returns and everybody defaults instead of playing basketball.
Yeah.
The month of January for the Denver Nuggets was magical when you look back at it. They go 10-6 in the month of January. They're missing Nikola Jokic for basically all of it. They're missing two centers for much of it. They're missing key players in the month of January, and they figured it out because they played basketball. Now that Joker returns to the lineup, you watch the way they play. Everything's here, you take, here.
Yeah.
No one is willing to shoot.
I'll give you two damning numbers from over the weekend. And I know that Vicky spoke about this, but this is a massive issue. You've had two starters, and I don't care how many minutes they're playing, they're in the starting lineup. Cam Johnson and Julian Strawther, Friday against OKC, combined for 7 points. Cam Johnson, Julian Strawther against Minnesota yesterday, combined for 2 points. Can't happen.
Cam Johnson is in one, boys. Cam Johnson is fully in one. He spoke after the game. I'll give him credit. He talked. A lot of people would hide because he wanted to hide at times on that court. He wanted to hide. He missed the shot in OKC that would have won that game.
Yep.
A wide open three. You go get a Cam Johnson. You know, you hear all the time, well, you got rid of MPJ. It's all right. You replaced him with a shooter. You got Cam Johnson. He makes those shots. The guy's a 40% plus three-point shooter. Wide open. Wide open. You cannot criticize the Nuggets for creating that shot late in the game. It was wide open, right? Is anybody critical?
Give a
No,
shooter
not at all.
It's the same thing from, was it the Knicks game earlier this year, Vic, where Tim Hardaway wide open for three?
Wide
it's
open.
like you give him the ball. Yeah.
What's
It happens.
sad
Yeah.
is that what's lost in that whole sequence, what's going to be lost, is the tremendous defense by Christian Brown on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to lead to that. He blocked his shot.
I know.
So you have the ball with a chance to basically end the game. I know they had possession afterwards, but a three-pointer puts it in dire straits. You have a chance to end the game and you miss. How do you respond? You respond the next game with an offer.
0 for, yeah,
an
an 0
for.
for 6.
And he leaves the game with an ankle issue. We have the sound from Cam Johnson. Again, it's easy for us to pile on. We could pile on all day on Cam. I don't think you need to, because you could sense by the way he spoke afterwards, he's feeling it. And frankly, until he starts to play the way the Nuggets hope he could play, I don't know where this is going.
Well, I do. It's when P. Watt's healthy, he takes it. He takes his spot.
Well, it makes, it does make things easier at the end of the season, and I hate to go there already, because we kept wondering how could they afford to keep Payne Watson. Well, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the question, though, Vic and Brett, for me regarding Cam Johnson. I'm just talking about this year. Let's say P. Watt comes in, takes his spot, and he comes off the bench, okay?
And supposedly that's 7 to 10 days away for both him and AG, is what we're told.
Is there more?
I thought it was this week.
I just saw something. Sorry, Moshe. Remember what you're going to say just to get this out of the way.
No, I thought it was this week.
Brett Siegel of Clutch Points. He says, Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson, hamstring injuries, re-examined this upcoming week. League sources told Clutch Sports both are ramping up their activities. Nuggets are hopeful they will be available in 7 to 10 days.
No. I don't know who that person is.
Well, could you two just please get your time
This
frame
week.
together while I finish my thought?
All right, go ahead, Moshe.
Okay. My thought is this. Is there more this is a question for both of you. Is there more pressure on him in the starting 5, playing with the best player in the world, playing with an all-star, playing with those guys, I mean, really, really good players? Or is there more pressure when he comes in with the second unit when they say, okay, you need to hold down the fort and keep things going here a little bit? Because right now he's got zero confidence. Vic, when you were gone last week, Brett and I talked about this. Even the best players in the world, even the best teams, they have their confidence shattered sometimes, and they need to rebuild that confidence. So what do? That second quarter yesterday was a total disaster.
I think
total and complete
by stuffing,
disaster.
If you stuff him in the trunk and don't play him, that doesn't achieve much because he's going to have to play at some point.
No, he's just. I say put him in a bench role right now.
Yeah, the problem is the bench is the reason you lost that game yesterday because Moser's exactly right. Moser's 100% right.
That's the dilemma.
You come out of the gates, just the way they played that first quarter, fabulous.
Yep.
Fabulous. You got a double-digit lead. You rest your starters. You rest them. And the second unit in the first 2 minutes of the second quarter gave up everything. Like
total
that.
Disaster.
And the game, and frankly, at that point, they get outscored 20-4 like that. At that point, you're playing catch-up the rest of the game.
You want to hear something remarkable?
What bothered me is Bones. Now, well, I'm not mad that Bones got off for 18. I'm not mad. It's just that, Ant didn't go crazy. He didn't go for 37
Ant scored 21 points. You
Yeah,
lost a game at home in which Anthony Edwards was held to 21 points.
Brett, they spread it around and they beat you. It wasn't like one guy got off or two guys got crazy. They spread it around and they beat you, and you couldn't answer that with your bench at all.
Let me give you something remarkable real quick. Going back to the OKC game, Jonas Valanciunas played 8 minutes. He was a minus 21. You were outscored by 21 in 8 minutes that Valanciunas was on the floor.
I mean, you guys watched the game. I don't need to tell you. Val's not a good matchup for OKC.
No.
He's not fast enough.
Nope. But this goes back to bench unit comes in and we're having Jokic on-off problems again.
Yeah.
Like this is happening again now.
Worse.
Yes.
Worse than ever before. And that was supposed to be fixed.
Now,
that was supposed to be tended to.
Does that... I'm still crossing every finger, toe, tooth that I have that AG and P. Watt being back in the lineup can ease some of these problems. I still think about you play OKC the last year and a half, 2 years that you've played them, dating back to the playoffs last year, whatever. Mm-hmm. You have never faced them like fully staffed yet. Yeah. And you're barely losing these matchups. And I'm like, maybe that could be the difference. Like you could just get a fully healthy roster of bodies, and maybe that's the difference there. I don't know.
Well, that's hold on, Vic. Hey, Vic, real quick, Brett. That's our only saving grace right now, because if that's not the answer, then we're screwed.
Yeah,
because right now there's something wrong with this team.
We're on
the road for the playoffs as of right now.
I need Nuggets fans to understand something as you listen to this show on this Monday, the first Monday in March. I'm not out on the Nuggets. I'm not. I do believe there's a chance they can put it together.
Agreed.
I think it's a slim chance.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good chance. The chances of winning the championship are slim right now. They were at the start of the season. I believe that the Nuggets were going to win the NBA championship when this team was assembled.
Me too.
I believe this was a championship team, and I thought they were better than OKC. I thought the roster they had assembled was better. It's the greatest roster that ever has been assembled here. I thought they had every answer to every problem. And then the season started with a dominant fashion. They were 8-2 right out of the chute. Boom. And then things happened. Injuries happened. Heck, they were 10-2. And then January happened, and they were magical in January. They kept things together. And then when you think everything is going to work perfectly, in the last 10 games against winning teams, they're 1-9.
Yeah.
Since February 1st, they're 4-8. Since Joker returned, they're 5-8. And the last one, the one that I keep hitting on, the one that drives me crazy, and I know a lot of you out there don't think it's a big deal. I think it's the biggest deal of all. At home, in front of your hometown fans who have sold out that place for 146 consecutive games. You're 16-12. You're near 500 at home. That is unacceptable.
A lot
Brett,
more.
I was hoping we were doing a James Brown thing. We're calling response with Vic, and we're doing you started out doing the yeah. And then you just shut up and let me do it on my own. We had a thing. That was a thing.
Oh. That's my bad. I didn't recognize that. I liked what you were doing.
If you can't win on your home court, if you can't defend your home like it's your home, we got a problem.
All right, Brett, as we get to break here, two things. Number one, situational awareness for you, please.
Quit wrapping us up, Brett.
Vic, it's not that I don't know that they can win. I don't think they can win. It's that right now it sure feels like they don't think they can win, and that is a problem.
The confidence level. The confidence level is what concerns me.
Now, Brett, do your thing.
Yes, we have 2 hours and 45 minutes left of all of this that we'll get to in just a second. Back after this.
Hey, if you want your injury claim to be taken seriously, choose a law firm that is taken seriously. Dan Kaplis Law, because their record speaks for itself. Their legal firepower. Dan Kaplis Law has assembled a powerhouse team of highly experienced trial lawyers and proven winners. Dan Kaplis, the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 11 straight seven-figure jury verdicts. John Kellner, the managing partner, former elected district attorney of Arapahoe, Douglas, and Lincoln counties. Melissa Winters literally wrote the book on personal injury law. Gajardo Lindsay is a former district court judge in Colorado. And those are just a few of the highly accomplished trial lawyers at this firm. Insurance companies know who the real trial lawyers are. And Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Offices in Denver, Greenwood Village, Loveland, Fort Collins, and Greeley. So if you want to be taken seriously, hit them up. DanKaplisLaw.com. That's C-A-P-L-I-S law.com. Or call today, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551.
I will say this: if Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward. That's all. If that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. And if that's the case, we're good.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I'm trapped in this circle of rage right now. And the circle starts with OKC and Daigneault and just can't stand what happened Friday. Then the rage goes to, hell, the Nuggets, the way they've played. And then yesterday I did my taxes. So I'm sitting there doing my taxes. And I've never met a day. I've never been where going back to doing my taxes was easier than watching the Nuggets game.
Yeah.
And that's what it feels like right now.
That's a triple whammy right there.
That's what it feels like. Nuggets fans, let me again, this can be fixed. Have you ever labored through a Nuggets season like this one? It's laborious.
It is.
Because the expectations are there. If the expectations were not there as badly, Vic, let's say you have the same expectations as the Sacramento Kings, it makes it easier.
Exactly. You could just tune them out.
The expectations are there, and so it makes it more difficult when they're I was thinking about this actually on the plane flight here to Los Angeles. Nice win against the Celtics, huh? Right?
Sure.
Okay. What other signature win do they have?
Moj, they're again, the last 10 Moj.
They ain't got nothing lately, bro. Nothing.
The last 10 winning teams they've played, and if you look at their schedule outside of tonight, by the way, tonight they're playing a team that wants to lose.
I was saying that earlier.
Listen,
if you don't win tonight, this team has been fined for actively trying to lose.
If I hear at any point tonight, back to back, tough road, tough. If I hear that, I'm done with this radio show. I'm done. I'm done. I'm just my job. And Moj, and I want you to use this. I put this in your back pocket. If somebody in the organizations ever gets on you for being too hard on the teams, here's what I want you to come back with. And tell me if I'm wrong here. All right, tell me if I'm wrong. Because I am guilty. Sometimes I'm too hard, sometimes I'm too soft. Human nature. I have the same job you have as a player, as a coach, as an executive. Your job is to perform for the person that pays you. My job is also to perform and inform for the person that pays me. We have similar jobs. My job is to speak the truth. Your job is to coach or play the truth. Right? Same job. My only master is the job I do. And what I see and what you see, we see the same damn thing. If you lose to Utah tonight, a team that's actively trying to lose, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where to go with it.
Well, if you lose to a team that's being investigated by the league for trying to lose,
I don't want to hear about the history in Utah. It's tough for with injuries. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The OKC game. Well, with AG and Peyton Watson, they're missing Jalen Williams and AJ Mitchell. They didn't have Shea in the overtime or Hartenstein in the overtime. Lou Dort was ejected. It doesn't matter.
To that point, can I bring you guys something? And Mojo, when he gets to the Avs in a second, because there's something about Chicago that always makes you have like a heart attack when you're playing against that team. Like they're bad, and for some reason, it's just difficult to beat them. So we'll get there in a second. Since January 27th, I'm going to give you the Nuggets' losses since the 27th of January, and you tell me if you find a thing or two in common here. Detroit, 109-107 loss. OKC, 121-111 loss. Detroit, 124-121 loss. Knicks, 134-127 double overtime loss. Cleveland, 119-117 loss. The Clippers, 115-114 loss. Golden State, 128-117. Oklahoma City, 127-121. Overtime, and then Minnesota yesterday.
All close games.
Those are all
close games that you can't close.
Yeah,
they're all playoff teams, too. They're all every single one of them.
Yeah. So it's not like we're sitting here saying they're not competitive. That's what makes it even more damning. That's what makes you want to pull your hair out.
Yes.
If they weren't competitive, then you could just say, all right, season over. But they're right there. They're just as good, if not better, than a lot of those teams you mentioned. They just can't
their
close
wins,
them.
by the way, 19-point win over Boston, 54-point win over Portland, 6-point win over Memphis, 16 over Chicago, 122-109 against the Clippers. They're all like, if the game's not close, they win. If the game's close, they lose. And it's driving me nuts.
Well, it's these little bouts of, I don't know what you call them. In OKC, you're up double digits. Hell, you're up by 16 at one point. You've got a good lead, and you give it right back like that. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not like teams chip away. They give these leads away so furiously and so quickly that it's just striking. Listen, we've arrived at that point in the season, and we have to be, again, if I'm not honest, if we're not fair, call me out, please. I'm entitled to that. One thing I loved about David Adelman when he took over this team, and I told him as much, I said, you speak the truth. Remember what he said in his first few press conferences when he took over? He said, when people asked him about who's going to play late in the game, and he said, it's the guys who deserve to be out there, the guys who showed me during the game that they deserve to be on the court, right? Deserve. So I'm going to ask that question right now as we go down the stretch here. Is he going to live by that same standard? Is he going to play the guys who deserve to play?
Well, on any given night, I'm not even sure who the heck that is. Vic.
That's the problem.
It all depends.
That's the problem. But you know what I mean by that, right?
Well,
you don't just plug and play. You don't just play the guys who are, that's his role. No.
There's three guys. There's 3 guys who are for sure. 3 guys that will for sure be on the floor at the end of the game.
15-27 and 15-27 who? Not Brown? AG?
No, AG when he's healthy. AG is going to play in crunch time.
Well, yeah.
So those are the 3. Beyond that, you can go with
CB?
who deserves it the most.
CB?
Yeah, CB is probably going to be that guy, and I would assume it's probably going to be Peyton Watson. But, again, Vic, we'll get to the Cam Johnson stuff in a little bit. It's a huge problem right now.
I thought it was very revealing.
It's a black hole within the lineup.
When you hear him speak, it's not as if he's, stubborn about this. He knows. He knows he's in one. We've all been in one. You know what that is, right? Being in one. Not being yourself.
Yeah.
He knows.
So
how do you get him out of it?
We'll get to that in a little bit. I do want to talk about the Avs, Moj, because they played against Chicago, and I don't know what it is about playing against the Blackhawks. They aren't very good. They have some talented players, obviously Bedard. But, Moj, they never make it easy. Like, it's always like you're biting your nails against the Blackhawks, and thank God you got that goal at the end of the second to tie it up.
Praise the Lord. The Avs won. By the way, Chicago went to here's how crazy this league is. The Avs win at Utah, right? Pretty convincingly, 4-2 last Wednesday. They come home and they lose to Minnie. The next night, Minnie goes to Utah and gets their ass kicked by the Mammoth. Okay. Chicago makes it tough on the Avs, but the Avs win 3-1. They go back-to-back to the Mammoth, and they beat the snot out of the Mammoth 4-0. It's like it's really kind of weird how this is going on. It was a difficult game, Brett. I mean, it was like pulling teeth. I mean, when you look at just the raw numbers, the Avs were flat out dominant in every single thing you can possibly think of, right?
Yeah.
And
except for one category easy. That's been that way for 3 straight games.
Power play.
I'm not even talking about power play. Stay out of the bleeping box, dude. They've been there 16 times in 3 games.
Yeah, what's weird, too, is the Avs now for 9 consecutive games have taken more penalties than the opposition, which in Avalanche land is typically unheard of because they are the usual number 1 drawing penalty team in the entire league.
Isn't that a sign of just at times getting a little tired, not moving your feet?
100%. And frustration and Landeskog's elbowing dudes in the head and, whatever it may be, on any given night. But the fact of the matter is that you got the 2 points, you stayed number 1 in the league, and that loss to Minnesota was basically erased because you won the next game, your game in hand, and you're up 7 with a couple games in hand again, so blah, 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 blah. So you're back to you, but this is a tough roadie. The Kings fired their coach yesterday. Did you see that?
Yes.
God, it's early morning here in L.A. No, I've got some of that smog. Got that smog seeping through my window cracks here. The Kings fired their head coach.
Hey, as long as you're there,
DJ Smith is going to take over.
Can you go clean out my daughter's car?
When we move some furniture for her, too?
Can you?
It seems like every time I'm in L.A., Alexis needs furniture moved. Alexis needs her car fixed. Alexis, she needs it cleaned out. Moj, can you help her out? Because
she has like a mildewy smell in her condo that we can't figure out where the source of the smell. We don't know where it's coming from. And I know you're a do-it-all MacGyver type guy.
Yeah. What about Lakers' boy toy over there? What, is he incapable of doing things?
He can't do a damn thing. I call and ask for the same price. So can he do it?
Oh, my God.
That's the problem.
Vic, while I'm here.
So, wait.
I'm going to take it upon myself.
So she is marrying a guy like you, Vic.
Pretty much.
Girls always want to go after guys who are like their dad. I mean, perfect.
So here's what I'm gonna do when I'm here in LA. I'm gonna roll up to their condo. I'm gonna go, Alexis, good to see you. How you doing? Sam, come here. Let's have a little talk. Okay. I'm here on behalf of my boy, Vic. And I'm gonna talk to you the way he cannot talk to you. Yeah. Because Terry will talk to him. Yeah. Now I can talk to you the way he cannot.
Wait.
Yeah. Don't call me that.
We need to have a little bit of a discussion here.
Uncle Moj.
Uncle Moj is here.
Hang on a second. This is perfect. Moj.
Uncle Moj has known these people, and he's known Alexis a lot longer than you have, Sam. I got some things
hang on
with you, buddy.
Moj, this is a perfect opportunity. Go over there and do that. This aroma, this stench that's coming from the car. Once you find the source of that stench, say, I will only clean this with a Lakers jersey that you have.
It's coming from the walls of the house, not the car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that.
Oh, I called my beautiful baby daughter last night, and at the end of the conversation, he interjected, unsolicited.
Oh, no.
He's on.
Oh, no.
Go Lakers, because they play the Nuggets later this week. And if the Lakers beat the Nuggets, they will move in front of the Nuggets in the standings.
They're going to flip-flop. Yeah,
that's
not good.
That's what was so painful about yesterday. Is that they just flipped with Minnesota. And now Nuggets are in the 5 seed. But Moj, sorry. To continue with the Avs, though.
By the way, I have some Lakers thoughts before too long, because I watched. Because we're at the hotel across from the rink, from the gym, right?
You're at the LA Live.
And all the Lakers fans flow across for the game yesterday. We're all around. And then I'm watching the first half of that game. Dude, I'm to the point where LeBron has my brain fried. We'll get to more of that. Go ahead,
How many fake lips and butts did you see yesterday in that group of Laker fans?
Let's put it this way, Vic.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of fake stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the level of silicone in that square mile, whew.
I saw a lot of unnatural, if you will.
Anyway, the Avs are playing the Kings tonight?
That is correct. They just fired their coach. And L.A., it's such a conundrum to me. You guys probably don't even remember this. I'm sure you do not. Brett, they traded for Artemi Panarin before the Olympic break. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
The L.A. Kings did. So, and he agreed to a new 2-year contract. Artemi Panarin is now a Los Angeles King. And I think they should be a better team than they are. I think they should be a better team than they are. They're coming off a dang loss, for crying out loud. I mean, a win, I should say, I'm sorry. And then their coach lost because he got canned, but they're 3 points out of a playoff spot. And so they're probably they're going to get that new coach jump, that new coach smell is going to happen tonight. And then you've got to go back-to-back against the Ducks, who are actually playing dang good hockey. They're in second place inside the Pacific. They're 1 point out of first place. And then you got to finish it up in Dallas against the damn Stars. So this is a big, big, big road trip.
It is. You know what, though? It's going to be fun. It's a lot of hockey.
Right now, the Avs have a bit of a funky thing going on themselves right now. They really do. They need to find their. What was that movie? How Stella what?
Got her groove back.
Yeah, they need to find Stella's groove back. Is what they need to do.
Well, Friday's the deadline. Do you think they'll acquire a player that will help them get that groove back? They've got money to spend. I mean, who's on the target list? I keep hearing Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, I do too, because his contract is going to be expiring in 1 more year. And
$5
then
million?
He'll be a UFA. So, what's he getting, Vic? You help me.
5.4, something like that.
Is that what it is? I've heard him. I've heard Vinny Trocheck. I've heard Kadri. The Flames were in town last night.
I keep seeing Evander Kane, by the
Ducks.
way. Whenever they say Evander Kane, it's always like Colorado's listed as one of the teams.
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not privy to any sort of inside information. I really have no idea.
Ryan O'Reilly's 4.5, by the way.
4.5.
Okay, there you go. 4.5.
That's doable.
He'd be well, I'll tell you what. If you put Ryan O'Reilly at your 3C, you would have the
Holy moly.
1 through 4. You would have the deepest center position
You're
of
rolling
any team in the
lines
league
now.
by a mile. Yeah, 100%. And Logan O'Connor is skating. He's on the trip. That's very good news. And I don't know what the time frame is for that, but it's been a long time since we've seen your boy Brett LOC. But Dallas just put Tyler Seguin on the long term, so he's not going to play in the postseason. So the Dallas Stars have $9 million. You have, if you're the Avalanche, $8.7 million. This is where the arms race inside the Central is going to get thick. It's going to get big. It's going to get rough. This is big stuff. Dallas, by the way, is 9-1-0 in their last 10, so they're playing good hockey. You got to.
Rantanen's out still, right? Rantanen's out this week. He won't play against the Avs.
You know what's funny? I guess I'm not really keeping up on current events. What do I know? Do you recall that game in Dallas when Romanoff got run into the end boards and blew up his leg and is gone for the year? You remember that?
Sure.
Do you remember what Patrick Wash said to somebody?
What did he say?
That they'll get him back, or he'll get his.
Yeah, wait till you come back. Yeah.
When we see you in New York, you will not finish the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now he won't have to because he's out. So when they go to New York here in a couple weeks or a week, he won't have to.
How long is he out for?
Who knows?
Why did you just do that?
After the Islanders game?
What?
Maybe till right after the Islanders game the next day, activated.
Why did you wink after you said that into the camera? Explain your wink. What does that mean?
I'm sure it's all legit. I'm sure.
Are you contending that Mikko Rantanen is purposely missing that game?
No, not at all.
Well, you winked.
No.
You winked at me.
Did I? I think I got something in my eye. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. I'm full of, there's a lot of dust in this room.
Hey, despite that, Dallas has won straight pre-Olympic break, by the way.
I know. Listen, I'm not. I am not, Vic. I'm being facetious. I'm being silly. No, I am not. He legit got smoked in that.
Sure.
The Finland's the second to last game in the Olympics. I'm not.
Never wink at me again. That was a disgusting act.
That wasn't. That was an accident. That was a.
I
got something in my eye.
First of all, I can't wink. I don't know how.
You can't wink?
It's hard.
How about this? Ready?
How
about this?
Can you look down a
ready? Ready, Brett.
Yeah.
Look at your screen.
Hand.
Yeah. Look at your screen.
Go
Ready?
ahead. Go ahead. Okay, that's a quick one. Yeah, that's a drive-by. I'm not a good winker.
So, Vic, can you look down a scope? Like if you were looking down a scope, could you do it?
Huh?
Looking down the scope or something. A telescope. A rifle or a telescope
That's a
or
great
something.
You know those little rangefinders?
Yeah.
I always have trouble with those rangefinders.
I should
a lot of times
that
I'm looking at them with both eyes.
That was way more Vic speed. Wait, so you have you're looking down the scope, and you have your long distance in one eye, and then the close-up magnifier in the other.
A lot of times I have to manually close the other eye with my hand.
Oh, come
I have
on.
to do this. Yes, I do.
Come on.
I'm not good at controlling my eyes.
He must be watching with the volume down. Johnny Lyles just goes, "Why in the hell are you winking?"
Oh my God, great, Johnny! I agree. That is cause for a fine.
Hey,
There's
Johnny,
no way you should ever wink at anybody.
Get in the camera. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, JML, hey, Blue Eyes, this is for you.
All right. 303.
You got to go to your bedroom. 2 minutes for being bad.
303-504-0925. A lot to get to here. Yeah, what?
I did it. Nelly didn't get it.
I heard you say it during the game, yes.
Yeah, on Saturday, I did it.
Yep, you did.
I did it.
I missed it.
On the third
I'm sorry,
Avs
there were 18
play.
penalties in that game. My bad.
On the third Avs power play, when they had the opportunity on that power play, he mentioned Riker's call. He did. I heard it.
Okay, we'll see if we can pull that up.
He's got to go 2 minutes to his room for being bad.
We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. You know, it's tax season. You owe the IRS some cash. There's a good way to pay it off. Powerball tonight, $249 million. And if you download the Tulatero app, the favorite lottery app of many, all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all on there. Download that app and use the code MAGIC. You get a free credit to play in your first lottery game, and it's $249 million for that Powerball. So get your hands on some of that cash. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Hey, just a quick aside. We'll get back to the Nuggets and Avs in a second.
You know where I am right now? You know where I am right now?
Los Angeles?
I'm in the infamous hotel where the question was asked of Vic that he could not answer.
Oh,
do you recall that question?
Yeah, what floor are you on, Moser?
What floor are you on? Carpet?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in
It
that
is
same
one of the
hotel.
greatest answers. Yeah, it's one of the greatest.
It is. I have somebody come up to me around the Avs game over the weekend, and it's probably once every 2 months. Just somebody random will come up to me and say, "What floor are you on?" I'll go, tile. Whatever.
You know what it proves? That some of us
What's
are
that?
deeper thinkers. We're more profound in the way we process questions. We're not thinking about the obvious. For us, for those of us who are Mensa category, you're up there, you start thinking about other things like flooring. You know, it's a question of flooring. It's not a question of where you're located.
Okay, copy. Specifics. You're all about specifics. I dig. Okay, Brett?
It's the worst answer ever. Like, you went from the best answer of what floor you on to trying to explain it that way, and now it's dumb.
Classic.
Just a quick aside. Speaking of dumb, I will fully admit I'm dumb for this. I did watch the Underwear Olympics, a little bit of it. I enjoyed it. I don't know why. I like watching guys run the 40s. Sue me.
No, I had it on. I had it on in the background. It wasn't one of those, oh my gosh, pay attention to everything, but it was good. Like you're working around the house, or
yes,
I'm doing my taxes.
Background TV.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
I watched. See, the guy that I wanted the Broncos to take in this draft that I think could really help is now not going to happen. I loved Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon, the tight end.
It's too fast.
He just ran a 4.39 and a 43.5-inch vertical at 6'3", 245 pounds. That guy ain't dropping a 30.
He ain't going to last.
No chance.
Yeah, he ain't
dropping.
lasting. No.
Which to me, I'm like, whatever. If you think he's going to be good, then make a trade to go get him. Like, that applies to any playmaker in this draft. But
They're going to have to move up a lot, and that's a lot of capital you have to give up to go get him. He'll be a top 10 pick by the end of the day.
Gosh, you think he creeps in the top 10?
Well,
maybe.
okay,
Maybe. I don't know.
Top 20. You'll have to move up at least 10 spots to get him.
I would. You're in that mode right now. You don't need a lot. Like, this is the whole thing. It's funny. I was talking about in the appetizer a little bit of the second-round tender that was placed on Jaquan McMillan, which means he's coming back. That contract's going to be somewhere, I think, a little south of $6 million this upcoming season. And it's this idea of McMillan, Moss, and Jahdae Barron. And I've heard, like, well, they got to get Jahdae Barron on the field. And I go, well, what if the other guys are good and he's not better than them? Mm-hmm. Like, this whole thing about placing a premium on where the guy was drafted and him having to play. Like, I'll give you an example. Minnesota made that decision. They said, yeah, Sam Darnold's pretty good, but, I mean, we drafted this guy 11th overall. We got to play him, right?
Yeah.
And they're done with McCarthy already, and the guy you traded away or let go just won the Super Bowl.
That's what happens when you fall in love with your draft picks. Overly fall in love. You romanticize them. Yeah, and I'll give the Broncos credit. They drafted a guy who barely played by the end of the season. You could fall in love with them, but it doesn't mean they have to play.
I don't know that you're falling in love with them as much as you're, man, we have an obligation to try and play this guy because we drafted him so damn high. Teams are incredibly reluctant to say, you know what, this guy can play, but he's not as good as the guy that we have right now. They're reluctant to do that. They try to force these issues because they invested so much capital in a player. And the teams that can say, you know what, screw that, like the 49ers did with Trey Lance.
Every team is guilty
It's
of that.
better if you can. It's better if you can.
But every team is guilty of doing it. We saw it firsthand here with Jay Cutler and Jake Plummer.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't that bad. Jay Cutler was actually pretty damn good. It
Yeah,
wasn't
but
the level
Vic,
of J.J. McCarthy.
Jay Cutler was a player. He was. But I think your interview with Jake and Shanny, I'm still going to praise you because that was a great, great sit-down. I think that had more to do with Shanny frustrated with Plummer than it was he couldn't play. You know what I mean? I think that Shanny still believed that Jake had plenty in the tank. He just wasn't doing what Shanny wanted, and he's trying to grasp and hold on and so on. But Cutler could play the damn game. I mean, Cutler was going to play for anybody. He was a first-rounder all the way. So that's the way it goes.
Can I ask you guys another question? Because I was actually hanging out with Marcus Washington, former Buff, over the weekend. And
love that guy. Great dude.
The Combine was on in the background. And he told me, he went to the Combine. He goes, it's the most bizarre experience of your life. He goes, it's just, you feel like you're cattle. You're part of this meat market. They'll be like, Washington, hand size. And you put your hand down. And then a whole bunch of people scribble down information about you as you're sitting there in underwear. And he goes, but it's like, it's the most stressful day of my life was that. Because he goes, it's the biggest job interview you're ever going to have. It's a chance for you to make millions of dollars, and you don't want to mess up. And I was like, man, you're right. Like, that is the biggest job interview that any of these guys are going to get. And then I see this offensive lineman out of Iowa named Jennings Dunker. And I thought to myself, is offensive line the only position that you can look like Jennings Dunker for the biggest job interview of your life, and nobody thinks twice about it? Mm-hmm. Flowy, red-headed mullet, big mustache.
Yeah. Offensive linemen are allowed to get away with that.
You're not drafting that quarterback, are you?
I know. That's what I was just about to say. If a quarterback showed up like that, a quarterback has to look the part.
Yeah.
Right? You have to look like a leader of men. But as a lineman, you're allowed to do whatever the hell you want.
No offense, because he's a terrific, terrific player. But what did Quinn Miners look like when he was drafted out of Whitewater?
Oh, he had dreads and the big belly, and
he and they're like, that's O-line, that's our boy.
So I'm saying this actually might help offensive linemen. This look might help them.
Like a little crazy, right? A little out there.
Yeah, like, oh, this guy doesn't care what he looks like at all. He's just here to play ball.
You know what this guy looks like to me? This guy looks like.
And again, for those listening, it's a huge flowing red, like bright red mullet. I have red hair. That is red hair.
This guy looks like you're a Viking sailing west.
Yes.
And you land on some weird island, right?
Yes.
And he's the first off the boat, and he wades into the shallows and grabs a shark by the tail, brings him on shore, beats him over the head, and takes a bite out of him. Yeah, that's what this guy looks like to me.
Yep.
You know, one thing I noticed watching the
Or like he's like, there's a seal over there. He grabs a seal by the neck, right? Squeezes him till he pops. Now you have dinner for the whole crew. You got a seal. You know, that kind of thing. That's what it looks like.
I did gather this about watching the Combine. The genetics that are going on in this world right now, every single time somebody did something, oh, my God, new record for the long jump or broad jump, new record for the vertical. Oh, my God, did you see the time? It's just crazy how athletic these guys are getting. And the line is being pushed every year. They're getting more athletic. They're getting bigger and faster. Some of the linemen running the 40, that guy from Miami that's 6'9", 325, whatever. Yeah. What is going on? A 6'9" guy?
Would you see the Arkansas quarterback ran a 4.36?
Dude, what did I tell you about Jeremiah Love? Ran a 4.36.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love is going to be a baller.
I gave you grief because I thought this might be just a Notre Dame thing, but it turns out it's a real thing. He's pretty
criminal
impressive.
That he wasn't allowed to play in the CFP. And his running mate, Jadarian Price, that might be a better target for the Broncos. You'll have access to the Jadarian Price, and he's almost what Jeremiah Love is.
Did you guys see the Ohio State linebacker, Sonny Styles, and what he did? Linebacker running in the 4.3s, jumping 44 inches.
It's stupid. Again, the athleticism is beyond stupid now.
6'5", 244 pounds. Ran a 4.4. And the rest, I mean, it's insane. 43-inch vertical.
Brett, what about your boy, who is rumored now to be available because he wants out and they're going to get him out? Is David Montgomery a possibility? Is he a guy that the Broncos should target?
I love Demo. I think that he is.
Look at him going to full Lions fan mode. I love Demo.
Sorry, yeah. The reason why is because on Twitter.
You mean Demo? Yeah, I saw a lot of Demo.
On Twitter, his name is Demo. He actually, there's something that's not adding up here. He quote tweeted one of those reports saying he wanted out. And he goes, "Oh, did I say that?" So I don't know what the truth is. But if he is available, yes, to him coming here. Like, Vic, you want somebody who can run between the tackles, beat people up, fall forward, pick up yards. He is a bowling ball. And it takes two guys to tackle him. He's great. I mean, Moj, you're the token Lions fan or whatever you want to call it, adopted Lions fan.
Well, here's the thing. Jahmyr Gibbs is an absolute stud, but he and Demo, they've got that thunder lightning thing going on that's incredibly effective. If you can get that, man, that's hard to replicate, Brett.
Yeah.
Really, well, I don't have to tell you. But David Montgomery, when they got him, he was the first piece. Then they drafted Gibbs. He was the second piece, and it's worked out pretty damn well.
We going to hear from C. Joe when we come back?
Who's that?
Cam Johnson?
Yeah, of course.
C. Joe? Okay.
I also want to tell you my LeBron story. Oh, my
Lebo?
God, this guy.
Lebo?
Lebo? Lebo, yeah. Lebo.
No. It'd be LaJaw. It'd be LaJaw, right?
Oh, whatever.
All right, so we'll get to some of this audio. Cam Johnson, he's having a very rough go at it. We'll get to it next.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. I love my Broncos, but Brett and Moj, our Lions, are playing tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Anastasia Bell. Remember that name when you're thinking about a mountain property. If you've been dreaming about it and you are ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle, that is the person you need to talk to. Expert concierge service. In fact, she's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time. And right now you can discover exclusive Breckenridge ski chalets where private mountain living meets world-class skiing. Very limited, luxurious, unmistakably Breckenridge, and she is a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates right there in Breckenridge, and she's an absolute expert. Now is the perfect time and opportunity. You need to have the best who knows what deals like that are like in the mountains and beyond. The inventory is right there waiting for you to find your dream. So here's her telephone number. Give her a call. She will answer right now. 970-968-7646. Whether it is that ski in, ski out property at Breckenridge, maybe it's a mountain getaway, maybe it's an investment property, a second home, or maybe you're just packing up and going to the mountains saying the heck with the city. Anastasia Bell is the one you want to talk to. That number again, 970-968-7646. When you're thinking about a mountain property, you've got to think Anastasia Bell.
It's unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction. There is no such a thing. I think they're not supposed to be those things in a basketball floor, so it was just an unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction by me.
So that's Jokic after the game against OKC, talking about the hit from Lou Dort, unnecessary move, and he called it a necessary reaction, which I like. Wasn't there, Nelly, who was the UFC fighter back in the day that threw an extra punch on somebody who's already knocked out, and they said, was that necessary? He goes, super necessary. Super necessary.
That was so good. That was so good. God, that was
I forget that
good.
guy's name.
Super necessary.
But he hated that guy, so he gave him one more after he was knocked out. Super necessary. But Moj, hang on.
Masvidal.
Jorge Masvidal. That's right.
Nelly, please bring that up. That's one of my favorites. Please find that, please.
In the meantime, Jokic doesn't react that way. Jokic doesn't mind a more physical brand of basketball, but when it crosses that line, that's when you get the crazy eyes that he gave Jalen Williams. And again, you have to take the context into account of this is a guy who's never really been hurt, that's never really missed time, and then he missed a month, and you're kind of going after that. And it wasn't the only time. There were other videos. Lou Dort is looking behind him, stepping on his feet when he's playing defense. Jalen Williams kind of got into it with him on his legs. Like
the most dangerous play of that game didn't even involve Joker. It involved Christian Brown when he went up for the dunk, and Cason Wallace nearly took him off his freaking legs.
It's 2026. You'd think by now that guys would learn. You don't mess with the giant Serbian, because if you do, you're only going backwards. I've never, ever in my life seen anybody do this to Joker. It's always this. Yeah. Why would you?
Well, you see Dort got in the back of the line. As soon as that happened, he jumped to the back of the line very quickly.
He jumped in the back
and
of the line.
And I know Jalen Williams thinks he's all that. You don't want that. Trust me, Jalen Williams, you don't want that. I cannot wait. These teams meet again in a week. You realize that? Mm-hmm. They meet again in a week. It's the OKC-Denver rivalry. It is on like Donkey Kong. And it's going to be worse.
Brett,
hang on, Moshe.
But we gotta win some of these, though, man. The Nuggets have to win some of them, Vic. You can't just be on the losing end all the time.
We have more audio from Joker after the game.
I saw some criticism. People say the punches weren't really necessary. Maybe
they were super necessary.
So good. Super necessary.
Jokic also did volunteer this, by the way, falling to 5th place in the West after the Minnesota game.
I think it's a good thing to happen, and then you're going to start worrying and you're going to start care probably more. I think the struggle is good, If you fail, I think it's good. It's just going to keep you worried, I will say, and then you're going to play a little bit harder and better.
I appreciate the sentiment. The worry should have started before you dropped the 5th.
Yeah, what trouble, hearing that soundbite last night, I'm watching that press conference live, and special thanks to DMac, by the way, again, hardest working man in show business, who goes to these press conferences and acquires all this stuff for us. We don't just magically come up with that. He said, Joker, people play harder. Are people not playing hard? What are we doing here? We're in March.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I think in the case of Cam Johnson, is he playing too hard? Is he gripping the ball a little bit too tight? Because we have this audio, Vic, and we can play the first part of this. Cam Johnson is in a world of hurt right now.
He's in a funk.
No confidence.
Yeah. He started the season in a funk, and at that time the reasoning was, he's just trying to fit in, find his role. Okay, fine. Found his role. The offense was still you could not criticize it then because the offense was rolling. But right now they're leaning on him. And if you're wondering why this offense has gotten too Joker-centric again, and it has, guys. I don't know if you noticed what I've noticed. Every single possession starts with a pass to Joker, back and forth. At some point, I think you go too far, right? Is this offense too reliant on the big fella?
Explain this to me. It feels like that's what they've always done. They've always started it through him.
I understand. But they survived the entire month of January without him.
Yeah.
They've proven that they can score the ball without him. They can. They've done it. Too many times during the course of the game, it's just a bailout. It's a bailout. Here, you take it. I don't want it.
Right.
Someone has to look to score. And you brought in a guy like Cam Johnson, not just for his defense, very smart defensive player. You got to score. You got to shoot it more. The midi shot, he's passing on those middies. I don't know if you guys noticed that. He's not shooting them. And he's in one. He missed the key shot at the end of the OKC game that could have won it. And then yesterday he goes 0 for. And I'll give him full credit after the game yesterday. Despite all that, he spoke to the media, and you could tell he is in one.
It's a lot of things, man. There's a lot of things. One is understanding that you've been through it before. Understanding that, every time that you felt down that, don't really feel like you're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Just feel like you just keep letting yourself down, letting your teammates down, that every time that's happened, I've been able to turn it around, get back on track some way, somehow. Hasn't knocked me out of the game completely yet. Hasn't forced me to hang it up, hasn't forced me to, miss every shot for the rest of my career. So I just got to kind of continue on with that trust and continue to work and forget about it.
Oof.
For those of you who may believe, because, obviously you get on Twitter, you get on social media, get him out of here, don't play him anymore. For those of you who don't understand that these guys know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what you think of them. He thinks, trust me, as critical as we may be toward Cam Johnson, you just heard the man. You don't think he's hard on himself?
Dude, he sounds broken.
Dude, that soundbite we just played is a reflection of a human being who has lost all confidence in his game and is struggling to regain it. And it's so crazy because people assume that happens early in your career, like early, I'm young.
Right.
No, it could happen. It could strike at any moment. It could strike at any moment. You can go in a funk. I remember Todd Helton telling me he'd go into those big funks at the plate and he would feel like he's the worst baseball player on earth. Just give it up. That guy's a Hall of Famer.
Let's baseball, I guess, is the easiest one to look at because we think like Gary Harris. Well, why did his shots stop going in? What happened? Remember a Dodgers second baseman named Steve Sachs?
Oh, yeah. Well, he had, basically what do you call it?
Yips.
The yips.
Yeah, Chuck Knobloch, same thing. Chuck Knobloch is second baseman.
How about Rick Ankiel? What did they do with him? They stuck him in center field. Remember that? Because he could hit the ball. All of a sudden, one day, Steve Sachs couldn't throw the baseball to first base. Dude, literally a guy who's a major leaguer for quite, a major leaguer. He's been in the bigs for a while. He would throw in the dugout. He would throw it away. He could not throw the ball to first base. And right now, Cam, I feel for him. And I don't know what the solution is because if you think of Top Gun, the solution to Maverick was what? Keep putting him up in the air, right? After Goose died, you got to keep sending him up, right? And it's going to come back, and it did eventually. And he say, nice man. Well, the rest of the story. But do you say, okay, listen, why don't we put you coming off the bench, get you back into your flow a little bit, or do you just keep sending him out there with the starting unit, hoping that he works himself out of it?
Here's what I think happens. By the way, another classic one: John Lester, who was a really good pitcher for his entire career, Boston, Chicago. He couldn't throw the ball to first base. So guys would get giant leads. They'd steal on him because they were like, he's not going to throw over. He has no confidence. It's so weird. You can put 95 miles an hour on the black, but you can't throw it to a first baseman. I think what happens here, Moj, is I think it's quite obvious. He's going to go to the bench when Watson's healthy, and then Watson's going to start, and then you're just going to see in the minutes off the bench if he can find it.
I don't
in a
think
different
it's
role.
as obvious as you make it out to be. I think sometimes when you dig that hole even deeper, it's worse for him. Shoot or shoot. It's the old adage that applies to this very day. Shoot or shoot. When you're playing basketball and you're not making a shot, the last thing you want to do is stop shooting.
But if Cam was playing well, Vic, I think I'd still start Peyton Watson because I think he earned it.
I don't disagree with you on that. However, if you just say, get out of here, you're not playing, you're only going to play 10, 15 minutes a game, I think you've lost him entirely. And you're trying to win a championship.
Hey, bro, I ain't got time to wait. I ain't got time to wait right now.
Okay, but does that mean what do you do with him in the rotation going into
Brett,
the playoffs?
But Brett, Vic is right. You're missing the point here. If you lose him forever.
Okay. And you can worry about that.
You lose
after
him for the postseason.
Season.
You lose, sure, but you can't worry about. You got to worry about it right now.
I'm just here's what I'm thinking. If you get AG and you get Peyton Watson back, How many guys are you going to play in the postseason?
9.
8, 9, yeah, right around there.
If he's playing well by then he plays. If not, then he doesn't. Like, I don't have time. You're dropping quickly in the standings. Quickly.
No,
you could
agreed.
be in a play-in spot. In a couple of weeks, you don't get this turned around. I don't
Agreed,
got time to
Brett.
wait for guys to figure things out. I'm playing guys who are playing well.
Kaner, I completely agree. My point is that you want a full Cam Johnson in the postseason.
I would love it.
So you're going to have to try to figure it out between now and then. I agree. If you get to the postseason and he is just completely, he's laboring every single night with his shot and everything else because it affects apparently his whole game, then I completely agree with you. But my point is you need to try and fix him before then.
Can you play the other soundbite?
Yep,
this is the real dilemma. This
He
is
wasn't
the real
done
dilemma
yet.
coming up.
If that first one doesn't hit you, listen to this one.
I'm dealing with stuff my whole career, man. It's part of the game. It's what we sign up for. Most frustrating thing is just not really being able to find a consistent rhythm. Just feeling, a little stuck.
Wow.
And I got something to add to this. Finding a consistent rhythm. This is why I go back to when you're such a Joker-centric offense, every single possession goes through Joker. I mean, literally goes through Joker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you watch the Nuggets play. What's the first pass they make? What's the first move they make?
It's him at the elbow.
Yeah. I think it's healthy, maybe, in your words, get him off that. You do something.
Yeah.
You go to the hole. Or I don't want to go through Joker now. The only way to get yourself out of it is to get yourself out of it with no one's help. It's really the only way to do it.
Look, and this is a battle that people have dealt with. When we went into the offseason, I kept telling you guys, I know the Michael Porter Jr. trade was the smart move for the team because it allowed you to do other things along with getting Cam Johnson. I also said there is no guarantee that Cam Johnson comes in and is better than what Michael Porter Jr. was.
We're doing that revisionist history. I knew this would come up today. I was prepared for this one.
That's not revisionist.
No.
I said that from the start.
But I was prepared for this one. There's going to be a lot of people that chime in today that are listening to this program and have already reached out saying that trade was a bad trade and this and that. Guess what? Even after what Cam Johnson has produced his last 2 days, I'm here to tell you the trade was still the right trade to make.
I agree with you.
It's the right, because the trade wasn't made for player. The trade was made for the future. The trade was
unlock
made
the box. Unlock the box.
Exactly right. If the Nuggets end up re-signing Peyton Watson, which I think they will, that's why that trade was made. Do you think keeping MPJ would have allowed you to do any of that? It would have shut the door on many of those moves.
I agree with all of that. I only bring this up, Vic, because I'm pointing out it's a lot more difficult role than I think people believe it is.
I agree.
To be in where Cam Johnson and where Michael Porter Jr. are.
And the revisionist history is also this. As if MPJ wasn't the ragdoll on many occasions. He wasn't the guy everybody, he didn't show up in this game. How many times did that conversation come up?
Dude, you know that meme of Jon Snow when all the horses are coming at him on the battlefield, that Battle of the Bastards, whatever that episode was? I felt that way with both Michael Porter Jr. and Sam Girard for like 4 straight years.
It's revisionist
and then those
history
guys
by
get
so many.
traded,
Yes.
and then I'm like, where the hell did you guys come from?
Yeah, so many times when Michael would have a 0-point effort in the second half of a key game. Well, where was he? He disappeared. Trade him. You think people forget that?
No, I totally understand it.
You recall there were times late in games he's not even on the floor in that championship run too, right down the stretch.
Appropriately
run, right? But we're also saying that was the right thing to do, and even he is good with it because he thinks it's the right thing to do. I mean, let's not rewrite things here. I completely agree with you, Vic.
As bad as Cam Johnson has performed the last 2 games, I'm here to tell you the trade still stands. It was the right move.
Yeah.
Don't blame it on the trade.
Yep.
Has nothing to do with the trade. Has to do with the guy's performance. He's in one. And you know what? The other guys that unlocked the opportunity to bring in Valanciunas. Valanciunas last 2 games has not played well.
No. I don't know if that's a matchup thing or what, but he has not played well. Now, a lot more to get to with these. Reminder to you guys, Oh, how about this? You don't want to miss the biggest game of the Rapid season. You want to know why? Tickets are on sale for the 30th anniversary match. It's presented by UC Health, and they're going to take on who? Inter Miami. Back where it all began 30 years ago, Empower Field at Mile High. History, passion, star power set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. Lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. If you want to win tickets, just text RAPIDS in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and you're entered. Who plays for Inter Miami, Moj?
That would be Messi.
So if you want to see Messi in person at Mile High, text RAPIDS.
They're pretty good, man. Inter Miami's pretty good.
Text RAPIDS in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. We're double dipping tonight again. Nuggets and Avs both in action. 92.5 is going to have Nuggets and Jazz coverage. Jazz. Pre-game 6:30 and Avs and Kings from Los Angeles. We'll have full coverage on AM 950 starting at 8 o'clock with pre-game powered by Ramos Law. Happy double dipperoo to those who celebrate. So both in action tonight.
Double dipperoo.
Here's the thing, Moj. I know that we spent a lot of time on the Nuggets because that was an ungodly frustrating weekend. It's been a frustrating past few weeks for the Nuggets because they can't seem to get this thing figured out. To the Avs, it wasn't a great game for them against Chicago, but they did find a way to pull it out. First of all, for us doing the reset of power play tracking post-Olympic break, they're now 1 for 10.
I don't want to do it.
Do you count McCarr's as kind of a power play goal? Is that 1.5? Because it happened, what was it, Moj? Like 2 seconds after the power play was finished?
It acted like a power play goal, but it wasn't. But it acted like one because the guy out of the box was trying to chase McCarr down into the zone. So, it acted like one, but it wasn't a typical looking power play goal. It was through this Old Spice hole and in. It was a great shot. I don't know how to tell you guys this, and I guess I didn't realize it. Since the start of the new year, do you know what the power play's clipping along at since the start of the new year?
Since the start of the new year?
1.9%.
What? Wait, since January 1st?
Yeah.
If they had 100 power plays, they couldn't even get 2. Right. That's what you're telling me. Well, what do you... I don't even know how to react to that.
I don't know. Dude, it's a mess, and I think that guys are on different pages. We'll talk to Jared about it coming up on Wednesday, I believe. Wednesday is going to be an off day here. And my guess is we're probably, since it's an off day, we're probably going to want to move Coach back a little bit from 8 o'clock Mountain Time, maybe to 9 o'clock Mountain Time.
Okay, so hang on a second. I just want to repeat what I was told. Just everybody stop. Since the calendar turned to 2026.
Let me text Lee Blair again. Hang on a second here. Yeah.
The power play is at 1.9%.
Something like that, yeah.
Like the chances of somebody dying from skydiving.
Fixed.
Hold on a second. What are the odds of death in skydiving?
How many people have been killed by a dolphin? Probably a lot.
Okay, so not quite the same. 1 in 370,000 jumps. So it's not quite skydiving chances, but not that far off.
It's weird that you mentioned that because just 2 weeks ago I remembered something and I looked it up. That guy who was a skydiving instructor back, I think in the late 80s, and he was so eager, he was an instructor, thousands of jumps. He was so eager to film his students, he jumped out of the plane first and didn't have his parachute on.
Okay. What? That's bold.
Yeah, dude jumped out without his parachute because
forgot?
He was so, yep, just forgot. Yep.
1.9% is what we have for the Avs power play right now.
That's what I'm going with right this second, yeah.
Oh, man.
Now, what would you like me to do with that information, Brett? Because right now,
I don't
I'm not
know.
The time for sugarcoating or anything is long gone. This thing needs to get cranked up.
No, you know what? It started off. It started off, Moj, as a thing. It started off as they'll give it plenty of season. Then it went to, okay, they'll after the break. And now it's at the, what the hell is this mode?
Right. It's a total wreck. It's a total mess. And the days of, it's morphed from this too. I've seen some very good-looking power plays. In fact, the other night against Chicago, by the way, you're probably not going to believe this. Realize the Blackhawks have the number one penalty kill in the entire National Hockey League, almost 86%. They're remarkably good at it. Nonetheless, you didn't do anything, although you looked okay at times on it. But I feel now they've gotten into full press mode. This is they are absolutely pressing at all areas, and It's a mess.
I found it, by the way. Base jumping, it can be up to 1.7% chances of death.
The Achilles heel
way too many
for the Avalanche is the power play, just like the Achilles heel for the Nuggets is the late game turnovers, just like the Achilles heel to the Broncos was the run game. All areas of concern that if you don't fix, they could catch up to you and cost you dearly in elimination type games, in playoff games. Do we agree?
Yeah, I mean, it
100%.
could be your poison. I mean, because here's the thing, man. This is what's so bizarre. And it's part of the frustration of going to the box so much like they have in the 3 games since the break. There is zero debate. None. I will not hear any debate. 5-on-5 hockey, the best team in the league is the Avs.
Yes.
There's no question, right? They are far and away the number 1 team in the league, 5-on-5.
Yeah.
They're really damn good on the penalty kill. They're 3rd in the NHL on the penalty kill.
Super good. Super duper.
But that power play is, as a texture points out, 1.9% over the course of 3 months, Moj, is almost statistically impossible, it feels like. Like, that you don't luck your way into a couple. So by that, they've probably given up more shorthanded goals in that time than they've scored.
Yeah, another thing that struck me as crazy. The Avs have given up 10 shorthanded goals this season, which is the most in the National Hockey League. Do you know what the record is for the team? Vic, this is going to blow your doors. You're going to be a gazebo after this.
Make me a gazebo.
Brett, in the 95-96 season when they won the Stanley Cup championship, they gave up 22 shorthanded goals.
What? What?
Yes. Forsberg, Sakic, Foote, Wall, all them dudes, they gave up 22 shorties that season. Can you believe that? They're like, hey, man.
Goodness.
We're on the power play to score, okay? If you think I'm back checking on this power play, you're out of your friggin' gourd, okay? Whatever. Patty Savis. Oh, you didn't? Okay, whatever.
Wait a minute. So it's Patrick Waugh, right?
Correct.
So they go on the power play, and he'd be like, I got to be on my toes, bro.
Pretty much. 22 shorties that year they won the Cup. It's amazing. Anyway, funny stuff.
And here's the problem, Moj. I hold out a small percentage of hope that the Nuggets can get things fixed with a couple of guys returning to the lineup. Like, I think Peyton Watson and AG defensively will give them a boost late games that can really help them.
You ain't missing anybody in the power play.
That's what scares the hell out of me. This isn't a personnel issue of like, gosh, we've had to bounce around the lineup and guys were out. No, and we're 58. Is it 58 games in now? How many games is it? Whatever.
50. Yeah, they got 27. Is it 27 left? 24.
Whatever. It's around that number. The point is, this isn't like a funk. This is who you are. Like, this is just you. This is you as a team. If you got hot on the power play, that would be the outlier to what we've seen all year.
Well, how do you change who you are? And let me ask you another question, a follow-up. If you can't change it, in the playoffs where fewer penalties are called, is it as big a deal as we make it out to be?
I think
it's what got him beat last year, Vic. I mean,
because just ask the level of competition, the level of discrepancy between the goodness of teams is so flat, it's so tiny, that it's going to end up being a deciding factor in any game or maybe 2 games in a series, and that could be whether you go 5 or 7 or you lose the damn series. Yeah, I think it's something that is to be concerned about at this point.
Special teams got you beat last year.
100%. And so I don't. You just keep grinding. I see Nate right now. I'm watching his game. He appears to be in a bit of a funk.
Yeah.
Does Nathan McKinnon.
Well,
it's glaring on the power play. I mean, he looks like he's doing some of the same kind of things, but things aren't working for him right now. He's one of the best players on the planet, ain't no doubt about it, and he'll get out of it. But right now, he's got to work his way through it.
Can I stop you real quick? And I'm glad we're on this subject because we just heard a very emotional interview from Cam Johnson about being in a funk, right? And you heard the guy just pour out his heart, his soul, right? And we've been stomping on it for the last few days. Turn your attention now to one of the greatest hockey players on the globe. and what happened at the Olympic Games, and how many times do you think people have reminded him of that wide open net? How many times has he had to look at that stuffed animal with the silver medal around his neck? How many times has he had to go through that? And if you don't think that even Nathan McKinnon, the great Nate, who is a wizard, if you don't think he's affected by it, this is case in point. How can you not be? The weight of your country is on your stick with the chance to win the game, and you miss the net. Mm-hmm. You miss the goal. Wide open. You don't think he's going through it? You're damn right he is. He may not tell you he is. You could take him aside, Moj, and say, how you feeling? Fine. But deep down, he has to be. 100%.
Yeah, I would be.
I mean, it's only human. All of us would be. How could you not?
Yeah.
The funny part
stop.
is even Nathan McKinnon in a quote. Let's say I'm not going to say he's in a funk. I'm just saying things are like it's just a little sticky gears right now. I think overall.
Well,
with his
you know,
game.
and what's damning about it.
That being said, though, Vic, he still has 97 points. I bet he has 3 tonight. He's going to be the first player to 100 points this season.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the Cooch is going crazy. He still leads the league in goals with 40. He had 2 assists again against Chicago. The Avs are going to be the first team to 40 wins if they win tonight. Things are still really, really good. It's
Here's
just
what's
that power play
it.
needs to get kicked into gear big time.
McPickles is at 103 already.
And I hope that
there
Olympic
second player then. Where's Cooch?
I hope that Olympic break doesn't come back to cost and bite the Avalanche in the butt, because you're so right now in hindsight when you think about it there, Kaner.
Yeah.
Look at what it's done mentally to some of the players. We can skate by. We're happy. We're rooting for Team U.S. The results of that Olympic break were positive for us. What's the problem? What do you worry? Wait, smile. But look at it from his perspective. Look at it from their perspective. That was an outright disaster. You don't think Kale's thinking about giving up that puck in overtime? You don't think Nate's thinking about his shot? And now you got to carry that while still be professional and play for your team? That's not easy. It's not an easy move, not an easy transition. I'm telling you, it's flat out crazy to do that tournament in the middle of the season. Crazy. It's crazy talk.
Well, I mean, look, I think there has to be a level of compartmentalization that has to happen. I know it's difficult, and maybe the farther you get away from it, it'll be easier to sort of put behind you. But for both of these teams, the problems that they have that are not, it's not a funk. It is consistent issues that have lasted the entire season. Power play for the Avs, late game closeout situations for the Nuggets. If they don't get those fixed, they are not winning a championship. They aren't. Neither team is going to do it.
Big Sauce 970 on Twitch. Welcome to Twitch. I've never seen you on Twitch, Big Sauce 970.
Big Sauce.
Big Sauce 970 chimes in, and this is my favorite volley. Big deal. They make millions to play a game. Nobody's saying they don't get well compensated for doing what they do. All I'm saying is consider the human aspect, the psychological aspect that even the greatest athletes in the world who play at the highest level, at the end of the day, you have to fight the demon. It exists, even for them. That's all I'm saying. It's not an excuse, but it's there. It exists. And very few have been able to get through that without a problem.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Oh, by the way, next.
Vic Lombardi here. Got to get your furnace checked. I didn't a couple years ago, and it cost me dearly. If you have furnace problems, check out AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Right now, they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. Prevents breakdowns, improves efficiency, ensures that your furnace is safe to run. So call the pros today. That's AAAtoday.com. Leave it to those pros to fix your furnace. A furnace special, AAAtoday.com.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports and whatever catches our eye that we think you need to know. How about this, Moj? Oh, by the way, Eric Francis reported this yesterday in regards to the Avs. He's from Sportsnet and what they could do at the deadline. 3 members of Colorado's front office, including Chris McFarland, assistant GM Kevin McDonald, and I love this, assistant to the GM Andrew Cogliano,
How many assistants are there?
Are all in attendance for Anaheim's game against the Flames. I know one guy who plays for Calgary.
Yeah, Brett, we flew to Southern Cal yesterday. They're going to a hockey game.
Moj, don't take away from people's excitement like that. Don't do that.
What, do they do this all the time? They fly into a place and they just go check out hockey games just whenever?
Yeah. Yes, that's what they do.
You don't think there's something extra to it? You know, they a little bit extra with the trade deadline coming up?
You mean they don't show up and go play dunk hoop?
It'd be like this. Live from Detroit. The Avs. It'd be like spotted at the Red Wings and Devils game. Chris McFarland, Kevin McDonald, and Andrew Cogliano. Yeah, well, we flew into Detroit to play the Red Wings tomorrow. I mean, they're going to go catch a game. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're looking at it with some interest. Maybe they're looking at certain guys. I have no idea, but we're in SoCal. The Ducks are playing.
Yeah.
They went to a game.
Okay. All right, you're telling me not to be excited over the idea that Nazem Kadri could be available and they have the cap space maybe to pull something like that off?
If we were in Seattle And Eric Francis, to start this road trip, and Eric Francis said, oh, by the way, Chris McFarland, Kevin McDonald, Andrew Cogliano are in Anaheim to catch then you might pique my interest. It'd be like, hey, man, we're in SoCal. I saw somebody at a golf course. Well, okay.
What if they went to the Lakers game? Would they be scouting Lakers?
Look, Occam's razor, bro. Vic, what is Occam's razor?
I don't know. The razor I have that I got for Father's Day just cuts the hell out of my face.
This basically the simplest solution is likely the correct one.
Look at the big brain on Brett. Yes, that is correct. This is an Occam's razor situation. Vic's complaining about his face getting torn up by some By the way, I forgot my toiletry bag on this trip. I had to go down to the sundry shop and buy a razor. I bought a razor.
$87.
No. Listen, I bought a kick butt one. Let me show it to you. Hang on.
I don't need to see it. I
don't
need to see it.
That's neat.
Don't need to see it.
I don't care about your razor.
Why would he think I need to see his razor? Why? All right, I'm just going to move on like this isn't happening. By the way, Vic, remember how Dalton Reisner was having a tough time finding a job for a while?
Yeah.
We just signed an extension worth up to $5 million with Cincinnati.
Good for him.
So he's hanging around for another year.
Hold on. It's the Gillette Fusion, it's my favorite, right? The Fusion
words
is my
can't
favorite.
describe how much I don't care.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Okay, hold on. And I got a little thing of Gillette foam.
I don't. Why would I care?
All right.
Why would I care?
This is what we're doing.
No, I don't want to see yours either.
The point I'm trying to make is this Fusion, the pit stick, and the little shaving cream cost me $57.
I want to curse at you.
I want to curse it at $57, bro. Forgetting your toiletry bag. Don't ever do it again.
I want to curse.
Now I'm gonna do the whole show with this in my hand.
I just want to curse.
I'm sorry. You just lost. You just lost.
I hate you. I straight up hate you.
I think people are interested in my situation.
Oh, by the way.
Yep.
According to Ian Rappaport, and I don't know, no.
Okay, let's see.
No.
Let's see where we start here. Okay, my normal razor, Harry's razor, got that one. Then I got my backup that's missing the head on it. I've got a sewing kit that I got at some place. I just keep it around. Let's see. This is night cream that I've never used that my wife got me. This is facial night cream. Something else I've never used. Hydrating toner.
Okay.
Just sits on my counter.
That's great. I'm so proud of all of you.
I just want to continue.
Why are
with
you
this
punishing
theme.
me for something that
Because
Moser's done?
when Moser does this, you all have to pay. This is the way I operate. It's like a basketball team that if somebody doesn't hustle, everybody runs. So all of you listening,
hated that.
when Moser pulls this, we all pay for it. We all pay for it.
Why am I responsible for my teammates' misdoings?
You fix him, and we don't go through this again. Are you done, Moser? Any other items from your bag you want to show us?
According to Ian Rappaport, the Cardinals are set to release Kyler Murray, barring a last-minute trade. And I don't know what the cap hit is on that. It's huge. I don't know if
gigantic.
I don't know.
It's got to be gigantic.
So let's see here. If they were to release Kyler Murray, the dead cap, okay, it's not quite Russell Wilson levels. It's $47.5 million, though.
It's a lot of, but you know what? If you want to get out from underneath the contract, I think the Broncos have shown you just cut the cord and you go. You be done.
Yeah.
And you deal what you deal. They're not going to win a Super Bowl this coming year anyway. You cut the cord, call it a day, and you start looking forward. That's what you do.
Do you think Kyler Murray can have a Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones resurgence in his career elsewhere?
No.
Why is that?
What? Because I don't think he doesn't play the game the way he did when he came into the league.
Yeah.
I don't think he doesn't play the game the same way.
I just don't think he's as good as people made him out to be.
And he's more careful now.
Okay. My only argument is Arizona is pretty widely seen as a terrible organization, as are the Jets. And if you escape that, maybe you get something better. I don't know.
They're doing the right thing. I think they're doing the right thing. By the way, you saw the Chiefs have cut their right tackle, Juwan Taylor.
Yeah. That's the guy that sets up offsides or he's not on the line of scrimmage.
Not only does he line up incorrectly for like penalty every single play. He also rocks backward in false starts every single play. I'm so glad I don't got to see that again. It's terrible.
Well, you're going to see it for somebody. He's going to be in the league.
Well, not for the Chiefs.
But what they've done is they've restructured Mahomes. They cut Mike Dana, the D end, and now they're cutting Jawan Taylor. They're trying to save as much money as they can to try and upgrade things. The Chiefs are going to be back, boys. Let's not forget about that.
They're going to trade for A.J. Brown is what they're going to do.
Oh, God.
They're going to do that, aren't they?
Dude, if they do that, oh, my God, this division.
Let them have A.J. Brown. Let them.
Oh, by the way, how about Charlie Condon? Third homer of spring training for that young prospect
You'd like
for the
that,
Rocks.
wouldn't you?
You know, on Saturday, I watched some of that Rockies-Royals game.
Oh, well, that was a bad one.
Yeah. Because I said, you know what? My radio partner is shaming me into this, and I'm gonna devote some time. I don't know what the hell. I like zoned out after 3 innings of watching. I'm like, what is this? What are we watching here? What am I watching?
That was a pretty terrible game. Yeah, I agree with you. You lose like 16-3.
They lost yesterday 8-3. I wouldn't worry about it though. It's no big deal.
The point is,
Your
Charlie
boy
Condon is 7 for 14 with 3 homers this spring training.
Your boy Donald Rumsfeld went 0 for 2. I wouldn't worry about it though.
Don't call him Donald Rumsfeld.
Whatever his name is.
T.J. Rumfield, and he's hitting 357 with 3 dongs. He's fine. He's good.
Tread Bumpfield.
Nelly, you said you got one. Go ahead.
First off, I got to ask you guys a question. How often do you golf shirtless?
Never.
Yeah, never.
Never. You never go tarps off on the golf course?
No, I golf without shoes. I like to golf in bare feet. I'm not allowed to very much, but I like it. But never without clothes on.
Well, we're going to revisit that. Moser showed up here, Rolling Hills, with his shoes, no shoes. It was one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen.
I agree with you. Not just to the course, to me,
to everybody in the course. He shows up at a course. He's not a member and shows up shoeless. It was as disrespectful, and you got your ass kicked.
Call me Joe Jackson. Call me Joe Jackson. Call me
what you got,
Joe
Nelly?
Jackson
Well,
all day.
I'll tell you what. Oh, by the way, evidently taking your shirt off at the 8th hole of a particular golf course is a tradition, and Jared Bednar now has to do that. Here is a recent clip from the Puck Around and Pod Out podcast.
So let me ask you this, Benzie, because we just went back to Daigneault. We need a verbal commitment. Whenever we got a schedule, you're in.
I'm in. Yeah.
Well, hey, there's a second part.
There's a stipulation.
So Tony, who was our host when you came last time, he informed us that there's a tradition at Valley, and it's called Tarps Off on 8. You take your shirt off when you hit your tee ball on 8. You play the 8th hole with no shirts. It was not overly impressive when we all did it, but we need a commitment that if you're coming to Valley, you will commit to the Tarps Off on 8.
Listen, I grew up in Saskatchewan. I'll play the whole round with my tarps off, with my tarp off. If the sun's coming down and we can work on our tan and golf at the same time, I'm down.
Perfect.
I mean, I'd do the same. Give me a free round of golf. I'll do whatever you want. Sure.
Dude, Bedsy's so right, though. It's Saskatchewan. It ain't exactly Augusta. And I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Saskatchewan, okay? But it's almost like the lost province of Canada.
Could you
imagine? You probably do whatever you want. You golf with you golf in a Speedo. I mean, 12er, you do whatever you want, man.
Kaner, could you imagine if Moser got that call to play Augusta and he showed up on the first tee without his shoes? Just imagine how that would go. Just imagine for a bit.
Ew. Get your feet off the screen.
How do you think that would go, Moj? How do you think that would go
I
for
would
you?
probably would I be beat down? I might be beat down. Certainly I'd be escorted from the property.
I'll
No
say
doubt
this,
about
Vic.
it.
I think if I got invited to play, I wouldn't play with my shoes off, but I would be like, there's a rock in my shoe. I want my bare feet to touch that grass once, though.
Just once?
It's something in my shoe. I got to take this off. Oh, it's actually in my sock. I got to remove that. I want to feel it just once.
John says, Moser, is there any benefit to barefoot golfing or just something you prefer? Number one, it feels good to touch Mother Earth. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, it helps my It helps
No,
me
it
not
doesn't.
dig in with
No,
my
it doesn't.
it doesn't.
You got your ass
No,
kicked
it doesn't.
at Rolling Hills, and I beat you so
No,
bad.
it
We all
doesn't.
beat you.
No, it doesn't.
There's no benefit at all. In fact, the only benefit we got a benefit. It benefited us.
Moser started playing barefoot, I swear to God, after he watched one John Daly video on YouTube, and he saw John Daly did it, and then
There's
Mo
zero
started
benefit.
doing it. As everybody started doing that afterwards.
Those of you who do it, you think you're cool, you're not.
You disgust the people around you.
Exactly right. It's like the people. My brother showed up in an airplane last week, took his shoes off. I got up and moved to another seat.
Wait, was he barefoot?
No, he left his socks on, but
Still,
I said,
though,
no.
it's still gross.
Who do you think you are?
This isn't your living room.
Exactly.
John, it helps me.
It doesn't.
It helps me.
It doesn't
No,
help
it doesn't.
you do
I'm
crap.
not
It
letting
doesn't.
you get it out.
And no
It doesn't
point
help.
does it help you.
It does not help at all.
You hit the ball
Not
out
a
of
single
bounds.
thing.
You can't putt. It
Nothing.
doesn't help you.
John, it allows my
No, it
swing
doesn't.
not-
Whatever you think it
your
allows
swing
you,
to
it
suck.
doesn't.
So we
Yeah.
take money
Yeah.
from your pocket.
Yeah,
That's what it
here's
allows us to win.
It allows Moser to open up his wallet and hand cash to
Yes,
us. That's
what
what
it
allows.
allows.
Excuse me, I was talking to John.
I
John,
answered it for John. I've already answered it. John, it doesn't help him. He just likes to be different. That's all it is.
He's
John,
exactly
call
that
me.
guy.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
John, call me.
You know the
Call
guy.
me. Yep.
You know
I'll
the guy.
John,
hey,
call me.
check me out,
That's all right.
guys. I'm barefoot on the golf course. I am too cool.
And he wants to do it to tell you how much better it feels to touch the grass with your bare feet. Oh, there's nothing like it until, I don't know, you get into a sand trap, then that probably stinks. Kicking off sand for the next 5 holes.
Moser asks, how come I'm never invited to these clubs? Well, you show up barefoot like a freak.
John, it helps.
It
my
helps
swing
nothing in your
because-
swing. It helps nothing because you lose all the time. And if you
Put
weren't
your
losing
barefoot
all
in your
the
mouth.
time,
Let's go to break.
I'll tell you
I've
what. The
seen you
next
swing.
time,
I know you
the
swing.
next time you win, Mose, you can go barefoot and see if that helps. But it's going to be a while, obviously. So explain to John how it helps again one more time.
John, what happens is when I set some time ago, I'm in the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm on the one here on Colorado Boulevard, or just off Colorado Boulevard. And I'm getting my stuff taken care of because I have low testosterone, and I, of course, give myself the injections. It works out really, really good, and it really, really helps me. But then I said, hey, what's going on with the GH peptides and the NAD plus and the GLP-1 and PDAs? What's all that stuff about? Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic guys, they've got 4 targeted body composition plans. And I sat down and went through all my options. All right, what do I need? What don't I need? All that kind of thing. And all these are designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, accelerate fat loss, all that stuff. And that's in conjunction with my treatment for low testosterone. Maybe you've got some ED going on. You want to get that taken care of. Well, they have all these programs that work with each other, and they are absolutely awesome. Low testosterone, of course, causes a host of problems like bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. All that has gone away. Here I am, 6 a.m. in L.A., feeling great doing the show, and you're going to feel the same way, too. Most men wait a year or longer, but there's no need to wait. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. The number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Guys, feel like you used to feel. You want to find out what they do? You want to find out about all those programs and more? All you've got to do, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jokic now just gets knocked to the ground, and he's all up in the grill of Lou Dort. Now Jalen Williams comes over. Security's on the floor, and they got to break up a scrum. Jokic is pissed off.
All right, I want to get to this OKC stuff, but Vic, you were just talking about this. David Montgomery, is it real or not? He just got traded to the Texans for a 5th rounder.
Man, I hope the Broncos don't regret not pulling the trigger there, because a 5th rounder, I mean,
it's nothing. It's nothing. For an immediate upgrade.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me to.
This is, sorry, Nelly, I just saw this come across. We're going to get to the OKC thing in a second because I'm not done yelling about Mark Daigneault. But in this case, I said when you went into this offseason, I wanted the Broncos to operate like the Philadelphia Eagles do, which is if they see an opportunity to improve their team, get hyper-aggressive on it. And whenever I see a deal like this for a contending team, I'm like, why wouldn't you jump in there? Like,
yeah.
If they traded David Montgomery for a 4th, I'd be like, good, fine, perfect. I don't get it. That's somebody that would immediately help you. He is very durable. He doesn't miss games all that often. And he brings that sort of
and
punch.
This happened quickly. The rumor got out there, the report got out there yesterday.
Yeah.
And boom, it's done a day later.
5th round pick.
Wow. Guy's a player. I guess I'm questioning. Do the Lions? What the heck was that?
Well, enough with your sound.
He's the kind of player. He's the kind of player.
Do the Lions just want to save money? What are they doing?
That, like Moj, honestly, from a Lions perspective on this, I hate it. I'm like, that he was a good player that you just shipped off for a 5th. Was he that pissed? Like he didn't want to be there? I don't know.
Could you have used a 230-pounder in that AFC Championship game?
1,000%.
That's what I'm saying. He's the kind of player that I think this offense needs.
Yeah.
He's thick. Oh, man, what a bummer.
So, David Montgomery, any dreams of him coming to Denver? Gone. He is now a Houston Texan.
I don't know how to tell you this. Houston's pretty good. You're talking about a 12-5 team that theoretically just got better.
I don't know, Moj. Is their quarterback good? Because that
Stroud?
posted, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Stroud was terrible this year, and he
Yeah,
cost
but
him
he
the
had
playoff game. He turned the ball over like 6 times.
Yeah, but he had a great rookie year. Let him grow. Let him develop. You want it all right now.
Look what Stroud's done since his rookie season, and tell me that's a good quarterback.
Yeah, but you know what? You want it all right now. Let him grow. Let him become that guy.
Okay.
At the same time, well, I'm not worried about the Houston Texans, but let me say this. I think back to the Broncos and Sean Payton being remarkably honest at the Combine regarding the one-score games, and you've got to take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves. Guys, it's only going to get more difficult next year. They're going to be playing a damn first-place schedule all season long. I mean, you got to – if you have a team that's sort of borderline, and I think the Broncos are that despite – being the number 1 seed, I still think they're sort of borderline in terms of can they win, can they not. You need to strike while the iron's hot. And they it's such a bummer. It's such a bummer that Bo Nix got hurt because I don't know when that opportunity is going to present itself again. You can't just think you're going to the AFC title game every damn year. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, so hang on. This is updated. So Ian Rappaport says there's a little bit more to this trade now. It was a 4th rounder, an offensive lineman, Juice Scruggs, and a 7th for David Montgomery. So it was a bigger package than a 5th.
Yeah,
that makes more sense.
Because I'm sure once that got out there, the bidding war had started. And,
yep.
What are you going to add to the package?
Okay, that makes more sense. Now I'm not as upset about that because that's a lot to give up. Okay, anyway.
Pardon me. Who the hell's Juice Scruggs?
Juice. You know Juice.
He's an offensive lineman.
Plays barefoot golf. Everybody knows Juice.
Who the hell's Juice Scruggs?
Juice!
Who was that? Juice Newton. Yeah, they traded a 7th, a 5th, and a Juice Newton to the friggin' Lions.
Oh, Juice is high C.
What? You have a hidden juice board over there? What's going on?
Where did you find that?
I have this. This has just been saved in the board for a while. I don't know why Emmanuel Sanders was talking about this.
Oh, Juice is high C.
Got it. Anyway, to Mark Daigneault, who I cannot stand. So Lou Dort I think it's the dirtiest play of the year in the NBA, considering the player it was against, where he tried to hit him at, the situation. Like, I really think it's the dirtiest play of the year.
And coming off an injury.
Yeah, it's like, here's the problem, is that Jokic, I think, has done a really good job, and you guys agree or disagree? He's done a really good job at biting his tongue when it comes to the refs a lot more this year. I think he said he was trying to make an effort to be better at that this season.
And he was.
He doesn't have nearly as many techs. Remember, he would get ejected 3-4 times a year for arguing. That doesn't happen anymore. But his fuse is this tiny when it comes to physical things that he thinks are over the line.
Trying to hurt somebody.
And Lou Dort did that. And what drives me the most nuts, and Vic, you mentioned this when it happened. You can't play the role of borderline player or feisty team and then act the victim afterwards. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And this is what Mark Daigneault said after the game.
I will say this. If Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward. That's all. If that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. And if that's the case, we're good.
Shut
God,
up.
that guy's
Shut your hole. Every hole you've got, Dags, shut it. That's just such a ridiculous thing to say. Everybody saw it was dirty. Everybody knows it's his guy. I mean, when you watch him stop and then specifically push back with the leg and the butt in order to do that, it's dirty. I mean, Joker's not even looking for it.
But here's the thing.
But to act like Vic, like they're completely innocent, as long as it's a flagrant 2 for us. Shut up, dude. I don't mind having a feud with Oklahoma City. Bring it on, you and your filthy rest stops.
Here's what Daigneault's overlooking, and all the OKC tribal leaders over there, because they come at you from OKC. I've gone into it with a bunch of them. Here's what they're overlooking. Reputation matters. History and resume matter when it comes to stuff like that. What is Lou Dort's reputation in this league? What is it?
That he's a habitual line stepper.
Yes. Has he done it before?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
What did the rest of the league, just as a whole, I mean, every observer in the league, everybody watching that game, what was their immediate reaction to that play?
Bro, Nelly brought this up in the appetizer, and it's so true. You go and do one of my favorite things, which is reading the replies. You go on every single social media outlet that had some sort of link to that video. It was universal, bleep the Thunder and bleep Lou Dort.
Exactly right. Yeah. They've gone from this really cute young team that has worked wonders in the draft to one of the most despicable, hated outfits in pro sports, in my humble opinion. I don't think people like them in the league. I don't think opposing teams, nobody likes them. They're not likable. Do they seem likable to you? Or is it just my bias shining
No,
here?
they don't seem likable.
No, but what's even worse about that is they try to be the unlikable team sometimes and then try and have everybody love them other times. I'm like, just be the villain.
Yes, and now I know that stuff is coached. That stuff is coached, or at least look the other way when it happens, because they have a team of those guys that do that, right? It's coached. Here's why that happened. Everybody who's played sports or even basketball knows Lou Dort, prior to that trip, went through a couple picks where Joker got him good. Valanciunas got him really good. He felt it. He dropped to the ground on a couple occasions. But that's your job. That's not my problem. You're the one chasing Jamal Murray around. You're trying to run over dudes. You're going through these picks. You got to expect you're going to get hit. Right? You're going to get hit. If you're going to play that aggressively, defensively, and you're going to stick to a guy, you're going to get hit going through picks. So he was mad that Nikola, on one pick, stuck his hip out. So he decided, here's some frontier justice. I'm going to lash it out myself.
It's exactly right.
And he got got.
Yep, it's exactly right.
He got
By the
caught.
way, Brett, I mentioned to you earlier in the program that I watched the first half of the Lakers and the Kings last night. Did I not?
You did?
So here in L.A., it's become readily apparent to me and it should have been the entire time. But when you see it in L.A., it's even more. There's not a human being on the planet that loves LeBron James more than LeBron James. I can promise you, when you watch his theatrics in front of the hometown crowd, it is ridiculous.
When you say you watched the game, you weren't in there, were you?
No, I was not across the street. No, I was watching it on television here.
Oh, he loves himself. Yeah.
Nobody loves LeBron James, probably even his wife, as much as he loves himself. I can promise you that. But he also, so he had this thunder dunk on a alley-oop. Some guy made a great steal at one end, and they came back, and he finished with a dunk, and it was really a nice dunk. And then the theatrics beyond that. Then a couple of other trips down the floor. He missed on it. He's running the baseline, and he missed on one of these tomahawk over-the-head dunks. It hits the front of the rim. And I'm like, that time waits for no man. But I'm telling you, man, watching this guy, it's remarkable to me to watch him in front of his home peeps and behave that way. It was crazy. Just crazy.
Tom Green chimes in, the Nuggets should sign that Jennings dunker to a 10-day for their next trip to OKC. That's that guy at the Combine with the hair. But here, I was going to get – this is my next point. My next point is –
can you imagine putting that guy in a low block? That would be awesome.
You're going to play OKC twice before the end of the season, 2 more times. You're going to play him next week from now in OKC. So Lou Dort did what he did, and we all know what he did, and everybody called it a cheap shot. The Nuggets acknowledged that. I know the Nuggets are fighting their own demons right now. They got other things to worry about. Okay?
They are.
But,
they really
but
are.
I'm going to ask you guys, and I want to ask each listener, I want to know, what do you do next time you face OKC and Lou Dort? I know what I would do. Let me tell you what I would do before we get into this.
Bang.
I would have, let me think, who would it be? Maybe Spencer Jones. Somebody who can pick up a foul to the point where it's extravagant. It could be a flagrant 2. You might be ejected. You're going to execute something, and people may say, well, that's barbaric, and, I guarantee you, Nate Kreckman will disagree with this take. Nate, if you're listening, I know you will. You will disagree with this take. Oh, how dare you. DMac will disagree with this take. Oh, how dare you. My first move in OKC is to deliver something to Lou Dort that he will not forget. That's
Andy,
my first move.
I do not condone physical violence.
Yes. What is your first move? Now, let me ask you guys. And it has to be delivered. It has to be.
Come on, man.
It has to be delivered. Somebody has to deliver it. Because if you're going to do it, you got to expect to get it done to you.
Vic, I have a question for you, though. Brett, this is a very poignant and pertinent question. How many years has Vic Lombardi been asking for somebody to put somebody straight on their backside for the Denver Nuggets to do that? How long has he been?
But it has to be done the right way. Like Val sent an elbow to Bones last night, but that wasn't
Vic,
it wasn't necessary.
but
you know what
Vic,
I'm saying? You got to. You've been time and place.
This is different, though,
You've been
Moj.
asking for this for a long time,
Moj,
and you don't get it.
Moj, just wait. This is different. Vic has asked them to do that for guys who hit a lot of threes. It's different when they go after your guy. I think this is an entirely different situation. Like, in the past, it's been, well, Steph or Dame, if he's going to make 8 threes in a row, you got to go out and do this and that. This is different. They went after your dude.
Dude, it wasn't
it's
just
a completely different situation.
How about at the beginning of the game, SGA throwing the ball at Joker? For what?
Ridiculous.
What?
So dumb.
How about that Jalen Williams always tangled with Joker? Okay, if we're going to play this, if this is the way we're going to play, let's go.
Yeah, I agree.
Am I barbaric in nature by suggesting this? Maybe I am.
We said that on Friday, though.
Moj, if somebody takes a run at Nathan McKinnon or Kel McCarr, what happens?
So Josh Manson's going to go punch their head, probably.
In baseball,
or somebody.
If you throw at Aaron Judge, what's going to happen? You're going to get that right back the other way.
100%.
I'm on Vic's page. I'm asking for reciprocation.
If the first time Shai Gilgeous-Alexander drives to the hole, first time, not the second time, first time, he's on his ass. Hard.
Vic, I'm telling you, I don't know that you have that kind of mentality with this team, though.
Get it. I'll do it.
You can't allow somebody to go after, and I get it. Jokic is a big guy who he likes to take care of these kind of things himself. You didn't get all of it. Markieff Morris, that was
Yes.
immediate reciprocation.
Exactly.
That was done.
And you have to
didn't get him back yet.
You can't do that late in the game when the game's online. You have to do it early. Get it out of the way.
Yep.
Get it out of the way.
Totally agree. When somebody takes a run at your best player, who happens to be the best player in the world, you do not allow that. And I don't care if it's Dort, if it's Jalen Williams, if it's whoever.
And guess
one of
what?
them.
This is where you need an Isaiah Stewart on your team. And if it leads to a suspension or a fine, guess what? Everybody in that locker room, you're combining resources to pay for that fine.
Yeah.
I guess the bottom line for me is that, okay, I dig what you're saying. I don't think it's going to happen because I just don't think they're constructed that way. I don't think it's their mentality. But, Vic, you also got to win some games, man.
I understand. Winning is the best antidote.
This has become a one-way street.
You can do both.
From all these teams.
You can do both.
Here's 3515, and I knew these texts would come in because this is whatever. You all need to grow up and stop this tit-for-tat business. The best way to get revenge is to beat them. Of course, that's the best revenge. Of course, to beat them. Sometimes that's just not good enough.
I'm with you, Vic.
Just not good enough.
Look, if they did that to Spencer Jones, maybe, and I hate to say it this way, maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe it's just in the moment, you get into a little tussle, and that's it. It's Joker. You can't, no. You just can't.
And not just Joker. Again, I put this on social media. Go back and watch Case and Wallace go at Christian Brown when he's in the air about to dunk and knock him off balance. And that could have been very costly.
Sure.
The way he came down. Very costly. That was a cheap, dirty play. And it comes from the cheap, dirty playbook that, say what you want about Mark Daigneault, he may not teach it, but he's really quick to look the other way and make excuses.
Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we've got a doozy. You can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avs as they take revenge after their recent loss to Minnesota. It's a Sunday matinee, and you can be there. Tune in for all the keywords all day on the 20s, starting at 6:20 with me.
You realize that I will not do another game at home at Ball Arena for a month?
Yeah,
every single game between now and then it's a national TV game. Every single one at Ball Arena is a national TV game till the end of March.
So
That's
speaking
weird,
of the
is that
Avs, I have a correction on something we said about the Avs earlier in the show that we'll get to next.
It was 70 degrees on Saturday. It was so warm, I think Moser played barefoot golf. At some point, winter will get here. At some point, it's going to cool out. It's got to, right? And if that's the case, you might want to think about upgrading your fireplace. Well, I've got the perfect place for that. Flatiron's Fire and Design. They have everything you want. Fireplaces, gas, electric, modern, classic, you name it. They do it the right way. They come in and install it for you. They bring everybody. The whole package, it's done. Right now, Altitude listeners get a great deal. 10 to 15% off all fireplaces. Product only. Just mention I sent you. Say Vic sent you. Stay warm. It's going to get cold eventually. I guarantee it. Visit flatironsfire.com. Go to their showroom off 53rd and Bannock. That's flatironsfire.com.
All right, 1 point of correction from earlier in the show. Moj, you said since the new year, the Avs have had a 1.9% power play percentage. That is their net power play percentage. So if you take into account shorthanded goals allowed and stuff like that, their net is 1.9%.
Yeah, we got into this eye for an eye, tit for tat business, and there's some texters that just don't agree with that tactic.
Eye for eye, tit for tat, toad for toad, toot for toot.
It happens in hockey all the time, and sometimes you just wait a year, but it happens. Eventually you get yours. Happens anytime. And I question, hold on, Moser, let me speak here. Hold on.
Okay, please do. Please do.
And it happens in sports. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, it was funny.
I don't know what he said.
You can be upset all you want to.
Dog, bog dog, big dog, bag dog.
Whenever he drops one of those on me, a hat for hat, tit for tat, toot for toot, hoot for toot. He can't help it.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is me saying.
I'm on the same page. You need to go out. You need to go out and do something to the Thunder coming up next week.
And if you don't, I mean, listen. Again, and maybe we're immature, maybe, but if you ever played sports, you cannot tell me you haven't had that feeling that, okay, you're going to do that? I'm going to give it right back to you.
I agree.
Hell, I played pickup on Saturday morning at the DAC. I saw this guy get hard fouled. I fouled him. I did the job for the other guy.
Vic,
he would kill me.
I completely agree. But it feels like you're asking for blood out of a turnip here. I don't know that you're going to get it, bro.
They should.
Winning is the best thing, but these guys deserve that. Part of the problem is they're so damn good. I mean, they're just a really, really, really good team.
One of the reasons they're so good is because they set the tone early. They set the tone.
We talked about it on Friday when I was asking you if Caruso's going to play, and you said, I don't know. What's right? Well, he's got that ankle ball. Then we got into the discussion, well, Nikola Jokic wears these guys like a backpack. Mm-hmm. They're all up in everything all the time. Well, then, if that's the way it's going to be, then you go do it. Well, they don't. They don't, Vic. You're asking for things that I don't think they can or want to deliver. And not being a jerk here, it's just not them. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying to you that I don't think it's going to happen. You're going to have to figure out another way to get your satisfaction. That's all I'm saying.
Double dip tonight. The Avs against the Kings, the Nuggets against the Jazz. Let's do this.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Start with the early game. Nuggets in Jazz on 92.5. Vic.
Just win the damn game, man. I'm not playing this, do that. Oh, somebody come in. I'm not doing that. Just win the damn game. You're playing a team that wants to lose. I'm going to repeat myself because it's pretty clear. The Utah Jazz have gone out of their way to lose games to the point where they're putting guys on the IR for sleep problems.
Sleep apnea. Nurkic is not playing because he snores.
Guy can't sleep, so he's out for the season. What else do you need to know?
If the Nuggets lose tonight, I am going to be a shell tomorrow. Like, I'm just going to be like, I don't know what to do.
By the way, Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed. Now that we're talking about going out for blood, right? They're needed to help patients in Colorado. So you can join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives in the month of March. Schedule your donation. If you give blood, if you've never given it before, it's very easy. Go to Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets at any Vitalant donation center. You can go straight there. And if you do so, you get a chance to win an autographed Nuggets jersey. Again, that's Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets.
8:30 tonight, Avs and Kings on AM 590. Moser.
AM what?
AM 950, sorry.
Would you say AM 530?
I said 590, I think.
You what?
AM 950. Go ahead, Mo. Sorry about that.
The hell, we Tallahassee or some bullshit?
Go ahead. Keys to the game.
Don't forget to tune in tonight. AM 590 Tallahassee. Jesus God.
Oh, you know what happened? The first station I worked at was AM 590. That has to be it.
Nobody cares about your history.
I used to be on the news.
Crap. Hey, the Avs have a lot. The Avs have a lot going for them coming into tonight's game. One thing they don't is that the Kings just fired their coach. Jim Hiller is out. This is the first game that DJ Smith is going to be the interim for the rest of the season, a one-time Colorado Avalanche. So I'm guessing the Kings are going to get a kick in the butt from that. You know, you got a new coach coming in. There's always that new coach bump that lasts how long, Vic? Like a week, 2 weeks, something like that, right? That new coach. Nelly, can I have some tunes, please? I'm not done yet. Well, Thank you. You're the man.
The bed cut
he's
off.
Trying to tell you to what he's trying to do is shut up and get to it.
You spent so much time impersonating a radio station in Tallahassee. I ran out of music.
In fact, it's over. It's over. The keys to the game are done. It's over. Let's move on. You exhausted your time with other shenanigans. That's on you. We're done.
I would have had more time.
No, we're done. We're done with the keys.
Giving blood. You spent 20 minutes giving blood. And by the way, if you get amputated and they drain the blood out of that amputated foot, that will count for a Nuggets basketball. And if you hit a dog on the side of the road, God bless, hope he's okay. But if not, drain the dog, and then you can win a Nuggets basketball. I mean,
what's the key, Moj?
The key is you're the number one team in the league on the road this year, 17-6-5. You score the most goals on the road per game at 4. You need to up your goal scoring if you're the Colorado Avalanche. Survive the first 10 minutes because they're going to be pumped, and then stick it right up their stick hole here in La La Land.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza.
By the way, give blood.
Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. I got to say, that tone of voice when you throw that at somebody is like the most disrespectful thing. When Vic said, "Did you say 590?" You're giving me grief, and I go, "No, I used to be on the news."
Oh, my God.
All right.
Dude, I'm laughing. I'm sorry I'm laughing a lot today because you and I are sort of jerking around a little bit. He's trying to be he's so pissed at Lou Dort. He wants to throttle Lou Dort's throat himself, and he's really pissed off.
Just let me tell you, Vic yelling about how mad he is at Lou Dort, and Moj going hat for hat, tit for tat, toot for hoot, hoot for toot.
The angriest I get on this show, I never really get angry. It's all, I get, but I do get angry. No, I do.
Level-headed guy on the show.
When I'm trying to do, I'm trying to deliver something, and Moser is just that woodpecker. Just shut up.
And coincidentally, it's my favorite part of the show. It's just the way that Moser can raise your blood pressure in like 3 seconds. It's a remarkable skill. It's so good. And then you tried to power through it, and you just kept laughing through your whole spiel.
Oh, my God, did you just see what happened?
No, I missed
Nelly, he just had mucus come out of his nose. Oh, my God, that was disgusting. You're disgusting, man.
We saw that,
You're
Moj.
disgusting. Did everybody catch that? Hello, Denver, Metro Denver, the world. Did you just see what that guy did?
I missed it. I just turned away from the camera.
Oh. Replay that. Somebody who does this technology on Twitch.
Clip it.
Clip that thing. He just had a huge freaking. What was that?
Yeah, Vic, that's going on the social later. That's.
Oh my God,
Vic. I thought you named.
Dude.
Isn't that Twatch?
Twatch.
There's a couple of different things.
Oh my God, dude, you just made me laugh today so hard. I'm sorry. I gotta breathe deep. Just okay.
All right, pull it together. Here we go. Nelly, I just sent you a clip. All right, we're already laughing. Let's just continue to do so. So Dante DiVincenzo was mic'd up, and he was missing free throws. Mm-hmm. And this is obviously the Nuggets game where they had the Inside the NBA crew on ESPN. DiVincenzo, after missing a free throw, said something that upset one of the hosts of that show. Go ahead, Nelly.
And just for some context, he was mic'd up and he said, "I'm shooting free throws like Shaq right now."
Yes. Oh, we don't
I
have
wish
that
I was
part.
planning to flagrant his ass the next game. I promise you I would. See, there's the difference with these softies in this game now. I'm going to see you, DiVincenzo. Put some spaghetti in your face.
And on that note, we welcome you to the halftime report presented by
Chuck.
Trim Fire.
That's funny?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
You can laugh, but Chuck can't laugh.
Oh, okay. Can Jalen laugh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm a clown?
Can laugh.
You mean I'm funny?
Chuck can't laugh.
Hey, I'm not here to amuse you. Come on. Oh,
actually, no, I like DiVincenzo. I'm gonna take it out on soft-ass Rudy Gobert.
Boy,
it didn't have to take this turn.
Why does he hate Rudy so much? He always has somebody.
Yeah, he's.
It was
Rudy
him, JaVale McGee. It was Dwight Howard. Like, always a big man that he hates. Always.
I don't mind it though. Here's the problem with the new realignment. Vic will completely agree with me. We do not get enough of those guys anymore. We don't. Dude, TNT, it was automatic watching. We don't get enough of the goods anymore. It's ridiculous. I don't know what else to say.
I need everybody listening to agree with me or call me an idiot. Last night or yesterday afternoon, this game plays. I want to hear post-game reaction from Chuck and Shaq and Ernie. I want to get their thoughts.
Yes.
And ABC, ESPN, Disney doesn't do a post-game show. They don't do a post-game show.
Yeah.
And they've got Chuck and Shaq. They've got these guys who were so wildly popular for TNT, and they don't use them at all. They just turned off the faucet entirely. And I'm looking at you, Disney, ESPN. What have you done to my show? What have you done to the best post-game show in the history of sports?
I said this when they first acquired him, when we saw the schedule of how few times they were going to be used throughout the course of the year.
It's ridiculous.
And they said, well, they wanted to keep them away from competition, like Amazon or something. I was like, okay, fine. But this is what I said, Moj. I go, if you got a quarterback that you think is all right, and then you trade for Patrick Mahomes, you don't bench Patrick Mahomes after you trade for him. You play him.
But what they're doing is they've got a first-round pick that they're stashing on the practice squad. That's what it feels like they're doing. I don't know. I'm completely with Vic, and I'm glad that I knew you felt the same way, Vic. These guys are so underutilized. I mean, with TNT, dude, it was must viewing. You could set a watch to when they're going to be on, and you're going to get all of your satisfaction. You're going to get all your info, the banter, all your stuff from the best show on television. And now it's just stashed, and they bring it out who knows when.
How do you go from the game?
I don't know.
How do you go from an amazing finish to we're just off the air. We're done.
What did they go to?
It's insane.
Local news. And I have nothing. Yeah, listen, Channel 7 does a great job. Nothing, but I want to hear those guys talk about the game.
They didn't even keep them on like ESPN or something?
No, they went straight to local news.
Like I'm saying, if you switch to ESPN, they weren't on there?
I went around. I went to the 18 ESPN channels because it's not like they don't have enough channels.
Nothing.
All you have to, let's say you want to stay locally on ABC. Okay, post-game show with Chuck and Shaq is on ESPN 11, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not even there. Let me tell you, as long as we're talking about ESPN, shameful that they're now interviewing WWE wrestlers. Shameful. I don't know what happened, where this interjection started. I don't know what this intersection of wrestling and sport. They're athletes. They're great athletes. I'm not knocking the pro wrestlers. I could never do that. But you understand it's fake, right?
So,
Vic, you weren't around last week. It's not fake. It's scripted. I was told it's not fake.
Okay, whatever.
It's scripted.
Hang on. That part of it, we all understand that part. I'm trying to figure out. So here's the deal that they signed. It's a 5-year, $1.6 billion deal that they signed with WWE. And I'm like, WWE is getting every bit of that cash for it. Like, the amount of promotion. They're interviewing wrestlers about other sports, which is even crazier to me. It's like, hey, Seth Rollins, what do you think of the Chiefs? It's like, what?
I feel bad for those.
I don't care about what Ja Rule thinks right now. I'm scared.
I feel bad for those Sports Center hosts. Listen, man, we all got our thing. I just think it's fabricated, man. It's fabricated and it's wrong. It's just wrong. Instead of giving me the freaking Nuggets post-game show on a nationally televised game, we're going to the cage match? What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Well, I do have a good answer. $1.6 billion. That's why.
That's a pretty good answer.
You don't want to miss the biggest game of the Rapids season. Tickets on sale now for the Rapids' 30th anniversary match presented by UC Health, where they take on Inter Miami. Back where it all began 30 years ago, Empower Field at Mile High. History, passion, star power set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. So lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. And if you want to win tickets to see the GOAT, Lionel Messi, text Rapids in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Rapids and your first and last name to the text line. You are entered to go to have a chance to go see Messi.
In all honesty, for people who have never seen Messi before in real person, real life, this is probably the only chance you'll get in your entire life. Take advantage of it.
Hey, Nelly, can you replay whatever the hell we just witnessed out of Moser? Do you have that? Is there a way you can replay that for everybody? I mean,
yeah. You want me to grab the video?
Yeah, for the next segment because
we'll
I need to see that again.
We'll try to do that.
We'll get it done
for fact checker in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Some time ago, I'm in the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm on the one here on Colorado Boulevard, or just off Colorado Boulevard. And I'm getting my stuff taken care of because I have low testosterone, and I, of course, give myself the injections. It works out really, really good, and it really, really helps me. But then I said, hey, what's going on with the GH peptides and the NAD plus and the GLP-1 and PDAs? What's all that stuff about? Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic guys, they've got 4 targeted body composition plans. And I sat down and went through all my options. All right, what do I need? What don't I need? All that kind of thing. And all these are designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, accelerate fat loss, all that stuff. And that's in conjunction with my treatment for low testosterone. Maybe you've got some ED going on. You want to get that taken care of. Well, they have all these programs that work with each other, and they are absolutely awesome. Low testosterone, of course, causes a host of problems like bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. All that has gone away. Here I am, 6 a.m. in L.A., feeling great doing the show, and you're going to feel the same way, too. Most men wait a year or longer, but there's no need to wait. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. The number is 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Guys, feel like you used to feel. You want to find out what they do? You want to find out about all those programs and more? All you've got to do, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, just to recap something, there's a name that has been bandied about this offseason for the Broncos as somebody who would be a good fit. Well, that fit went out the door. David Montgomery was traded today, but to the Houston Texans. Was originally reported as a 5th-round pick. Now that's turned into a 4th, a 7th, and an offensive lineman that was attached to it. So the Broncos miss out on somebody that I think would have been great here. Big bruising type of back. I don't know how many more guys like that are out there and available right now, but still something that is very coveted. And Jeff Legwold told us, Moj, last week that a running back is in the must category for the Broncos this offseason, according to Sean Payton. So, still awaiting to see what name would emerge in that, but I wonder if I guaranteed you 17 healthy games out of J.K. Dobbins, would they feel the same way?
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, they spent a 2nd-round pick on Harvey, so it's like they seemingly were happy with that 1-2 tandem until one guy got hurt.
Yeah,
but again, what I don't want to do, what I don't want to do is go again into next year, and then you're 8 games in, you're dealing with the same problem all over again. That's, I think, the fear.
George Payton said that they love the development of R.J. Harvey. And I go, if that's the case, then why are we so gung-ho about another running back in this room?
Because you need 2 running backs. Even Clint Kubiak.
Vic's right. You do.
Yeah.
J.K. is here.
Well, Clint Kubiak took the Raiders' job. They have Ashton Genty, and the first thing he said, we're going to get a 2nd running back because it's a 2-person show.
Do you think any of that would change depending on how good your starting running back is in this offense? Like, if they had Derrick Henry, are they still using 2?
Well, you got to have a 2nd one just in case, man. I mean, they
got to have one.
Yeah, I know that. But let's say Derrick Henry is prime. Derrick Henry is the Broncos running back. Is he splitting carries in this offense,
I don't
or
know
what?
if it's splitting carries, but you better have a backup. I mean, does Seattle win a Super Bowl if they don't have 2 running backs?
It's a great question.
No, probably not.
Brett, I think the days of the bell cow back for the most part are gone. Okay. Way back in the day, it was sort of rare to have a team split carries with backs. Now it's rare to not split carries with backs. That's just the way the game is
split
evolved.
with Terrell Davis, Moj. Terrell Davis was the offense.
That is correct. I mean, Derek LaVille is there to get what? Maybe a handful of carries a game, maybe.
Give him a breather.
Maybe.
When he has a migraine, get in there.
Yep.
There's a few guys in this league, though, that are the absolute number 1 backs that don't share carries. There's a few of them, but they're few and far between.
Mm-hmm.
Saquon, Derrick Henry, who are some other ones here? Jonathan Taylor. Yeah. There's a few.
I mean, those are I mean, but back in the day, it's like Vic and I could probably go back and name every starting running back from 1983 or 4.
Yeah.
On every team. Oh, this guy was their back. This guy was the Kurt Warners and the Eric Dickersons and I just go on and on with all of them.
No, Vic, you've been on this from the beginning. A texture says, why would anyone trade for a running back like Montgomery? There's this weird sort of thought out there that running backs, they grow on trees and you can find one whenever you want. And if that's the case, then why haven't the Broncos had an 1,100-yard rusher in 15 years?
Hey, listen, I thought it was more than that until I asked the running back himself, Terrell Davis. Remember at the Super Bowl, I said, Terrell, what do you think it is? He goes, I think it's the running backs. Not the offensive line.
I mean, he absolutely laid it out there.
He said, if you have no confidence in the guy running the ball, it's, you make the offensive line look better. It doesn't work the other way around, according to a running back who's in the Hall of Fame.
This is why I continue to point out, as much as I don't think people really realize what J.K. Dobbins was on pace for. He was on pace for a 1,300-yard season if he was healthy, which, again, you can't guarantee with him because it's never been the case. But he was effective is all I'm saying. That was a good running game with him. And once he left, so did the entire running game. All of it. I mean, and a texter says Sean Payton said R.J. Harvey has to develop in the running game. Well, what's his job? He's a running back. That's not great. Hey, our quarterbacks, he's got to really develop in the pass game. Well, that's a pretty big deal.
I know. Our punter has to develop in the punting game.
We were saying that about Crawshaw in the preseason. We're like, dude, come on.
Yeah, so anyway, he turned out just fine, though. Didn't he?
He did. He was good this year, yes.
Yeah.
Hey, just to show you that There's a level of fandom out there that doesn't care about any excuses, and you can say whatever you want. So we played that really heartfelt Cam Johnson stuff earlier, and I feel for Cam because he's in one. And if you missed it, go back and listen to our podcast. So I put that out on social media, and the immediate reaction from people. So this guy spills out his soul, right? Like, oh, he's just in one. Here are some of the comments. Who cares? Cam Johnson should just stay on the bench, not touch the court for the rest of the season. Another guy, stop podcasting, just get better at basketball, get some priorities. Another guy, great, go find your swagger in Utah or Sacramento. People just don't care. Human frailty is, they don't care.
Lack of compassion today is strong.
I mean,
strong lack of compassion.
I think you can have compassion and at the same time be like, let's pick it up. We're losing games here.
Agreed.
We can't lose games.
Agreed.
There's a healthy in between.
Brett, can anybody hang on a second? Can anybody get him out of it? Is there any human on the planet that can get him out of it?
No.
Who gets him out of it?
He gets himself out of it.
He gets himself out of it.
Listen, if you can't get out of it playing next to
so you
Nikola
say pick
Jokic,
it up. Well, that's a Cam Johnson thing, bro.
Another guy chimes in. He's, so there's two sides of this. There's this one side that's radically one way, and the other. The whole country's polarizing now. It's radicalized in each sense, and I'm somewhere in between on this. But those of you who say not give him a shot, get out of here. Then there's this. He's human. He's got some great entry passes to Jokic. Give him a break. That is hilarious to me.
Yeah, over from the floor, though.
That is the most field. That might be the most field day comment I've ever read.
Yeah.
Well, and I would say this, and this is not a bust on Cam, but at times when MPJ wasn't shooting the ball well, what did he start to do pretty damn well? Brett?
Some great entry passes.
Yeah, you know what? The way he dribbled up the floor was very
MPJ
smooth.
went to the rim and he rebounded.
Yes, that's exactly right. He affected the game positively in other ways. Right now, I don't know that he can do that. I just think he's in his own head, man. He's really in a major funk, or so it seems. And when you look at his box score, and this is, again, no offense to him because I shouldn't ask him to do a ton of other things, but he had no steals. He turned the ball over once. He had a couple of assists, couple boards, and it was just a non-factor kind of game. Non-factor.
No, it's got to get better in a hurry. And if nothing else, I think this just solidifies the idea that Peyton Watson should be in the starting lineup when he's healthy. I think that's going to be it. Now, let's get to our winner of the Rapids tickets. Go see Messi at Mile High Stadium. It is Doug Percival. Congratulations to Doug. You get
Any relation to Troy Percival?
I was a big Troy Percival guy. Liked him a lot. Nelly,
really?
Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
What started as a keys to the game for tonight's Double Dipperoo and Vic encouraging Nuggets fans to donate blood ended with Moser snotting out of his nose live on air.
Yeah.
And I want to give a shout out to DMac for helping us with the quick turnaround on this. So I'll show you the full speed first. Moser sits down there and boom. He smiles and snot comes right out the nose there.
That was like a faucet. That was crazy. That was a no Sean Moreno tear.
And now we can zoom and enhance here in a little bit of slow-mo.
Yeah.
And
look at that
there.
drop. Oh.
It's raining.
Oh.
But what was so funny is that Vic gave blood for like 2 minutes, and then I give literally 8 seconds of, well, the Avs need to die. You're done. You're done. You wasted all of our time.
Hey, Jack
You're
Leonard,
done.
I was instructed to do that by producer Steve Nelson.
Which
Nelly,
is great.
Was I instructed to do the blood thing?
You were,
yes or no?
And then we ran out of music, and then Moser got mad at me for running out of the music, and then there you go.
Nelly, do you have hat on hat, tit for tat, toot for hoot? That's what really set Vic off.
Got me.
That's what set Vic off earlier today.
I was ready to go deep on the topic.
He was really pissed off.
If we don't have it, that's fine. But
what do you think about my description of Moser as a woodpecker? Isn't he just exactly that?
Yeah,
like,
but
you're
he's
just trying to go about your
He's
day.
just pecking your head. That's what he's doing.
It's pretty funny. It was pretty funny, though. It was pretty funny.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I
where
mean,
you can find
Kaner
the
got
podcast.
it. Why can't everybody else get it? Kaner got it.
I loved it. Double Dipperoo tonight. Nuggets and Jazz, 7 o'clock, 92.5. Avalanche and Kings on AM 950. So tune in the late game for the Avs.
The rink is literally, honestly, from here, Vic, as you know, I bet I could take a baseball and hit the top of the rink.
Could you get a snot rocket over there?
It's pretty close. I might be able to.
Hey,
I might.
Moj, by the way, the hockey, do they put you in the really nice hotel or the semi-nice hotel?
We're in the really nice one now.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Have you gone to the wine bar there where you can get the wine and it pours it out of the fountains?
All right, that's
no,
great, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
Let's
get you to bed,
Get
Grandpa.
my notes. Get
Get you
my
to bed,
notes done.
Grandpa. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See ya.
We got into this eye for an eye, tit for tat business, and there's some texters that just don't agree with that
Eye
tactic.
for eye, tit for tat, toad for toad, toot for toot.
It happens in hockey all the time.
Power play is over. Knight had no idea. McKinnon glides it through. McCarr scores! All hail Kale! With 8 seconds left in the second, number 8.
Randall has it inside the arc, hands it off over to Edwards. Now in the corner, McDaniels. Jumper. Good. That's probably it. Nuggets are down by 11 here with 90 seconds left to go.
Yeah, for sure. It's frustrating. It's uncharacteristic. But it's okay. It's okay. Once we get healthy and figure it out and kind of get back to base of who's out there and stuff like that, we'll be fine. But yeah, it's been a tough year. It's been tough just kind of closing the games and playing through different coverages and making shots, especially, and getting the stops when we need it. So we'll be good. We'll be good. I'm excited for what's in store for us.
Oh, Jamal, I really want to share your optimism right now. I really want to have that mindset about the Denver Nuggets, but coming off a weekend, back-to-back losses to Oklahoma City, that one coming by 6 points in overtime on Friday night, and then the Minnesota loss on Sunday, it is not a fun Monday to be a Nuggets fan as we welcome you into the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. We're giving away Rapids tickets throughout the day.
Huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a
hey,
good day.
There's some good vibes on some Rapids though, huh?
We are going to have good vibes. We're going to find our way through it, but we have to trudge through the mud. We'll talk about the Avs and their bounce-back victory against the Blackhawks. We've got a double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5, we'll have the Nuggets visiting the Jazz starting at 6:30. At 8 p.m., I'll bring you through your pregame show on AM 950 as the Avalanche are out in L.A. to take on the Kings on the first of the back-to-back. We'll get into the NFL draft and the Combine. What happened with, who is it, Eli Stowers?
That dude's a jumping son of a gun at the tight end position.
What we learned on Friday is that Kenyon Sadiq, you can wave goodbye to that dude.
Unless you want to trade Nick Benito and Pat Surtain II to get into the top 10.
Yeah, Kenyon Sadiq ain't coming to Denver. He's not getting outside the top 7. But we start with the Nuggets, losing back-to-back games. We start with the Nuggets throwing balls away, playing terrible defense, continuing to miss wide-open threes in clutch time. We'll get into the Dort of it all, but man, yesterday against Minnesota, it felt like one of the most deflating losses that they've had all season long. And I'll start with one player. What do you do with Cam Johnson?
He needs to go see the Wizard. I don't know if he needs to go get has he got scarecrow problems? Does he have lion problems? Because right now it's not good. And hearing his post-game comments and or, just reading him, he looks like a player that is truly lost. He's lost in terms of his confidence, is lost in terms of his fit on this basketball team. It's something that I've been questioning, frankly, Raj, just about all season long. Is there going to be a time that Cam Johnson gets ingratiated into this culture, into his flow of what he brings to this basketball team? And the answer to that has been essentially incomplete the entire year. And I'd say the answer is trending towards being, no, you're not a fit. And I hate that because he's not a bad guy. He's not a guy that seems to put forth a level of apathy. He seems to put forth a level of no confidence.
Just can't shoot right now.
And really the whole year, man, gosh, at the time that the Nuggets were able to sign Cam Johnson, obviously by way of a trade with Michael Porter Jr., it felt like it was a twofold success. One, you were dumping massive max contract that you had to dump in order to find a way to add pieces like Bruce Brown, like Tim Hardaway Jr. He's been great.
Like Jonas Valanciunas.
You had to do that to get the depth to where it is. Problem is that when you're starting 5 players, when he's at his best, it's nowhere near being in the same conversation as to Michael Porter Jr. when he was at his best.
From a pure scorer's standpoint.
Yeah, and even, defensively and doing the little things, Cam's fine, but not elite in any particular area. You always hear that he's a 3-and-D player. Well, the 3 is not there. And do you ever see Cam Johnson and watch him play and say, wow, that's Draymond Green.
You don't get the same feeling that you did like Friday night. Christian Brown against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was a delight to watch.
It's great.
Right? Christian pops on the defensive end. I wonder if Cam is like that. For me in hockey, it's that second pairing defenseman that like you never notice throughout the game. And then you go, oh, nothing bad happened the whole game against him.
Like essentially the Cam Johnson might be like the offensive lineman.
Sure.
That you never really notice one way or the other. Like Ben Powers.
Like when Ben Powers has a good game, you're not talking about.
Huh?
When he gets beat 3 or 4 times, you go, Ben Powers kind of getting a little long. Do we really like that contract and how it's aging right now? That's what happens when Cam misses a wide open 3 in the corner against Oklahoma City, or combines for what do you combine for the weekend? 2 points?
I mean, yeah, 0 in the game yesterday. I mean, that's inexcusable.
Sorry, combined for 7. He had 7 against Oklahoma City.
7 against Oklahoma City. And gosh, man, we're talking about primetime games, and at some point, we have to look at the Denver Nuggets, regardless of the injuries, regardless of who has been in the lineup and who has not been in the lineup. And you've got to see that they've had their big 2 healthy for a good chunk of the season. And what you got to start doing is you got to start saying they are who they are. And you got to trust the recent data, which is in their last 10 games against teams with a winning record. What's their record, Raj? 1-9.
Well, since Nikola Jokic has been back, they're 5-8. They were 10-6 without him. They went 10-6 without the best player on planet Earth. And when he comes back into the lineup, they're 5-8. I'm not saying it's Joker's fault, because it ain't.
Well,
it's
on
the
this
same
show,
thing that happens. Like it's the same thing that happens when the Avs get Nathan McKinnon back after a 1-game absence. They go into the power play, right? It's that everyone else around him goes, "Oh, get the puck to him." Everyone else around Joker's, he'll figure it out. He'll walk through it. His Sombor double yesterday was insane. Insane. Over the week, like on Friday, he goes for 23, 17, and 14 in a 6-point overtime loss. He follows it up on Sunday with 35 points on 15 of 26 from the field with 13 rebounds and 9 assists. Now, he had 5 turnovers. The turnovers is what killed you against Minnesota, right? 30 fast break points against the Timberwolves yesterday. It's not his fault they're losing. The turnovers don't help, certainly, but it feels like everybody else just looks to Joker and goes, well, the best player in the world to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great parallel because, man, when you look at the Avs power play, minus Nathan McKinnon, which has not been very often because Nathan McKinnon is always available. Very rarely does he take days of maintenance. Very rarely does Nathan McKinnon get hurt. However, there is a feel when Nathan McKinnon is not on that power play that the puck's moving. Guys are getting into different spaces. They're getting into different spots. And it's almost like when Nathan McKinnon is back on that power play, one, that players like Marty Netsch feel like they are they're constrained. They are in a safety harness. And that's how the Denver Nuggets players, probably outside of Jamal Murray. I think Jamal Murray, he realizes like, I can let it fly. And that's a good thing. Jamal Murray's having a good season. And I think Jamal Murray's in a good headspace. That's great. But where this basketball team needs to be is that every single other player not named Jamal Murray, and especially not named Nikola Jokic, they've got to be in a good headspace. They've got to be in the headspace of, I need to go affect this game on the offensive side and the defensive side. And there's been inconsistencies on the defensive side from every player that's worn a Nuggets uniform this season. But on the offensive side, it's more about, hey man, there is enough oxygen on this basketball floor for me to steal some of it and let myself shine. And right now we're not seeing that really from anybody with any type of regularity. And not only is it concerning, I'm getting to the point of being resigned to the fact, like the amount of times that I'm driving around, schlepping my children around from sporting event to sporting event, going to different sporting events myself. I'm in my car and I'm listening to Jason Kosmiski on yet another Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 broadcast of the Denver Nuggets, and it is borderline depressing.
You can feel Kos getting kicked in the nads.
I am getting kicked in the nads while Kos is getting kicked in the nads, and all of us probably feel the same way. And it's not Kos being depressed. It's him projecting and painting, which is what you do as a play-by-play and color analyst, is that you color in the lines. And the lines right now are colored in, and it's not a pretty color scheme. The palette is ugly. And it's hard to watch. It's hard to listen to. These games are, man, they're laborious. Are they not? There are very few times that you just feel like, man, this is good. And the guy that you have to start looking to is also your head basketball coach. Last time I checked, head NBA basketball coaches make greater than several $1 million annually. So there is responsibility on a basketball coach. KJ, am I right?
You are 1,000% correct.
Or can I just say that David Adelman, he's a first-time head coach. It's on the players. No, the players make millions. The head coach makes millions. And something right now isn't connecting. And so guess what? When you are tasked with that job of NBA head basketball coach, you have to have solutions. You can't just comment and analyze on everything and everything. You have to have solutions for what buttons do I need to push. If it's all about meritocracy, then put the guys out on the floor.
Buttons then. He's got to push the right ones. 2 of them aren't available to him. And 2 very, very important defensive buttons. That's Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon.
Well, the offense is as big of a problem right now.
How much slack? Well, they're still I think
I'm talking about
going
recently.
through the weekend, still the number 1 offense in the league.
I'm talking about recently because they were on a torrid place to start the season out, and they were unbelievable in the month of January.
How much slack do you give the team and the coaching staff for these struggles being attributed to missing 2 big-time players?
It is, but man, hey, guess what? That is your season. That's the data that you have, is that you are going to play basketball games in 2025 and 26 as a Denver Nugget basketball team.
Not fully healthy.
Not fully healthy. And so what do? Like, I had injuries when I was a head coach, and I tried to push the right buttons, and guess what? They didn't work. And guess what happened to me? Yep, got fired. So that's unfortunately how this industry works. You've got to push the right buttons, and one of the most important buttons that I believe is going to have to be pushed. If David Adelman is who he says he is, when he took this job, when we were all yelling at the clouds a year ago that Russell Westbrook under Michael Malone was always out on the floor for the critical moments, and it felt like he turned the basketball over every single time that he was out there game in the balance. And what did David Adelman said? He said that I am going to play the players that are playing at their best when the game is on the line to close out basketball games. He did it in the postseason last year. It was a breath of fresh air. Well, guess what, buddy? It's time to do it now. Because you are in danger, Raj. And you were laughing at me last week when I brought this up, that me and Berto were saying you could potentially be a play.
I did laugh at you, and I've done a 180 over the weekend, coach.
When you were in Costa Rica looking at the sun, we were looking at awful results in basketball games and seeing in real time that the Denver Nuggets are only 2.5 games in front of the Phoenix Suns to be a play-in team. That's it, 2.5. And guess what? The Nuggets have played 1 more basketball game than Phoenix has. So if Phoenix wins 1 more, you're 2 games in front of Phoenix to be a play-in team. Better figure it out.
Telling me a mojito and some sunshine was making me feel optimistic?
No doubt.
We're giving away Rapids tickets today. Every single show, we're going to be using the keyword Rapids, and it's open. The whole show. All you have to do is text it in, Rapids, to 303-504-0925. That'll be open up until 11:45. And we're going to give away some tickets at the end of the show. So text the keyword in Rapids.
Rapids.
R-A-P-I-D-S, Rapids, to 303-504-0925. So much more to get into about the Nuggets. So much more to get into about Cam Johnson and Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. When are those guys coming back? We'll get into the Avs win over the weekend, preview their game against the Kings, and talk about how we have to say goodbye to the apple of our eye, Kenyon Sadiq. Who's the next tight end that the Broncos should select? We'll talk about him next.
Ducks off and rolling. He's flying. Kenyon Sadiq, 4-4 flat.
Rich Eisen talking about the combine freak, the tight end out of Oregon. He was the apple of our eye for the last couple of weeks, and, well, his overperformance is Denver's loss. There is no way that Oregon Duck tight end Kenyon Sadiq will be available at number 30. No way. I don't think he's going to be available outside of number 10.
I think he would, realistically, the Denver Broncos can get Kenyon Sadiq, but they probably have to part ways with half of their starting defensive lineup. Probably, I think Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, and who else would you have to throw in there? Probably
the number 30
Hufanga.
A 4.39, a record in the 40.
The guy weighs more than 240 pounds.
43.5-inch vert, which wasn't the best vert out of the tight ends.
Oh my
We'll
gosh.
tell you who had the best vert out of the tight ends. He had an 11.1 or 11-foot 1-inch broad jump, which is insane. Like a really good broad jump.
10. Better than 10.
Okay.
Like for big skill players, so meaning big skill, I always talk about linebackers, edge players, tight ends, sometimes
Maybe some safeties.
Sometimes running backs. Safeties are considered skill players.
Okay.
All defensive backs, so safeties, nickels, corners, wide receivers, and typically running backs, unless you're like a big back, like David Montgomery, who just recently got dealt. We'll get into that.
If you guys didn't see that, David Montgomery dealt to the Houston Texans for a 5th-round draft pick.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I would have given that up.
Especially when you have a back in Houston that is like your back here in Denver. Seems like you go into every season expecting he's going to be injured for a part of the year.
What, Joe Mixon?
Yep. And so you're getting a guy that has been available for much of his last several years.
Joe Mixon and David Montgomery is a fun backfield.
But that's exactly what we've been talking about, because Joe Mixon has been, his injury history recently is not good. But when he's out there, like J.K. Dobbins, it's awesome. So you need a bell cow guy, and then you also bring back a Joe Mixon, bring back a J.K. Dobbins, and then you essentially like shore up that your number one running back is going to, in some semblance, is going to be on the field. Back to the tight end position. Kenyon Sadiq is a top 10 pick now. And I think he was always going to be. But you know what, Raj? I was hoping that he wasn't going to do all the things at the Combine. Probably would have been the best result for the Broncos to even have a chance to sniff, because his Combine performance, it put pressure on any team that's devoid of a big-time tight end that's now picking in the top 15 picks.
Yeah, you can't see other dudes, if you need a tight end, you can't see other dudes that are ranked higher than him, that have a higher draft grade than Sadiq, that would be available to you in your selection and go, I'm going to take the higher grade. Because what if you miss out on this guy and he turns into the next Brock Bowers? He turns into the next Kittle, the next 10, like any one of the top tight ends in the league right now.
You remember where Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren were drafted last year in terms of their picks?
10 and 12, something
was
like that?
Right in the, I think Colston was actually inside of the top 10. I thought he was number 9. Could be wrong. He might have been, but those 10th overall, you got it. So 10th overall in Colston Loveland. So
Tyler Warren went 14, so 10 and 14.
10 and 14. You had 2 tight ends go in the top 14. And frankly, those 2 players were better on-film players, to be fully transparent, than Kenyon Sadiq and Eli Stowers, that we'll get into in a second.
And I know you haven't done your full dive of film into those 2 guys, but you've started it.
Yes. What I would tell you is the thing that terrifies me the most. You remember that ESPN.com article that we talked about at the tail end of last week, where it's who is the one free agent player that each team in the NFL needs and can get? And I believe the Denver Broncos, gosh, who do they have? It was our tight end, Cade Otton. And I was like, sweet. And now that looks even better, because you're probably not going to address established inline wide tight end in the draft.
Not in the first round. You might be able to move up, because I teased it at the beginning, and we've now talked about him a little bit, because Sadiq's going to be gone. Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt had a sensational day. Sensational day. And there's a pretty good chance he's available in the middle of the second round.
I think he'll be available, period, for the Denver Broncos, at least where they stand right now. Now, the problem with Eli Stowers is for everybody out there, and I actually talked about him at great length last night, I said versatility is going to be something that he grows into, and I still believe that. But the young man was a 5-star quarterback out of Denton. I think it was Denton Ryan, Texas. I think that's where he went to high school, maybe Geyer High School. Denton Geyer in Denton, Texas. Good program. Recruited it for years. 5-star quarterback that signed with A&M, didn't work out, transfers to New Mexico State.
Pew, pew.
Yep. Aggies, baby. Guns up. Plays for Jerry Kill. Jerry Kill ends up, because he's had a bunch of health issues, he retires, resigns as the head coach of New Mexico State. He ends up going to work for one of his young mentees in the industry, Clark Lee at Vanderbilt. And he's like, hey, I got a guy. He might not be a quarterback because I got that guy too. He's coming with you. His name's Diego Pavia. But I got another guy that was a backup quarterback that is a freak of a human being, and his name's Eli Stowers. So Eli is on his third transfer, goes to Vanderbilt, and all of a sudden, hey, he's a big receiver, kind of one of those big slots, can put his hand in the ground or play off the ball tight end. And he starts growing into this role where he is now, I think he had 69 catches, over 700 yards as a tight end. That's a successful, in the SEC in particular, that's a successful position change at a very high level. And so I'm excited about this guy because what did he do at the Combine? Dude, he set basically every jumping record at the tight end position.
He ran a 4.5 140.
Which is no slouch for a big guy.
96th percentile out of tight ends. Now, it's not Sadiq's 4.39, which was a record.
That's otherworldly.
He broke the tight end records in vertical jump at a 45.5.
Do you remember Vince Carter?
45.5.
You remember Vince Carter set the world vertical jump record? And everybody at the time was talking about, there's nobody on planet Earth that can run or that can jump like Vince Carter. Well, his vertical jump, Vince Carter, it was 43. And that was like the greatest jumper in this sport that is measured on jumping. Basketball.
I see Zach LaVine at 48, Jason Richardson at 46.5. Michael Jordan at 48, but there's some questions as to whether or not that was a true 48.
Let's just say it is, man.
It's MJ. It probably is. 45.5 as a dude who's 6'4" and 241 pounds, and that is Eli Stowers, they're insane measurables. Now, the question is, does he block well enough to play in the NFL? Has he played enough tight end to be worthy of what would be jumping up in the second round to grab him?
The answer to the question is pretty simple, is that at the Y position, think of Adam Troutman. Cade Otton, great example of a wide tight end that brings value in the passing game, but mostly as a run blocker and even as a pass protector. Eli Stowers is not there today, not even close. So who would Eli Stowers really, or Kenyon Sadiq, who would they really be replacing? It's Evan Ingram.
Yep.
And they would have much more explosive numbers and measurables at this stage because Evan Ingram had similar combines, at least at the time, which is otherworldly speed measurables, but also not huge. He's not a huge guy. He's not 6'6", 265. I think he was a 4.4. I think he ran in the 4.4 range.
4.42 for Evan Ingram.
Yep.
His 10-yard split was a 1.52. His vertical jump just 36 inches. His broad jump just 10.5.
Told you. 10 used to be the marker for big skill players. So
and he's 6'3". When Ingram was drafted, 6'3", 235.
Sounds pretty similar to those guys, doesn't it? In terms of just the package that you're signing. And what do we say about Evan Ingram? He's a glorified receiver with a little bit of tread. He's been used in the National Football League to the point now where he looks like he's an older player than he's not running a 4.42. Would you agree? When you watch Evan Ingram play, he probably is playing at a 4.63. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to him.
But he's at the point in his career right now that when he's done with his Broncos contract next season, whether he is cut or he plays, does he get another contract?
I think he bounces around. If he chooses not to retire, he bounces around on kind of 1-year deals, right? NFL minimum, vet minimum type deals. unless he does something spectacular this year. The reason why I don't believe the Denver Broncos will use pick 30 on either one of those two individuals, Kenyon Sadiq knowing that he won't be there, and then Eli Stowers knowing that he might be there, is that you kind of have some redundancy right now with Evan Ingram, and so the timing of it might be a little bit off. However, I would say that might be a mistake because you might be able to catch lightning in a bottle with one of these two incredibly athletic players. And the Eli Stowers thing, the reason I'm fired up about that dude, I love guys that played quarterback at a fairly high level.
Why?
The mental capacity of an athlete that has had to go through the processing required at the position of quarterback at a place like Texas A&M, at a place like New Mexico State, they have the checks and balances in place pre-snap and post-snap to understand coverage recognition, to understand blitz looks, front recognition. That is a little bit of a feather in the cap of an Eli Stowers that very few have. And I like it when it goes from quarterback to another position like tight end.
Do I think Taysom Hill when I think of him?
Taysom was
former quarterback, can play H-back, can do a bunch of different things.
That's not a terrible thought. I hadn't connected the dots relative to Sean Payton's love of Taysom Hill. The difference is in Taysom actually runs really well. I don't think he was Kenyon Sadiq 4.39, but I think he was in that like low 4.5, even maybe high 4.8, 4.4.
I don't even know if Taysom Hill was at the Combine. I thought he was an undrafted free agent. I'm almost positive he wasn't at the Combine. Yeah. That's so many years ago now that what was he drafted? 2016, 2017?
Taysom Hill he was pro day 4.44. 40-yard dashes. I remember it. And but now this is a little bit different. You know what Taysom Hill, what he weighed and what his height is? He was 6'2", 220.
It's a little more compact.
Considerably more compact, almost like fullback, H-back, running back, quarterback, wildcat. Whereas, dude, I'll tell you though, Eli Stowers could probably do some of the wildcat stuff, could become your tush-push player, because that doesn't appear to be a play that's going to be banned anytime soon. I would love the Broncos to have some semblance of a tush-push. I mean, 4th and 1, 3rd and 1 right now feels like an adventure for Denver.
He's got a 45.5-inch vert, man. He can jump over the line. You don't have to push the guy.
Just snap it to him. You know what he should do? They should snap it to Eli Stowers, and with his 11-foot 3-inch broad jump and his 45.5-inch vert, all he should do is just catch the snap. We'll say cheat up and put your heels at 4 yards behind the center, and then just do a broad jump, vertical jump over everybody. And just reach the football and then retract the football. Automatic first down.
Leap nose tackles in a single bound.
It would be awesome. They would have to put a leap rule in. Kind of like they have on field goal block. A leveraging rule.
You know what? I hate that. The leveraging thing, I know it's killed the Broncos.
Have you ever played
No, I haven't.
short snapper?
No. I look like I've played short snapper?
Dude.
The only thing that short snapper and I have in common is the first word.
There is no worse job in the world than being on the field goal blocking unit and being the short snapper. Either one. You just get assaulted. So what you're advocating for is additional assault on top of the egregious assault. Like what happens to the left guard, right tackle, and short snapper on any PAT and field goal block situation? In most countries, you would go to prison for 6 years for the amount of assault that happens to those individuals.
Right to jail. You guys don't want to miss out on the biggest game of the Colorado Rapids season. Tickets are on sale right now for the Rapids' 30th anniversary match. It's presented by UC Health, where they'll take on Inter Miami, back where it all began 30 years ago at Empower Field at Mile High. History, passion, and star power are set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. You can lock in your seats right now at rapids96.com/Miami. If you want to win tickets with us, all you have to do is text the word RAPIDS, 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 with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Rapids take on Inter Miami.
And I love the fact that our guy Matty Wells got his first W, a home W against Cole Bassett and the Portland Timbers. It was a 2-0 victory. Before we go to the break and to this next segment, Raj, I'd love to just quickly close the circle on something that I brought up in this earlier in this segment. I was talking about that ESPN.com article that mentioned the Broncos should go out and sign inline tight end Cade Otton. Love the idea.
Buccaneers tight end from last year.
Correct. Do you remember who the Kansas City Chiefs were linked to as a potential signee?
Was it a running back?
Yeah, it's the guy that won the MVP this past year in the Super Bowl. His name's Kenneth Walker III. So if you go out and you sign Kenneth Walker III, who is, in my opinion, today, a top 5 bell cow #1 running back in the National Football League, you go out and sign him and you give Patrick Mahomes that. Where are they sitting right now in terms of their ability to pick?
Yeah, they could get Kenyon
Sadiq. And then all of a sudden, Patrick Mahomes in the second act of his career.
He waves goodbye to Travis Kelce. Says, hey, have a nice life with Taylor Swift. We'll see you on the weekends for dinner. Thank you for the Super Bowl rings. I want you to stay one more year. And you get to mentor young Kenyon Sadiq. And then I get that guy for a decade.
Oh, and so
Kill me now.
So my 243-pound tight end runs a 4.39, and then my receiver on the outside runs a 4.21 or whatever he did in Xavier Worthy. That sounds like a whole lot of fun.
Don't let that happen. Don't do that to us. This should be a fun offseason. Don't do that to us. We should be excited that the Chiefs sucked and that Patrick Mahomes isn't healthy. Please don't do that. I'm just begging the football gods not to do that to
It
us.
unfortunately feels like the stars are aligning because I brought up where were the elite tight ends picked last year?
10 and 14.
Yes, which is right in the neighborhood of where the Kansas City Chiefs, who don't have a ton of massive needs, you could probably point to their offensive line and the reason that, Patrick Mahomes has been banged up.
I asked the question on the onset of the show. What to do with Cam Johnson? We complained about it. I don't think we answered the question. Let's do that on the other side. 92.5. Double dipping on a Monday. Nuggets and Avs both in action. You can tune in to 92.5 for the Nuggets and the Jazz with coverage starting at 6:30 p.m. And then you can listen to me for Avs and Kings from Los Angeles. We'll have coverage live on AM 950 starting at 8 p.m. with your pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Connor McGahee will have puck drop at about 8:30 as the Avs take on the LA Kings, who just fired their head coach. So maybe the Kings will get an interim head coach bump. We'll get into the Avs and their win about the Blackhawks. We are, 5 days away from the NHL's trade deadline. So the Avs with a bunch of cap space, likely still making another move. I still think they're going to go after a third center. Will it be Nazem Kadri? Will it be a reunion with Ryan O'Reilly out of Nashville? We'll get into that in just a little bit. But I have to continue talking about the conundrum that is Cam Johnson, coming off of 2 losses for the Nuggets against Minnesota and OKC over the weekend. Cam combines for 7 points. The biggest missed shot that he had was under 2.5 minutes to go on the road at OKC, wide open from the corner, misses that 3, and then what happens? Back-to-back Caruso 3s. Bob's your uncle, you lose the game. My question is, when everyone is back and healthy, when AG is back and Peyton Watson is back, and let's say it is March 20th, and you have everyone, what do you do with Cam Johnson?
You figure out if he's gonna be a dog or if he's not gonna be a dog. And if you're looking at the data set to this point, you can't say that he is a dog. Now, hopefully that changes. Hopefully he responds. Hopefully he answers the bell. But to this point, you can't say that he's going to. And so you know that Aaron Gordon, if he ever is healthy, is a bona fide dog. Peyton Watson, who's always been a dog on the defensive side, meaning a guy that can go out there and run baseline to baseline, use his length, be incredibly vertical at the rim on the defensive side, has shown also recently in the month of January, I can be a dog on the offensive side too, by the way. So if those 2 dogs come back and those 2 dogs are healthy, first of all, Cam is probably not in your starting lineup, nor should he be, if indeed David Adelman is what he says he is, and he's a guy that believes in meritocracy, that you get what you earn.
I'm so nervous about that because I heard Vic and Brett and Moj talking about it. I understand. Peyton Watson right now is the better player. When he is healthy, he should be on the court. He should be your starter if everyone is healthy. But the issue is, what were we talking about when Peyton was playing at the height of his powers and everyone was hurt? Can you keep him in the offseason? Is he going to play his way out of Denver? And the easy answer was no, because what can you do? You can move on from the Cam Johnson contract. I don't know if you can do that unless you force Cam Johnson to shoot his way out of this hole. If you throw him on the bench and he's a rotational player, it's going to be really difficult. I know he's an expiring contract after next season. It's going to be really difficult to move that contract in the offseason if you are telling the rest of the league, we don't believe in him. Right? They're going to bend you over a barrel and say, you want us to take that? Show us a first. You want us to take that player, show us the first rounder, which is the reason why I think
Do the Nuggets have any first rounders like in the next 10 years?
Yeah, I think because they still have this year's first rounder, right? I'm almost positive they have a first round pick in this year's NBA draft.
I feel like since I've lived in Colorado, I've never seen a Nuggets first round pick.
I'm really nervous that they have to force Cam Johnson to shoot his way out of this in order to keep Peyton Watson in the offseason. And I get it. You're in a win now scenario, but it's not win now or never. Right? You are not in the final year of a window.
Is it for David Adelman?
You think he's a one and done?
I don't know. I'm just asking you. Is it for David Adelman?
Adelman's he has to get to a West final in order for him to be comfortable. Much like I think Jared Bednar has to win the West for him to be comfortable.
Right now, do you think if you were to say today, do you think there's any chance whatsoever that you're in the West final? Today? I'm not talking about.
It's not like they're getting ran out of the building against these good teams.
Winning,
they're not
man.
winning. And
they're not winning.
We have been so accustomed to the Nuggets winning in clutch time in the Nikola Jokic era that this feels like there's no floor. This feels like the world is ending because, well, they suck in clutch time right now.
Raj, I remember I felt like you on our airwaves here at Altitude Sports Radio and frankly in the entire Denver Metro and all sports talk radio, you were one of the first people to sound the alarm of, oh, wow, the Nuggets have lost their clutch gene. You remember that? You were like the first guy.
Well, people were getting mad at me because I wasn't doing the same alarmist stuff for the Avalanche. And I will admit, I was late to the party on the alarmist power play group.
Fine.
I was late
Fine.
to the party.
Yeah. And
people were upset that I was doing it for the Nuggets, not the Avs.
The bit here is not to be on receipt street for Alex Ryanemi on either side of the front. But what I'd tell you is at the time when you were saying the Nuggets are not performing like game on the line in the waning minute, Raj, I would take even being in those games right now. I would love to have a chance to go win a game.
I mean, they were there. What do you mean?
You're down by
OKC,
10.
they were there.
OKC, you were. But then you play against Minnesota and you just watch. This is what I'm.
Against Minnie.
This is what I feel like I just continue to watch is awesome runs early on games, or maybe a timely run in the third or early in the fourth, and then you just watch leads become depleted. Like, is that not the storyline from the OKC game? And then certainly that was after that dominant first quarter against Minnesota. Man, it was the opposite. You didn't even give yourself a chance to play clutch basketball. You were essentially out of that game from about third quarter on. Embarrassing, man. At home. Right after your superstar Nikola Jokic got cheap shotted, and apparently it appeared like the Nuggets woke up and they're going to start fighting. Well, start fighting for the entirety of the basketball game.
Brother, how hateable is Oklahoma City?
Okay, yeah, they're hateable. But you know what? I wish the Nuggets had a little bit of that hateable energy on their basketball team right now. Would you take some of that right now?
Without a doubt.
They have none of that. There is nothing that you watch about the Nuggets and say, oh, that guy's about ready to incite some type of reaction from the opponent.
Oh, I would love Denver to play like Oklahoma City does on the defensive side. A little cheap, a little over physical. I dare you to blow the whistle for the entirety of the game. It's the same way I feel about how Colorado and Dallas play in the postseason. I would love the Avs to have a little bit of cheap-ass mentality that Dallas brings to the playoffs, that Florida has brought to the playoffs the last 2 years. The Panthers, by the way, are likely going to miss the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. I'd like the Avs to play with a little bit of that, too.
What's in the water at Ball Arena, man?
I don't know, man.
Come on. Hey, you know what? We got to stop serving these athletes perfectly filtrated water, man. They need to get some of that grit. The old pipes need to start firing through as they
drinking from a hose.
You got to, get a trough out there but during practice, just get a trough out there and then have them. Have you ever drank out of a trough?
Like head in the trough?
You know, I don't know if it's a trough. We called it a trough, but so at football practice, like back in the day, where you just you attach one hose into like a spigot. It's got like 12 holes in it, and it just blows water into the air. And you just you go up to it, and you just put your mouth right in front of it.
How do you spell trough?
TROUGH.
Football trough. I see urinals like we had at the Carrier Dome.
Probably,
I don't know if I want to drink out of a urinal trough. Oh, I see this thing. Okay. Yeah. No, I think I've drank beer out of something that looks like that, but I've never been hydrated.
That would be here.
I see this thing. It looks like a big blue barrel, and you've got a bunch of hoses coming out.
That's the fancy one right there. Back in the day, so this is the one you're looking at right there, right?
Yeah.
So back in the day, there were no hoses. It was just there were holes in the metal piping, and so you could line up.
So you have to like sit underneath it and gerbil it?
No, it would be spraying up. It'd be spraying up. So there'd be like 12 different holes spaced out. So 12 different football players could all come at one time, put their head above the wrought iron piping, and the water is spraying upwards into your mouth. It was glorious. I mean, I need to get that for my team. What have we been? I need a trough. I want some grit, man. Oh, here it is.
See how that goes over with the Valor Parents coach?
That's how you're supposed to drink water. And I want the dang Avalanche and the Nuggets. I want them to drink water out of that dadgum trough.
More of a Fiji water bottle type of training camp over there.
Good pull right there, KJ. Good pull. Look at them, man. They all get off of individual at the same time.
Am I off in my thought process of Cam Johnson has to be played in order for you to guarantee that you can play, or rather keep Peyton Watson in the offseason? Am I thinking too far into the future? That teams will see you sit Cam Johnson, Peyton Watson plays well, Nuggets go deep in the postseason because Cam is a bench player and Peyton rises to what he was in December and January. But then teams go, we're not taking him off your hands. We're going to force your hand. Peyton Watson goes to free agency, and then the Nuggets are screwed over the course of the next couple of years. Am I thinking too far in the future? Am I trying to big brain this too much?
You're 100% right if you were assuming that most of the NBA had fairly talented, good rosters. The great thing about the NBA, man, is about 12 of these teams would die to have any player that's above the line in the NBA. There's for every OKC, there's a Charlotte Hornets, right? There's a Utah Jazz. There's a Sacramento Kings. There's some bad rosters out there, brother. Bad. That would take them off your hands. Now, they're still going to probably make you give something up in order to have a guy like Cam Johnson get taken off your hands, but not to the extent of a first-round pick, I don't think.
We're giving away Rapids tickets today to get you guys inside the building. That's in Power Field at Mile High on April 18th for the Rapids and Inter Miami. And all you have to do is text the keyword Rapids, RAPIDS. That is Rapids to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message to be entered to win. Yes, Coach?
You get to watch potentially Lionel Messi come to the state of Colorado. Luis Suarez, who loves biting people's ears off. Be awesome.
Luis Suarez bit someone's dude. He did a Mike Tyson?
For Uruguay. He played it, and when he was, remember that was like 8 years ago at the World Cup, Luis Suarez took a bite.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. Show you the video.
You know what? The Nuggets need a little bit of that.
Yeah, give me some Luis Suarez energy.
Yeah, bite some ears.
Yeah.
Lou Dort would do it.
He sure would.
Double dip tonight. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on 950. Don't miss any of it. You can take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we've got a doozy. You guys can win one of 5 pairs to see the Avs take on their division rival, the Minnesota Wild, who they lost to just a couple of days ago. It's a Sunday matinee, and you can be there. Make sure you tune in for Keywords all day on the 20s. It all starts at 6:20 a.m. tomorrow morning with Brett Kane. The Avs did lose to Minnesota, but Minnie lost back-to-back games to Utah and St. Louis in regulation, so it's as if the loss was literally never scheduled for the Avs. They bounced back. They beat Chicago 3-1. It's very business-like ho-hum victory against them. Spencer Knight was outplaying his expectation for the first couple of periods. The Avs power play continues to suck. As Cam Johnson has the yips shooting threes, the Avs power play has the yips as well. Cale Makar did score 2.5 seconds after a power play ended over the weekend.
Still doesn't count.
At this point, can't we kind of take that as a that's kind of a power play goal, right?
Yeah, it was a.
The Avs have sucked so badly with the man advantage that you can look at that and go, it's a power play goal.
Raj, you want to know what that's the equivalent of? It's the equivalent of giving your daughter a birth present. How many months into her life?
5 months.
5 months into her life. Welcome to the world, Cammie.
I would like to thank the Sanford family and, Anne-Marie. I don't think you did anything.
You don't think that big bulbous flower in the front had anything to do with my decor and design?
No, I don't think you knitted the flower.
Yeah. My wife laughed. She's like, she's been putting this thing together and or considering giving it for about half a year. And so today she goes, hey, now that it's Cammie's 16th birthday, we should probably bring her welcome to the world package. And there she is. And she is welcomed to the world.
As I rip my headphones out of our station here. Yes, thank you, Anne-Marie, and thank you, Coach Sanford. I very much appreciate that. Trade deadline for the NHL comes up in just 5 days from right now. It's Friday at 1 p.m. Mountain. The Avs have a ton of cap space, according to Puckpedia. They have $10.8 million in cap space, projected deadline cap space, which means pretty much everybody is on the table for Colorado.
Is there a goon we can get?
A goon?
I want a goon.
They've been linked to Evander Kane. And that's as goony as goon gets.
I like goon. Remember what I said?
Your players are going to rip you for that one.
Think about it, man. Oh, gosh.
Your players
I didn't say
are
goonin'.
going to rip you for that one.
I did not say goonin'. Well, what are we talking about with both the two residents of Ball Arena? Neither one of those two teams has a ton of bite. A ton of Luis Suarez that took a chunk out of Gabriel Chiellini's shoulder back in 2000 and whatever it was, 10 or something at the World Cup. Why wouldn't you spend at least $3 million, $4 million of that 10.8? You're probably not going to get a guy like Sidney Crosby. So why not spend a portion of it on somebody that can make things a little bit nasty?
Evander Kane, his cap hit is $5.125 million. He is on an expiring contract. He's 34 years old, can play both the left and the right side as a winger. He's 6'2", 220 pounds. He is, those of you who have listened to Between the Pipes for many years, we had a saying 2 seasons into the program that we have kept pretty much throughout. Bags win cups. That dude's a bag. He doesn't have a cup, but that dude's a bag.
He probably wants a cup.
Probably wants a cup.
He wants to bring his bag and then leave with a cup inside of his bag.
I wonder what his remaining cap hit is for this season. So, it doesn't work out that you have to fit in $5.125 million perfectly. You have to fit in what his remaining cap hit is for the rest of the season. They should be able to fill that guy. He does have a modified no trade clause that is 16 teams deep. I would assume Colorado is not on that list. He's at, the final few years of his career, probably looking for cup contenders. I would assume Colorado is not on his modified no trade chart. Kane would be fun to bring in for the bottom 6. I still think they're going to make a big time swing on a center. It's going to be, will Calgary use their one remaining retention slot, because you can only retain 3 contracts in the NHL? Will Calgary be willing to eat salary on Nazem Kadri, who has 3 years remaining on his deal? I don't know if that's the answer. I love Nazem Kadri. I think the last couple of years of that deal is going to be really ugly when you have to pay the piper that is Cale Makar.
So you don't think it's happened?
I don't think Kadri's coming back here. I'm really nervous he's going to be a Dallas star. I'm terrified he's going to be a star. Now, if the Avs trade for Ryan O'Reilly, who has one more year left on his deal at $4.5 million, then I don't care as much.
Could you imagine that? Now you'd have two of the main of the fairly significant pieces on that 2022 Cup run team on your nemesis, arch nemesis that you haven't been able to overcome in the last several years. That would not be awesome.
You can get Kadri if you trade away Ross Colton, and it would probably be Colton, a first for Kadri, and a little bit of retention from Calgary. I think you could get it done that way. If it's not going to be Kadri, I think it's O'Reilly from Nashville, or at least that's who I would want. If I'm Chris McFarland, that's who I would want. As my third centerman, has one more year on the deal at $4.5 million. You would likely have to part ways with maybe a first or a couple of future seconds that have a condition to go into a first-round pick if the Avs win the Cup. And you would have to move on from Gavin Brindley would probably be a piece.
That was one I was wondering.
Maybe you would move on from Colton, but I don't think Nashville's in the market for a guy like Colton. I think they would want to get a little bit younger, a little bit more cost-controlled. And Brindley would be that type of guy.
And we already discussed, Brindley's not he's not a candidate to be a legitimate bona fide 3C. Do you think?
No, he's a wing.
Yeah, he's a wing. He's not sturdy enough. He's a smaller player.
Yeah, and I'm not, as we look at the Avs and the Nuggets in very similar windows, right? Like, you are not a one and done window. It's not this year or never. It's this year, and you really want to get it done this year, but you still have like 4, 5, 6 more years on the opposite side if you do the right things with your rosters. Brindley helps because he's very cheap, and you extended him at like $875,000, something crazy like that.
And you're getting incredible ROI.
Of course you are. Now, I don't know if I trust him to be a piece of this year's Cup winning team.
Not even like a fourth liner?
No, because he doesn't. His body type doesn't profile as a fourth liner. Where Brindley's going to succeed in this league is the middle six. He's a second or a third line winger that can bring what I think is probably like 20 to 25 goal potential, maybe a little bit north of that. He's a great back checker, really solid defensive guy, but he's diminutive. He's a smaller dude, but he plays with some snarl. He could be Logan Stankoven. I think that's like the ceiling is Logan Stankoven, the stud out there in Carolina who bit the Avs many years with the Dallas Stars before being part of that Rantanen trade from Carolina to Dallas. I just don't know if he's there yet. So I would be willing to hear his name in trade talks if it brings in a guy like Kadri, if it brings in a guy like O'Reilly.
Any other young players that you could see some way, shape, or form linked to a possible outbound trade?
As trade chips for the Avs.
Drury?
No.
He's part of it.
He's part of it. Current players that are young, I don't know, man. Like,
really
they
Brindley.
love Malinsky. I don't think they want to move on from him, right? They moved on from Girard because they had Malinsky. The young players that you would have to add into this deal would be Brindley, Gulyayev, the Russian defenseman who's still playing in the Continental League, Ilya Nabokov, the young heir apparent goaltender. Now, they've got Scott Wedgwood signed, and they have Mackenzie Blackwood signed.
And Blackwood is now officially, do you think he's officially their first option?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Bednar said over the weekend?
Yep.
I think you're moving into 75%, 25% splits now.
Which is about where it started.
I'm cool with that.
When the two of them were on the roster at the same time. What has happened was Wedgwood has outperformed expectations.
Yes.
And at times he's looked not just to be worthy of some starts, but at times he's looked like he might be the guy that would get 75% of the ice time. But Mackenzie Blackwood is the higher profile netminder. And it's good to see that he is starting to get into that form at the right time.
His last 5 games have been great. He's lost 2 of his last 5, but he doesn't have a save percentage lower than .912 in those 5 games. He has a 28 save shutout against Detroit. He has a 2-0 loss in which he saved 23 of 24. There was an empty netter in that game as well, but he saved 23 of 25 against San Jose. He didn't have to do much against Chicago, but 14 of 15 against Chicago over the weekend. He's your number one. And I think Bednar is going to start to lean into that, which makes me think if you love Blackwood and he's extended, he has another 4 years left on his deal. You just extended Scott Wedgwood. I'm willing to hear Ilya Nabokov's name in trade deals as well. You want him? You want a young, cost-controllable Russian goaltender? You can have him. Give me a center.
Man, doesn't it feel like it was just eons ago that the Avs were dealing with sketchy net minding? Right now, I mean, look at Mackenzie Blackwood's third in goals allowed average at under 2.25.
Fantastic.
And then, dude, he's just a shade under 92% his save percentage. He's at 916. That is awesome.
When was the last game that Alexander Georgiev played for the Avalanche?
Georgiev?
Was he playing on the Avs as late as right now? I thought he was traded in like December. He was traded in December. And then Onninen was traded within 2 weeks. I think he was traded a little bit earlier than that, too.
Yeah, the juice started letting it loose.
Remember when we were talking about, like, does Justus Onninen need to be the starting goaltender for the Colorado Avalanche?
Well, then we started getting it. We started deep diving into what the Eagles had. Dial it up. Started looking at some Eagles numbers. Like, it's crazy to think how far that you have addressed what was one of the most concerning aspects. Like, isn't it? It's kind of nice to think that your biggest problem right now is your power play. Because at least you have the talent.
It's a first world problem.
You have the requisite talent to say, you can solve this. Whereas a year ago, going into with major pressure on Jared Bednar and company to deliver the goods in the postseason, and you were going in the last 2 years with some sketchy goalies.
I'm very confident. I know the goaltenders were the same in the postseason last year as they are now, right? They're the same guys.
Just hadn't been, it hadn't played itself out per se.
I'm confident that if the power play continues to be really bad, those guys are good enough to steal you a couple of games where they weren't quite there last year. Do I think they can win a cup with a 1.9% net power play since January 1st? Absolutely not. I do not think they can do it. They have to turn that thing around. What did I say? My number is 23% from the time that they got back from the Olympics until the end of the regular season. We are still very much behind that. They're 1 of 10 since then. Not great, Bob. Not great.
But it sure looked good when Nate McKinnon wasn't out there in PP1. That one glorious goal.
Same thing as the Nuggets. No one else knows what to do. It's the Nuggets looking at Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic and going, I shouldn't have the ball. You guys take it. And then when I get the ball and the shot clock's down to 3, 4, 5 seconds and I'm wide open, I brick it. The same thing happens with the Avs power play. Everyone else looks at Kale and Nate and you go, I shouldn't have the puck. You guys should have the puck. And then what happens when you're wide open on the back door? You whiff, you hit a post, you miss the net. Sorry, Nate, in the Olympics. Something's got to break between those two teams. Either the Nuggets start hitting wide open threes and they win games in clutch, or the Avs start to clip at 20, 25%. Something's going to change. Who's first? Who feels closer?
To me, the Nuggets don't feel anywhere close with their current injury situation. It's the Avs. And it's as simple as this, man. Nate McKinnon goes into Bedsy's office and says, hey, man, put me on PP2. I want to start seeing this power play work.
You and I know a different Nate. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. You can also use that number to text the keyword in RAPIDS, RAPIDS. That is RAPIDS to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Rapids take on Inter Miami and Lionel Messi. Don't miss it. RAPIDS to 303-504-0925. KJ's NFL Notes are next. Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. Some news from the Diamond in spring training. Kyle Freeland expected to pitch against Team USA tomorrow as they get ready for the World Baseball Classic. Did you know? Yeah, oh no was right. Him against Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh and Bryce Harper scares me. 25 days from opening day. 25 days. From baseball out there at Coors Field.
Man, I'm just excited to watch Zach Veen, because he is hitting bombs for the...
That was good. I appreciate
Zach
that.
McGuire. Zach Veen. Sorry. Zach Sosa.
Zach Bonds. Hey.
Oh, yes!
Was never named in the report.
That dude is
Who was that,
jacked.
Rafael Palmeiro?
He's hitting bombs, and you know what? Charlie Condon, man. Chug Nasty, man. The new Chug Nasty's kind of got a little something, man. Don't threaten me with a good time, Rockies.
KJ, what do you got?
According to Zach Stevens of DMVR, the Broncos have already started to make a push to keep Alex Singleton in Denver. A quote from his article, quote, "There might not be a bigger discrepancy between what a fan base believes a player will get and what the NFL believes a player will get in free agency than Alex Singleton. In NFL circles, Singleton is expected to not only be highly sought after, but receive a raise from his previous $6 million per year salary," and quote. What does this potentially say about what the Broncos feel about the 2026 rookie inside linebackers after the NFL Combine?
I don't know if I want to go all in on bringing Alex Singleton back.
It's going to cost way more than people thought. I thought all along, because of his pure numbers and production, the linebacker position, similar to Josie Jewell. I feel like you're in your Josie Jewell year where you just say, hey, it's probably not worth the extra $500,000 to $1 million over the top of what he's currently making to bring back an aging linebacker that is a tackling machine. But there are better ways for us to invest our money going forward.
Do you worry about moving on from him, and would you lose a little bit of the locker room because of like what he went through, what he's meant to that defense as a whole in terms of tackles?
I would.
But are the incumbents strong enough to fix that? The incumbent leaders.
That defense is strong in terms of locker room presence, the amount of guys I think the amount of respect that Nick Bonito got in a lot of those postseason awards within the Broncos organization, how he dealt with the media, how he dealt with leadership, he's probably a little further along from that standpoint of being a great locker room guy. Obviously, Pat Surtain's a fantastic locker room guy. I think Dre Greenlaw brings about that little bit of that grit, that bite that if he can stay healthy, he's the guy you want.
So what's your number on Singleton that you wouldn't be willing to go over?
I would not go over what his last contract was.
His last contract was average salary at $6 million, 3 years, 18.
I would ask him for a team friendly at 5.5.
Would you do the same? Would you copycat the deal?
Yeah, I would.
3 years, $6 million. And when he's 35, you go, I hope it's not so bad. And then you cut him after that.
I would ask Alex and his agent, hey, you want to win a title? We want you here. We want you to finish here. We love you. 5.5 average annual value. We'll make it incentivized. It'll be, if you're available, you're on the field, you're reaching these benchmarks. We'll take care of you. And then they'll come back and say, we're not going to do that.
I mean, if someone's going to pay him $8 a year, Spotrac has his value at like 5 or something, just shy of that, and I think that's a little low. But if someone's going to pay him $7 or $8 million a year, I can't do it, and then I'll use the 30 pick on an inside linebacker.
And if he goes and gets $7 or $8 million at another team,
I will applaud it.
Dude,
and I will
we
root
will
for
root
him
for him
forever.
He's a Bronco. He's a stud. He was an undrafted free agent. He freaking battled testicular cancer in the middle of a playoff run. Guy's an absolute stud, but business is business, man. You have to separate the two to a certain extent. And signing a somewhat, I hate to say it, that he's an aging linebacker.
He's 33.
But he's older in a position that typically those guys don't play into their upper 30s. So you have to look at what's the best investment for the team. And the best investment of the team is if he wants to come back and make similar to money, ideally slightly less money, then you bring back Alex Singleton. Otherwise, you let him go to the next spot and you root him on.
KJ, what's next?
I like Goon.
According to ESPN insider Adam Schefter, the Minnesota Vikings have informed veteran running back Aaron Jones that he will be released as a starter of the new league year on March 11th if no trade materializes. Schefter noted that Jones's release would save Minnesota $7.75 million against the salary cap. The Broncos were loosely tied to Jones last offseason before he ultimately signed a 2-year deal in Minnesota. So I wanted to ask you guys, how would you feel about Aaron Jones compared to J.K. Dobbins as either a 1A or 1B?
Too slight. Like Aaron Jones is, especially when you see him in person, he's not the guy that you want as your every down back, especially at this stage of his career. If you do sign an Aaron Jones and you say, you know what, we're going to sign two guys with somewhat recent injury history. Well, one's already signed in J.K. Dobbins, but the two of them are 1A, 1B. He probably could account for 17 games between the two of them. It'd be all right.
You just hope that it's not the same 17 games.
Right. You'd be all right.
You weren't in love with him a couple of years ago when he left Green Bay, and I asked you that same question. You had the same answer.
He feels a little bit more like in that R.J. Harvey world of slider. I know RJ's not slight. He's pretty slapped together, but pass catcher, kind of your change of pace kind of guy. And I know Aaron Jones has been a one back.
He has 4 seasons of 1,000 yards. 2019, 2020, 2022, 2024. He had the one season where he went off for 16 touchdowns in his third year in the NFL with Green Bay. The relative average for him outside of that year is about 5 touchdowns on the ground a year and maybe
8 or 9.
Yeah, maybe 800 or 900 yards.
Sounds a little bit like JK, doesn't it?
I don't know if I want him here. I'd rather go hard at Kenneth Walker. I'd rather go hard at Travis Etienne. The Jets still haven't tagged.
It hasn't happened.
Breece Hall.
It's all been verbalized.
So that's still there. They still haven't
how long
tagged
do they
him.
have? It's got to be coming up here pretty soon.
The tag deadline in the NFL is
It's either today or tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain.
We're going to find out on Breesy.
How nice would that be? As if that comes and goes and he's not tagged. He's going to get tagged. They'd be dumb not to.
I think they'd be dumb too.
Why?
Because they have so much.
Yeah, but it's 1 year. Like, you have to have competent football players.
But what does he do for 1 year? You got to start this. You got to start this reclamation project, this complete rebuild at some point. I don't know.
Tag and trade?
I like that.
KJ, what's next?
I like Goon. What does Goon mean? Why are you guys making fun of me?
You tell us, Coach.
I was talking about hockey players that like to stir it up.
That description isn't for mixed company.
Okay. All right.
There was a trade earlier this morning. The Texans are acquiring running back David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions for a 2026 fourth, O-lineman Juice Scruggs, and a 2027 7th-round pick. Montgomery had 2,506 yards rushing and 33 touchdowns in 3 seasons with the Lions. Obviously, this is after his time with Chicago, who he spent 4 seasons with prior after being drafted there in 2019. I also want to note, Detroit will have Jahmyr Gibbs eligible for a contract extension this offseason as well. So let me ask you guys this. Who will benefit more from this trade, the Texans or Jahmyr Gibbs?
The Texans. Jahmyr Gibbs was always going to get paid. It was so very clear he is the running back. The Texans with him and Joe Mixon in the backfield is really nice. David Montgomery, when he is healthy, is a battering ram at 5'11", 235. A battering ram. Now, the question is, at 29 years old, coming off of a couple of injuries in 2023 and 2024 and not playing as much as expected at the end of last season, what does he still have left in the tank? He's going to be a really good number 2 behind Joe Mixon next year, assuming Mixon is healthy.
Yeah. I wouldn't have mind the Denver Broncos getting in on the David Montgomery sweepstakes, but clearly that ship has passed.
I would have liked Montgomery over Aaron Jones.
Yes. Body type. body type, solid body. He's a pile mover.
Been pretty healthy for his entire career.
He really
man.
has, but think about what they've done there, though. They've had a two-headed monster for majority of it, too.
Did they have a two-headed monster in Chicago, too, when he was there? Who was his second running back in Chicago when he was going off for 1,000 yards?
Was it Swift?
In 2020, I'm going to take a quick peek at their running backs. Their rushers were not really. Cordell Patterson was their second. He only had 232. Wasn't bad, but only 232 yards that year. The following season in 2021, their number 2 back in terms of rushing yards, Khalil Herbert.
Yeah.
At 23. Sure. I wouldn't call it 1A, 1B, but that is a bell cow and a really solid second back. He would have looked good in orange and blue.
He would have. But moving on.
KJ.
I like Goon.
The Kansas City Chiefs informed right tackle Jawan Taylor that he will be released before the start of the NFL's new league year, barring a trade. The move will save the Chiefs $20 million against the salary cap and will allow them to be under the cap when the league year starts March 11th. It marks the latest cap trimming move by the Chiefs, who also released veteran defensive end Mike Dana as well. Who do we think the Chiefs are positioning to get this offseason beyond them just obviously trying to get under the cap for cap compliance sake?
One of the running backs, without a doubt. One of those 3 backs, if they all come to market, Kansas City's got to be checking the tires. They got to be kicking on them right now. They're going to find a way to get a tight end. We said the doomsday scenario is they sign Kenneth Walker in the offseason and they get Kenyon Sadiq at number 9 to be the heir apparent for Travis Kelce. And then 6 games into the season, Patrick Mahomes is healthy and he takes over a 3-3 Chiefs team. That is doomsday for Broncos fans. They had to get under the cap, but that's what they're doing it for.
Yeah, and they're in a good position right now. They have franchise quarterback that's going to be coming back from health, and they got a really good draft pick in what appears to be a better draft class than was probably forecast as it relates to workouts. A lot of really good, a lot of good speed, a lot of guys that jump. I will say this, though, about the NFL Combine. These trainers and these specialized gyms are getting so good at preparing these individuals for these combines. It's just, if you compare it to 20 years ago, it's night and day. How quickly they transit. And you know what else is happening? A lot of these players aren't even playing the final several games of their college careers because it's essentially over.
And they're just going and training for pro days and combines.
And so they're adding essentially two months to what used to be a pretty tight window of about, it used to be about like 2 months period. Now it's like for some of these guys, it's 4.5, 5 months of just working on one thing. And that's, I got to jump this high.
I got to jump 45 inches in the air.
Or I got to run this fast. I mean, you can't just manufacture that, but you can certainly, you can improve it.
KJ, one more.
I like Goon.
As the coverage of the NFL Combine is coming to an end, ESPN had a few notes after this weekend regarding the Vikings quarterback situation. This is according to Dan Graziano. The odd quarterback landscape of this offseason makes it difficult to predict where the Vikings land, but if and when someone such as Geno Smith or Kyler Murray gets cut, I could see Minnesota pursuing that kind of passer on a low-cost, one-year prove-it deal. If the Vikings don't land that type of quarterback, they'd probably pivot to the older free agents in that group, such as Joe Flacco, former Viking Kirk Cousins, and yes, Aaron Rodgers, whom they discussed bringing in last offseason before deciding against it. And quote, have the Vikings given up on J.J. McCarthy, or could sitting him 1 year actually save him?
I don't think you sit him, and I don't think you give up on him yet, right? He's got to show in a healthy season, what can he do?
Yeah, DMac said last night on Altitude After Dark that it came out that Minnesota's already moved on from J.J. McCarthy. I don't
10
see
games
that.
is enough? 10 games is enough to tell you what he can do?
I don't see that being realistic unless they just think he's an absolute tool. But man, the guy he's a champion. He's a winner. Every single place that he's been at in his career as a high school kid at University of Michigan, the guy's been a winner. I still think I don't think that J.J. McCarthy and the story in Minnesota is already written. I think that J.J. is going to be fine.
I'm not sure that you move on from that guy. I think you give him one more season, see what he can do, and then you get to choose whether or not you're going to take the club option after 2027. If you don't like what you see, what do? You cut him. And he's a $3.1 million dead cap in his final year. And you go, someone else can have that problem. We swung, we missed. It sucked. Big deal. You don't get rid of him 10 games in. I don't think he's shown enough one way or the other that he is or is not a starter in this league. It feels like the sample size is way too small for him. Now, what he has working against him is the injury thing. Can't stay healthy. And that is your biggest thing going against J.J. McCarthy is can you stay on the field? KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, in Louisville, in Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And you can find them online at mountainhighappliance.com. A double dip today on Altitude Sports Radio. You can find the Nuggets and the Jazz starting at 6:30 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kaz has tipped just after 7. And then on AM 950, I'll have pregame for you guys starting at 8 p.m. Puck drops slightly after 8:30 between the Avs and the Kings, the first of a back-to-back for Colorado as they start a 3-game road trip. That's the coach. I'm Raj. KJ's behind the glass. Don't miss the rest of the day. PhD from 12 to 3, Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 today, and we're giving away Rapids tickets. Text Rapids to 303-504-0925, and you could win a pair to go see the Pids take on Lionel Messi.
Yeah, and Luis Suarez, and protect your shoulders. Yeah, we're shoulder protectors, harnesses.
Giving away tickets next. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow all day long on the 20s for another Avs Ticket Tuesday. It's a big one. We're giving away 5 pairs of tickets for the Avs as they'll take on the Minnesota Wild. It all starts at 6:20 a.m. with Brett Kane. Keywords every single hour on the 20s, all day long, every single show as we wrap up a Monday edition of the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy with you guys. Hand things off to PhD. We've been talking a whole bunch about the Nuggets and the Avalanche and what happened in Indianapolis over the weekend with the freaks on the field. Lost in all of that for a little bit was a tragedy up in Boulder. University of Colorado quarterback Dominique Ponder died in a single car crash on Sunday morning in Boulder, lost control of his car up on Baseline Road and collided with a telephone pole and lost his life at the young age of 23 years old.
Absolutely tragic. And I woke up yesterday morning, one of my former walk-on quarterbacks at CU that I coached, all-time great kid, Colton Allen, was just completely crushed about this and posted the pictures of them together in their journey, and just felt like it was, man, just life is fragile. And when you go through these types of moments, I went through one of them myself at UNLV, one of my first 2 years as a coach, one of my scout team defensive linemen. His life was ended tragically as well. So never easy. Never, especially on the first day of spring ball. CU decided to go forward with day one of spring practice today, and obviously saw some of the media that's already come out from there. Both Brendan Marion, new offensive coordinator, discussing the impact of Dom on his teammates, and then Ben Finiseth, another one of my favorite walk-ons from that CU team back in 22, talking about the impact of losing a teammate that they love so dearly. So thoughts and prayers to that family and to the CU football family as well.
New athletic director Fernando Lovo says in a statement he epitomized the values of passion, enthusiasm, leadership, toughness, and intelligence that were revered by his teammates and coaches alike. Our hearts go out to his family and all of his teammates during this difficult time. Again, Dominique Ponder passes at the age of 23 in a single car wreck in Boulder on Sunday morning. We've got a double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. The Nuggets back at it, looking for a bounce back against the Jazz. 6:30 p.m. on 92.5. Berto will have your pregame show. I'll be over on AM 950 for a late night matchup in Los Angeles as the Avs take on the Kings. 8 p.m. pregame show, 8:30 or just after 8:30 puck drop with Connor McGahey. You can listen to that game worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. This is a game that you kind of, I don't want to say guarantee. You almost guarantee Denver's going to win this one against a really bad team in Utah. I don't think it can erase what happened over the weekend to Minnesota and Oklahoma City, any type of win, but these are the ones that you have to have if you want any hope of catching Houston in the number 3 seed. Absolutely have to. You can't drop a game to an 18-win Jazz
and you know
team.
what? To be completely fair, the Nuggets are not going to drop this game. They need to take care of business against a team that we heard all morning on the morning show on MLK. It's a team in the Utah Jazz that are truly trying to get a pick and better their opportunities to get a top 2 lottery draft pick. So they do not want to win basketball games. You got to win the game, but it's not going to tell you anything.
Denver trails Houston by a game for the 3 seed. They trail Minnesota by a game for the 4 seed after that loss on Sunday. They are a half game up on the Lakers, who currently sit in the 6 seed. The Suns, now they do have a game in hand. The Suns are 2.5 games back of Denver, currently sitting in the 7. I still think the play-in line is, like, there's no way you actually get there. I think there's too much ground between you and Phoenix, despite the game in hand. You're too good to fall into the play. You're way too good to fall into the play-in. Current games remaining for Denver. Do you play Phoenix? You play Phoenix on Tuesday, March the 24th on the road. That is an NBC game.
That's a big one.
9 p.m. Late one out there in the desert against Phoenix. So you have one game against Phoenix. You still have the toughest remaining schedule in the league.
So if we're going off of recent results.
Yes.
The last 10 games against teams with a winning record, you are 1-9.
Not great.
How many remaining teams are you playing with a winning record?
LA, New York, Houston, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, LA again, Phoenix, Golden State, San Antonio, OKC, 12, either 12, 13, or between 12 and 14. Something like that.
Of the remaining 20?
Something like that.
Not good, Bob. Better start winning some of those games against teams that are good.
You're not getting blown out. You are in those games. You're just failing in clutch time.
I think you're failing in some of those games. If we watched the Timberwolves games, you're failing in the parts of games that even give you a chance to get to clutch time. Something's got to give, or you're going to watch a massive disappointment for a Nuggets team that started this season with the deepest bench in the history of this franchise. And I know it's been tested, but something's got to give. And we've got to continue to ignore the excuses and come forth with solutions. And that's what David Adelman's got to do. That's what the players around Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray have to do. I need more of Tim Hardaway Jr. energy and less Cam Johnson type energy.
Avs back at it tonight. First of a back-to-back. They'll take on the LA Kings tonight. They'll take on the Anaheim Ducks tomorrow. Joe Quenneville, former Avalanche head coach, getting his 1,000th win in the NHL late last week. The NHL's trade deadline is 1 p.m. on Friday. The Avs have $10 million of cap space to work with. One of the number one trade chips on the market in terms of centermen, Olympic gold medalist Vinny Trocheck, currently with the New York Rangers. It came out today. He will not be traded to a Western Conference team. So that shortens the amount of centermen that are available to the Avalanche, the Dallas Stars, as well as the Minnesota Wild, who are the three teams right now in the mix for almost every big-name centerman. One of them gets taken off of the list. Trocheck will not be traded by former Av Chris Drury out to a Western Conference team, Trocheck citing family reasons. So he may be traded, he's just not coming west. He's not going to the Avs, he's not going to the Wild, he's not going to the Stars. So that means pony up for Nazem Kadri and Ryan O'Reilly. If you want a centerman, you got to bring some big guns and some big trade chips.
You want O'Reilly or Kadri?
I want O'Reilly.
Would you be okay if Dallas has Kadri and you get O'Reilly?
Yes.
You're good.
I would hate it because Kadri and Rantanen are both in Dallas, but I think you are good enough.
Dallas have anybody else from that cup run?
With the Avs?
Is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I mean, those are two pretty big pieces.
I understand that.
It would hurt me. I talked about Kaz getting kicked in the nads. It'd be a kick in the nads.
Would not be ideal.
Now, would you feel the same way if Kadri went to Minnesota? Minnesota's a good hockey team.
They
saw that a couple of nights ago. They are missing. That's the one thing they don't have is a bona fide center. Now, is Naz Kadri a number one center right now?
Probably not.
Is he a number two?
Who is 1C right now for Minnesota?
Joel Eriksson Ek. I think he is a mid to bottom tier number one center in the league. If you have Joel Eriksson,
is Nazem Kadri an upgrade over Eriksson Ek?
No,
he's not.
No, Naz is a solid second center right now in the league. He is more fitted
He'd be
to
an
being
elite
an
3C.
elite 3C,
Yep.
which O'Reilly would be as well. I think the Avs would be good enough with O'Reilly at center. And he's way more edible at 1 year remaining at $4.5 million than 3 years remaining at $7 million.
So I have the ability to do some cap math.
Cap math.
And I can find my goon. So I can get my goon and on.
You can get your goon. The other guy who...
Give me Evander Kane and Ryan O'Reilly.
I've heard a lot of people
and we'll
talking...
We'll goon till the cows come home.
I've heard a lot of people talking about Bobby McMahon out of Toronto. If Toronto decides to fire sale, Bobby McMahon's a fun, physical, fast winger as well. He's not as much of a bag as Evander Kane is, but he plays that type of role. He is physical, not afraid to back down from a fight.
Raj, hockey guy's been pretty active today on Shot Moss text line.
Yeah,
and
what's up?
The hockey guy does not love Evander Kane here in Colorado. I would tell you this. If you have unbelievably deeply rooted hatred of said player, You probably want that guy on your team because then he would be that same punchable face for opponents for a franchise right now in Colorado that has so many great pieces, just doesn't necessarily have that real grit and bite as of today.
That'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford and for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 p.m. prior to a little bit of a Birdo's Blitz. 6:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5 for the Nuggets and the Jazz.
Tonight.
I'll have pregame on AM 950 for the Avs and the Kings. Thank you, Birdo, starting at 8 p.m. Before we're out of here, congratulations to Nick Oakes.
Nick Oakes, certified gooner himself.
You're going to see the Rapids take on Inter Miami and the biter, Luis Suarez. And hopefully Lionel Messi. If you guys didn't win with us, don't worry. You can win with PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you can hang out for the next 3 hours with one of the biggest goons that we all know, and that's Darren McKee.
Love you guys. Talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Double dibble daroo.
I like goon.
Well, I got 5 guys from the Combine, Tyler. I'll run past you. 5 guys.
Is that right?
Yeah.
5 guys.
5 guys. I'm like a hamburger place. I got 5 guys. But including a quarterback. But we'll get there in a little bit. I call it I think the Avs and Nuggets, Tyler, have an identity crisis right now, both teams. And they're both a little bit different. Because, at the end of the day, the Avs are still in first place and got games in hand and whatever. But their power play, of course, remains atrocious. Coming back from the break, they're 1 for 10. Now, they almost got a power play the other day, but Cale Makar scored when there was 4 seconds after it had expired. It's funny because you get the power play, but you also get a few seconds after a power play expires because it just takes a couple seconds for the guy from the box to get back into the play, depending on where the puck is. It can work to your advantage. And the Avs used that and Cale scored, so it was pseudo a power play, but still 1 for 10. And Nathan McKinnon's in a weird, I don't know what to say, man. He's just in a weird headspace. But that is nothing. Nothing compared to where the Nuggets are, as we hear from our good friend Scott Hastings, who's with the team in Utah. Scotty, yeah, I mean, if you can't win tonight, we could, shut down the season, I suppose. But that being said, what's your takeaway from the past couple of Nuggets games? I have some Cam Johnson to play for you.
Well, I saw that video.
You want me to just play it?
Well, you can, because I was going to crap on him until I saw that video today.
What? Well, what do you want me to do first?
Well, no, I'll just say, listen, the last 3 games you've had on national TV, Golden State, OKC, and Minnesota. Now, I thought you played pretty good against OKC. I mean, that's just you played a really tough team and just kind of did what you did. But saying that, you had 2 of your starters, again, and I'm talking about Strother and Cam, go. I think Cam was 0 for 6 that game, and I think Strother was 1 for 7. The Golden State game, they were 2 for 7 and 1 for 7 each. The game against Minnesota, I think Strother had 2 points. Cam was 0 for 6. And we've talked about, all the last couple of weeks, and we had it even verified by Dan Hyatt's notes, and we also had it verified by Adelman, just looking for that third option. What a great opportunity for Cam, and just, I'll be honest with you, he's playing bad. I mean, he's not playing good. And that's killed him. I think it killed him in the Golden State game. I think it killed him in the ending of Oklahoma City. If you remember, he had 2 wide open threes. He hits either one in regulation, they win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play good against Minnesota, 0 for 6. And I don't know if the lights are too big or if it's just, the time of year he's worn out. I don't know.
Well, yesterday we were told he has a bad ankle.
It's tough to watch.
He came out of the game, right? Did he come out of the game, Minnesota game, with kind of limping a little bit? So,
yeah.
There was a book written years ago when I played, so that tells you how long ago this was. It was a business book out of a Harvard guy or an Oxford guy or something, and he called it a loser's limp, and he equated it to football, Tyler. So you'll appreciate this in the book. The quote in the book was basically, "Have you never seen the cornerback or defensive back that gets beat, and as he beats, he starts pulling up limping?" And it wasn't so much that he was hurt; it was that he wanted to let everybody know
there
that
had to be a reason.
An excuse.
Yeah.
And his basic premise in business, his basic, as he was rating it to business, is there aren't excuses. You either do or you don't. And, there's bad decisions are made. There's bad games you're going to play. And Cam Johnson is playing horrific right now, and not to sugarcoat it. We're going to talk a little bit about it today in the pregame, and I will sugarcoat it in the pregame.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, I will sugarcoat because listen, we know he's capable, but and then I saw that video you sent that we're going to play here in a second, Darren.
Yes.
And guess what? Guess what else? And I do appreciate this. He knows.
Oh, ain't no doubt about that. I think that's part of the biggest issue.
But Tyler, have you not seen dudes that are sucking ass, playing terrible, and they refuse to come to terms with it and never admit it? Wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's really, really tough. We saw this. Gosh, who was why am I drawing a blank on the pitcher with the Rockies last year that was just terrible? Then he came out and he talked about how he lost all his confidence. The next day he got chopped.
It was Zach Agnos.
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
And so Zach comes out, and we're all like, why doesn't the guy just act like he sucks? Well, then he comes out and he says it, and next day he gets chopped. And from an organizational point of view,
oh no, that wasn't Zach Agnos. I'm sorry. Yeah. Who was that? Oh, it was the guy that we traded for Arenado. It was that guy. Gosh darn it,
Gomber?
Dan.
Was it
Gomber? It was Gomber.
Okay.
It was absolutely Gomber. That's right.
Right.
I'm terrible. I have this. I don't have that. And yeah.
Well, sometimes that's why you don't do it, and that's what we just watched from a Nuggets perspective. We're watching that unfold here with a basketball player instead of a baseball player. And when you say these things in a public forum, sometimes you're like, yeah, that's what we want to hear. But then the organization sees it, and they're like, oh, man, that's what's really going on from a deep, deep-rooted psychological perspective. And that's a tough thing to navigate for both a player and an organization.
I didn't take it as bad as Gomber's quotes, but I took it at a guy who's beat and is beating himself up and really needs a mental boost somewhere because, dude, I mean, if we're going on again, David Adam's timeline, that starts Wednesday.
All right, so
right? The Lakers come in town, and that starts Wednesday. You got a quarter of the season left on Wednesday, and that's a lot of time, and that's plenty of time.
Well,
but you got a quarter of the season left on Wednesday, and that was David Adam's timeline.
Clearly, if his ankle really is hurt, he shouldn't be playing tonight, right? I mean, my goodness, you can't turn around that quickly with your hurt ankle.
No.
So he should be out.
Now, saying this also for other people, because I've heard other people do stuff, not lately. Boys, we got a guy in this team that wants to win, though, don't we?
Oh, who's that?
Joker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He was pissed off yesterday after the game.
I mean,
he was all pissed off.
And you want to go look at his games in these losses? Is it because of him?
No, but he's got to cut down on the turnovers. He ain't perfect, and he's not.
He ain't perfect. Yeah, I guess you're right. With 35, 20, and 12, I think he only had one turnover that game though. But
yesterday he had 5.
No, that was a couple games ago.
Listen, Scott, he's the MVP of the league, so I'm not going to sit here and try to be critical of Nikola Jokic, who's still right now today for a fading Nuggets team, still the odds-on favorite for MVP. Okay, clearly it's not his fault. Well, yesterday
but we need somebody to step up now. It's getting time.
Well, after the game, he was like, hopefully people care. Like, there's, can this be a good thing? While we find out who cares or not. All right, we can compare and contrast a little bit. Dan found the Gomber quote, and I've got Cam Johnson. You ready for a little this or that?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, here's Gomber.
Like I said, it just doesn't. I don't really have a lot of belief in what I'm doing, so just kind of searching, as we go. So it's a tough place to be, out there trying to, figure out what's going to work on the fly. But that's just kind of what I have right now. So, we're trying to find something to grab onto and go with. But right now I'm just struggling to find that.
Okay.
Hey, I'm going to apologize to Tyler because you know what, Tyler? It did sound very similar.
Well,
didn't it?
Well, here we go. Here's Cam Johnson.
A lot of things, man. There's a lot of things. One is understanding that you've been through it before. Understanding that, every time that you felt down that, don't really feel like you're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Just feel like you just keep letting yourself down, letting your teammates down, that every time that's happened, I've been able to turn it around, get back on track some way, somehow. Hasn't knocked me out of the game completely yet. Hasn't forced me to hang it up, hasn't forced me to, miss every shot for the rest of my career. So I just got to kind of continue on with that trust and continue to work and forget about it.
Oh, my God, that sounds identical.
Yep. I apologize to Tyler. He was 127% right.
It sounds like the same guy.
You know,
and you know what?
So what do you do with it?
And I don't. I'm trying to charge.
Rockies
I'm
got
trying
rid
to
of him.
charge my laptop up so I can see you guys, or my pad.
Mm-hmm.
But just listening.
Oh yeah.
Both dudes were
Totally.
trying to do everything they could to hold it together.
Yeah, they're almost crying.
Right?
Yeah, emotionally. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do I get to bring up money or not?
Well, if you want to, I mean, it doesn't matter if Strother ain't making no money and he's playing bad too. So
I'm just wondering because
if
sometimes
Strother was playing great, you'd win games.
you guys get a little sensitive when I bring up money sometimes.
Well, look, we know what it is. I mean, you're making a lot of money, and the expectations are sky high. So when you make a lot of money, that's the way it's going to be. I know what you're going
adds
to do.
to the pressure. I will give you this, Darren, that it adds to the pressure. I think it adds to pressures that the players that have consciousness too.
Pressure is a privilege. You've earned the pressure, correct?
Yep, there you go. That's
And listen, and another one is like, is you is who you are now, or is you is who you was? So on the year, like Cam Johnson's shooting 39.3% from three, or his career rather. His career is 39.3. This season, 40.6. Well,
that's not much difference.
Okay, all right, but it's good from three. What do you want to be from three? That's pretty good, right?
Well, the old adage was 38 or above.
So he's above that, and he was actually pretty tremendous for a good chunk of time. Through my guy Bennett there from the Post points out.
When? I don't remember this.
November 17th through February 20th, his first 5 games back from knee injury, averaged 14.1 points, 4.1 rebounds, 2.5 assists on 50.5% shooting from the field, and 50.5 from three, 83.3 from the line. So over 50% from the field and from three. Okay, well, that's pretty good for a good chunk of time. Even Adelman said we were really leaning on Cam Johnson and Hardaway Jr. through that stretch without Jokic. Well, Jokic is back and they're 5-8.
Yeah, you know what? You're also leaving out in that stretch, though, the beginning of the season when it was god-awful and we just got rid of Michael Porter Jr. and we're all sitting there watching Cam and we're like, oh, gosh, he just needs some time. Give him some time to integrate with the offense. Give him some time to learn the guys, all those sorts of things. So we've been through multiple ebbs and flows in the cycle of this season already.
But saying that, you're right. What day was it? November what?
November 17th.
So you're talking about the first 2 weeks of the season, right there.
Hey man, I'm not trying to prop up Cam Johnson because to me this is not.
No, he's got to play better.
He's got to play better if he plays at all. I mean,
Listen,
I'll tell you this. You had 39 minutes between Strother and Johnson yesterday. Jalen Pickett came in and scored 4 points in like 5 seconds, and you got 2 points out of those two dudes. And the second unit was so abysmal in the second quarter yesterday. Yep. As David Adelman said, it's inexcusable how bad it was. So, all right, well we'll dig into it.
Well, and you know what? You had to go to overtime to Oklahoma City, and in Oklahoma City, to start the second quarter was a 12-2 run, and to start the fourth quarter was 11-2.
Well, we'll get to.
So there's a 23-4 run in a game you had to take to overtime.
Well, we'll get to Oklahoma City and Dirty Lou Dort and everything that's going on there. I think with both teams, the Nuggets and Avs, they both have 2 different identity crises. A little bit more serious with the Nuggets. We do have a double dip tonight with the Nuggets at the Jazz. That's on 92.5 pregame at 6:30. 8 o'clock, Avs at Kings. That's on AM 950.
With a new coach.
Yeah, they just blew out their coach. But sometimes you get like a new coach bounce. Yeah, that happens too. So that ain't an easy one. It's PhD here on 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Saw some folks from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at the Nuggets game yesterday. That was a blast. Great to see you guys. Thank you so much for what you do for all the people that need your help. And that's thousands of men over the past decade. And when it comes to erectile dysfunction, that can take a serious toll on your personal life, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on partners that can feel overwhelmed. ED does not have to continue impacting your relationship if you get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. And if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. So schedule a consult. That visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations in the Colorado area: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Nuggets fans, blood donations needed every day to help patients here in Colorado and around your community. Vitalent and the Nuggets are going to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets. That's VITALANT.org/Nuggets or at any Vitalant donation center. In fact, I just downloaded the Vitalant, it's Vitalant little app just a second ago as well. But you can check in any of their donation centers as well. All during the month of March, you can win an autographed Nuggets jersey. Go to vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Boys, I got in with these guys about 6-7 weeks ago, donated 18 ounces.
Wow.
A pint.
Nice.
I think I did a pint. Well, here's the funny thing. When you go to a bar and order a pint, sometimes they're not giving you the full pint. They're giving you a couple ounces later. But when you go to Vitalant, they take a pint. They're going to get their pint. Just let you know that.
All right. There you go. Scott Hastings.
They haven't gone cheap, in other words, DMac. They haven't gone cheap on you.
Okay, good. Well, that's important.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well, and you're helping others.
Well, that's always a good thing.
Do you guys ever donate blood? Have you guys done that?
Sure. I've done it in the past.
Did it a couple months ago at Vitalant.
There you go. Let's go. I'm getting scheduled for the 28th. I'll be in there. So if anybody is out there, say hey.
Hey. I said hey to you on Friday night as you were watching the assassin, Lou Dort.
There. Dort thrown out of the game.
Well, I told you in the first half there have been a lot of video and film out of Lou Dort doing some really dirty stuff. And so I think he's got a reputation that is starting to grow. I didn't know if it deemed to be ejectable. I don't know about that. But this may be more of a history thing. This might be more of a Draymond Green kind of reputation thing. Watch Dort. He sees Joker's run and not looking. He just kind of hip checks him into the hip, unnecessary. Especially at a leg and a guy who was out with a bad knee for a while. And then you got two mad bulls going at each other inside.
Now the crowd.
Man, what an environment after the game, Joker.
Obviously, it was a chippy game. What was your perspective on the foul Dort committed?
It is what it is. I'm not going to comment. It's unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction. There is no such a thing. I think they're not supposed to be those things on the basketball floor. So it was just an unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction by me.
Yesterday after the game, Joker was asked about it, and he said, I declined to comment. I don't want to talk about it. So he's done with it, Scott. But that environment was wild on Friday in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it was.
What was it like in person?
It was loud. Listen, they're. It's really the only kind of. Well, Utah used to have it like that too, and especially when they're good. It's a college atmosphere, right? I mean, they don't have any other pro sports really in Oklahoma. They have a fervor for Cardinals baseball and Dallas Cowboys. Some of them will take the Chiefs. But it's a college-like environment. They are rowdy and loud. And they know how to cheer, and it was fun, man. It was a cool thing to be in. After the skirmish, every time Joker touched the ball, he got booed, and I'm like, dude, I remember, in Pepsi and McNichols and Ball Arena when guys would come in there, right, and that we hated you. Kobe's the most that comes to mind the most. Boo, boo, boo. So. No, that was cool.
I was hoping the moment was going to lead to a win because it's always more fun when you've got a moment that rallies the troops, so to speak. But it was a fun game to watch just from a pure entertainment point of view. I mean, it was chippy the whole time. I love that Twitter was a blast after that game. Yeah, I know, Scott. I'm on Twitter. Twitter was a blast after that game, getting all the memes of Joker and the faces and all the different memes that were going on, the captions and everything. But between SGA, the foul baiting, the cheap shots, throwing the ball, all of that. God, man, I guess I hate that team. I officially hate that team.
Well, then the coach, Daigneault, was like, I guess any time anybody just runs down the court and trips, it should be a flagrant two. Like he's like outraged by the fact that his guy threw a cheap shot at Joker's knee after coming back from an injury. It's like, oh my God, dude. They are a pretty hateable team right around now. They're a pretty hateable team. And I mean, dirty is all dirty gets there, Scott. Dirty is all dirty gets, man. That's something, man. We haven't seen something like that in a minute.
Especially when you see that first angle, he goes out of his way to put a hip right into the left leg of Joker. And I was saying that earlier in the game. I said, watch him come off screens. This guy's kind of getting a reputation of being a little dirty, a little aggressive. He'll flop off screens up top, which he end up getting a foul later on in the game. I mean, there's a whole video out, hey, Tyler, on social media. There's a whole video out on Lou Dort kind of dirty plays. He did the same type of stuff to Wemby in a game in against San Antonio. So, I'd mentioned that in the first half, and hey, this guy's starting to get a little reputation. And then, I still don't know if that's ejectable, but it's a flagrant foul for sure.
Well,
Daigneault, but Tyler, to answer your question, Tyler, yes, Daigneault is a little bi too, in my opinion, and somebody may have hit their cop button and said, "Shut up and sit down," when he was right in front of their broadcast position, but I don't really know who that was.
Okay. Okay, so you had a good win against Boston. You had that emotional game. By the way, Tyler, you said, it would be great if they could have won the game. They could have won the game if Cam Johnson hit a wide open three.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how that would have ended. Could have ended at least. And then they don't even play oh, by the way, we didn't even talk about Hartenstein punching Jamal in the face. That was something. That was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think he did that on purpose, but he caught him pretty good.
Okay. All right. And then our guy Val was throwing elbows, and oh my God, can you imagine the fight between Jonas Valanciunas and Bones Highland? How do you think that would go? But you know what? Hey, to Bones' credit, he didn't care. He got in the big man's face. Bones was great yesterday for Minneapolis, for Minnesota. I'll get it right eventually. But he was great. He was everything that we would wanted out of Strother, or I don't know, probably not Cam Johnson, but Strother for sure. And he was big in their win. And they, by the way, Minnesota just played that game like a playoff game. They played 8 dudes, 3 guys off the bench. That's that. You know why, Scott? Because they know who they are. Yep. And there's no identity crisis there. They know exactly who they are. And yeah, okay, Anthony Edwards scored 21 points. So what? He piled up the points when they mattered most, and he didn't even care. I'm being doubled. I'll go to somebody else. We're just all right, Joker, take 50 shots. You and Jamal. Take about 60 shots between the two of you, and let's see how we work out. And then Adelman's afterwards, Adelman's like, I don't know. I don't want to do this. I don't want to play this rotation like this. What choice do I have?
Well,
wow,
and listen,
all right, cool.
and we said Cam, has got to play better. So you lose your 3 or 4 position, whatever he's playing. Strother's starting at 2. You kind of lose any quality from that. Hardaway was okay off the bench, but let's be honest. Jonas in the last handful of games has not played great either. And do you want to play games where, Joker's playing 39-plus minutes and Val's only playing 9. But again, like I told you, and I don't know the runs we're going to do something with it today, but the runs in Oklahoma City, I remember, were 12-2 and 11-2. I mean, you're down 23-4 on 2 runs when the second unit comes in the game, and you go to overtime in a close loss. I mean, that's 19 points in a playoff atmosphere, right? So anyway, it is what it is. But again, I'll say this: you're going on Coach Adelman's timeline. That timeline starts on Wednesday when you've got a quarter of the season left. You're down to a quarter of the season.
One thing we've really learned about Jonas is it's all about matchups for that guy, isn't it? I mean, if he's got the right matchup, he seems like he is a tremendous asset for this team. Then there's just other matchups that it's like, oh God, that does not work well for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, yeah, probably right. I think that's probably right with everybody a little bit, but yeah, he's struggling too. They need him better also.
I don't think the Nuggets will dip down to the play-in. They still have 2.5 games on Phoenix, but they could end up the number 6 seed for sure. And yeah, this is a gimme tonight. It should be. Oh my God, I can't imagine them losing tonight. But okay, it's Utah tonight. But check this out: Lakers, Knicks, Thunder, Rockets, Spurs, Lakers, Sixers, and then what should be a relatively easy game, but it's not because it's a back-to-back and it's a one-off in Memphis. Then Toronto, Portland, and it eases up a little bit. But you got a stretch here where they are 1-9 in their last 10 against playoff teams. 1-9, 5-8,
and that was Boston.
yeah. How about that? And so 5-8 with Joker coming back. 16-12 at home. You want me to keep going? And then after the Utah game, you just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row against playoff teams. 7 in a row. So
we're in the middle. We're in the middle of that dirty dozen I was telling you about, right? You're 1 and 2 in the dirty dozen. You're 2, as you mentioned right there, on paper easier games. Utah and Memphis are on back-to-backs. Memphis will be a tough one because it's a 2-hour flight and you lose an hour, so you're probably getting into the hotel at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, that's a crap.
Now that's the
lousy.
snow makeup game and all that, but
right.
But it is what it is, and that the one time you might have had an easier win, now you got to deal with travel and everything else that entails.
Woo! Deep breaths here, my friends. Deep breaths.
Yeah.
And Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson can't come back soon enough. Any idea when that's going to be, Scott? You have a feeling on it?
Again, all I'm going to do, because I don't know and I don't ask those questions, but David Adelman in a presser a couple of games ago said, I sure would like to get those guys back with 20 games to go. Well, Wednesday is 20 games to go.
Okay.
So, you tell me.
Well, listen, you're going to need some time with those guys to come back, but I mean, of course, the nightmares, they play 2 or 3 games and they're hurt again. So what's the point in that? I mean, the Nuggets will be in the playoffs one way or another. And they've been good on the road this year, so I'm not really afraid of the Nuggets playing on the road. Heck, maybe it might even be better for a wacky reason. I don't know. It feels weird to say that, but maybe it is. I'm not saying they can't still get it together. We know what it was like at the beginning of the season when everybody was healthy. But come on, man. Like, you got to give me a break. And if Cam Johnson is really feeling like this, I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but the Rockies did dump Gomber, and we can put him on the bench and give those minutes to other guys, dude. There's other guys. And Adelman said he would try it. And Adelman doesn't want to play like Jamal just with the second unit, stuff like that. But if you got to do it, you got to do it. So, okay.
If you look, the Minnesota game, I even think most of the starters are positive except for Jamal and Cam Johnson, who do spend most of the time with that second unit.
All right. Well, I can come up with all sorts of concoctions, Scott. I can throw Jalen Pickett out there to start. I could do that. I could throw as great as he's been, contender for 6th man of the year. We could put THJ out there to start if we had to. I mean, you can do things.
You can keep doing those things, DMac. But if you're being honest with yourself, anything really feel like it's the solution?
Well, I don't know, but this ain't it.
Not particularly.
I mean, whatever this is. I mean, they're up, dude. They played so good in the first quarter yesterday. And let me say something else. The crowd. This ain't the crowd's fault, okay? The crowd at Ball Arena has been fantastic. And you should have felt how they were urging the Nuggets to hang in there and come back. They didn't give up on that game for a second. They were incredible. Incredible. Like, the crowd was definitely fired up, Scott and Tyler, from what happened Friday in Oklahoma City. No doubt about it. I mean, they were into it. And every time they got into it, it was like, I'm looking up at the scoreboard, and I'm like, well, we're still down 7. Well, now we're down 9. We're down 8. Now it's 7. Now it's 9. And, like, when you looked at it, it was like, oh, the second half was even. I think Minneapolis won by 1. They won by 1 point in the second half. But it was that second quarter, Scott. And Adelman pointed out, what are we doing? We have like 4 runs where it's like 12-2, 11-0, 10-2, 11-0. Like, what are we doing here? And it happens in like 2 minutes. Scott, it's the NBA, right, man. They're good, right? It can happen fast.
Well, here's your first 3 guys off the bench. You said Minnesota. basically played three guys, and that's what they did. Reed, Highland, and Dosunu. I can't say it. That was only three guys. Denver really only played three guys off the bench too until late, right? Here's your bench guys. Actually played four. Hardaway, Brown, and Valanciunas. -17, -12, -15.
Right. And Hardaway was a real weird number. He's -17, but he had 17 points. It's like, well, okay.
Joker's a +4. Murray and Cam were -7 and -13. Cam had 0 points.
Dude.
I mean, you were 1 of 10 between Cam and Strother.
Oh, it was 39 minutes. Yeah. And then they just didn't want to play. They like, and Adelman said so too, by the way. He was like, oh, some guys tried, some guys didn't. We get it. Then they were scared, Tyler. They got scared.
Yeah, they got scared.
And then they got hurt. I remember I had this kid in Little League that I was coaching one time, a really talented kid, but he was having a bad game. And the game's over, and we came back and won, despite him not pitching so well. And we're doing, post-game, you're handing out the fruit snacks, whatever the hell you're doing, right? And I see the kid who had a hurt knee, and he's sitting there like, you know how you sit with your knees splayed out and flat on your butt like little kids do? Like he's
tough to do.
He's tough to do with an injured knee, don't you think? And I'm looking at Timmy over there, and I'm like, Timmy, your knee's feeling better, huh? I mean, he was crying like and limping, and like, but I guess we're okay now. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a little kid. I can forgive him. So okay, Cam Johnson. Okay, cool. It's tough, man.
I don't know. You've gotten to the point. It's a roller coaster where you're angry, you point fingers, you're mad. You go all the way back to the trade. Did you make the right move with the trade? I don't know. There might be people right now that are like, God, we should never got rid of Michael Porter Jr. And then you come full circle, and all of a sudden Cam comes out and he's got his media moment. You're like, oh my gosh, I guess we're not supposed to point and laugh anymore, or be mad, or be angry. Now we got to sympathize.
Well, again, and plus minus ain't end all or be all, but sometimes there are indications. There are indications, and sometimes plus minus. I know hockey tried to get rid of that a few years ago, but there are certain games you go, he seemed like he was a -2 in that game. Cam in that Oklahoma City game that you lost in overtime was -25.
Jeez Louise. So
Joker in a 7 or 9 7-point loss in overtime. Joker was a +15.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not an idiot on this. I do understand it wasn't just Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr.
But he's a starter.
With the money you saved, you got Hardaway Jr. and Valanciunas. Okay, I know those things wouldn't have happened unless you did the deal. But if you just want to look at it player for player, give me a break. It's not even close what MPJ is compared to Cam Johnson. Because even when MPJ struggled, he'd go inside. He would, Scott. He would start rebounding a little bit. I gotcha. He was a defensive liability, but what the hell is Cam Johnson doing? So, and now you're coming out and it's woe is me with the world's tiniest violin about this, that. Now you Gombered it? You had your Gomber moment? Okay. Yeah. All right, dude. Cool.
And you're like thinking, where's George Patton?
Oh.
George Patton? Yeah, where's Ike? Where's Dwight Eisenhower?
No, I need. Do you remember why George got in trouble? Right.
George Patton? You're going back to World War II? Why'd he get in trouble?
Yep. A soldier was in a hospital bed, crying, shell-shocked. That's before we understood about shell-shocked.
Yeah.
And he slapped the dude across the back of the head and said, "Get out of this hospital with these heroes."
Wow.
And these men.
Wow.
Because you're a coward.
Wow.
And took a little demotion on that.
Yeah. What was that soldier that he slapped across the head making $18 million a year?
No.
Okay. The Combine. Let's go through it. Got some names to throw out. Shit coming up next.
Yes, sir.
I see my Marianne walking away. Brad Delp, he can go higher. He can go higher. Tom Schultz guitars. All right, I know my. All right, thank you, Dan. Gorgeous day here in a little windy, a little cooler, but I mean the weather's been just amazing. But didn't stop me.
Supposed to get snow this weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean it's Colorado, it can happen, you know. But it did not keep me from indulging in the combine.
The dumbest activity in
the
history of mankind.
Scott, you should watch your mouth there, son. You know why? You got two dudes from Arkansas.
Two dudes?
You got two dudes from Arkansas in this draft.
That's Steve Adazio.
You got two dudes. And I'm telling you, both of these dudes would look great for the Denver Broncos, and one of them's a quarterback. How about that?
No.
Are we talking? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing 5th round QBs? Is that what we're doing?
That's a 5th round QB, my friend.
What's the name?
Talon Green.
Talon?
No.
Talon Green.
No.
What do you know about him?
No. He chokes under pressure and sucked this year, and they lost a bunch of games because he couldn't be consistent.
He's 19.
6'6", 224 pounds.
He's a big kid now. Oh yeah. He's a big.
Tossed for 19 tutties, 11 interceptions.
Yeah.
That's what
is that a good ratio there?
That's what I know about Talon.
Taylor, is that a good ratio?
In the NFL,
ratio?
Scott, in the NFL, I would like to see that number always a 2-to-1 ratio. In college football, way over 2-to-1. So no, that is not
3
a good
to 1,
ratio.
4 to 1.
Way over 2-to-1.
So you guys were disappointed by him in Arkansas, huh?
But he is 6'6", 224, Scott.
Yeah, what's a
No, he's a big kid, and I was excited. His first year in Arkansas, go look at his history there. His first year there, he was fantastic, and then just kind of disappointing the last couple.
Well, he didn't disappoint this weekend. That's for damn sure. And yes, I am talking a 5th round. This is this is a day 3 sort of guy. But there's rumors that Muji wants Stidham in New York because we were asking who's the quarterback in New York, and we really didn't have an answer for it. Maybe it's Jarrett Stidham. And if you can get draft picks, as David Montgomery got a 5th rounder today, gosh darn it, going to the Texans, we were kind of interested in him. You go get yourself Talon Green, and then we'll figure things out over the next couple of years. We'll see what's what. If it doesn't work out and there's nothing you can do with it, all right, fine, we move on. But
where did you come up with this guy?
I'm in love with him.
What are we doing? We're doing deep-rooted draft analysis of 5th and 6th round QBs.
That's all mock drafts
are.
We're
in love with QBs right now.
I got it. Well, that was my 5th out of 5 guys I was going to bring up.
Give me a guy we can talk about at 30.
Fine, Mike.
But let me hold on. Let me give him some more Talon Green thing. What'd you say he was? Tyler 6'6", what?
224.
Yeah, ran a 4.36 40 and had a vertical jump of 43.5.
Sick. I mean, he may be another position.
He's just a stupid athlete.
He might be not just a quarterback. He might be, I don't know. Who knows? He's a joker type of guy. Who knows? He may be your Taysom Hill. I don't know. But he is one sick athlete. And by the way, you got another one.
What'd you say the 40 times?
4.36.
4.36. He's moving.
As a quarterback, that is... For anybody, that is sick.
Dude, you know who ran almost a 4.36? Sadiq. Sadiq ran a 4.4 flat.
He's on my list. He's one of my 5.
4.4 flat as a tight end. Okay, let's go, man. I mean, listen, he's not going to be anywhere close to available at number 30. So if you want Kenyon Sadiq, you're going to have to move up and probably move up relatively significantly. I don't know what that means. I don't know how much you give up, but maybe the Broncos got to do what they got to do to go get that guy.
I bet he's a top 10, top 12 guy, easy.
Well, you did get, 10.
The problem with that, though, Scott, like he is a combine warrior. The combine is outrageously good. But the film does not scream Tyler Warren. The film does not scream Colston Loveland. Like, he's a good-looking prospect, combine warrior, but top 10, top 12, that's really high for him.
Well, I'll give you a guy you can get at tight end. And listen, Sadiq I would be thrilled with. But if you got Eli Stowers, Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. That's another athletic freak show who had a vert, are you ready for this? 45.5, which is bonkers.
Whoa.
Who is, 6'4", 240. I mean, these guys athletically are nuts. And by the way, Pro Football Focus does have Stowers mocked to the Broncos as the second tight end off the board. So he's another one, point of attack blocking. Hey, he ain't that guy. But, he could get better. You could coach him up. And he certainly would be a more interesting option at this point than Evan Engram, whose career is, to me, like, there's nothing that interesting about Evan Engram anymore. Sorry, that's just the way things go. But there's another dude, Scott, from Arkansas.
Running back.
Mike Washington Jr.
Yep.
A stud. 6'2", Tyler. A big mofo. 6'2", 223, ran a 4.33.
Whoa.
Scott, what the hell with this guy? What was he doing with Arkansas last year?
And he's a good receiving running back too. They just couldn't stop anybody, to be honest with you. And then they could seal the box, and they make the quarterback have to try to do stuff for you. And he just Taylor Green's not that guy under pressure. I think can make big time plays consistently. So I think a lot of times they just took Washington, the running game, out of the set. But he is a monster of a dude.
Oh my God! It's just like you got to be. But probably not a first-round guy, but second round. And I know that's weird going back-to-back for second-round running backs. And then one other guy, Jadarian Price, who a lot of people have talked about, who's the running back 2 from Notre Dame behind Jeremiah Love. He looks spectacular as well, and he'd be available likely at 30. So you're probably right about Sadiq. He's probably gone, and you got to move up if you want him.
I actually don't think you're going to get an offensive player. I really don't.
I would be
not at number 30.
Boy, would I be bummed out if they didn't go in that direction this year.
Here's the problem with it, man. I mean, at number 30, you do have to be true to your board. When you're in the top 10, it's really easy to not be true to your board. It's easy to select a position of need, best player available at a position of need. That could be done because there's good players that you could justify that could be selected at various different spots in the top 10. But when you get down to number 30, dude, there's just not enough good players. So if you try to press it by selecting a position at number 30, you're likely going to end up with a bad player.
I will. Go ahead, Scott.
At 30, you're normally selecting a second-round evaluated guy, unless
Correct.
he really drops, or your
which
evaluation
is why you cannot
skewed.
press the position.
All right, well, I tell you what, let's dig deeper into it, but it was a fun weekend, and there's a lot of depth to what the Broncos need, which is really cool. Hey, reminder, you won't want to miss the biggest game of the Rapids season. Tickets are on sale now for the Rapids 30th anniversary match presented by UC Health. They'll take on Inter Miami. Oh, messy. Back where it all began 30 years ago in Power Field at Mile High. Passion, history, star power colliding in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. Lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. If you want to win tickets, just text RAPIDS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and you are entered.
No more.
All right. In terms of the Combine, back to that for a little bit here, and we'll get to the Nuggets issues for sure as they're in Utah, and we have some weird stuff going on with the Avs, but the Avs problems seem to be the least important. Overall, Tyler, in terms of your views on the Combine and the Broncos' needs, what were your takeaways from this weekend?
Well, it's tougher this year, right? But we're going to do it, and we're going to have fun, and we're going to find some names, and it's almost a big – well, it's not almost. It's definitely a bigger challenge to figure out the names that are going to be appropriate for the Broncos at number 30. So it's going to take some time here to diagnose. I'll tell you this. My main takeaway, if I had to guess at this very moment who the Broncos are going to draft, if there was a position – and again, I don't think it's smart to pick a position, but if there was going to be one that feels like there's going to be lots of options there, feels like it's going to be linebacker.
Okay. You're probably right. It's boring, though. I'd have no problems if they wanted to go inside linebacker in the second round. I think there's plenty of depth.
But just real quick, along those lines, there were some reports today from Zach Stevens that the Broncos have already started negotiations with Alex Singleton, trying to get him back before he hits free agency.
I am begging for that.
Me too.
Begging for that.
Do you realize how many, I hate to say it, uneducated fans are out there right now that are just Alex Singleton bashers?
Not me.
They are absolutely everywhere.
Because the likelihood if they sign Singleton is that they would stay away from an inside linebacker in the first round.
True.
I would think. And I like Singleton, period. And he brings a lot on the field and off the field. And to me, let's go. And I think you can get a good inside linebacker in the second round anyways. I think there's a lot of depth there. I think a guy like Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech, who is great, may be around in the second round. And then I want an impact offensive player, Scott. Maybe, I don't know, man. You got, I'm looking at Arkansas like you guys should have been better last year, man. That's for sure. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
I do not disagree with that. We lost a lot of, I think, one score close games, fourth quarter-ish.
Okay.
We couldn't finish games.
You guys had some rare talent though. So okay, that's a bummer.
Patino there, or not Patino, Petrino, right? Probably cheating again.
I'm telling you, this Eli Stowers guy, I know Kenyon Sadiq would be a stretch and you'd probably have to move up. But this Eli Stowers guy, go take a peek at him, man. Go watch his game film, not just his numbers. But what I love about the Combine, it really is like for most of us, the starting point. Like, we're going to start here. And yeah, I get it. It's the Underwear Olympics, but it's a gateway and a door to open up looking at guys. How much Vandy football did you guys follow? I mean, keep it real, right?
More than ever.
Well, I know.
Actually,
okay.
I watched quite a bit of Vanderbilt football this year. I don't know anything about Eli Stowers. I mean, when I was watching Vandy football, I was watching for one reason. I was watching the Daigneault, but...
Okay. Well, I mean, Stowers is a big part of the offense, but okay, fine. But it's not like everything is just because of the Underwear Olympics, but it opens the door like, well, what is going on here? Who are these guys? And I just need somebody on offense, okay? Sadiq would be incredible. Stowers, to me, would be amazing. And I know Mike Sanford feels the same way. And then when you're looking at running backs, I wouldn't be against getting, like, Jadarian Price. And if you just like Mike Washington more, who really impressed people, and I love his size, I don't care. If you really like that guy, grab him. But just going to get another defensive guy who falls down the draft, like C.J. Allen falls or Golday falls or any of these guys fall, and that's why you pick him up? I don't know, man. That would be hard for me this year. And it could happen at the safety position, too. And there's a couple of really talented safeties that could sort of drop in this draft as well.
Let me ask you this,
which would
Darren.
suck.
If a guy really drops,
mm-hmm.
and a heck of a talented guy, and it turns out a position need, and you draft
a position 30, need,
and you want him to be a starter.
Yeah,
like if you draft a safety there at 30, you want him to start.
Yes,
which usually isn't the MO, but that would satisfy you a little bit better if you knew you were going to start. You don't want another stash and develop guy,
no,
like you did last year with your corner.
Correct. That's not what I want. Now, listen, anything can happen. You could certainly trade out and pick another second-round pick. You know, the Broncos just kind of, I don't know if they let it slip through their hands, but David Montgomery did get traded today for like a 5th and a 7th and like a
and
lineman.
An offensive lineman. So they got Juice Scruggs.
What a name.
I don't know much about Juice, but it's a hell of a name.
Great name.
Fantastic name.
Great name.
it was like a fourth and a seventh and a player.
Yeah.
And then did they get a fifth back? I don't remember.
Something like that.
I don't remember the full context of it. But when I saw the trade, I did think to myself, ooh, that looked tempting.
Well,
that
did the Broncos
really, really tempting?
Did the Broncos blow it?
Well, if there's a guy in free agency they're going to sign, then I guess not. But there's not going to be a lot of guys as good as that.
Well, one, George Payton is a collector of picks and not a giver-upper of picks, so you've got to really
but Sean Payton's a giver-upper.
on that. Well, Sean don't care. Sean's a blow-up-the salary capper. He don't care. He may be gone in 2 years, right? Let's go for it. But I think that's what George is, so I think they got to think that Montgomery is special.
Well, it was fun watching.
And he didn't have the year that he had the year before.
I just got so excited for the Broncos to pick up some sort of offensive weapon here, man. I was like, this is cool, man. We got depth here. We got a couple of tight ends that are cool. We got a couple of running backs that'd be great.
DMac, you've got to go big this year in free agency. And I very rarely ever say that. Matter of fact, I don't know if I've ever said it because I'm not a fan of paying A+ money for C+ players, and that's what happens in free agency. But now is the time. You've got Bo Nix on the cost-controlled contract. He's still on the rookie deal. Now's the time you can go out and add some pieces, buy some puzzle pieces. In 2 years, that's going to look different. Bo Nix is going to get the primary share of the salary cap. And on top of that, when you're drafted at number 30, you're just not going to get the upgrades you're looking for on the offensive side of the ball. So that leaves one choice. If you want to get better offensively, you have to go big in trades and free agency this year because it's the only way that you're going to get significantly better on offense.
Did you get C+ down on A+ money last year in a couple free agents?
Help me out. Who?
Free agents?
I would say Hufanga was an A+.
Hufanga was great.
Greenlaw
was an A+.
Greenlaw to me is incomplete. I'm not out on Dre Greenlaw yet.
Yeah, but last year he was an F.
Fine, but I mean, for me, it's still an incomplete. You're not wrong.
Part of that was injury, but then at the end, he's like, "This is like trying to learn Spanish." Like, it was really complicated, and he didn't like how hard they worked.
Okay, that's fine. If you're out on him, you're out on him. I'm not. I still think he could be a hell of a football player for the Broncos, and they probably got to do something about the cap number, figure that out with an extension or whatever they got to do. But I'm not out on him. And then you go down the list after that. So Evan Ingram was a miss. You definitely paid, probably
medium
B+
dollar
money for C+ player, right? Not that big of a deal though, right? In hindsight.
I mean, frustrating because you just couldn't get the tight end that you wanted, and it's been a couple years. But yeah, okay, fine.
Who else am I missing?
We were pretty excited when they signed him, though, weren't we?
Heck yeah.
Ingram, yeah.
And then the first day at camp, Tyler, you and I are standing together, right? And we're going, God, he's small.
So small.
I know.
But then we saw Jahdae Barron, and we're like, wow, well, he's small. And then we saw R.J. Harvey. We're like, well, thank God for Pat Bryant.
Got quads, though.
Thank God for Pat Bryant, our kicker and the tight end they never used, Caleb Lohner, because at least those guys had some size.
R.J. Harvey still, and he got better, Tyler, see if you agree. He got better staying between the tackles, but he still has to get better than that because I don't think he reads. Like, Dobbins did a great job of that. The kid in the Super Bowl did such a great job of that, of patient and waiting for the hole. And, okay, I'm supposed to go in the 3 hole. The backside 2 is open and making that cut to get down there and find. And Harvey was either trying to break it outside, hit the hole that was there because it was there, or B, just run the back of people.
Well, what would you rather have, Scott? Would you rather have R.J. Harvey or your boy from Arkansas, Mike Washington Jr.? At 6'1.5" and whatever, and 225 and all that power and speed.
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, I'd take him and then make it an open competition, and then if he's better, play him. Tyler's talking about getting rid of that whole room except for Harvey, so you got to add bodies. That's a heck of a body to add.
Drafting a running back high just doesn't make sense. It doesn't, because first off, let's back up to Scott's question to me about R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey is, in today's NFL, a very, very acceptable 1-2 punch. He's the number 2 of the 1-2 punch.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good football player. He's an effective weapon out of the backfield, and he's good enough as a running back. He was a great short yardage red zone threat, all those sorts of things. But you need the number 1 to go with him. And you're not going to be able to get a significantly better player than R.J. Harvey drafted at number 30, so it just doesn't make sense. You got to do that in free agency.
Oh, Scott's popping tops. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Scott.
I think that meant he agreed.
Oh, my God.
Really like,
just taking.
No, it's my sound effect machine.
Man,
that
sounds yummy.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a running back to be your 1 of the 1-2 at 30. Not in this draft.
Well, I don't know.
You can get a guy that's better than, your back than Beatty or Watson or any of the other guys you had on the practice squad. You should be able to get something better than that. It's late second or third, don't you think?
Yes, I do. And I don't know if you even need to spend a first-round pick on Washington. It might be a second round. I don't know exactly where he's going to fall, but, keep your eyes on him. And by the way, he ain't the only one. And this Ja'Jarian Price will be out there, too. I know what you're saying. And buyer beware with first-round running backs. I mean, I get it. But we are picking at number 30. That there's something about that, too. It's pretty deep. I mean, you're getting virtual second-round guys. So...
Right, but do we need in the 1-2 punch, if we've already got the 2 of the 1-2 punch, do we need 2 of the 2s?
I think so, yeah.
Why do we need 2 of the 2s? We need a 1. We've already got the 2.
I think the running back position lets you down.
Detroit that made Montgomery eligible for a trade had a 1-2 punch or a 2-2 punch that worked, and then all of a sudden one of the 2s decided they realized, well, he's a 1, so now we can get rid of the 2. So I'd take a 2-2 for a year. If they're both capable and both really playing, then maybe you decide, hey, no, this guy needs to be closer to 25 carries a game.
Can you imagine if our running back room was Travis Etienne?
Mm-hmm. Now we're talking. And R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey and
Price. Fine, Washington.
No. You don't do that.
And then R.J. Harvey.
Holy
cow!
Why would you go get one of those other guys?
Because these guys get hurt, bro.
Because they're better.
And and push R.J. Harvey. Have the best room you can have.
You guys are underestimating R.J. Harvey.
I guess I am.
No, I'm not.
No,
he's
but if you add,
he's a great receiver.
But DMac just said that we were going to add Travis Etienne. So you already got an upgrade. You got it. Boom, done. You got that. You got 1-2. Now add a depth piece in the 4th or 5th round, and now you got a complete running back room.
Well, what round do you think you'd take to get Washington, man? I mean, that's maybe a 3rd, 4th round guy. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, I guess I don't know a whole lot about him.
He may go a little bit deeper, but I'm just telling you.
I thought you were talking about 30.
Well, wherever he goes. But I'm talking about size.
Probably 2nd, 3rd round.
I mean, he is 6'1", 225 and runs a 4.3. I mean, that is something else, man. And if you put him with with Harvey, I'm like, I could give or take R.J. Harvey. I'm not sold that he's going to be the great thing. I think the Broncos had a weird first 3 rounds of the draft last year. I think the middle and end of the draft was much better for them than the beginning of the draft. I hope Pat Bryant's okay, but it's a stretch. R.J. Harvey was definitely a stretch, and Jahdae Barron was a fallen star. You can do better, for sure, this year. And hopefully they will. Meanwhile, what's going on with Cam Johnson? If you haven't heard this, oh my God. Yikes. We'll hear that sound coming up next. What is happening? It's your boy DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, here we go. If you're just feeling kind of out of it and down and just sort of slow with everything, maybe the love life sucks and the romance just ain't what it is. Guys, in your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone, and that's natural. It happens. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can be there to help you when you have signs of low T. So just go take that low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and that'll get you going. And this year, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, just a bigger pep in your step. So let's go. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, just one more takeaway from the combine, and then we'll get back to Dan in an hour. We'll have Let's Football go, and we go from there. But Jennings Dunker from Iowa, the redhead.
Love him. I'm in love.
Oh my God!
I don't know. Did you see my my poem I wrote to him on Twitter today?
I didn't. I missed that.
I did write a poem.
Do we
to
need
him.
some Dan? Do we have some classical poem music?
I mean, it's pretty short.
Well, all right.
Yeah, I got some, but it's in the other room.
You got something?
Is it a tie that you're going to put on the doorknob or what?
What do you
No,
mean?
you said music. Dan, look up Por Una Cabeza.
Por una cabeza.
P-O-R-U-N-A-C-A-B-E-Z-A.
All right.
Play that. That is perfect poem reading material. We got a little either heavy raindrops or snow coming down here in Salt Lake City.
Is that right?
Well, that happens in Salt Lake City.
I'm really curious about the weather in Salt Lake right now, so that's good.
They're right around the corner from the mountains.
Stupid, but that means in about
how does that
9
affect the
hours,
basketball game?
It'll in 9 hours it'll be in Denver.
Okay. Oh, really?
Is that how that works?
Is that how weather works?
That seems pretty debatable
just
there,
a
buddy.
Straight line. That's how weather works. Just goes.
It'll be here, and then it'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask my buddy Chris about that.
Go ahead,
That's how weather works.
In 9 hours, will the Salt Lake weather be here?
All right, Dan, we got it. You got the music? No, he's downloading it.
I feel like we've really set this up.
Yeah,
really set this up.
I'm looking forward to.
We're trying to give you some props on Instagram or on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, if you got some poems that you've written, it deserves all the emphasis that can be had.
You did all that work.
Yeah, it's true.
But this guy,
I did write a poem.
And you finally learned the cat and bat rhyme.
That's about how this poem goes. That's exactly right.
You know, this Dunker guy, he didn't always have the flow and the.
But he's always had a look. He's always had a variation, like some look has always been his deal.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
Let's let it set the moment for a second.
Okay.
I'm in love. Draft Jennings to anchor the line. The epic flow makes him mighty fine. Draft the bullet. The trenches look fly. Super Bowl starts with hair that won't die. That's it. That's the poem.
That was fantastic.
Thank you. I told you it was very short.
All right. Let me give you a scenario.
Scott,
and perfect. Well, it's perfect music for the poem. I was more into the music than the words.
Is he any good?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
we have
let's
no
not get
idea if he's
confused.
any good.
Yeah, clearly he's good. I mean, have you seen the hair?
Of course. Who hasn't seen the hair? Yes, we've seen
No, I
the
mean,
hair.
I'll tell you this.
Hair, you better be good.
Did you see the highlights? His workout highlights set to the song "Higher" by Creed. It was one of the most gorgeous things. The combination of Creed and Jennings Dunker highlights with the red mane was flawless. Fantastic.
Here's what I do know about him. Iowa offensive linemen, usually pretty dang good. That's what I know. That is a university that puts out a pipeline of offensive linemen. They run the hell out of the football. So I have no idea if you can pass protect. But if you want to improve the running game, which I think is a pretty big goal this year, drafting Jennings Dunker in the second round.
Second round?
In the second round.
He's a second round guy?
He's a second to third round guy. Yes.
God, that is beautiful.
Arguably has moved up into the first round after that epic flow.
Okay, well, I don't know about using a second round pick on him, but all right, let me ask you a more serious question.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you cutting Ben Powers to save about $11 million?
I was just gonna go there.
What is it? Let me look it up. Might not be 11.
No, I think it's 12.
Is that what it is?
I think it's like that. All right. Here's where I was gonna go. Is Palcho good enough to play that position? He did for most of the year. And if you cut Powers, you let go of Greenlaw, restructure McGlinchey, you can get a deal easily done with Singleton, and then probably draft another inside linebacker to start, which might be your first-round guy, and I'd just take a deep sigh and be okay, I get it. And then you can go after whatever running back you want. You can do all sorts of things. Maybe even a receiver if you want to do that. Yeah, it's not that crazy. And he'd be a depth piece. He wouldn't be a starter. So I don't know about a second or third round, unless he's better than Palcho, which I don't know. You tell me. I don't know guards. Tell me.
What was the question? Can Palcho do it? Is that what your question is?
Kind of. I mean, because you got to let Powers go. So who's replacing Powers?
If you would like to Band-Aid it for a season, then yeah, you could do it with Alex. I'm not down on him at all.
And what about this guy here? Is he starting day one?
Hold on. I don't know. I mean, I just told you I don't really know a lot about him. I'm in love with the hair. But
who's not?
Yeah. But I do know a whole lot more about Alex. And if you'd like to put a Band-Aid on the position for a year to save money, you could get by. Yeah, he's not an upgrade to Ben Powers, though. Alex Palczewski is not a better left guard than Ben Powers.
Is he good enough?
He's a Band-Aid that you can get by with. But are we not trying to improve our running game right now?
You do whatever it takes to do better. I'm just pointing out if he's good enough and you got better running backs, and if it's Powers and that's the answer, okay, cool, fine. You know, this is where you got to kind of trust the organization. But I'm looking at you, offensive lineman. You tell me. You tell me what it would take. And if we need to see that beautiful hair here, well, he would go well with the belly. Quinn Miners. By the way, Miners came here to town with all sorts of crazy flow, and he cut it all off. He had the
dreads.
He had the white dude dreads on, and he's pretty committed to that look.
He just cut that off this season.
Yeah. When you go from like the serious dreads just to like nothing, it's like, wow, all right, that's cool.
And he went from serious dreads to all pro, though, didn't he?
And captain. Yes, he did. He got a little bit more.
Now.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine if Jennings Dunker got drafted by the Broncos and then he just shaved all the way down to like a crew cut, like he just took it all off? That would be devastating. That would be awful. Hey, reminder, we're double dipping again tonight with the Nuggets and the Avs in action. Tune in to 92.5 for Nuggets Jazz coverage with pregame starting at 6:30. Avs Kings from L.A. Well, full coverage on AM 950 starting at 8 o'clock with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Happy double dipping. Here is Cam Johnson yesterday.
One is understanding that you've been through it before. Understanding that, every time that you felt down that, don't really feel like you're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Just feel like you just keep letting yourself down, letting your teammates down, that every time that's happened, I've been able to turn it around, get back on track some way, somehow. Hasn't knocked me out of the game completely yet. Hasn't forced me to hang it up, hasn't forced me to, miss every shot for the rest of my career. So I just got to kind of continue on with that trust and continue to work and forget about it.
Wait a second, that's mean, Dan. What's Dan doing, Scott?
I think it kind of fits. I think that's our new sympathy music.
That's our new smallest violin music?
Sympathy love music, yeah.
All right, keep it going, Dan.
A lot of things,
You also
have
have this song in violin, too.
We have this song in violin?
Yeah, this song, the one I listen to is on violin.
Oh.
Which is even better.
All right, well, Dan can look that up.
That would fit.
All right, pot it down, Dan. We're just being mean.
We?
Guys, Dan's being mean. Outrageous. Dan Tanner, no sympathy. Sympathy for the devil. All right, Cam Johnson, what are we doing here, Scott? We had Austin Gomber who melted down. We played that earlier. Sound very similar. Remember that day we were on the air? And we're all like, oh, man, we feel bad. But what did we say? We said at the end of the day, well, the Rockies really should,
Yeah.
Well, no, what we said if they don't think he's redeemable, that puts him out there to be bye-bye, and he was. Now, did I read he got picked? He's in somebody's spring training, though, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Guy pitched in the majors for like 10 years. He might have got picked up by somebody. That retreads happen in pro sports all the time. So, I don't know. I mean, there were moments Austin Gomber. Looks like he's with Texas. I think. I don't even know. Yeah, it says he's with Texas. So, whatever. 6'5", lefty. Lefties get every chance in the book there in baseball. Forget about that, though. Talk to me about Cam Johnson. How does he fix himself there, Scott? What does he do?
Well, he's got to play through it. He's got to. What happens in basketball is you got to see your first couple shots go in, and it changes everything. I remember a guy, Linus Kleza. If Kleza made his first shot, he was liable to go 6 for 8, 7 of 9 the rest of the night. If he missed his first shot, he's liable to go 1 of 6, and that's kind of where Cam is with his head right now. And I think he knows that he's supposed to be your big time 3 guy, starting, and he's letting them down. So, and again, I think, you mentioned Joker's turnovers. If you got guys knocking threes down on the perimeter, and again, go back and look at those 3 losses we've talked about against Golden State, Minnesota, and Oklahoma City, and go look at their 3-point percentage was. Anyway, but if you're making threes, now guess what's open? The lane is more wide open, and maybe instead of getting a deflection here and there or going through a guy's hands, he's got a clearer path, and maybe there's not as many turnovers. But they got to make threes. They got to make threes. I know this from the bench. In wins, it's at 40% 3 makes, and in losses, it's at 30. That's 10 percentage points. That's a lot of points right there.
Let me give you a couple of let me kill you with truth here on a couple of things. 1, Cam Johnson should be coming off the bench. 2, Nathan McKinnon should be on power play 2.
I don't disagree with
that was
either
like my
one.
poem. Just like short and sweet, and we're done.
That's it.
I would say the second one I would absolutely try. And the first one, I would say, when's Peyton Watson get back?
I don't even care, but sure.
Because, see, I think you replace Strother before you place Cam Johnson.
I would replace both of them.
I think what we're saying is just replace
I
them.
don't think you have bodies.
Oh, you got bodies.
You don't have bodies.
You can do it. You
don't
do it.
have bodies.
You can put in Jalen Pickett, and you can put in Deron Holmes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're here. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Like, you got to send a message here, man. You got to send a message, and you can't do what Adelman said and saying this is unacceptable, and we'll try different rotations and not do it. You got to try it, and why not tonight against Utah?
Well, I bet you. I would be surprised if you don't.
You'd be surprised if we don't. You'd be surprised what of those 2 specific moves or what? He's probably not going to play. Cam Johnson's probably hurt. He's probably not going to play.
Well, there you go.
But go ahead. Sorry.
I would be, if everybody's healthy, I still think there probably would have been a lineup change.
If healthy, do you think Cam Johnson would be in the starting lineup tonight?
I don't want him to be.
Gotcha.
I'm good. I'm good if we never see him in the starting lineup again.
I just put Deron Holmes in there. By the way, Spencer Jones has an injury. And I'm rolling my eyes like
he's got a shoulder.
Right.
Hurt it in Oklahoma City.
So he's not an option right now. I don't think. Unless you know something I don't know about that. But and then and Strother, okay. I'd mix different guys in there and I'd give Pickett a start too. Is that crazy? Why is that so crazy? Why is that so crazy?
What did you say a while ago about getting rid of
something about George Patton?
Powers, getting rid of Powers and putting Paul Chesky?
Yeah.
It ain't even that good.
Which one's Napoleon?
All right.
It's not even that good of an option.
I'll give you another one. Let's have some fun. I'll put Tim Hardaway Jr. in the starting lineup with Pickett. I'll make that happen. And I'll have Cam Johnson and Strother come off the bench. We'll see how you do. Mix it up. And I'll give some more playing time to those guys. What are we doing? The second unit was abysmal, man. And you got to shake the and now you have to, Scott. You have to freaking split up Jamal Murray with the second team. You got to do it.
It has been.
Here's what I know right now with the Denver Nuggets. There's a lot that feels broken. You shouldn't be afraid to experiment with anything. So whatever that looks like, Scott, you find me the next trial and error. but I don't think this team should be afraid of trying anything at this point.
No. Well, okay. Still got to win games. You still got to win this game.
Well, I know. That's my goal.
Yeah, you still got to win this game.
Well, you better win this one.
Spencer Jones, if he doesn't play, then there puts another monkey in the wrench. Yeah, that's a. I just don't see bodies. I guess you could start Zeke Najee.
Sure.
Okay.
And wait. What do you got against Deron Holmes? What's wrong with him?
He's not an NBA player.
Oh, period?
Not now.
Okay. Why is our first round draft pick not a NBA player in year 2?
Who drafted him?
Calvin Booth.
Yeah, where's he?
I don't know.
Doing podcasts. Doing podcasts, telling everybody he was above his time. He was too successful.
He made it look too easy.
You could do that. You know what? You could do that. Limit his minutes a little bit, but still get him out there. Give Cam a chance to see the floor, let the flow of the game before he comes in. That might be in it. But I'll say this: he's also playing with that second unit a lot to start the second quarter, and that's why his plus minus have been so bad. So, man, I don't know. That'd be a good thing. I could sit down and think about this. I might try Deron, just let him see.
Sure.
You also got to massage it, and Tyler will tell you this too. When you start taking guys out of starting lineups that you need, and you got to get them back on the beam, you've got to make sure that ain't done to where all of a sudden they think they're in the black hole. They're not in the sky cellars.
True, but what if the player's already told you himself he's in a black hole?
Well, you just put him deeper.
Yeah, but he's already there. Like that black hole that goes on.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Is he so far down that he can't get back, and do you put him back found deeper so there's no way?
Let's hear it one more time then. Let's go.
A lot of things, man. There's a lot of things. One is understanding that you've been through it before. Understanding that, every time that you felt down, that, don't really feel like you're seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Just feel like you just keep letting yourself down, letting your teammates down, that every time that's happened, I've been able to turn it around, get back on track some way, somehow. Hasn't knocked me out of the game completely yet. Hasn't forced me to hang it up, hasn't forced me to, miss every shot for the rest of my career. So I just got to kind of continue on with that trust and continue to work and forget about it.
Okay, boys, when you listen to this music, what's the first thing you think of?
The waltz.
I don't know what. What do you think of?
Sin of a Woman.
Oh, hoo-ah. 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 Just missed another 3. Hoo-ah. No dumb questions coming up next. Hoo-ah.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I should follow up. Nate McKinnon, put him on the second power play unit. Is that really that dumb? What do you guys think? I'm blown away by how terrible the Avalanche power play. Since they came back from the break, they're 1 for 10. Now, they got a little weird and unlucky because Cale Makar scored 4 seconds after a power play had expired. You get the power play, but then you get those lingering seconds after a power play before the guy can come from the box back into the play. So the Avalanche, wasn't technically a power play goal, but it was a result of being on the power play. But it doesn't officially count. Guys, they're at 14.8% in power play conversion, which is 32 out of 32 teams. By comparison, the Edmonton Oilers are at 32.3. I'm sorry, but your most defining player on the power play is Nathan McKinnon. I don't know why it's not working. I really don't. But is it time to make a big shift in that to see if something can't shake up?
I don't generally see how moving Nate McKinnon is going to be beneficial. Do you not, like, you pulling John Elway out of the fourth quarter comeback drive?
I understand, and if it wasn't for this dire situation, I would never suggest it. But with Nathan McKinnon on the power play, it feels like Nikola Jokic back from injury. When he's out there, everybody's just looking around. Save us, Nate. And I think it's not Nikola's fault. It might not even be Nate's fault. But the other players aren't doing what they should be doing while those guys are out there.
Yeah, I still want Jokic on the court, even if they're doing that. Because he's Jokic.
I'm not suggesting doing anything different with Jokic.
I'm using a direct correlation to Nate.
I'm trying to give a comparison that there seems to be standing around waiting for the superstar to superstar.
Well, that's on everybody else. I mean, that's not his fault. Swap the other guys out then. If the other guys are standing around not doing their job, that's not his fault.
Here's the difference. The Avs are still winning games and doing well.
Correct.
They could be even better and probably have about 10 more points, which would be scary if their power play was good throughout the year. But it's similar. If that's not working, are you not now at the point with about a quarter of their season left that you go, hey, let's experiment for the next 5, 6, 7 games?
Why not? Seriously, why not?
And they have even a better cushion to experiment. The Nuggets are trying to experiment to get back on the track. The Avs are on the track. They're just trying to go a little faster.
I don't know if you guys realize.
If they got great on the power play, they'd be unstoppable.
Here's the way they've got it set up right now on the power play. Makar and McKinnon can choose on their own if they stay out there or they come off. Everybody else gets rotated in. That's how they're operating right now. How about we change that maybe? How about we mix up something there? So if he's still out there with power play 1, what if it's under a tighter leash? I don't know, guys. They're the worst power play team in the league. And yeah, okay, they're fine now because it's the regular season. But come on. I mean, you're not going to win in the playoffs with the worst power play in the playoffs. You're not going to win in the playoffs. You're going to lose if you do that. So I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here or anything, but something dramatic's got to change.
I would change a lot other than him, I guess.
Such as? They've tried everything else. They have literally tried everything else. And I don't know, you got a couple days here before the trade deadline comes up, and it's, who's it going to be? Ryan O'Reilly, Naz Kadri? Who else, Dan? Who else is kind of there in the mix? It's about the center.
Do we think they will make another move?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I think they dumped Sammy G, who got hurt, by the way. Did you catch that? Oh, my God.
I did not.
Yeah, he got hurt, first day with the Penguin. He's a lower body injury. I don't know when he's coming back. But, yes, they are – I would be stunned if they don't make a move. They gave themselves more salary space. They make moves at the trade deadline all the time. They desperately need a third center. What they got going right now, it's just not good enough. Like, it's painfully obvious that I think they're going to do something here.
Well, was Kadri on the second power play when he was here?
That's a good question. He was definitely out on the power play. It's a good question. I'm not quite sure. But he was but O'Reilly is a power play guy too. I mean, a lot of centers.
O'Reilly will get in front of the net and take the goalie's eyes and cause havoc too.
All right, listen, what can I tell you? You got rid of a coach, and then you brought in a coach to work with the power play, and you got the worst power play in the league.
Well, get rid of the coach.
They already tried that.
Do it again.
Well, what did you say Canada did in their power plays? They almost let McDavid roam wherever he wanted to do.
No. That's Scott. That's how Edmonton uses McDavid, and they have the best power play in the league at 32.3%. That's what Edmonton does.
I would go and study film on Edmonton and then try to emulate Connor McDavid with McKinnon role.
I think, all right, McKinnon to me has everybody kind of on edge, and I think we are seeing a Olympic hangover, by the way, boys, with our Avalanche. Now, fortunately, they've won 2 of the 3 games.
I was worried about that.
Yeah, well.
And, hopefully that goes away after, I don't know, is it 2 weeks? How long does that last?
It's funny because when you win games, it doesn't feel as bad. But they were relying, they really did outplay Chicago, but they were hoping, or they relied on a Gavin Brindley goal to basically give them a win. Cale Makar scored 2. But Gavin Brindley, he's a fourth-liner, 21-year-old. And Bednar put it this way, hey, it's good to see Cale and the kids out there. And so, okay, cool. You got to get contributions from everybody. But our guy McKinnon, he's, I don't know, man. It looks like he's in a funk right now, in all honesty. It looks like he's in a funk. And maybe he breaks out of it. He's one of the world's best players, so easily good. But, you can sort of just feel it behind the scenes, too, with the Avs. Like, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. 3 of your core players just went through one of the most disappointing times of their life. It's not peppy back there, Scott, if you know what I'm talking about. It is what it is.
No, you got to find some joy. And like I said, they get to experiment on the side of being good and being positive, leading the league, leading their division. So it can't get worse. If they're the worst power play, whatever you experiment with can't make it worse. So why not see in the next 5 or 6 games if there's 2 or 3 things that work, and you're like, whoa, okay, maybe we got an answer, and then maybe you put it back and you hide it, and then you bring it out for the playoffs.
I just hope the Avs fans realize, yay, Team USA, but you realize how much better the vibes would be in that locker room had Team Canada won. But whatever, Team USA, yay, right? But I'm just telling you the way things are right now for the Avalanche, and hopefully they just snap out of it.
Look, that's probably human nature. It's gonna take a minute to make these games feel as important as the last ones did.
I think you're absolutely right, Tyler. We speculated about it. My guess, had Team Canada won, that energy would have been a very positive thing inside the Avs locker room, and that does not exist right now. It's just tough, man. And it's, of course, guess what? Guess what, Scott? They're a little burned out. They're a little tired.
Oh, yeah.
But we knew that, right? It's just what we predicted.
By the way, Scott, to answer your question on Kadri with the power play, in the Cup season, it was Makar, McKinnon, Rantanen, Landeskog, and Kadri, and they were 24% in elite power play.
Wow. Nice research,
Kadri
Dan.
was in the bumper spot, mostly, on the power play, power play.
Yeah.
If they had that percentage of power play, that'd be the 8th best power play in the NHL this year.
And they'd have eight. No, they'd have 5 to 8 more points.
Yeah, but okay. But what it's really about is the playoffs, because we know where you finish. Like, first place is, like, who cares in the NHL? First place means nothing. President's Trophy means nothing. It's like how you are set up in the playoffs. And yeah, they're battling for first place. They want to come in first. But, I shrug my shoulders at that. You got to think about what's this team going to be in the playoffs. And with Kadri and that power play, look what they did. I'm nervous, guys. That's all I'm saying. I'm nervous about the Avs because of that. The Nuggets are just flat out terrifying right now. And we can get to the big story of the day next.
Hey, if you are struggling with a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, maybe you're looking for a simple one-day solution that is guaranteed to stop and reverse that process, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Three questions, big question of the day. What do the Nuggets have to do to shake it off? And by the way, June 13th is official. Look for your invites. What does it take for the Nuggets to shake it off? What does it take for the Avalanche to snap out of it, power play? And what does it take for the Broncos to capitalize the most after this combine? Tyler, what do you think?
I don't know the answer for the Nuggets. That one's I don't know if Scott knows the answer for the Nuggets.
All right, so you don't know for the Nuggets.
Do you know? I mean, here's what I would say.
Yes,
start trying things. Start experimenting. I'd pull Cam out of the starting lineup and just start trying things until you find something that works.
I would put Strother and Cam on the bench and start
put it all into the blender, hit spin, and see what comes out.
That's what I would do. That would be my one thing there. Scott, you want to chime in there?
Wait till Wednesday and hope everybody's back.
All right. Avalanche, snap them out of the power play.
I'd do the Connor McDavid. I would watch film on what Edmonton does, and I would try to emulate what they do.
Change Nathan McKinnon's role. You're saying change Nathan McKinnon's role.
If that's what they do, and I would sell it to them, I need you. They're keying on you. They're keying on you. They know where you're at. I don't want them to be able to key on you. I'm moving you around like Edmonton does with Connor. I want you moving around. I want you I want you to be able to snipe from the left side, right side, up front, wherever you might feel comfortable at that time. I'm gonna make you my joker. On the power play.
I would put all my deepest, smartest nerds that wear the thickest glasses, that know all the deepest data spreadsheets, and I'd hire an outside firm to go watch the Olympics and analyze every single position that our guys were in, where they were different, how they were put in positions, who they were surrounded with, what looked different for these guys, that all of our individual players in the Olympics were able to have power play success. We couldn't do it here. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'd make a coaching.
And I would tell another thing, too. You want to keep it simple, Tyler, because I've heard analytic people say this. I'd put a goal of six shots on goal per power play.
Okay, cool.
So, I mean, the other day they passed it over at 3-on-1 or 5-on-3 or passed it 20 times and then turned over and taken over the blue line.
Scott,
they didn't even get a shot up.
That's always seemed like the best approach to hockey. Put puck on net. See what happens.
They hired Hackstall to be their power play coach. They replaced a longtime coach for it. It hasn't worked out. The Kings just blew out their coaching staff. Coaching changes can happen. It sucks if you have to let go of a guy less than a year into a job, but I would make a coaching change. It hasn't worked out for whatever reason. Maybe it's not his fault, but sorry, dude. Last one in, first one out. I'd make a change there.
Can you do it in the middle of the season? Though?
Sure. Why not? Sure. Of course you can.
Disrupt everything and piss people off.
I don't know. Whatever. It's
you're
not
still
working.
In first place.
You're
going to change out and do something different in first place.
Well,
we see coaches get fired all the time.
In first place. First place teams.
I don't know.
Maybe not so often.
What place were the Nuggets in when they fired Michael Malone last year? Third, fourth. Some. I mean, they certainly were on the verge of the playoffs. There were only 3 games to go. Sure, you can make a change. It's not working. It's not working. I'm sorry. I got nothing against the dude. He seems like a nice enough guy.
There's a guy out there at this time of the season that would help your power play that's available.
I don't know. Figure it out. I don't know. Whatever. Got me. That's up to C-Mac and Joe and those guys. But whatever you were trying to do, it hasn't worked. And that's the guy you hired to make it work and be better, and it got worse. Significantly worse. So, yeah, okay, we're doing something new. Wakes the players up. I'm going to guess firing coaches wakes players up. True or false?
Yeah. It's usually the first domino of changes that come. Again, with first-place teams, it's a little bit rare, but, when a coach gets fired, when your boss gets fired, do you get nervous?
Of course, you should.
Yeah. Is the new guy going to like me?
There's a reason they fired your boss, right? Like, the shizzle flows downhill a lot of times. Hey, listen, man, if they weren't last in the league, I wouldn't suggest anything. And yes, they are in first place. And okay, if you want to give it a little time because the trade deadline's on Friday and you got some ideas of how to shake things up, okay, cool. I can be a little patient on it. But the goal is to win the Stanley Cup this year and the NBA championship, correct? Not just get there. Just getting there ain't good enough for these two teams, right?
Yep.
Okay, just checking. Biggest takeaway the Broncos should take.
The Nuggets?
I'm not changing that. If the goal isn't to win the NBA championship this year, what are we doing?
I'd be thrilled if we made it to the finals. Thrilled.
Getting to the finals. Oh, if we get to the finals, we're winning. The West is way stronger than the East. If we get, you saw what we got to get through. You got to get through San Antonio, Houston, Minnesota, and Oklahoma City.
My point.
My Lord, if you can do that,
I don't think my expectation this year is to win.
Well, you're gonna kill the Cavaliers or whoever makes it from the East. Scott, am I wrong on that?
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order. If you're able to do that, yeah, you got a chance here.
Yeah, if you can survive that, I'm not afraid of Detroit. I'm not trying to rip on Detroit, but whatever.
Yeah, the only thing about the West will be, and there's good teams. There's 2 or 3 really. Detroit's good, Boston's good, Cleveland we'll see. But how much do you beat each other up in the West to even get to the finals?
That's a fair point.
What do you have left? What do you have left?
Whoever comes out of the West deserves everybody's respect. I mean, that ain't going to be easy at all. And I'm looking at the East right now. Detroit, Celtics, Knicks, Cleveland. I don't Sixers, I don't know, which would be a stretch. But, Detroit, Boston, and the Knicks, the Knicks are just going to fall and fail, Scott, like they always do. They're going to just gag it up at some point. Celtics? I can't believe the Celtics are as good as they are right now.
Right.
So
that just shows you Missoula, a pretty good coach. Right
Yep. So Detroit, does Detroit have? To me, Detroit's still a really young team. I mean, a lot of talent.
But boy, they play hard.
They do. But I mean, the Nuggets did lose to them, which is frustrating. But they gave them all it was worth the last time they met. And
short-handed.
Correct. Remember that, which was kind of cool. Yeah, I'm not afraid of the East. All right, last one here on the Broncos. Big question of the day. What's the biggest takeaway the Broncos should get after the Combine this weekend? What's the biggest thing they should realize? It should hit
If we stay at 30, we'll get a nice player.
Okay, good one. You're right, by the way. You are correct.
If you want to upgrade the offense in the draft, there's only one position that makes sense.
Okay.
Because you can't find it in free agency. You can't find tight end. Okay. You're not getting that in free agency.
Okay.
If you want to really upgrade that position, there's one dude you got to go get. It's Kenyon Sadiq.
All right. I love him too.
I don't know how you do it. I mean, Scott said earlier in the show he might end up being a top 10, top 12 guy. That feels really high to me for him. But he might get overdrafted because there's just simply no tight ends in this year's class. So there might not be a realistic world to get it done.
And that's a great point too. But also those last 2 years where it felt like teams reached a little, not tons, on 2 tight ends who turned into having unbelievable rookie years, didn't they?
True.
I'm looking at Sadiq's overall on NFL mockdraftdatabase.com, the world's greatest website. And he is right now floating between 17 and 23. He's kind of in that range. Now, I don't think he's quite a top 10 guy yet, although that could change. Right now, he's kind of in that 17, 18. Here's a mock that's got him 23. Who's he going to? 23 to the Eagles. The Broncos are at 30. What is a reasonable amount to move up to get him?
How would you move up? What do you need to give up to move up to 22?
Yeah.
Well, there's a chart for that, right?
Sure is.
I don't know what the chart would say. You an expert on the chart?
Not an expert, but it obviously would be multiple draft picks. So it'd be It'd be up
Give
there.
me a scenario, and I'll just tell you if I'm okay with it.
Oh, gosh. A second and a fourth next year, something like that.
That's a lot. I mean, if you tell me we got to give up our current second and swap 30, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. Give up the second and swap the third.
Yeah, I'm in like I'm spitballing here, but we can sort of dig in on it. I know what you're talking about with the value chart, what it would really be. But okay, let's say if it's something like that to move up 8 spots.
I just put it into AI, just out of curiosity.
Oh, okay.
Just said,
Okay.
what would the chart say on this?
Okay.
One scenario it presented was you swap your 30th.
Okay.
A 4th round pick and a future second.
Okay, I wasn't far off then. I was close.
I don't know why would anybody take a future second? I wouldn't take a future second. I want a today second.
You just AI'd the chart, that's all. I mean, that's the points chart there. But I wasn't that far off. I mean, it's in that neighborhood in that discussion. Is he worth that?
I'd do that, sure. A future second? Because there's always ways to recover it.
22 is the Chargers. They ain't going to be looking to deal with you. The Steelers are at 21. Are they going to take a quarterback or not?
Probably not.
What are they doing then, the Steelers?
Aaron Rodgers is the guy. Let's go.
I don't know if they're making any deals with you. I don't know if any of these teams. The team that would most likely deal with you is probably Cleveland at 24 because they have multiple first-round picks and they could just add more stock. And what are they doing anyways?
Derek Carr is the new quarterback of the Steelers.
Okay, we'll see.
Actually, he's gonna be the Vikings' new quarterback.
We'll see, won't we? We'll
get
to that.
Derek Carr is gonna be the quarterback of the Vikings.
Yeah. What's J.J. McCarthy going to be doing?
Sit in the pond.
Yeah, I think so. I agree, by the way. So that's your guy, Kenyon Sadiq. You'd be of anything. That's what we learned. If you're going to move up,
I think it's the only offensive position that you could guarantee that you're getting a significant upgrade.
Okay. What about Eli Stowers?
I just learned about him today.
Well, we're early in the process.
Scott, that's a non-committal.
Scott, do you think the Broncos learned anything about this weekend? Something the Broncos should glean?
I think if you're George Payton, who loves picks, he's already thinking, okay, can we trade the 30th? Can we trade the 30th and get a second round pick this year and a 4th round pick next year?
That would
somebody be desperate at 30.
You never know. You could probably switch a 30th and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. 30th for a 44 and something deeper, something like that. You probably can. You could probably find some customers there. I'm not exactly sure who that would be or who would really value somebody at that spot. It's a really weak quarterback class. I mean, if you had a second grade value on a quarterback and you just want to get that 5th-year exemption, I'm not even sure who that quarterback would be. Maybe Ty Simpson falls down. It'd have to be somebody like that. I mean, that's really the only thing you'd be dealing with.
Yeah, or somebody had like we did with Sade Barron. They had somebody with a
could happen, right?
A medium first round draft pick was still available in a position Denver doesn't really need.
I'll give you somebody who could be like if Kenyon Sadiq fell to 30, you probably would have people like begging you for that pick. You probably would.
Heck yeah,
right?
And
you'd probably take him though.
Well, would you? I would hope you would.
At 30?
Hey, I'm with you. Okay, fine. But we're talking about who would want the 30th pick and deal. If Sadiq's on the board, you're going to get offers.
I'm taking the player.
No, I got you. But what Scott's saying is that George Payton is more likely to want to just add up more picks.
Yeah, well, George is going to get vetoed by Sean.
Dude, that would be a night. Can you imagine if that happened? Oh my God, that would be awful.
What's Sadiq Bey's height?
Sadiq is good question. I think he's 6'4", but let me go here. Sadiq, what do we got here? You gonna beat me to it, Tyler? I don't
6'3", 245.
6'3", 245. There you go.
So 6'1".
No.
250.
And jacked.
Well, that's a 250 that just ran a 4.40, Scott.
Yeah, man, that guy is something else. Hey,
so if he's 260, I'm cool with that.
Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Then we grab Washington in the second round, who's a running back at 6'2", 225. They ran a 4.36, and you've just upped your speed from a backup running back and a tight end.
I love hey, we're having fun now. That's what I'm talking about. Tomorrow, you can win one of 5 pair of tickets to see the Avs as they look to avenge their recent loss to the Minnesota Wild. It's a Sunday matinee, and you can be there. Tune in for Keywords all day on the 20s, starting at 6:20 with Brett. Let's Football Go is next.
Hey guys, if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for life because I think relationships matter. And that's why I just go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle, because I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. I always find the vehicle of my dreams, and I always get the best price. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you over. Know that my friends over at Phil Long Ford have got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Guys, check them out. Find your dream car online at phillongford.com.
I mean, when you get to 127, you can't really go higher.
Can't get any higher.
Except like 128.
Like how QBR's max is like 158. Why is it that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the weirdest QB. It's a 153.8.
It's just a number. I have no idea what it means. To this day.
It's stupid, but whatever. QBR is just like based on 100. QB rating is on like 4 factors that add up to 153.8 or something. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Our guy Brad is the best. We love you, Brad. We love you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. Let's go.
All right, guys, let's hear from George Payton, not George Patton. Here he is with James Palmer at the Combine. A couple of things in this clip here, okay? First, James asks him, should Davis Webb have more influence over personnel decisions via the draft or free agency since he will be the play caller? And they still get into just how crazy it was that Sean Payton did decide to turn over play calling duties to Davis Webb.
Davis has been here 3 years. We know Davis. I think we're all aligned in what we're trying to build on offense. And Davis is, and Sean and Zach Streif, really all our coaches. I mean, we're dialed in on what we're looking for, and I don't think that'll change much.
I do a show with Chase Daniel, and Chase obviously knows Sean so well, and he was like, I can't believe he's giving up play call. We were texting,
I know, it's pretty.
So what do you take when somebody who's been with Sean that long and loves him as a play caller so much, like Chase Daniel goes, I can't believe he's giving it up. What does that tell you about the situation that you're in?
I mean, Sean's going to do whatever it takes, to improve our football team, and I think the cool thing is he's one of the best to ever call it, and yet we have this young up-and-comer, and so I think we're in really good hands with both these guys and the rest of our staff.
Okay, so 2 questions here. Should Davis Webb get more influence on personnel decisions now that he is the play caller? And my second question is, if George Payton is calling Sean one of the best play callers to ever do it, why is he giving up play calling duty? I'm still a little confused by that. I'll let you guys react.
Who knows? He thought it was a good idea to have Nathaniel Hackett here. George Payton is just, he's a politician. It's hard to take anything he really says all that serious, in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I've been listening to the guy for 5 years.
Hey, Tyler, we found out the one guy whose phone number DMac doesn't have.
Is that what's going on here?
Killing you with truth on that one.
Of course, Davis Webb should have influence on personnel. But the real question is how much influence is there going to be, because how much of the offense is Davis Webb's? If this was 100% Sean Payton's offense last year, what's this next iteration going to look like? I mean, my best
97.
guess. Yeah, I mean, if I were to be generous, Scott, I would say like 85% Sean and 15% fresh ideas from Davis Webb. But maybe that's even being generous.
Well, I've talked to a lot of general managers in the last few years, actually, and to a T, the good ones always tell me what we do as general managers. We say, okay, what's your system? What kind of players do you like? What do you need? Where do they fit? What do you want? Without necessarily names. And so from that standpoint, because listen, and I've had a college coach tell me this. He goes, yeah, you'd like more input on personnel, but to be honest with you, during the season when college guys are playing, guess what we're doing? We're breaking film down for the week we're playing and the week we're about ready to play and game planning for those teams. We ain't got a lot of time to sit there and watch all these games and all these different players. So these guys need to say, here's what we need. At the tight end position, I need a quick guy that can go over the middle, take a little punishment. So I'd like a guy around 6'4", 250. Okay, there you go. And middle linebacker, I want a guy that reads holes, gets downhill fast, that fights off blockers. It's got to be quick sideline to sideline, and in a pinch is going to be quick enough to guard at least middle and tight ends. Okay, good. Boom. And then you got to trust your general manager to find those people.
Listen, Davis Webb will be able to pick his personnel in 2 years when he's the head coach of the Denver Broncos, and then we go from there.
You love that.
Other than that,
do you love saying that just because you know it's a hot like it's outlandish, or do you like actually think it? I can't figure this out because I know you love saying outlandish things.
I think it's in the world of possibility.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
So I think
again, Tyler, remember the phone number thing.
I think it's about what makes the most sense for Bo Nix, which is the way it should be. So
can you just answer the question?
It's in the world of possibility. So I'm being a little snarky. Snarkiness comes with opinion, but don't be surprised. I think it's silly
Don't
not
be
to think.
shocked and blown away and drop your bowl of soup if it happens.
There you go.
Do you hope that happens?
Actually, yes, and here's why. If that happens, that means we're going to have Mike Shanahan, John Elway Part 2. If that happens, that would be freaking cool.
Let me give you, because we've talked about this a lot, and I always tell you that I don't see a scenario in which it could happen, because if the Broncos have success, Sean Payton's having success, why would they get rid of him? Davis Webb just goes somewhere else. But I'll give you one scenario in which your little controversial take could actually happen.
All right.
Not this year, but next year. The final year of Sean Payton's contract.
Correct.
The Denver Broncos win a Super Bowl. Sean Payton becomes the only coach in the history of the NFL to have won a Super Bowl on 2 different teams, and he walks off into the sunset.
That'd be a good move for Sean Payton. That'd be a great move for Sean Payton.
I can see that happening.
I like that. Let me go with that. Let's go with that. That would suit everybody.
It would.
That'd be perfect.
In my opinion, it would have to come at a choice
it.
of Sean Payton.
The other thing is Sean just drives everybody nuts and they blow him out and they don't give him a new contract because he went from a A to a B to a C to a D in terms of the NFLPA thing. And he's just driving everybody crazy at the new facility over there in Dove Valley. But I like your scenario is way more upbeat. So I'll roll with you. They win a championship. Sean sets records that his mentor, Bill Parcells, was not able to do. He is a slam dunk first ballot Hall of Famer, and he goes off into the sunset with Skylane.
Perfect.
I love it. And
Game of Thrones.
He figures out an unagi roll and a caterpillar roll is not the worst thing in the world.
He handpicks his natural successor to the throne.
There you go. I mean, he would go out a hero if he were to do that. I mean, that would be a boss way to end a brilliant career. That would be pretty cool. Like, can you imagine if Elway just after they won the Super Bowl, kind of like Sakic, just said, "Hey man, I've done what I've needed to do here, and I'm out."
Like he did with his playing career.
Can you imagine if he double dipped like that? It'd have been pretty cool. But it's hard because you don't feel like going away. But in that scenario, Tyler, he'd be 64 going on 65, plenty of life left, plenty of things that he could still do with his life, but he wouldn't have to go through the grind, and he'd walk off as the double champion, as Conor McGregor might say. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good scenario.
I got a better scenario: win back-to-back championships, and then walk out with
You could do that too.
A placard on your on the stadium.
You win.
Stadium.
You win in 26 and you win in 27. Okay, then your contract's up. That's pretty good.
Then advisor emeritus.
Sure.
To the team forever.
Cool.
Sure. You do that. They're building statues of you. That's statue territory over there at Burnham Yard, which I was going past on the light rail yesterday.
Here we go again.
Oh my
I just
God.
can't see it. I don't know how they're going to build that there. There's just so much to bulldoze. There's so much to do. I just don't get why they would choose that over. Yeah, if you go to Lone Tree, there's nothing you have to do.
Oh my
It's just
God.
open land. There's nothing but space. You don't have to buy out any companies. You just go there and you build it.
I'm looking at that cement company and the light poles and they got big, huge. I mean, sure, everything can be put
It's just
underground.
all ugly over there. I can't get it.
It is. Hey, you got a bigger imagination than me. That's for sure. It's the same thought I have every time. I'm pulling up the 10th and Osage. I'm like, this is where the Super Bowl is going to be in like 7 years.
Does it really take an imagination to assume that the richest owner in the NFL is going to build something amazing no matter where it is? Does that take an imagination?
I guess not.
But boy, Lone Tree sure had a lot of space. They could already have shovels in the dirt.
I know. Yeah, broke ground.
All right. Broken record. But, me on the light rail. All right, next story, Dan.
Guys, the Minnesota Vikings have begun whittling down their salary cap deficit by informing veteran running back Aaron Jones Sr. and defensive tackle Javon Hargrave that they will be released later this month, barring a trade, sources tell Adam Schefter. If the Broncos are unable to get one of the top-tier free agent running backs, you okay with them at least exploring a route of signing Aaron Jones and possibly drafting a running back this spring?
Let's see how old he is. I feel like saying
33, isn't he?
Yeah, he's too old, man. He'll be 32 in early December. Too old. No, not interested. Pass. Tyler?
Agreed.
Scott?
Yeah. In fact, he'll be 32 in the middle of the season, right?
Yeah, December. But, I mean, that's running back, man.
No,
That's running back
he only made $5 million last year, so you could probably get him, what, 2.5?
I don't even care. Breece Hall is 24, okay? ATN is like 27, okay? There's something like that.
Washington's only 22.
I mean, Aaron Jones is, yeah, exactly. Dude, your guy, your Arkansas guys. Dude, you really, I got to give our guy Brandon a hard time, man. You dude should have had a way better season last year.
Oh, I know. Well,
wow.
And he'll throw out the quarterback.
All right, I'll go yell at him about that, and I'll give him a hard time about the Packers as well. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, the NFL Scouting Combine in Indy has generated substantial quarterback chatter, mostly free agent, possible trading, not drafting quarterbacks necessarily, last week. But 49ers backup Mac Jones was largely absent from trade discussions. Despite completing 70% of his passes across 8 starts last season, Jones has attracted a, quote, thin market so far. Now, the 49ers are not actively shopping him, but GM John Lynch...
So you're saying there's not a market?
Well, but GM John Lynch said he did anticipate at least a third-round pick offer, but meaningful bids have yet to materialize. Do you think the 49ers find a trade partner for Mac Jones? Should they trade him? And if they do, what team do you think might be interested?
Oh, God. Mac Jones is a backup? Who knows? Got me.
Well,
no
I
clue.
don't think teams that are going to trade for him are looking for the backup. I mean, a team like the Vikings could trade for him. Pittsburgh could trade for him. I don't know what happens with Miami.
Jets.
I mean, talking about teams that could need a starter. I mean, Mac Jones proved last year he's capable of being a starter in the NFL.
All right, so our teams that need the starter are Minnesota, for sure. They're shopping. They're putting it out there on the street that somebody's going to compete with J.J. McCarthy. I think they're putting J.J. McCarthy out to pasture, but it's not official. But they're one of them. Jets are another one, right? Like who they got. Pittsburgh's another one. There's 3. Who else?
This article says the Falcons, too.
Falcons are another one. Yep, that makes sense. They got nothing. Penix, they're probably ready to move on from. A whole new regime there in Atlanta.
He's coming back from injury, too, right?
That's right. So he ain't, I mean, whatever. Kirk, they're not going to
But they did say they're going to get rid of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it's a whole new regime there. They're going to start over. There's 4. Anybody else? So, I mean, there's 4 teams. There you go.
For a bridge guy, would you rather have Kirk Cousins this year or Mac Jones?
A bridge guy. So
Mac Jones.
What am I paying for Kirk Cousins?
No, the answer is just Mac Jones.
If he's bought out from the other one, you're probably going to get him cheap.
It really doesn't matter what you're paying for Kirk Cousins. I like Kirk. You guys know he's been one of my favorites. I've always had a soft spot for him.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at this point in their careers, the answer is Mac Jones.
What about the Chiefs with the uncertainty of Patrick Mahomes? Now, he says he's going to be ready by week 1, but I just would be shocked if that
That's
happened.
an interesting Kirk Cousins location right there to me.
Yeah.
That, to me, is kind of cool for Kirk.
Except for he can't do anything that system requires.
Right, but they're just looking for somebody. They're not looking for a developmental guy. They're just looking for somebody to stem the tide. I mean, I don't know. You're just looking for somebody who's responsible there. Do you guys think Jarrett Stidham sticks around here with the Broncos?
Yep.
That was the word over the weekend that Muji was going to try to make a move for him and get him. You wouldn't trade Jarrett Stidham for like give me a pick.
Oh.
Give me a pick that you would trade Jarrett Stidham for.
7th in 2039.
Probably a 5th or better.
All right. Is that crazy? You get a 5th round pick. You trade Stidham or not? God, I would do that so quickly. That's great. Good luck, Jarrett. Good luck, Stiddy. Is there really something to think about, Scott? Would you have 5th round pick? Would you trade Stidham?
I already said I would.
All right.
I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Did I not answer the question also?
All right. Well, there's a difference between what you think it would take and if you would do.
Well, I specifically said a 5th round pick or better. I would do it.
Do it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if that can happen.
Yeah. 7th and 39.
If you're Stidham, wouldn't you want a chance to compete? Like a serious chance to compete at this point in your career?
It's getting time.
I don't think he's getting that anywhere ever. He's a backup. Mac Jones, he's going to get that. Jarrett Stidham, he is slotted. That is a backup quarterback.
They need to get rid of Mac Jones, and Stidham needs to go to San Francisco to give him a chance to develop into anything.
Well, you know what, Scott? That would probably be his best path. If he was really looking for it, that'd be a great path for him.
The ESPN just put up a big question about one of our guys from one of our teams. I'll let you know what that question is. And Scott, you're the expert. Details coming up next.
Well, I think we've been extremely competitive. I really do. I mean, if you watch the Boston game or the OKC game, I think our competitive level's been high. I thought today it was a mix. Some guys were, and some guys seemed really out of it. And that can't happen in these kind of games. But I've been proud of how hard the guys have played. For whatever reason today, like I told them after, that wasn't good enough. And if your offense isn't coming to you, you have to find something better defensively, how you screen, how you guard. Bring something to the game to try to win the game.
All right. Well, we do have some Nuggets news. Cam Johnson is officially out today, by the way, with his ankle. And Spencer Jones is also out. Aaron Gordon is out. Peyton Watson is out. Okay, Scott, what's your starting rotation?
I would go, just because you threw it out there, Deron Holmes.
Okay.
And Bruce Brown.
Okay.
Or Tim Hardaway. Maybe Bruce Brown.
Okay.
Tim's kind of fit into that six-man role and has been, way more good than bad, to be honest with you.
Yes, he's a contender for sixth man of the year. Yes.
He'll have 2 or 3 games that he struggles, then all of a sudden he blows up for the next 2 weeks. And so I might just leave him on the bench. And I would back up. I would put Bruce Brown as your starting 2 guard with Jamal. You can run him on the ball, and they can share duties here and there. And then I would bring in KJ Simpson to be your backup point guard.
Ooh, I don't. What about Jalen Pickett?
You asked me to do my.
All right, okay. All right, Sky's got a little thing with Jalen Pickett, obviously.
I got to be a little.
Well, listen, he can shoot it a lot better than Simpson's, but he's slow.
Okay. All right.
Got to be a little.
He might be a better fit tonight, though, to be honest with you.
Careful in how I say this, because I'm not glad or happy or any of those things that Cam Johnson's hurt. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a good opportunity to start experimenting, and Scott, you brought it up earlier. How do you manage the black hole that he's in? Do you make it worse if you bench him? Do you keep him on the court just because you're trying to get him to fight through it? It's an opportunity to start experimenting, and you don't have to worry about it.
Well, he's hurt. He's
hurt.
He's hurt. I mean, he can barely walk. So there you go.
Well, Tyler, if I told you today after the show, I want you to make your ultimate ham sandwich. Make it for me.
Okay.
Well, tell me, make it for me.
I'm going to go with some multigrain bread.
Oh, there you go. Good choice.
Definitely some mayonnaise. I'm just going to use regular yellow mustard on that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to triple up the ham.
There you go. More meat's always better meat.
Need a really, really nice, thick sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a basic American cheese kind of guy.
Okay.
So throw some American cheese on there.
Yeah.
And then I'm done.
Really? No lettuce?
Nope.
No tomato?
Meat and potatoes guy.
Okay. All right. Nothing fancy.
All right.
All right.
Now I want you to make your famous your Tyler's best ham sandwich, and you ain't got no ham.
Well, now I'm going to replace that with some roast beef.
Well, it's not a ham sandwich anymore.
Well, how do I make a ham sandwich without any ham?
The only meat you have left in your house is what's that stuff called?
Scott's going somewhere with this.
Do I have ham or not? I thought I didn't have any ham left.
No, you're making a sandwich out of no ham. You have no other meat.
I don't know how to make a ham sandwich then.
All you got is pate.
Well, then I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna take a number 2, and I'm gonna see what I can collect.
Wow.
I'm gonna get the ham left.
Lord. Yikes. Visual.
So the point being is you need a little ham to make a ham sandwich.
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, here's the question. Is all of this a moot point because Aaron Gordon's not playing for him? And that's what they were talking about, by the way, on ESPN just moments ago. Basically saying until Aaron Gordon gets back, you have no chance if you're in the Nuggets. Is that the ultimate truth?
Yes.
Okay. Simple as that then, huh?
I think you can be good. I think you can be solid. But you're not going to win it. And you said it a while ago, Darren, that you're trying to win a championship. You will not win a championship, I do not believe, without Aaron Gordon.
How important is Peyton Watson?
I think he's a good depth guy that can keep your minutes an energy guy. You bring out the bench, a guy that can make your threes. I told you this last week. Your two best corner three guys are Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon.
It is funny on how any given night Peyton Watson could throw down 30 points and Christian Brown can't. I know it's kind of a different role, but but you do have that with Peyton Watson, something you don't have with Christian Brown. Kind of interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a mentality too. I think Christian Brown came up into a team first concept all through high school and college. He's never been asked to go out and be that 25-point or 24-point a night.
True.
Peyton Watson was that in high school. Didn't get the opportunity really in his 1 year at UCLA, nor the first couple of years here, because he was on the G League during their championship year for most of the year, and really didn't start playing until last year, significant minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he just blossomed this year. What can we say? I mean, if there's any benefit to all the injuries the Nuggets have had, it's the incredible development quickly of Peyton Watson as a scorer. And hey, man, he's a dog defensively. He can be, especially blocking shots, that sort of thing. I don't even know if it's going to be a hard decision at the end of the year when you compare Cam Johnson to Peyton Watson. Unless Cam Johnson turns something around, this is a pretty easy damn decision. So...
Remember when we were debating that earlier?
Oh, my God, it's nothing now. I mean, you want to keep Peyton Watson, hey, okay. That's not going to be that hard.
Remember when we were debating whether to start him or not, or that whole conversation seems so
hey,
silly.
The guy's had one hell of a year. I'm sorry to see him get hurt, man. And
the key with the Nuggets is they got to get to the point where it's not Joker and four guards. I think everything would elevate and be better if they can get to where they're not having to play Joker and four guards.
All right.
No size. And to be honest with you, now you're losing Cam and Spencer. Who's your size besides Joker and Dort?
You got Zeke and Deron Holmes. That's who you got. I mean, hey, what can I tell you, man? Hey, the buyout period is come and gone. Trade deadline is come and gone. It is what it is, Scott. And your two big guys are Deron Holmes and Zeke Naji. After that, that's it. That's what you got. So play him or don't play him, but that's what you got. You asked the question. So
well, and one or maybe both needs to probably play tonight.
Yeah,
so maybe just from the trust factor, maybe it's Zeke and Joker to start the game.
Okay, because why else are these guys on the team? What are they doing? Why are they here?
Guaranteed contracts.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say then, man. It's. And by the way, tonight against Utah, I think I could come off the bench and you still got a shot. It's just they are trying to lose games. They're sitting guys because they got sleep apnea. I mean, it's a joke. Didn't they have to get like an MRI? Checked out by the NBA on marketing to make sure that they weren't lying about the MRI. The NBA was checking it out.
Wait, what was the deal?
So, am I got that right, Scott, or not?
Yeah, they didn't think he was hurt as he was.
The Jazz got an MRI on marketing. The NBA didn't believe him and sent an independent guy to check out the results of the MRI. That's how little the NBA believed Utah.
We got doctors on the take.
Well, Scott, I mean,
well, the NBA, you sure heard the NBA quiet after that, didn't you?
Yeah, I never heard anything after that. That's true.
Yeah.
Who was the sleep apnea guy too?
Oh, I don't know.
There was some dude that's like, he missed a game, he's got sleep apnea. I don't even know. It's a crazy story what they're trying to do there in Utah.
That's how Trinidad Chambliss got an extra year of eligibility, right?
Sleep apnea.
Sleep apnea. Yeah.
Awesome.
They had doctors come in as expert witnesses in court
not
and explain that he has solved his sleep apnea issues and thus he needs an extra year of eligibility because now he can sleep.
Well, did he get it?
He got it.
He got it. Good for him. Why more guys should be playing 6, 7, 8, 9 years. By the way, college football could really end all this crap by simply giving every athlete 5 years of eligibility and be done with it. You get 5 years to play, period, the end. Play, 5 years. Never mind, you play 4 games, you get another game, you're redshirt, this, that, the other thing. Everybody gets 5 years, go. The end. And we're done with all this other, hooey. Speaking of hooey, Andy Lindahl walking in the door, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready, fired up, excited. I could see just the combine is dripping off of him. How'd your lacrosse team do over the weekend? How'd they do on Friday night? I know you guys were out there. They do okay? They win? They lose?
They were incredible. What is wrong with this mic? They were incredible. One guy had the most amazing first goal of his career I've ever seen.
Well, that's good. Who's that dude?
His name's Dylan Hess. Imagine if, trying to figure out who to relate it to. Imagine Tyler, the offensive lineman. He's just hanging out in the gym. You're not thinking too much of Tyler, the offensive lineman, as a basketball player, and then he goes full Dominique Wilkins windmill dunk out of nowhere, and you had no idea he had it in him. That's basically what this was. So,
well, right on. I'm happy to hear it. It's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Scott, what are you expecting for tonight?
I would expect a dismantling of Utah. Get home. You got a couple days, a little practice. Serious practice on Tuesday. Take care of the Lakers on Wednesday.
Take care of the Lakers. Okay.
And then you got a back-to-back, but it's a home back-to-back at least for Thursday. And then then don't we fly out or something on Saturday and play somewhere Sunday? Oh, then we fly Saturday to Oklahoma City again. You got
it's a grind
on Sunday.
Oh, the schedule ain't no joke. I mean, tonight's the easiest game in the next
Well, it
month.
just got harder
This
with
might
Cam Johnson and Spencer Jones out. So,
oh, really? That makes it harder?
Well,
you sure?
Well, you don't have a lot of physicality left, do you? Who's getting physical if they decide they want to get physical?
You think Cam Johnson's getting physical? Who's he getting physical with?
Fair enough, but Spencer Jones being out is rough. So
he was out last game. He's been out for the past
how'd
couple
that
games.
go? Did you win that game?
No, you sure didn't.
You sure didn't.
That's because you didn't have Spencer Jones?
Well,
that's why you had
listen, you got to have some element of physical. I know that I know I'm the caveman in here. But again, I told Scott this on Saturday. When somebody goes after your dude, when Lou Dort decides to take out your guy's knee, and everybody just stands and watches it, nothing angers me.
Is that
more.
not what Cam did?
So
I thought Cam kind of did that.
What?
When Joker went down, I thought Cam just kind of looked at it, was like, "Oh, yep,
yeah,
that's
you got to
happening."
do something about that.
I thought Christian Brown was pretty.
Christian Brown going to get involved in this, so I'm going to stand out here. Wait. Somebody
all
make
I know
me do
is this:
something.
Lou Dort, when he gets back in that game, somebody better foul. Somebody
Back
better
in
go
the game.
Scott Hastings.
He got kicked out. He didn't come back in the game.
I'm talking about Sunday, whenever they play again.
Oh, we're having
you better
hockey revenge on Sunday?
Hell yeah!
Really? What does that look like?
I just told you, a hard foul. Then first time he thinks he's going to go lay it up. You want to play this way? Let's play this way.
It's like baseball, DMac.
So Spencer Jones should just go clock.
I don't care who it is.
Well, who
I
else
don't care
would
who
it
it
be?
is. Tell Zeke Najee. I don't know.
Bring
his dude up from the
like
G.
Andy. I
from
love
the
this.
G League.
Let's go,
Scotty. Am I wrong? Is this not what you have done back in the day? Somebody somewhere's got to tell you you're not screwing with the best player in the league.
My days would have the game on Sunday would have looked like a Four Nations game in the first 2 or 3 minutes of the game. Yes, my day.
So you mean? Wait, hold on. You mean the next game?
Next game.
The next game you play Oklahoma City would look like Four Nations.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Are you not familiar with this at all? I mean, what?
In basketball?
Doesn't bother you at all. You know, basketball, they go up and get clobbered going to the rim plenty of times.
Okay, fine.
So let's get physical with somebody.
Hey, I'm fine. I just want to know who it is. That's all. Sounds good. Let's go. I'm with you. I'm not against you.
I promise you this. If Aaron Gordon was in that game, I don't think he would have just stood by and watched what happened.
Oh, you think there were some passengers during that moment, huh?
Yeah. When I watch everybody just stand around when your best guy just got punked.
Well, Christian stepped in right away.
That's your best guy.
So you think the Nuggets kind of were soft there. Scott,
I don't love the reaction.
Do you agree with Andy on that?
Well, none of the guys on the bench can get up, so
they're not allowed, right?
That would have iced me out of that,
right?
Maybe.
Okay.
Look, man, I just think it's too much. Let's just take stuff. All right, I'll just Sky didn't have to come out on this limb with me. I don't have a problem being on. I'll talk about Tyler. I don't have a problem being on my own when I believe in something this much. I don't think you should let people punk your best people. I don't like it. And if they're going to hard foul everybody, and it wasn't just Joker, they're letting you know they don't think much of you. They don't think much of your toughness. They don't think you're going to respond.
Yeah, but when would you have done that? In that game?
Yes, I'd have gone
In
back.
that
Guess
game?
what? Next time you want to go up for a layup there?
To who? Because Dort was
Go
already out of the
to
game.
SGA. You let SGA get in there?
Gilgeous.
Wow. Right
All
down.
right.
I'm going to break your wrist. How does that feel?
Well, Christian Brown was on SGA.
Fine. Hard foul. I don't care.
Like suspension-worthy foul.
At this point, I don't care. If you're literally gonna have a dude try to take the knee out of the guy that just got off injury because of that, yes, I'd like to see something. I'd like to see something to let you know we're not having this today.
Okay,
and
Scott.
I've not seen that over and over this year. That's part of the problem. Now, part of that's because you're missing Aaron Gordon.
Oh, all right. But would you want to like have Aaron Gordon decapitate SGA?
I'm talking about a simple hard foul as you go up.
Okay,
It doesn't have to be.
Scott, do you agree with Andy? They should have put in like Zeke and told him go get SGA.
He ain't gonna do it. Well, no, but there's.
I mean, should Christian Brown have been Kurt Rambis?
Listen, you're asking a guy who lived through that and has a completely different mindset of the athletes of today. That's the issue. It's the entire league thinks this way for the most part, except for Isaiah Stewart, who he had an issue, didn't he?
For Dylan Brooks.
I think in my day, if they'd have done that, Dort gets kicked out. The next time you'd try to kick Dort, but the next time they went to the lane, somebody would have hard fouled somebody. Yes.
So you guys think the Nuggets were soft in that thing? They were trying to win the game.
I think it's a different era, and I think that's just how they play.
Yeah, I mean, whoever would have done that would have obviously got a flagrant 2 and been thrown immediately out of the game.
You don't have to do flagrant 2. It's fine enough to smack down on somebody. And again, I'm not talking about going WWF and grab them out of the air and slam them to the ground. But you can hard foul people if you want. They're hard fouling you. Joker gets hard fouled and scratched up all night long.
All right, so you think?
But again, you just keep letting people do this to you. You know
so
what?
You think the Nuggets are soft?
I think at times you need to get a little more physical. You bet.
Okay.
Now I'm also going to tell you this. The other thing that I don't like. I'm going to borrow a George Karl term. He used to talk about teamness. I'm not feeling a ton of teamness. And then what backs up I'm not feeling a ton of teamness. Joker comes out yesterday and basically says in postgame, I'm glad we lost. Maybe you'll make guys care more. That ain't a great thing to hear. Who's not caring enough where you got to lose to make guys care more? Who are you talking about?
That's a good question.
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, who needs to care more? Well, how do you feel sorry for Cam Johnson? Came out and said he's kind of depressed and everything. And he's just fired up, Nate. I'm just trying to get Andy going. I'm just going to keep going
again,
here.
It's a different day. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're going through some stuff. I get that.
Nate can handle it today. He's got the porn stash.
Torches and pitchforks, everybody. Burn Lou Dort at the stake.
I just want to see some reaction to people people punking you, and I don't, and we just don't see it.
You saw Crazy Eyes Killer out there.
I know,
he handled
but
it himself.
Again,
he was all over it.
Again, I listen. I just come from a different time where you don't let people do that to your teammates, man.
Anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Like,
you don't need to let guys do that to your teammate, especially the best guy that you got on your team.
Well, you can't leave the bench.
Okay, again, foul SGA the next time he wants to play the foul game. I'll give you a real foul.
Got up. He went and told Lou Dort. By the way, amazing restraint from Nikola.
Yeah.
Kept his arms, at his side.
Yeah.
And just went and directly told him, hey, I don't appreciate that. Officials got it dead right. By the way, I thought the officials were great on it.
Yeah.
You give
there were matching technicals on.
Yeah, you give Jokic and Jay Will the matching technicals. You throw Lou Dort out of the game. It's a cheap shot. It's a flagrant 2.
You play 4-on-4 for a couple minutes.
That would be fun. Why not do that? How about 4-on-4 basketball?
Maybe that would help the Nuggets.
I would totally take.
You don't have to have a power
4-on-4
forward if you play 4-on-4.
I'd take 4-on-4 all day. That's a new thing.
But I love Andy. Andy's 4 Nations. Andy's thrown at the batter from a previous game. Andy's we got some business against Oklahoma City.
It's
next time around.
I'm just not a fan of.
Here's what I laughed at more than anything was Daigneault's his post game reaction to it.
Yeah,
because he made the point. He didn't really try to defend Dort. He made the point of he only got thrown out of the game because it's a superstar call.
No.
So he tried to make the point of, if Jay Will's running up the floor and he gets tripped, it better be a flagrant 2.
Well, he said if anybody trips, then it should be a flagrant 2.
Exactly.
So that was just a trip.
That's
what Jokic did.
If you do what Dort did, which is, what is it? Flagrant 1's excessive. Flagrant 2 is excessive and unnecessary.
I would say that was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
He had no reason to go trying to hip check Jokers. He's just trying to roll up the floor.
Well, it was that he tripped him from behind. He threw the foot out. He kicked the feet out of Jokic. That was the issue with it. And, Joker tumbled, and the refs looked at it. They got it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not enough for Andy. That's not enough for you.
He knows this. He's been my partner a long time.
He wants Lou Dort placed into a cannon and shot into the parking lot.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. No, I just think if you're going to do that, SGA is going to get a couple right across when you got that.
Oh, don't worry. They foul SGA enough. You don't got to worry about that.
This one, you're going to know you're going to take it. You're going to get the foul call and you're going to walk away.
How about yesterday, Ant getting called for the SGA play?
Well, you know what?
I honestly, at that moment, I was like, justice for Anthony Edwards.
Hey,
that's crap.
I tip my cap to Doris Burke. Did you hear her analysis on the play?
She was right about it.
She flat out said
she was right about
that
it.
The league, she talks to guys in the league. They said you either call it on him or you give it to the rest of us, but you can't let this be only he gets to throw the chicken wing and extend it, and it's not a foul.
It's yesterday. Oh my God. Okay.
Yesterday was a game that really.
Oh my God.
Especially after you had a good first quarter.
I'll be honest with you. I came out of Friday night and I was frustrated with the finish. There's no doubt about that. They sucked in overtime. Cam, my God, make an open 3. That dude's bleeped in the head right now.
Yeah, but he's sad.
He appears to be, which I'm sad about him too.
Yeah, his sad has made all of us sad.
It's really bumming me out. Yesterday it was, and Adam was right. Second quarter, we've gone right back to the place where the bench just sucks. Where
really quickly,
where Nikola builds the lead and they get it cooking, and then immediately the bench is just butt. And yesterday God bless him, he tried Zeke early in the second quarter, and it was a friggin' disaster.
What, at the dunker spot?
Yeah, they played him in the 4, and he was awful. Valanciunas has been terrible lately.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. What's going on with Val?
He's so slow.
I mean, it's like when he's out there, it's almost as if there's times where I feel like you feel angry. You just got in the game. You're just like, you're mad that
he's
what
very
is going on?
He's very slow, and it's being exposed.
And you see it when he plays Oklahoma City and Minnesota, teams with good size. It really looks bad. He looks unplayable against the Thunder.
And then, just so you know, I'm not a total just goon. I was not psyched about his elbow that he threw yesterday right into Bones. I mean, it's just like, dude, what are you doing there?
I say,
there's no need to elbow the guy. You don't need to do that.
I gave props to Bones because not only would that be a weird fight, wouldn't be good, but Bones didn't back down.
Stood his ground.
And then Bones came back and hit a 40-footer,
he checked
3.
himself.
Yeah. He played great. Don't tell me he wasn't vibing. But by the way, it is funny. They got Naz Reid off the bench, and we got Jonas Valanciunas. Okay, that feels different.
Well, and again though, look at what that team salary structure is though. They can pay a Naz Reid to come off their bench. The Nuggets
they drafted a bunch of great teams.
And the Nuggets have, they have paid so heavily for their starting lineup. And, again, like Jokic, what Jokic play yesterday? 37 minutes, and he's a +4. Okay, yeah. So your well compensated starting unit won their minutes yesterday, but they didn't win enough. And then you go to your bench, and it's terrible. And
it's crazy to sit there and see a 9-point lead get to an 8-point deficit in 12 minutes.
Like nothing.
It's weird.
Yeah, it just happened so quickly, and then you were never in that game in the second half.
Well, you played even Steven the rest of the way, but there was no, and the crowd was great. The crowd was great. The energy was great. Every excuse in the book you can make didn't exist. It was fine.
These last 2 games, I can't sit here and be like, they didn't show up. No, they showed up, but they're just not playing well enough. Here's the thing that was frustrating about yesterday's fourth quarter. They got stops. Hell, they got stops against OKC too. They got stops. They didn't get buckets. Okay, which has never been their problem in the past. They always got buckets. The problem was that they were just matching baskets with opponents. Now it's like you're getting stops and you're going back down and you're turning the ball over.
Yeah, but I knew they were in trouble by the second quarter because Oklahoma City or Minnesota they shot terrible. They couldn't hit a three. Nobody could hit a three. Anthony Edwards could
Nuggets
not get
couldn't either.
going. And they were terrible. And the Nuggets, it was one of those things where, it was like that football game where all you did was have 3 turnovers and dominated, but you kicked field goals, and you knew sooner or later the other team's going to come to life.
Okay, so
And sure enough, they did. I just didn't think it was going to be Bones Highland that was the guy that lit you up.
All right, really quickly, okay? So here's this. There's never a single stat that tells the whole story of a game, but this one will tell it pretty succinctly, I think. Both teams had 14 turnovers yesterday, right? 14 all. Points off turnovers, Minnesota 22, Denver 11.
Yep. Brutal.
Yeah, you got stops.
Guess how many turnovers the Nuggets had in the first quarter?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know.
It stood out to me because I was like, how did they have a 9-point lead? So I made a point to look at it.
Oh, they had odd turnover.
1 turnover.
Yeah, odd turnover.
1 turnover in the first quarter.
And you forced turnovers all game long, and then you didn't go get buckets off of.
It's not complicated. And they didn't shoot great from 3 yesterday either.
They only took 22 threes, too.
Correct.
Now, some of that's a little bit better because Joker wasn't just firing away out of frustration. And Minnesota, honestly, is a team that he does that to a lot because Rudy Gobert just drops and hangs in the paint, and Joker's like, okay, you're going to leave me this open.
Yeah, but you're not shooting great from 3. Strawther, and this is a funny stat, Strawther and Cam Johnson combined in 39 minutes for 2 points. Jalen Pickett played how many minutes and had 4?
Yeah, he came in and made an impression yesterday. His minutes were good. Yeah, I liked his minutes a lot.
So give me something creative.
Zeke was a -7 in 6 minutes yesterday.
I said you should start Deron Holmes and Jalen Pickett.
Valanciunas was a -15 in
I'll give you another
9 minutes.
I'll give you another word. Tim Hardaway Jr. had a pretty good game, right? 17 points.
Yeah.
He was also -17.
Which I appreciated out of him yesterday. He had a better shooting day. I hated him on Friday night. I was cursing his name up and down.
He
was so bad in that game on Friday night.
Yeah, he's already played more minutes than was planned, and it's starting to wear.
Yeah.
So
it's been all over the place. Honestly, Andy, we can lay out just the pecking order of frustration with this team right now, and I don't know many names we would leave off the list. I really don't.
Nobody's really playing well.
No.
I don't like it. I don't like how it feels. I don't like the overall fight at times. Period. Does this feel a little like where we were at before the firing of Malone?
Okay, so
are we back to that place?
Well, no,
because it feels like there's some team frustration there.
I think that's how we feel. I'd like to believe that's not how they feel in the room.
Yeah, but there is, again, I don't know why I'm channeling George Karl today, but I am. He would talk about there's a joy to the game when you're playing well.
Hold on. Rub your forehead, rub your temples longer, and have a very long sigh before you say
I can pause, and then I can change, like Sean Payton, I can change thoughts and start talking about something else mid-answer when I was just about to get to the payoff.
I always loved the first question in the press conference with George, and he would just stare at the box score, and then he would just start talking about whatever
he wanted,
whatever the thought, no addressing of the question that was asked.
He didn't hear your question.
No,
we shouldn't have. No, but seriously, I don't think there's a joy in playing together right now, and I don't know why.
There doesn't
looks
seem
like
to be.
There's a lot of frustration, and again, the guy I was most excited to watch is Valanciunas. Because you had to back up big, and he's been one of the guys to frustrate me the most over the last few games.
Did you hear the comment from Tim Hardaway after the game yesterday? And I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. I don't have the exact quote, but it was along the lines of he was asked about Cam Johnson and kind of, hey, what do you say to a guy when he's going through it like this? And and Tim Hardaway was just like, we're all going through it, man.
Yeah, it's not just him.
There wasn't a lot of It didn't feel like there was a lot of sympathy going in that direction, which, that's – you got an open corner 3, all right? They got you. They got a block shot on one end and an open corner 3 on Friday night, and you can leave Oklahoma City with a victory and really start to kind of change the narrative of this thing. And it's a make-or-miss league, and he missed.
Dude, I'm driving home from the Mammoth game that night. Of course, I popped the game on immediately. We were kind of go to the coach's presser. I'm watching it, in the room down there in Ball Arena because obviously it's on. Run to my car, get in the car. At the point, it just sucked because they had like a 6-point lead when I left the room, and they were down 2 when I got in the car. And like, what is going on? How did you give this away in my 30-second walk to the car? And then, it just was so much of Jay. Listen to Kaz go, Cam from the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Missed it. And I
Yeah.
just knew by the silence, Jason has taken a second to compose himself to give a proper call.
Yeah.
Missed it.
Instead of saying bleep, he missed
Yeah.
it. Uh-huh. Which is what he was thinking.
Because, again, I got a feel for Jason because unfortunately what happened 2 or 3 times, and it wasn't just Cam, but a couple people just, I think Murray had a look at 3.
There were looks.
There were some looks at 3s, and when Jason's not going, got it,
Yeah.
it did not end well.
Yeah. You're also the only person I know that calls him Jason.
Kaz. I probably should call him Kaz. I don't hang out with him a lot. I guess, I really don't have a Jason or a Kaz. I only see him when it's work stuff.
Jason. Who is Jason?
Jason.
Who's this Jason you're talking about? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is Monday afternoon. We have got Rapids Ticks. We're going to get you a keyword today here on the show. Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're wrapping up that combine. We got 40 times and broad jumps and high jumps and bench presses. We got to discuss all of it today here on the show. But a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk about the Nuggets, and yes, we are going to give you the ladder of blame. That is next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with, look, the weekend just got done. That's usually the time you go out on a date, maybe whether you're in a relationship or seeking a relationship. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, you're probably not getting too fired up for either. So if you had another quiet weekend and maybe not even trying to initiate anything with one that you're already in a relationship with because of ED, then get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that will even have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you're after. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to having a great sex life with plenty of intimacy. And get on over there. They'll help you out. First appointment's real easy. Schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And your initial visit's $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test. And if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready to go out on that date the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs. They've got a great revamped location in Castle Rock they're really proud of. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I mean, I think it's a good thing to happen, and then you're going to start worrying and you're going to start care probably more. I think the struggle is good, If you fail, I think it's good. It's just going to keep you worried, I will say, and then you're going to play a little bit harder and better.
Well, the urgency better be there now. They have dropped to the 5 seed. Hey, you won't want to miss the biggest game of the Rapids season, Andy. Tickets on sale now for the Rapids' 30th anniversary match presented by UC Health. They will take on Inter Miami, back where it all began 30 years ago, and Power Field at Mile High. What was it called 30 years ago? Was that Invesco?
Yes.
Okay.
It started at Invesco. Then it went to Sports Authority Field, which was the former
Spaff.
What was it? Gart Brothers. Remember when Gart Brothers became Sports Authority?
Sports Authority.
Were you around when that happened? Gart
Yes.
Brothers is like the big local
Sure.
sporting goods store.
Sure.
And then,
Used to go to the ski sale.
and then everybody was all
Right there on
before everybody
Broadway.
was all big mad about the banners. I think it went this way. Before everybody was all mad about the big banners that had Joe Flacco on the
They
stadium.
made it red.
They were mad about the red that represented the Chiefs
Do you
for
remember-
Sports Authority because that was their logo.
In the press conference room, they painted the wall red.
Yeah, and everybody was
It was really
not
weird.
happy.
Yeah, it was really weird. Also, just generally wasn't attractive. Anyway, so let's see. It was the Spaff, and then it went from that to
Spaff to Empower.
To Empower.
That's it.
That's
So
the
only
order.
had 3.
I didn't miss anything else in there.
No, that was it.
Okay.
What do you?
Good remembering.
Not that it really matters to remember. I used to have to say it all. I was at the
Yeah,
place
yeah,
where
yeah.
we were contracted to say it properly. What do you think happens? What do you think happened? Spring just sent us something. Spring, is this breaking news? Go ahead and do it, Spring. It's not pulling up for me. What'd you send us?
The Nuggets are signing guard Tyus Jones.
Hey, Tyus Jones. I've advocated for Tyus Jones in previous off seasons. Isn't Tyus Jones like 6'2"? That didn't really fix their need for size.
Now.
No.
Well, Spring sent us that great tweet saying that, unfortunately, once Chris Middleton decided he wasn't going to join the Nuggets, they
Yeah.
were stuck with what's a pretty meh buyout market.
Yeah, Chris Middleton, I think you actually kind of needed. You got Tyus Jones. Okay.
Yeah! Woo! Hey, man.
It's a veteran.
They did something.
They did something. It is certainly something.
Cool, Carl. You and I know by the time you get to the buyout, man, there's maybe one or two.
Slim
Look, Conley,
pickings.
I'd have taken Conley if he'd have got bought out, but apparently he got bought out, and then we saw him on the bench yesterday in Minnesota. So
Slim pickings.
Yeah, he might have been better than some of what you had offered to you in the buyout market.
I have advocated for Tyus Jones in previous off seasons to fill their need for a backup point guard.
Well, now you're right. Hey, sometimes it just takes a minute for your take to be right.
Didn't really.
So guess what, Kreckman? Today your ship has come in.
I mean, I guess he can run point with the second unit, take ball handling and turnover duties away from Bruce Brown a little bit, and
I love Bruce. Bruce was frustrated.
He didn't
you know
play
what?
well
I
yesterday.
couldn't tell if everybody. I don't know if I'm just being too hard on everybody or if I'm just so
Oh
hacked
no,
off.
it was a really frustrating weekend.
Yeah,
it was a really frustrating
And you want to talk
weekend.
about two teams that Denver fans don't love losing to?
No, they shouldn't.
It's those two.
No, they shouldn't. By the way, history, passion, and star power set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. Lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. There's a lot happened in this live read. If you want to win tickets, just text RAPIDS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Yes, the Nuggets have acquired Tyus Jones, so KJ Simpson, we hardly knew ye. Enjoy.
Yeah, man, that stinks.
Grand
Well,
Rapids is lovely in March.
We'll still talk to him.
A spring on the shores of Lake Michigan, Andy.
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
Boy, I'm not a fan of Grand Rapids, especially this time of year. Really, seriously, you weren't meant to live there if you have to have tubes to walk back and forth because it's so damn cold in the winter, which is what they have. They look like the George Jetson tubes, only not cool. But they go, you've been there, right? They go between buildings. Dude, the Crush, we had to go there every stinking year.
I never did a Crush game in Grand Rapids.
Do you know how many, how you find out how many of your guys are not comfortable with air flight? Wait till you fly into Detroit, deplane, get on a puddle jumper,
Oh, yeah,
and
'cause
find
you
out
gotta
how
go
many of those guys are not
across.
psyched about that little flight.
Yeah.
Now, it's only like, it was one of those where it's kind of like flying from, I think on our honeymoon, we went to Cozumel, but we had to land in Cancun, and, you just go up, and then you're,
Yeah.
It's like 20 minutes, it feels like. But yeah, you find out who's comfortable with the plane when you're on a little one. And the other funny thing was some of the bigger guys could not fit in the seats on that little plane. So
Yeah, you got to go across the hand.
God,
on
there's
that
one
trip.
weekend we had to spend like 3 days there one time, and I'm just like, why are you people living here? Seriously, Mother Nature is telling you get the hell out. It's like -12.
It's lovely,
and that's
in the
not
summer.
even the windshield. Again, you have tubes connecting buildings that you're supposed to walk in because you may get frostbite on the sidewalk.
I don't know,
Get
man.
out of there.
I'm from the Midwest. Just put a coat on. You're fine.
Well, that's how they were acting, but I was like, yeah, it's pretty cold out here. I hate this. You're welcome to it. Hey, I will not be invading your area. Your local Cheers is going to stay your local Cheers. I hope I never come back here again.
Yeah, put a coat on. You'll be fine. Yeah, layers, Andy, layers. Tyus Jones, 6 feet tall.
What happened to Tyus Edney?
He made a huge bucket. And
it's the other Tyus that comes to
hopefully
mind.
he got some money in that Ed O'Bannon lawsuit.
Sure.
I hope that for him.
That's it.
Let's see.
Name some Tyuses.
That's basically the two that I know. How long did Tyus play in the NBA? Tyus made it 226 games in his NBA career. Played for Sacramento, Boston, and finished up the Pacers. Tyus Edney. Final Four hero.
Good for him.
Out of UCLA.
Good for Tyus Jones. Good for all the Tyuses today.
Good for all your favorite Tyuses.
Proud of all your Tyuses today.
It's
one, Tyus Day.
This one out of Duke, by the way. This Tyus Jones. His nicknames, by the way, according to Basketball Reference, are Ty and Tyus Stones. Tyus Stones. Oh, you hit a big shot.
Good.
You got a pair of.
Yes.
Maybe he could hit a corner three in the closing moments of a game against a division rival.
All right, where are you at? Where are you at with Cam Johnson? Because again, look, I'm sorry you're going through it. I'm sorry. You know, when you open yourself and you're real to the media, I appreciate that. I've been in plenty of locker rooms where I got to hear the same nonsense and they're getting the same nonsense questions and we're all just going, let's be honest, Nate, a lot of what we do in the locker room is literally the same nonsense. But dude,
it's not working.
This is, it just hasn't been what we all hoped it would be. Can we all just say that?
Yep.
And there's no way you're giving up Peyton Watson to keep him around at this point, are you?
I want to let's go back to the beginning on this.
Did
okay,
I just go too far?
No, you're
just I'm in a mood, man. That weekend had me in a mood. Because I was so looking forward to this Nuggets season.
It's not dead yet.
I know it isn't. They can get in a series and, do their thing. But they need Aaron Gordon healthy, period.
Do you see this team winning 4 series right now? I don't.
No, it doesn't. No.
Doesn't feel like
But see, it bothers me because I felt like they could.
So I was in favor of the trade. I was in favor of moving Mike and freeing up dollars and allowing you to do some different things with your bench. I thought Valanciunas was a good move. I thought Tim Hardaway was a good signing. I liked going and getting Bruce.
I still think Hardaway and Bruce are good signings.
There's more veterans that are available to you on your.
Listen, I think the trade in itself was still the right move. You just don't have the right pieces after the trade. Fair enough?
I mean, we're right back to the place where the bench is butt. So, like right now, the bench is playing at the level of last year's bench.
But is part of that because too much of the bench has moved to the starting lineup because too many guys are hurt?
Of course. Yeah. There's the pecking order has been all thrown off with this team. The vibes have been weird. You survived your 10-6 stretch, your 16 games without Joker, and it went well. You played a lot of bad teams, and you beat them, and you had great performances from assorted different dudes that got you to that place. And Jamal Murray was outstanding, and he earned himself an all-star berth. He basically hasn't been the same since, and basically since the start of February when I think he was named an all-star. He hasn't been the same. So that's been frustrating to watch. Jamal Murray, I don't think, is blameless in all of this, but I mean, realistically, comparatively, relatively speaking to the rest of their roster, he's still playing really well.
No, he's been very good, but the last
he just hasn't been what he
4
was.
games have been frustrating down the stretch because we're used to a different standard out of him.
He's had some bad shooting games. He too much dribbling until late in a shot clock and then having to shoot a fall away, and it feels like the offense never found any action on too many possessions.
Can I just air some grievances? This is my little Nuggets Festivus, I guess, right now. You know what really drove me nuts is I finally get home, I'm watching the overtime, right, on Friday night, And it's like all of a sudden in the last minute or two, Maul's finally raining threes. And I'm just like, bro, where was that? And why weren't you taking the shots?
Well, I mean, a part of it is the Thunder
You don't
are up
care.
9 and
I
they
know,
don't care.
but dude.
And suddenly
But to watch you hit 3 meaningless ones in a row when nobody could buy one for 5 minutes when it mattered made me want to go and kick a bucket.
Yeah.
How about that? Not die, but,
Don't go that
find
far.
a bucket, kick it off the deck.
Why don't you lose bucket in this analogy, okay?
What else am I going to kick?
Kick something
I'm not
else.
touching my dogs.
Yeah, don't kick your dog.
I
because
never
the
kick my
Nuggets
dogs.
lost.
That's why I need a bucket. That's where the bucket comes from,
Why'd you go to
Kreckman.
dog?
I got a recycling bucket I can just go give a little kick to and get some frustration out. Happy Gilmore that thing.
Don't die and don't hurt the pets.
Well, when did kick the bucket become dying anyway?
Great question.
Why are we kick the bucket means dead? Sometimes I just need to kick a bucket in the yard.
Okay.
And just let some frustration out. That's all.
All right, Andy. Let's see. According to the internet, to kick the bucket is an English idiom considered a euphemistic, informal, or slang term meaning to die. A common theory is that the idiom refers to, this is from Wikipedia, to hanging, either as a method of execution or suicide. However, the actual origin of the idiom is a matter of dispute.
Really?
Okay, well, this makes sense. Like, somebody's, they're in the gallows. They got the noose. You kick the bucket out from under them, and then they...
All right.
Okay, so that all makes sense.
Because all I think of is, since I'm not a guy that is familiar with the practice of hanging, all I think of is literally like kicking the mop bucket or something.
Its earliest appearance is in the Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue.
Okay.
I think you've read that, Andy, where it is defined as to die.
I am the dictionary of the...
In John Badcock's Slang Dictionary of 1823. I'm sorry, what now?
Yeah. Come again?
John whom?
Talk about the vulgar tongue.
The explanation is given that one Bolsover, having hung himself from a beam while standing on a pail or bucket, kicked this vessel away in order to pry into futurity, and it was all up with him from that moment. Finis. Anyway.
There's a lot of words going on there to simply say
yes
where it came from.
Uh-huh. So anyway.
You know what? Good work by you.
Hey, I'm naturally curious. Going down rabbit holes is a big part of my life.
Who do you hate losing to more, OKC or Minnesota?
The Thunder.
Really?
I really do. Yeah, because that's, to me, that it's the greater measuring stick. It's that's the standard. Those are the NBA champions. Okay. I have watched Denver defeat the Minnesota Timberwolves in a playoff series. I've seen them lose.
They were 3-0 until yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
3-1 on the year. Now you still have the tiebreaker.
Yeah, but you're behind them in the standings.
Over the Timberwolves. You've played very well against them so far this season, but without a doubt, it's Oklahoma City, and you need to solve that puzzle to be able to beat those guys. And I thought, again, generally, I thought they played well the other night. I was pretty pleased with that game. The result was annoying.
But didn't they lead most of the game?
They led for a lot of it. It was, up 6 to down 2. It was one of those kind of nights for the Nuggets. But just in general, like, I thought the fight was there. I thought they were there for the moment. I thought they did a really good job after the Dort cheap shot, which was early fourth quarter. I thought they did a great job of just, pushing through that and really playing their game. And then clutch execution went to crap again, which was annoying. You get to overtime. Shea's not on the floor. You got to win that game. You have to win that game, and they didn't close. And I know you're extending out Jokic's minutes.
Yeah, didn't he come in did he even come out of the fourth quarter?
No.
He just pretty much played the whole quarter.
No, I think he was back in at the 10-minute. It was early.
It was quick.
Yeah, it was early. It was get Valanciunas the hell off the floor.
See, the problem is we've got a TV in our booth.
Uh-huh.
When I'm calling the Mammoth.
Were you watching the Nuggets game?
The Nuggets game was on.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to watch the Mammoth game. I got that right in front of me. You know what I mean? So we put it on the Nuggets game, and all I know is at one point we hit a break. I look up, and I'm like 10 minutes, or it was whatever, 9 something. All I know is I was like, it's too early for Joker to go back in, so I know how this is going.
Yeah. And it was also like Adelman was going for it. He wanted that game. And,
yeah, he should. I liked it.
And guess what?
And they were getting it.
Daigneault wanted that game. Just like Finch wanted that game yesterday. He only played 8 dudes. Like he admitted after the game, I want this one. You know, like he made
didn't
it
want
pretty
him
clear.
to go 4-0 against him.
No, he wanted that one. He knows it's a battle in the West right now, which it is. Which the Nuggets eventually have to start winning some of these damn games. But with me, without a doubt, it's the Thunder. All right, Cam Johnson, back to it.
Back to Cam.
Okay. The trade was the right thing to do. The trade was absolutely the right thing to do. He's not had a good year.
It's not working out right now.
The vibes are weird and bad. I don't know if his teammates are thrilled with him. And the coaching staff doesn't seem that bummed out with him. They keep putting him on the floor.
Yeah, but do you have better options? I mean, let's also...
Yeah, there's no Spencer Jones, no Peyton Watson, no...
You don't have better options.
No, you really don't.
And again, I think you're just hoping if he finds a shot. Look, right before he got hurt, he had his shot going finally.
No, and there was like...
He had a 3-ball.
There was a period for a minute there after he came back. You know, he played well in the Clipper game. He played well in the Portland game. He was a 6-9 shooting night against Chicago. But these last two games, he is a combined against your rivals, the two teams that you really measure yourself against. He was a combined 2 for 13 for 7 total points over these last couple of games. He's just been awful.
He has been, and look again. You've pointed this out on a number of occasions because unfortunately it keeps happening. Either Joker or Jamal, when you need a clutch possession, too often as the clock ticks down, are just turning the ball over.
Yeah.
Just
or forcing a bad
not
shot.
Not even get into a bad pass. Where was the one? Was Jamal yesterday that tried to chuck it across the court at a key moment and just got picked off halfway there, like trying to go from one side of the court to the other?
The trust,
it's not there.
The trust between the veterans right now is not good on this team. Empower Field at Mile High will host the Rapids 30th anniversary match presented by UC Health. Coming up here in a few weeks, and the Rapids will take on Inter Miami. You want to win tickets? Just text RAPIDS, RAPIDS, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce a winner at 5:45. We're double dipping a ruin tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets and the Avs are both in action. Tune in at 92.5. Nuggets Jazz coverage. Pregame starting at 6:30 with Birdo. Avs Kings from L.A. We'll have full coverage on AM 950 starting at 8 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. So a happy double dipping night to all of you.
Tonight is a double dibble-daroo.
Double dibble-daroo. Yes. The Nuggets did sign Tyus Jones off the buyout market. Got themselves a veteran point guard. Andy, again, like he's not the size that you needed. I don't think he changes much considerably with your team. But veteran point guard. Presumably knows how to run a pick and roll.
Sure.
Presumably will turn the ball over less than Bruce Brown has been of late, I guess.
What is happening there?
With Bruce? Yeah, I don't know. He has not fit as naturally into the point guard role in his second stint as a Nugget as he did in his first.
Again, what I hate is this is all just injuries, but I guess in some ways there is evidence that it is a lot just the injuries because we were loving Bruce.
Yep.
And then we weren't over the last couple of weeks. And it's weird because, okay, can I ask you this too?
Mm-hmm.
Is Joker doesn't feel like he's in a good spot. He seemed mighty frustrated at points yesterday.
I mean, you mean mentally?
Yes.
Because I was going to say his game is there.
No,
he's balling.
Mentally. No, the Joker's back.
Yeah.
But did you see the one point where...
You know how I know the Joker's back, Andy? Here's how I know. Now when the second and fourth quarters start, I'm just staring at the clock going, when are they going to put him back?
Put him in. No,
Yeah.
I'm with you there. No, he had a point yesterday where he had to go out high. He got caught back on defense. Whoever it was, one of their guards was pushing it up. And they went right by Joker, and he turns around, and literally nobody else is in the lane to pick it up. And he just looked at the sky and started shaking his head.
Yeah.
I think he's tired of the way they're playing defense. I think he's tired of the way I don't think people are cutting the way he wants them to right now. And could some of the vibes be the fact that, again, I think this guy's got some Peyton Manning to him where he expects a lot. Guess what? He's going to do a lot for you. You're going to get to play a lot of winning basketball, usually. Not the 2 weeks notwithstanding, but I think he expects a lot. And I'm not sure everybody shows up. It's a little like Kobe Bryant used to be. You better come here and ready to be. It's serious basketball time.
I think he's a lot cooler than Kobe Bryant.
No, I would agree. But I think there's some of that.
I think right now a lot of his frustration stems from I'm creating the right plays for my team and we're not getting rewarded for it. We're not making the shots. The kickouts are there. The opportunities are getting created and we're not finishing. And right now, like Jamal and I can't just carry this entire thing.
Well, Jamal had a weird night where Jamal tried to get to the rim a couple times and he either left it short, that one went around the world and rolled out on him.
The dunk, though.
The dunk was sweet, and I thought that was going to get it going.
Again,
and then nothing really happened.
You got the dunk, and then it's, and Finch calls timeout, and then you come out and you turn the ball over right away. Rudy goes and gets a dunk. You miss a shot. Ant hits a three, and it's like, okay, all goodwill. Just waste it away.
Never mind.
Andy, I have for you, with the news of the Nuggets signing of veteran point guard Tyus Jones, I have the full list of Duke Blue Devils that have worn Denver Nuggets uniforms.
Is it a big one? I don't think it is.
It's not. It's not all that terribly big. Do you know who the greatest former Dookie to ever suit up for the Denver Nuggets is in terms of what they did with the Nuggets?
Jeez, Nate, not really.
Can I guess Mason Plumlee?
You are correct, sir.
He was a Dookie.
You are correct, sir. Yes, the Plumlees all went to Duke.
You want to be a Dookie?
Mason Plumlee is.
I like that album.
Is number one on the list. Legendary. Number two. I mean, it's a considerable drop off to number two. Number two on the list. He was here for all of 79 games. Dante Jones.
Oh, really?
Yes. Dante Jones had a little Lou Dort to him.
He did. He liked to.
Dante Jones had no problem. Stepping into your landing space.
Yeah, he was known to check a cup here or there.
Yeah, he played dirty. Austin Rivers, 1.8 win shares. Somebody named Mark Allari from the 80s. I have no memory of this person.
Mark Allery.
Mark Allery? Okay.
I remember the name.
What was his salary? What was Allery's salary?
I wanted to come back with something. I didn't have anything cute. Sorry.
Sheldon Williams was here for a
hot minute.
Grand total of 42 games. Remember when Sheldon Williams was here?
Not really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I always thought Sheldon Williams kind of looked like Ken Griffey Jr. on that episode of The Simpsons. Jack White went to Duke. Remember when Jack White was here a couple of years ago?
Yeah, he played a great concert. It was sweet. Now, his sister didn't come with him, so I was a little disappointed about that.
And Kenny Dennard was here in the 80s, whoever that is.
Don't know me, no Kenny Dennard.
Okay.
Get my English teacher rolling in her. Well, I hope she's not dead.
So, did she kick a bucket?
Oh, no. I don't know. I hope not.
Would she know the origin of the saying, though?
Probably would. She was a very intelligent woman.
Okay.
Shout out Ms. Boyan.
Okay. Mm-hmm. She knows about John Badcock?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
All right.
I did not know about the personal doings of one Ms. Boyan.
He wrote the slang dictionary of 1823.
What was it? The vulgar tongue?
Dictionary of the vulgar tongue.
Yeah. Well, you got to write that dictionary when your last name is as such.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, shout out to Vic. Allery was a great player at Duke. Yes.
But Vic, was he good for the Nuggets? I can't remember if he was good for the Nuggets.
Could Vic tell us off the top of his dome everybody that was in the 1986 Final Four?
Probably.
He probably could. Yeah.
You know, Vic was, well, I guess he's still in TV. Vic's been a big deal in a lot of places.
He's also taller than Tyus Jones.
Is he?
No.
I was going to say. Nothing against Vic, but that does kind of, well, in basketball terms, are they about the same size?
Right.
Is he basically Vic's size in basketball terms?
I feel like Vic, like naming teams in the Final Four, like Vic and like my guy Doug Ottewell, they could rattle all those off the dome. I was like, my strong suit was always I could tell you whoever was in the World Series basically for most of my lifetime, like up until like the aughts, and then I forgot.
Yeah, I won't shock you. The only thing I could do that with
Super
is
Bowls?
probably the Super Bowls,
Yeah.
and I'm not even sure I'd get them all right.
Right.
Who would be like the ultimate Jeopardy panel for the Final Four? Is it to be Vic, Ottewell, and Hyatt?
That's
just put all three there. You can be Alex.
They would
that
probably
way you could be a little snarky if they get something wrong in your natural way.
Exactly.
Oh, you don't know that one, do you?
NC State was 83, you rubes.
How dare you get that wrong? Did we screen you before you came on here?
By the way, speaking of rubes, Thunder fans.
Okay.
I want to, like, I get it. You're drunk at a basketball game. It's your Friday night.
Sure.
Enjoy yourself by all means. Nikola Jokic gets intentionally tripped, trying to run up the floor.
And a hip check was thrown that just didn't connect.
By Lou Dort. He gets intentionally tripped, gets his legs taken out from underneath him. He's 6'11" and 250 pounds, and hits the floor. He gets up, gets in Dort's face, does not touch him. Doesn't touch him. He didn't touch anybody until Jalen Williams came in. And like he very momentarily had his hand like wrapped around the back of Jay Will's face, but it was like they were going back and forth. Again, he never threw a punch, he never threw a swipe, anything like that. It was just a lot of tussling and Joker going full crazy eyes killer. So that's happening. The rest of the game, every time Joker touched the ball, they booed.
Well, they don't like him. They're not gonna like him.
No. But like they didn't do that before the play. They didn't. It wasn't like when.
I know.
It wasn't like when Kobe would show up here after an afternoon in Eagle, Colorado,
right?
And then roll in would be booed instantly,
right?
No, they were booing Nikola Jokic presumably because of his actions in the fracas,
yes,
and the kerfuffle, where again a large Serbian individual that is coming off of a major knee injury is showing I don't appreciate getting my feet kicked out from under me. That's not cool, bro. And for the rest of the night, he was booed. What did they want him to do? Why are you booing a guy? Your dude threw a cheap shot and he didn't like it. Why is he in the wrong? Now, if Jokic had tripped Lou Dort, and he didn't get ejected, maybe just got a flagrant one, by all means, boo away. Boo the cheap shotist in this situation. But Jokic is the cheap shotty. He should not be booed, and I believe Thunder fans owe an apology.
He's not going to get it, and they're never going to feel that way because not only do they not like the Nuggets, and I think they know that when healthy, the Nuggets are maybe the greatest threat to their own, although I can't even say that. The Spurs are getting up there. But there's also that MVP thing going on between SJ and Joker. So,
but again, that's all immaterial.
I get it, but you can't expect fans to be reasonable, can you?
I just I require like a connecting of the dots of
but it's never going to happen.
Logic.
But that's illogical from you, my friend, the most logical person I know. You know that's illogical.
I would like to interview each of the 19,000 Thunder fans that were there one at a time, and I'd like to question them as to why they thought Nikola Jokic was in the wrong for anything that he did as a result of being tripped by Lou Dort.
Groupthink. One guy's booing, we're going to join.
Then I need to find the guy that did it.
The guy that started all this?
That guy is a problem. All right. Anyway, be smarter, you bunch of rubes. Hey, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we've got a doozy, Andy. You can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avs as they look to avenge their recent loss to the Minnesota Wild. It's a Sunday matinee, and you can be there. Tune in for Keywords all day on the 20s, starting at 6:20 with Brett. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Their website is roller.bid. Go to roller.bid right now. Check out all the auctions that are available to bid, including right now. They have got a contractors, vehicles, tools, and equipment auction that you can get on and bid right now if you just go to roller.bid. There's always a fantastic selection when you start looking at these auctions. We're talking about Bobcat mini excavators. I got to get one of those. I got a bit of a project. I'm putting in a little backyard beer garden this year. I'm going to need a mini excavator. They got skid steers. They got a John Deere Gator with a plow. If we lived somewhere where it snowed, that would actually be a fine item to own. Generators, storage buildings, so much more. Go to roller.bid. Check out this auction. And if you're going to go and check out the auctions available at Roller Auction, you have to sign up to bid. What better place to do it than roller.bid/altitude? That's right, roller.bid/altitude. Go to it right now and sign up to bid. That enters you to win tickets. Monday, March 16th, you want to go see the Avs and the Penguins at Ball Arena in a catered suite, courtesy of us right here at Altitude. Just sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. All right, hour number 2, Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll talk to our dude Leggy all about all the Combine stuff. All of the Combine stuff that is happening. But before we get to that, Andy, I just want to I wanted to look up a stat in the break. You know me. I'm curious by my nature, okay?
Stat guy. You like the numbers.
Yeah, it's again. Sometimes I need to know these things. Okay. Before we get to last year, right now, okay, this is with 36 games played together. I'm looking at NBA.com. 2-player combos. Nikola Jokic and Cam Johnson. Okay, Nikola Jokic and Cam Johnson. Offensive rating 125, defensive rating 114.5. I'm doing a little bit of rounding, but anyway, net rating 10.4. Plus 10.4 per 100 possessions. All right? So just out of curiosity, I looked up last year, the 24-25 season. Net rating, 66 games played together, Nikola Jokic and Michael Porter Jr. Offensive rating 125.6, defensive rating 114.9 for a net rating of 10.6. Plus 10.6 per 100. So Jokic and Cam this year plus 10.4. Jokic and Porter last year plus 10.6. The difference basically negligible. What do you make of that? Why is that?
No idea, because
are we overreacting to a recency bias of Cam being really bad of late?
Well,
he also wasn't good at the start either.
See, that's just it. I was about to say, this isn't necessarily a recency bias. He had a good stretch for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. I want to make it clear. I still think the trade was the right idea because it gave you flexibility to try to do some things.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the guys that were working out once upon a time are not working out right now. And Cam, I don't know if he's ever really, is this going to be a fit right now? I'm not so sure it is. I'll be curious to see what the offseason brings, but I think a lot of us right now feel like we can predict what can happen. Now, who knows, okay? We just now turn the clocks. The clocks go forward this Sunday. The spring can be a whole new season. Maybe he has a hell of a playoff run, and the next thing you know, all this is forgotten. Maybe this is nothing more than late February, early March frustration at a time when guys are slogging through the season. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I can't figure out is why Cam can't hit a shot when he's wide open, and that's disappointing because even Spencer Jones was draining those at one point. And I don't know, like the other part, I don't want to just focus on Cam, even though for good reason, when you miss a couple shots, could have given you a big win against OKC. You're going to be a talking point. There's no doubt about it.
Goose egg yesterday.
But what is going on with Valanciunas? Like, why is the Valanciunas thing so weird? I will be. You know what? I'll flat tell it to you, Nate. I don't think the Valanciunas thing, frankly, has worked. More often than not, it has not worked the way I thought it would this year, which means it has not worked. He's not come in and been as effective his times as the backup center as I thought. Now, he does get some rebounds. He does play a little bit of defense, but I thought he might play a few more minutes than he has. But again, for the most part, with Valanciunas, let's be honest about it. He's not really getting more minutes than DeAndre Jordan, is he? I mean, overall, I guess he is, but DeAndre Jordan go in there, give you 5 or 6 minutes, and feels like at best that's what you're giving Valanciunas.
Would you rather have DJ right now?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, I wouldn't either.
And look, I like Valanciunas. I think he has something that they need, but I don't know, man. I also be lying to you when I say when I watched Al Horford the other night. What was that, with Golden State a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we should have went and got that guy since the word was he was interested in coming here. Maybe you did pick the wrong big man. I don't know.
He just looks slow.
That's a big part of it.
He looks really slow. He wasn't good in the Golden State game. He looked unplayable against the Thunder. And to the point where he only played 8 minutes, like Adelman got him the hell out of there. He wasn't much better yesterday. NBA's, okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses for anybody right now because these guys all get paid absurd money to go out there and play a kids game. All right. I don't want to do all of that, but like I also have to live in the real world. And NBA players have up months and they have down months, and veterans have good stretches and they have bad stretches. And that is a part of being an NBA player. And if you get banged up and you're coming back from an injury, Valanciunas, I don't know what's going on with the guy. He wanted to push his way out of the NBA and go to Greece last year, and now he's here. I don't know. Is that impacting his performance?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't think that he's playing hard. I think he does play hard when he's out on the
Yeah,
floor.
look.
He looks like every bit of being a 33-year-old big man right now.
I can't deny that. I keep bringing him up because I was so excited that they had what I thought was a viable, actual, real big for the first time since Mason Plumlee that could go in there and give you some stuff. And it really has not worked out the way that I hoped it.
Yeah, it's like you can even lose his minutes. That's okay. Just don't lose them as badly as you're losing them right now.
I'm with you. Listen, the biggest point that you've absolutely pointed out, and we all saw it, I think we were all thinking it. You cannot come in and in 2 minutes give up every lead that you build through the first and third quarters.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You're just chasing the game that way.
The lineup to start the second quarter yesterday. Let's see. Let me pull up the play-by-play really quick. I want to make sure. I don't want to miss anybody here in the blame pie. Okay. Here was your lineup to start the quarter. Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Zeke Naji, and Jonas Valanciunas. That group started the second quarter with a 9-point lead at 31-22. By the 9:52 mark, when David Adelman called a timeout, you would let the game get back to 31-31. Bruce had a turnover. Dosunmu hit a layup out on the break. I would have loved that guy in a Nuggets uniform, but of course he's in Minnesota. 31-31. There you go. And now Jamal had to come back in for Cam, but it was a 9-0 run to start that quarter behind that lineup. That's just not it. Like that just isn't it. If you can I tell you what, by the time you get back to Joker, even if your 9-point lead shrunk to 5, I can live with that.
Sure.
I can live with that.
But you are not only losing leads, you're sucking the energy out of the building.
That too.
People are coming back in, and that was a dead building. Frankly, let's go to the fourth quarter example.
Yeah.
That thing was dead until Jamal Murray dunked the ball. And as you pointed out, that didn't last much further than the timeout that was taken shortly after it.
Let's hear from Thunder head coach Mark Daigneault. He is zipped down his quarter zip, and after the game on Friday night, he was there to talk about the Jokic and Dort incident. Let's be honest, it's the Dort incident. Jokic didn't ask for it. But he certainly responded to it. Here you go. Here's the Thunder head coach explaining away Lou Dort's trip of Nikola Jokic.
If you were watching the game, I think you could see very clearly, very early, that was a chippy game. These are two teams that played each other in a 7-game series. We're in the same division. We've played each other 100 times. They know our playbook. We know their playbook. It's just what it is. Like I said, it's going to be an imperfect game. And things get, they escalate like that sometimes. I know Lou, I know Jokic, I know Jay Will. I don't think anybody's trying to hurt anybody. They're just great competitors. And, that's what I said. I thought it just boiled over. I think it was nothing more than that. I will say this. If Jay Will is running up the floor and gets tripped, we expect a flagrant 2 from this point forward. That's all. If that's the precedent, if that becomes a malicious play and flagrant 2 is the line in the sand on that, we would expect that if it's Jay Will. We would expect that if it's anybody. And if that's the case, we're good.
Did you think it was upgraded to a flagrant 2 because it was a 3-time MVP who got tripped?
No, I'm not going to answer the question like that.
That's what you were saying.
About it.
That's what you were saying, Guy.
Yeah.
And
you
again,
didn't have to answer the question. You did.
And your response to it was to bring up a hypothetical situation that hasn't happened. When there was something that happened, and you explained it away with, well, chippy game. It's imperfect. Sometimes things escalate like that. Sometimes they only escalated because your guy went for Jokic's legs, which, by the way, like Lou Dort did this to Wemby earlier this season. He got in the fight with Jeremiah Fears. He got fined for that earlier in the year.
Took out Brown too. Who took out Brown as he went up for the layup?
Yeah. Lou Dort is
he's an edge player.
Yeah, he's starting, but my problem is like it's fine to, I don't mind edge player. I don't mind physicality. That's Lou Dort's game. That's how he gets a paycheck. He's a good player. I I wish Denver had more guys that defended like that.
Yeah, we could use some physicality.
But like, it's what I hate is when a player crosses over. Draymond did it. Draymond went from I play with an edge and I play with physicality to I'm a cheap shot artist. You know, Chris Paul, Hall of Fame career, but he was a cheap shot artist. He had no problem taking a guy's legs out, tripping him, hitting him in the nads, whatever he was up to in a given moment.
Didn't
you know?
Stockton have a little of that in
Oh,
him
of course
too?
he did. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys will tell you Stockton was dirty.
Yeah, they disliked him. Like that's what I hate is and these guys, they know better because they're the same kind of athletes, right? I can't, like, it is something that makes my freaking blood boil when you have got guys that are, you know, set in the case of Nikola Jokic, 6 feet 11 inches tall. Okay, when he goes to the floor as a 285-pound man, there's a lot that can happen on a play like that when he gets his legs taken out from under him. Like, again, you clipped Wemby earlier this year. When you force guys off balance in that moment, like, that's dangerous. That's not a basketball play, and you can potentially injure somebody. Nobody's mad about physicality. Okay? Nobody's mad about being up in the chest. Nobody is mad about playing up to the edge and getting called for as many fouls as they do. Hell, Jokic has implored his own team, foul more. Just let's play more physical, and that means we're going to get more whistles. That's fine. You're risking a guy's season and a guy that came back from a massive knee injury already this year. That drives me nuts. And again, I don't think Daigneault's going to sit there and say, well, my guy threw a cheap shot. But his response to it was, well, I'll whine because it's a superstar call. The only reason why Dort made that play is because it was a superstar.
Yeah.
He was trying to take out Nikola Jokic.
He's not doing that to Zeke Naji on his way up the floor.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. That really annoys the hell out of me.
Here's the good news for the Nuggets, I hope. If all the timelines are right, you could see Aaron Gordon in that game when they get the rematch. So
God, they need him.
Yeah, they need him horribly bad.
They need
and they need Peyton Watson, frankly, too.
Yeah.
They need both these guys to be right.
Okay, I want to talk about expectations for AG and Watson. We'll get to that before this hour is up. A lot of Nuggets consternation today on the show. It's not Nuggets Nation, it's Nuggets consternation again today here on the program. Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Kreckman. He is Lindahl. Mark Springer is our producer. Jeff Legwald is the guy that we talk football with twice a week here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And Jeff Legwald will jump aboard next to give us his full combine review from the Denver perspective. You don't want to miss it. We're talking football right after this. Yeah, let's dive into it. Football talk with the Combine now behind us. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. All right, Jeff, once the Combine has come and gone and you have had a chance to be out there watching everybody, we talked to you on Friday about, having a sense, having a feel for what George Paton is looking for. Right now with Denver sitting at number 30, looking at what they could do in the top couple of rounds, do you feel like you have a pretty strong sense of who Denver likes specifically in this draft?
Well, I mean, you can track who they met with, but I will tell you, and I always hesitate, or I tell people to, there is stock in who they actually sit down with in the formal interviews at the Combine. But I will tell you, it is a fact that every team talks to every player at the Combine. It's why they come here to do it. So, you get a sense in the formal interviews when a team makes a decision, we're going to actually have these guys in the formal segments.
Yeah.
And they met with a lot of tight ends and a lot of inside linebackers and a lot of running backs in those formal settings, and that should shock no one, given that Sean Payton said in Indy that the must positions in the offseason were inside linebacker, running back, and tight end. So they are sticking to the form. They're playing the chalk right now as they get going, as the coaches start to get involved in the draft process. I mean, the scouts have been at it all year, but I think those three positions, in the first and second round, I think those positions are going to be on the forefront of their mind when those picks come up to see how their board looks at that point. But because that's where their big spots are, and they've got to find some solutions here in free agency or the draft. And, that was their focus. And just talking to everybody, even some of the players they had met with, that was their focus of a lot of the Indy visit.
Jeff, Kenyon Sadiq of Oregon, I think we've all had the wishful thinking kind of conversation of, hey, maybe he could tumble down the board to 30. Certainly doesn't seem to be the case anymore. He had a Vernon Davis-esque performance at the Combine. Athleticism absolutely off the chart. Jeff, how high could Sadiq go?
Yeah, when you're put together like that, the thing that also didn't show up in the workout is I've talked to probably at least 10 scouts about Sadiq, and he's absolutely considered like this fabulous teammate, this a grinder. So not only is the guy athletically gifted, he is going to check all of the team's boxes for football character, how he works in the off season. So that only enhances your ability to go up the board.
So he's basically he's like the superstar jock that is also the student body president, who is also the homecoming king, who also volunteers at the children's hospital every weekend.
He is the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as Sean Payton loves those kinds of players, I think they would be hard pressed to get him without a significant trade. And I don't know that they are of a mind to do that either, because, on a board when there might be, depending on the team you talk to, between 11 and 15 true first-round grades, Sadiq is one of them, and that means the Broncos would have to move awfully far to get him. That said, they also met with Sonny Styles, who may not even get out of the top 5. So, they're obviously covering all the bases with some of this draft's best players.
If he goes to the Chiefs at 9, I don't even know. I don't even want to think about this right now. Jeff, look, we can get into some...
I will say, Andy, I saw their Joker. They have no chance to get him, but I saw the Joker.
That would be the Joker. Well, if we really need a Joker, then maybe they need to get up there.
Jeremiah Love is the Joker, and they have no shot to get him.
What do you think the future of this whole event is? I saw an article that had said, with a lot of prospects starting to opt out and maybe not all the coaches showing up and stuff. I know you've always told us the thing about the draft is everything's central. It's a great time for them to get all the medicals done, especially this early, so they can do a recheck if they need to before the draft. And it's just so centralized for everybody. But do you think the draft is about ready? Has there been a lot of talk about what this could become with so many top prospects not working out and some teams not sending as many people as they used to?
Well, I'll say two things. And when people report these stories, yeah, I mean, they can decide at any point in this age of technology with GPS tracking of players during the season. I mean, they know far more about how fast a player is and all of this before they ever get to Indy than they ever have. There's no question. But even the teams that didn't send their coaches sent everybody else. So, to me, that's, you're sending 2/3 of your football staff and your entire medical staff. That still represents a commitment from a team about the event. And the medicals are the biggest thing in Indy. And unless they find another way to do that, this will exist in some fashion, I think. Now, does that mean all the GMs come and all, I don't know what that looks like 10 years from now. But, I just finished a week I was over there today talking to people. The offensive linemen did the bench press as the last event of the Combine, and there were still people here 8 days later. So they still think they're getting information out of it. And as long as the medicals are with that, and I will say, yeah, a lot of guys didn't run, but it's still more than when I was coming here in 92, and nobody liked the turf. And they were trying to figure out then, how can we get more guys to work out? So that part of it's looked the same. You just have a lot of people talking about it who don't have a sense of the history of how this looked, 30 years ago. Because some of the issues are still, we're still talking about the same issues, but an awful lot of people worked out. And, Ohio State has some of the elite prospects on the board, and the only one of those elite prospects who didn't work out was Caleb Downs.
By the way, Carnell Tate, is there now concern about his speed after he was clocked as a 4.53 40? Because his agent tried to claim that there was some poor timekeeping going on.
Well, it's always the claim. Because honestly, because the finish of the Combine 40 is electronically clocked. The finish is. The start is manually started on the timer. So why that is, nobody knows, but that is the case. So there's always some discrepancy. That's why all the teams still take the 40 times on their own. You'll see 40 scouts at the finish line at the Combine, even though the electronic time is given to everybody, because they want their time on the guy. And, look, I get I'm Timmy the sports writer, but if you saw Tate play football, 4.5 is just fine. He's going to get open a lot and catch tons of passes. And if you don't take him because he ran a 4.5 on the electronic clock at the time at the Combine, well, that's your problem, and you're going to watch him score touchdowns.
By the way, little Timmy the sports writer, do you have longer arms than Reuben Bain?
That's another guy. All I know is
short arms.
All I know is the best tackle in the draft said he couldn't block the guy in practice.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, and it's again, you have to have measuring utensils. I get it, but there's no template for everything, and Reuben Bain is fine. Is he going to be a 20 sack a year guy? I don't know that, but all I know is he's one of the best pass rushers in this draft, and a smart coach will figure out what to do with him.
Jeff, let's talk about the players they have, the players they're hoping to retain, what the future of the current roster could look like as far as free agents and whatnot. First off, as you've now had a chance to gather the intel, make it sound sexy, What do you think is the future of Ben Powers? Is he on this team? They're going to talk to him about a restructure, or is he going to get moved?
I bet all of the above will be considered. I mean, they like Palczewski at guard. They think that can work. I mean, Sean Payton was asked at the Combine specifically about Palczewski and George Payton as well. So they think they have a player in-house already. And that said, this regime of the Broncos will never stop taking offensive linemen. Sean Payton's biggest credo in roster building, beyond the quarterback, the quarterback is its own item. But beyond that, his biggest credo is never stop having as good an offensive line as you possibly can. And you look at all the picks they expended over the years at the Saints in the offensive line. That's how they're going to do business with the Broncos. So, with a cap figure that big and with a potential adjustment already in house and the draft coming, I think all of those things are on the table, and I think that's some of the stuff they're working through. They did some of it. They had their free agency meetings before they went to Indy, so I think they're working toward knowing some of those things here as free agency opens in 10 days, 13 days.
Speaking of their own guys, is John Franklin Myers, is he the consensus best interior defensive lineman on the market? Because typically, Jeff, those guys can really break the bank.
Yeah, I'll be stunned if he doesn't end up in Tennessee after talking to everybody here.
Okay.
In Indy. And, oh, yeah, by the way, they have like $120 million of cap room. So, but he's got a relationship with Saleh. They have some assistant coaches he knows. Anything can happen, but I personally will be surprised if that's not the destination. And as much as the Broncos want him back, and they do, that they're not going to be able to compete with what he can get in the open market.
Is that going to be a little of the story with Alex Singleton?
I think they'll try really hard to get Alex back too, but we're not talking about that level of John Franklin Myers is going to get. He's going to get the bank. I think he's going to ring the bell. Maybe as high as any interior D lineman in free agency this year.
Talking to Jeff Legwald here on a Monday afternoon post-Combine. Jeff, tight end continues to be, and again, we already talked about Kenyon Sadiq, but in terms of the veteran tight end market, how aggressive could you see Denver being in a trade scenario? We saw what, not a tight end, a running back, but we saw the David Montgomery trade look like today. In terms of tight end, how aggressive could you see Denver work in that angle, or could you see them wanting to hang on to their draft picks and just using some of their cap space to go and pay a tight end?
Well, I mean, some of it is, who among that group of free agents, out there is, worthy of that kind of a lot of picks. I mean, the wild card is, and look, I know you play for now, you make your moves now, but next year's draft is roundly considered so good. Those are the picks people are going to ask for, and those are the picks you're not really going to want to give up. And, the guys who aren't free agents, that you would have to trade for, I don't know if the impact guy they could get, I don't know if anybody would be willing to part with the kind of player they'd be willing to give up a lot for, if you know what I mean.
Jeff.
Andy wants a tight end, Jeff.
Yeah.
Let me get to solve this problem for him.
The free agent group isn't great,
So that's where I was going. I'm glad you said that. Could we be looking at a bigger trade as a move rather than do you think they're in the mood to trade rather than hit the free agent market, or what do you think may go on there?
I think they're looking in the draft. I mean, Sadiq's obviously Sadiq, but they're checking out a pretty deep group of tight ends in that second, third, fourth round range. And, while that may not be fire up people, it is worth noting that they are looking at that avenue. And I think they think, getting the play calling to Davis Webb and being more vigilant about how quick you're moving on offense and all of these other things they're doing on the other side of it will improve production if they can add a good free agent and get somebody in the draft, or is Caleb Lohner going to be ready next year to participate in the offense? I think they think all of that together could lead to more production. But they got 3 touchdowns from the position this year, and that's just got to be, in this day and age when you're facing nothing but nickel defenses, you got to have a lot more than that from your tight end.
All right, so what about a Dallas Goedert, or I'm spacing the kid's name in Detroit. Allegedly, he's on the market too. Would either guy
Sam Laporta?
Would either guy interest him?
Laporta would take a lot to get. That's what I mean. And I was just talking to people informally about, hey, how are you going to work trades in the draft and stuff? And everybody felt like a lot of folks are going to ask for those 27 picks, the picks in 2027, and those are going to be the ones people aren't going to want to really give up because it is a good board. Now, Goddard's a free agent, correct? I mean, I think
yes,
he is.
I think he is.
Yeah. But I mean, you look at the best tight ends in free agency. Kelsey's 36, Njoku's almost 30, Goddard's 31. It's Higbee is 33, Zach Ertz is 35. I mean, these are the guys that are on the market. So,
and you're not a fan if it's not a second contract quite often, right? Like you taught me years ago when Vasquez signed, it's a second contract you want.
It's history is against you if it isn't. That's all I'm saying. We all love free agency because we know the names, we know the production, we know what they did. But you're signing for what they're going to do, not for what they did. And I think and it's not a long-term solution anyway. You just want to keep recycling a bunch of guys on one-year deals. Then sign the oldest free agent you can find. But I don't think the successful teams live that way beyond let's just get the final piece type of free agent. And I don't see this as that right now.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Go check out his latest after covering the Combine. The draft prep is in full swing. Jeff, excellent work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Yeah, Dallas Goedert in free agency. Cade Otton in free agency, if you want to go in that direction. For a moment there, I was like, 27 picks? That's a lot.
I'm with you. I was like, who the hell has 27 picks?
That got expensive.
Oh, I see. You're not allowed to trade more than 3.
20,
Wait,
27.
hold on. You can only trade 3 first-rounders. They may up it to 5. I wonder how many. We'll look in the break. I wonder how many you're allowed to just trade in general.
Your keyword is Rapids. Text Rapids. You can win tickets for the Rapids Inter Miami game coming up at Empower Field at Mile High on April 18th. Again, Rapids. Text Rapids to 303-504-0925 right now. You can lock in your seats at rapids96.com/Miami if you do not win. But if you want to win, text Rapids to 303-504-0925, and that will get you entered. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, I got another piece of Nuggets audio from yesterday that kind of jumped out at me that I want to play. Plus, I've got a baseball player with a extremely weird method for trying to break into the big leagues. I'll tell you about that coming up. Hey, don't forget about that Rapids Inter Miami giveaway we're doing today. You just got to text Rapids to 303-504-0925. That enters you to win a pair of tickets for the 30th anniversary match, April 18th, out at Empower Field at Mile High, presented by UC Health. Watch the Rapids take on Messi and Inter Miami on April 18th. Again, text Rapids to 303-504-0925. David Adelman was asked yesterday if he feels like he has to have Joker or Jamal on the floor at all times. Remember, he's been going to a second unit stagger without Jamal Murray running with the second unit. It's not going well. Does he feel as though he has to have Joker or Jamal on the floor at all times?
I did tonight, and just from what happened in OKC, I mean, it's 3 of the 4 times they were both off the court. And I will say this: throughout the season, we've been really good doing that. Obviously Cam's ankle was really hurting him tonight, and throughout the early part of the season, we ran our offense through Cam and Tim. And it was really successful. Right now, there's not a lot of flow to it, so I'm going to have to force feed those guys minutes until we get full again. There's more options to bring guys off the bench. It's not what I want to do. I like them to play together. I don't like when I'm taking minutes away from them not being on the court together. But if we have to do it, then we'll do it because this can't happen. It's happened 2 games in a row, and it's cost us big time. Quick, 12-0, 12-2, 11-2, 11-0, whatever it is. It can't happen in this high level of a game. So we'll have to talk about it, and I will explore whoever is healthy, whoever is playing tomorrow. We'll try to find a group that will compete and play at a higher level.
Coach, I asked you.
My buddy Jeff Morton, the King of Thornton, tweeted something yesterday during the game that I thought was kind of funny. It was just like paraphrasing, but it was just kind of like, the bench completely sucking and giving away every lead. It's just, it's like pulling a nice warm blanket onto you. It just feels right.
Just something old and familiar.
We know this world.
Yeah, I thought we were done with it for a while.
No, apparently we're not.
So now we're hearing Cam's ankle's bugging him.
He's out tonight against Utah.
He's
Spencer
out
Jones
tonight.
is out tonight as well.
Shoulder inflammation, I believe, for him, right?
Yes, his shoulder's inflamed.
Not
in flames. It's inflamed.
I'm a little inflamed. He can't possibly hurt himself. You and I have covered so many sports, and typically it's more of a football thing, but, I know we were worried about Joker maybe doing it, but anytime a guy comes back from a leg injury, remember, Cam had the same knee injury that basically Joker did.
Yeah, hyperextension.
You're worried about that he was running funny and then jacked the ankle up, trying to overcompensate for the knee and jack the ankle up again. I mean,
knee bone's connected to the ankle bone, etc.
I don't know.
To the foot bone.
See, the problem is it'd be more easy to give Cam a pass if we had a bigger sample size of things really kind of running smooth for him. And what was it, about 2, maybe 3 weeks before he got hurt was about all. Like, he had a good December and then he got hurt.
Yeah, he was really good in December.
Is what I remember.
He got over some bad early season, and again, you'll excuse a guy brand new to a situation. Sure. It's not an easy situation. You're jumping onto a championship roster with championship expectations
with the
immediately.
Best player in the world.
Best player in the world. It's very different than what you dealt with in Brooklyn. But it appeared as though the pressure got to him early. He battled through it. He found his role. And now he's gone back to regression. It's really frustrating too because there's been good stretches of play out of him this season. I don't think Cam Johnson sucks, but right now he's number one. His confidence is in the toilet, and missing that shot in OKC didn't help anything. Then he goes out and puts up a goose egg yesterday. Plays terribly. I mean, the ankle is clearly bothering him. There's no doubt about that, and it's impacting him on both sides of the floor. But you suited up. You have to be better than that, and he wasn't. So right now, good to give him a night off. I don't know. Is Tyus Jones the answer now for the second unit?
I don't know.
They acquired today, signed him off the buyout market.
Talking to Gary Kubiak, I guess he'd tell you fixing to find out because I got a feeling he'll play.
New backup point guard. I wouldn't think he would go tonight, but he could be available. What do we got? Lakers, Knicks, Thursday, Friday this week?
That's what that is. And then what, OKC Sunday?
Oh, my God. The schedule that this team –
yeah,
I mean, this
sucks.
This is number one, absolute must win tonight. You got to beat a team that's actively trying to lose. Just go out there and beat the crap out of the Jazz. After this, Lakers, Knicks, back-to-back Thursday, Friday. OKC Monday, Andy. So they're off all weekend and then at OKC on Monday. Houston on Wednesday, San Antonio on the road on Thursday, Lakers on the road on Saturday, home against Philly Tuesday, March 17th. No, this is it tonight. Like, you get a layup tonight, and then after that, these are all put on your big boy pants.
You just said it though, right there. I mean, however you want to look at it, whether you want to go Lakers, Knicks, then OKC. I look at it as OKC, then Houston, San Antonio. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
those are three teams ahead of you. Although unfortunately now the Lakers are ahead of you too, aren't they? Or did they slip?
No. You are still ahead of the Lakers right now.
Then you got
currently.
Minnesota.
Houston and Minnesota have
Gotcha.
passed you. The Lakers are a couple of games back. You're still clear of the play-in, but like if you don't start winning games again soon, like this is going to start to become a problem.
Yeah, you may get Houston in their building as the 6th seed if you don't calm down.
Andy, I got a story from MLB.com. This is
By
about
all means.
This is about Mets reliever Ryan Lambert. Okay, now Ryan Lambert has yet to break into the big league level. 8th round pick of the Mets a couple of years ago. Was playing college ball at Oklahoma, but he he had kind of been struggling in the minor leagues, and so Ryan Lambert he came across an internet video that was touting what he felt was like a solution to his problems. He wanted to throw harder. So what did he decide to do? He decided that he was going to start eating 30 raw eggs per day.
Oh, yeah.
For a month.
Raw eggs.
30 of them.
Gross.
2.5 dozen.
Went like full Rocky.
Quick math, okay? Lambert said in a quote, "Day one, it was an adjustment for sure, but I'm not a chicken. I like a little adversity and challenge. It kind of gets me going," close quote.
Did he mean to say I'm not a chicken after downing 2.5 dozen eggs?
Yeah, I guess he was trying to dispel any notions of cannibalism, I suppose. For Lambert, a daily cup of egg goop is only part of his story.
God, when you put it like that, it's even worse.
You know, when you're making the scrambled eggs and you got them in the bowl and you're whipping them with the whisk or the fork or whatever you're using.
Yeah, nothing about that says, hey, how about I just eat it this way?
Just chug it.
Just go ahead and slam that down.
The 23-year-old is fanatical about his diet, grilling steak and cooking sweet potatoes most days. During a minor league game in Maryland last year, he took Jonah Tong to a Brazilian steakhouse and ordered a bowl of chicken hearts.
Ugh, God, really?
On occasion, Lambert will walk around the clubhouse dining room to examine his teammates' plates for nutritional value. Number one, I hate those people so much.
Yeah, don't swing by my table, pal.
Teammate Nick Borabito said he saw me put an extra creamer in my coffee today, and he was like, "Come on, dude."
No, you come on, dude.
Yeah, you come on, dude. Yes.
You're welcome.
He is of the belief that after he started to chug the egg goop, that he started to hit 99 on the gun. He eclipsed 100 last year, 100.9 to be exact, as Lambert put it, while producing a 1.62 ERA over 46 appearances, mostly for AA Binghamton. That was the team Tebow played for, the Rumble Ponies.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
His goal this year is to hit 101 without rounding up. He thinks 102 or higher is possible. If Lambert can harness that velocity within the strike zone while continuing to refine his secondary pitches, he could help the Mets as soon as this season.
Dude, I can't even imagine what your stomach feels like. And I'm coming off a bout with a stomach virus. I can't even imagine what your stomach feels like after 12 eggs in a sitting, you got to figure?
Yeah, like just the time spent
cracking them open.
Right.
You got to be housing them out of a glass like Rocky did before his run, didn't you?
I would think so. Yes. Just chugging, again, egg goop.
Boy, he really has something against chickens, too.
Egg goop.
Eating their hearts, slamming their offspring.
Yeah. By the way,
really got it out for the population.
His velocity, again, velocity is quite impressive. However, his walk rate is through the roof, so I don't know if chugging raw eggs will help you throw the ball over the plate.
Yeah, the 101 and 102 is cool,
That's
but
good.
you better be able to corral that
Yes.
sucker.
Yes. Although last year in the minors, strikeout rate of 14.6 strikeouts per 9 innings, fifth among over 1,300 minor league pitchers with at least 50 innings. So something's working for him right now. Apparently, it's egg goop. Why did they have to use the word goop? It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Coming up, remember, text RAPIDS to 303-504-0925. Keep it here. Let's hit some football news here at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We call it the High Five. Mark Springer, what should I get at Papa Murphy's tonight?
Well, if you are wondering what's for dinner, Nate, you should try Papa Murphy's
should.
Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready.
I do. I like that.
Order online at Papa Murphy's.
You know something I hate
.com.
is eating when I'm not ready.
Yeah.
I don't like baking pizza when I'm not ready. I don't like eating pizza when I'm not ready. Papa Murphy's, what they provide for me is knowing that I am good and prepared to eat pizza, and that's important to me. So that's why I like Papa Murphy's.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yes.
Remember the G.I. Joe?
I do.
Thingies.
I was gonna do the jingle, and then I chose not to. You know.
I do like. We had it last Thursday, and it's just me and the boy this week. We might do it once or twice again.
Once, twice,
3
No,
times.
let's be honest.
Pizza.
You have it every night.
Well, yeah, just get a big one and call it good.
There you go.
I bet you both McKinnon and your guy from the last, he'd had a real problem with me, wouldn't he?
Nathan McKinnon, I tell you what, he's pretty judgmental of a lot of pizza. Not Papa Murphy's.
Yeah, he would. You know why?
Again, he knows you're prepared.
He'll make it when he wants it.
That's right. Okay, go ahead, Spring.
Hey, the Lions have traded running back David Montgomery to the Texans.
They sure did.
For a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, and offensive lineman Juice Scruggs.
Poor Woody Marks doesn't get to be a starting tailback this year for the Houston Texans. Montgomery saw his role decrease last year as Jahmyr Gibbs was unfriggin' believable all season long. He had voiced some frustration with what was going on with Detroit. All right, Andy, you know how good the Houston Texans are. How much better did they get today?
Well, in that system, he could be real interesting. Matter of fact, I saw a note that said the Broncos might be interested. I got pretty excited, and by the end of this afternoon, that dream was gone.
Yeah, 4, a
I'd have taken
7,
him.
and a dude. But David Montgomery will instead go to the Houston Texans and, look to finish in the red zone a little bit more for that offense. C.J. Stroud could certainly use an improved run game, although I thought Woody Marks was okay at times. Joe Mixon, obviously, that didn't work out, and he will be released by the Texans. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, this caught my eye. Rich Cimini of ESPN, he covers the Jets, and he wrote that there's a feeling that the Jets could look to add a pair of veteran quarterback options to their roster. They are connected to Kyler Murray, but Cimini added that the options that they are expected to look at are not going to be at the top end of the market, and they could look at quarterbacks like Tyson Bagent, Tanner McKee, Spencer Rattler, and Jarrett Stidham.
Interesting.
Like swing a trade for Stiddy?
Swing a trade for Stiddy. He's not getting released.
So
I'd offer that up. I also think Spencer Rattler would be interesting for them. Bagent, what do you make of Bagent? I think Bagent's the fun guy that comes in and plays in spot duty, but I think a longer sample would probably produce some diminishing results.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Jets are looking for. They don't want results.
You're right. They want a number 1 pick for when Arch Manning rolls out into the world.
They want diminishing results. Like, that's what's so funny about this is the idea of Kyler Murray going to the Jets, and it's like, well, no, Kyler might win too many games.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the market, you're like, I don't know, Kyler Murray might be too good for what we're trying to do right now. No, when that's the aisle that you're shopping in, you're telling the whole world we're not even trying right now.
All right.
Which is actively what they're doing. This team is full NBA tanking, and quite frankly, Andy, they probably should.
All right. Jared Stidham
honestly,
part of a trade package for
I think
Breece
Spencer
Hall?
Rattler is too good for them.
Jared Stidham part of a trade package for Breece Hall?
Absolutely. Yeah. Throw him in there. What else you got?
Ben Powers,
Sure.
Jared Stidham, off to the Jets.
You can have them all.
Breece Hall.
Take him. Yes. And
Riley Moss.
Yes. Go ahead.
No,
you can have a
hold
white
on.
corner too.
Let's calm down
By
about
all
Riley
means.
Moss.
Honestly, I don't think Breece is going anywhere. That one will surprise me.
You still haven't tagged him.
Unless the Jets are just going to fight him on the long-term deal tooth and nail. I have no idea if they're going to nickel and dime the guy. But
Listen, what does Brick Johnson value?
That's Madden ratings. Fantasy football magazines. He's reading the Lindies in the Athlon and then telling the GM what to do. Yes, that's Darren Moogie's boss over there. Is it Moogie or Moogie?
I think Moogie.
Okay. Either way. What do you think Brick calls him? Hey, you.
Hey, guy.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain is the deadline for teams to designate franchise and transition tags.
Transition tag, by the way, has gotten hot this year. People are talking about the transition tag everywhere.
Big transition tag year.
Yeah.
You know what that is? Just go ahead and negotiate. If I don't like it, fine.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
The Colts, according to Adam Schefter, are trying to sign Daigneault Jones to a contract extension by the deadline with the hopes of franchise tagging Alec Pierce.
Well, of course, they're trying to get Daigneault Jones done first. They don't want to give him $46 million this year.
Nope.
Meanwhile, Daigneault Jones and his agent are going to go, I don't know. What hurry do I need to be in? You don't seem to have any other plan in the world right now.
Yeah, I just got rid of you're going to actively trade the guy behind me.
Exactly. So you can just hang out and chill.
He's got a torn Achilles, though. Doesn't that
sure
make
does. You would think, but the Colts have backed themselves into this corner. What would they do? I guess they could trade for Stiddy if Daigneault Jones doesn't sign there.
Kirk Cousins could be out there.
There you go. They
could go get Kyler themselves.
That could be the direction they're going in. I think the Colts, they gave up 2 first-round picks to go get Sauce. I think they want to try and win right now.
Listen, Kyler and the Colts could be kind of an interesting match.
Sure would be.
Daigneault Jones was below Kyler on my QB ranking last year.
Jones would clearly have to be gone then if that was going to happen.
You're going to screw around with this so we lose a receiver.
This is kind of an amusing situation to look at from afar. What's next, Spring?
High five. Hey, the Chiefs are releasing right tackle Juwan Taylor, the guy who's
going to fall start on every play now.
False starts on every single play.
Yeah, who's gonna line up in an illegal position on every single play now for the Chiefs? Apparently, this is going to save them $20 million in salary cap space, which will allow them to be under the cap when the league year begins 9 days from today. Andy, this is the one that's going to get it done for them. Finally, if they want to release Drew Tranquil, they could get even further under the cap.
Boy, if they released Drew Tranquil, would the Broncos talk to him?
That'd be a conversation worth happening. By the way, the funny thing about Juwan Taylor is for all that false starting, he still stinks.
Yeah. Jumping out doesn't really help him get in front of the pass rusher.
No, not really. 41 accepted penalties
over
the last 3 years with the Chiefs, most of any lineman during that span.
4-year, $80 million deal is what he signed. He had 1 year remaining.
Yeah.
$80 million for him.
Yeah, remember they were trying to fix their O-line. Yeah.
Well, I guess it worked. Joke's on us. They still got 2 with him, didn't they?
Yeah, it worked out for him. He's got rings. What's next, Spring?
High five. And finally, let's hear from Jerry Jones.
Oh, it's been a minute.
He talked at the Combine. Got a quick clip for you. He talked for like an hour. He said that George...
He only has 2 questions.
Who hung in till the end of that, by the way?
He said that George Pickens is cool with the franchise tag. That's what Jerry said.
Sure.
He said they want to make Brandon Aubrey the highest paid kicker in football. He was asked, how aggressive are they going to be in free agency? Are they going to spend unlike they did last year? Jerry said it's time for him to borrow from his future.
First of all, I want you to know that the only way to push more is for me to go borrow some of my future. Okay? Expect me to go borrow some of my future.
All right, I know
how much future you got to borrow from, my guy.
Did you guys? Maybe I've never heard somebody from Texas say the word borrow before.
Borrow?
Did you hear how he said borrow?
Yeah, I didn't. I got family all over Texas. I guess it didn't hit me.
It didn't faze you?
That's how they talk.
Okay.
Borrow. I have not heard that. Borrow.
I got a borrow from my future.
I'm so sad that you're going to have to borrow. What do you think that guy's got built up? $1 billion to live off of?
I got a borrow from that there
What
future.
future is he talking? He's going to have to sell a bond boat to get a guy? I mean, what are we doing?
Also, I don't want to be morose or anything like
that's what
that.
I said. There ain't a long future to borrow from, my guy.
How much future is there?
Yeah. That's a 5-year.
For you to be borrowing from.
We only got 5 years we're comfortable with, my guy.
Borrow.
I see borrowing from that there future.
Colorado.
See, that's the South, man. That's just the South.
They were, by the way, the Cowboys 7-9-1 last year, in a year in which Dak played pretty well. And still,
they had no D.
You maybe shouldn't have moved Michael Parson. That might not have been the best.
Michael Parsons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Got the
should have barrayed from the
pay
future to pay him,
to
by
pay
the way.
him.
Yeah, you probably should have done that. So, Andy, everyone's worried about Ruben Bain's arms. He's got short arms. So I was looking at this today and comparing arm lengths of assorted different NFL pass rushers. So the arm length for Ruben Bain, I believe he came out at, this is the pass rusher out of Miami, by the way, standout edge rusher. His arms measured 30 7/8 inches, third lowest at the position, or I guess shortest at the position since 1999. So he's got T-Rex arms, apparently. Myles Garrett, 35-inch arms. T.J. Watt, 35. Trey Hendrickson, 32. Brian Burns, 34. Michael Parson, 31.5. So Michael Parsons got short arms too, apparently.
Yeah.
I never noticed that about him. He's
too busy blasting through people to go tackle a guy.
He looks proportional to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff Legwold did not seem to be
He
concerned
wasn't bothered at all
with the 30 7/8 inch arms of Ruben Bain.
If you don't remember Elvis Dumerville's arms, and you've never watched the guy play because he was the exact opposite.
Yeah.
That dude had the longest arms I'd ever seen.
Oh, he had like Wemby's wingspan.
Yeah, he was ridiculous. He would get underneath a pass rusher and guys couldn't get to him.
Right.
Not only was he shorter, so it was tough to get your hands on him, he would just take that crowbar of an arm, put it all up under you, and get around the corner.
By the way, if you're going purely off arm length, if you're an arm size queen, Arvell Reese of Ohio State, he came in at 32.5. And then David Bailey of Texas Tech, the other top edge rusher in this draft, 33 3/4 inches.
Good for you, bud.
So he's got good sized arms.
You got big hands too.
Nice long arms.
Can't have long arms and small hands, right? Small hands.
Andy, I would imagine that every combination of person exists somewhere on the planet. So
probably. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somewhere,
to each their own.
Somewhere out there, there's an NBA center that can't palm a basketball.
Yeah. Popeye stuff going on.
Right.
Giant forearms.
Exactly. We come in all shapes and different kinds of sizes.
Wasn't Popeye all forearms?
He had very large forearms.
But the upper arm was pretty skinny, along with the shoulders.
God, I saw an interview recently. You know the Popeye movie with Robin Williams that they made in the 80s? Yeah. I saw an interview recently of a clip of somebody talking about that. Apparently the like just gobs of cocaine that they were taking down on that set, and it was apparently like they were filming it somewhere outside the country. It was just like getting like shipped in like film canisters because back then nothing was digital, it was all on reel to reel, and they would just send canisters, and like apparently that's where they would hide it all. And it would get shipped out there, and then Robin Williams and company would just put it all up their nose and then go act like weirdos like Popeye.
Who was Olive Oil?
Good question.
Was it the woman that played Diane? Shelley
Long?
I can't remember now, but she had the physique.
Yes.
There you go.
No, Shelley Duvall.
Shelley Duvall.
There
all
you
right.
go. See? Not Shelley Long, Shelley Duvall.
All right.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
50 cents each.
Yes. We'll take a break. When we come back, I have got thoughts on a wide receiver the Broncos could acquire via trade, and Lou Dort, cheap shotting all over the place. What's that going to do to this Nuggets team to wake them up after a pretty lousy weekend? We'll talk about it all next. You want to text the word Rapids right now, Rapids, R-A-P-I-D-S, to 303-504-0925. Guys, that enters you to win a pair of tickets to see the Rapids and Inter Miami for the 30th anniversary match for the Rapids, presented by UC Health, April 18th at Empower Field at Mile High. Of course, you can lock in your seats at rapids96.com/Miami, but if you want to win tickets, you just text Rapids, R-A-P-I-D-S, with your name to 303-504-0925, and that gets you entered. We got the Avs in action tonight against the Kings in L.A., and then we have got the Nuggets tonight in Utah against the Tankin Jazz.
At a reasonable time of 7 o'clock.
Yes.
It's an 8:30, 8:40 deal.
Mountain time zone. Thank you very much for the help on that. Andy, I'm going to just be a huge hypocrite here for a minute. I told you a couple of weeks ago, this offseason for the Broncos, it's about internal improvement. I don't think
getting their guys better.
I don't think there's an addition from the outside that's putting you over the top. The next step for this team is young players taking a next step as they are all entering the primes of their football lives. And I think if the Broncos do that, Bo Nix takes another step, young receiving group takes another step, that's going to do far more than anything that you acquire outside, because I think this roster is already really damn good. Now I want to talk about trading for A.J. Brown.
All right. Because the Eagles are taking calls. And
yes.
I heard a report today that said a first or a second might get it done.
Yeah. So good report today in The Athletic from Zach Berman, who covers the Eagles, about what Howie Roseman had to say at the Combine, that he will listen. But apparently the Eagles' price is going to be astronomical.
Yep.
To acquire A.J. Brown. Which is interesting because when you read all of this, like it sure felt like from the outside, internally, the Eagles were at odds with A.J. Brown. Then you read this reporting here, when you talk to people around the facility, they love A.J. Brown. It's the coaches talk about an offense as though A.J. Brown is going to be there. And maybe this is all just a group that's really good at playing for cover and trying to drive up the asking price, because it sure seemed dysfunctional from the outside. And yet this is somebody that covers the Eagles every single day that is just kind of like, they're not that motivated to trade him. Again, is that merely just something you say when your hope is to drive it up to potentially being 2 first-round picks?
Let me ask you this. If you were an Eagles fan, and we got an eye full of it when the Broncos played the Eagles, would you be more into the quarterback needs to hit receivers more, or A.J. Brown's the problem?
Yeah, if I was an Eagles fan, my complaint would be about Jalen Hurts
yes,
and his
I'm
accuracy.
with you. I think ultimately what they want is a better vertical passing game than
Right.
what they get out of. Jalen Hurts is such an interesting quarterback because, you know, when you do what he does well, especially when it gets to short yardage and they had that line that could do the tush push all day long.
Yeah.
Well, then it looks okay. But when the tush push isn't, you know, basically they went, especially the Super Bowl year, if they would get to 3rd and 2, they were getting a first down. 3rd and 3, getting a first down. 2 tush pushes and they had it.
It's also possible you can play a game where you never end up in a 3rd and short situation like they did with the Broncos last year.
Because you actually
They didn't tush push once in that game.
Well, because they couldn't get close, right?
Situation never
the
called
Broncos
for it.
defense wouldn't allow it.
Yeah.
But my point being, if I'm an Eagles fan, if I'm an Eagles administrator, I think you've got a special talent there. You got a physical mismatch. You got one of the best receivers in the NFL. I'd be more worried about it. Why aren't we getting the ball to him more? That's what I think the conundrum is. I think that's where some of the consternation comes from. And again, you also got to ask yourself, why wasn't Saquon the same as he was the Super Bowl year? I've listened, you know me. I wake up, do my thing. I start taking in a bunch of the ESPN football talk shows or whatever. This time of year, it's more basketball and hockey. But all last year, there was plenty of conversation about why isn't Jalen Hurts maybe running the offense the way they kind of want him to run it?
Yeah.
But again, if it's effective and you're winning, then people back off of that. I think this year the focus could be back on how do we get Jalen Hurts to run a little bit more of a modern style offense and a little less of what they've put together the last couple years.
From this piece
in
in the Athletic, the Eagles are having conversations about new offensive coordinator Sean Mannion's system as if Brown will be a part of it. It's also not the coaching staff making deals. Situations are dynamic, and the Eagles do not play a game for more than 6 months. There's an old business adage that once you establish something is for sale, it's just a matter of determining the price. That might be apt when looking for an answer to the Brown situation. So essentially, I think with the Eagles, like if that's what you're going off of, the Eagles are just waiting to get an offer they can't refuse.
Yeah, and again, I think it was Dan Graziano was on SportsCenter this afternoon. They were talking about the situation with the Combine wrapped up. And he said that the Eagles, what I thought was funny is he said the Eagles' asking price, as you had quoted there, is astronomical.
Yeah.
But then he followed it up with, right now, if you want to trade for A.J. Brown, a first or a second might get it done. And part of me is like, is that really astronomical? But I'm also sitting in a town where their first-round pick is at number 30.
At number 30.
And if you're willing to take number 30, which is basically, like you just got done telling us an hour ago, that there's maybe 9 to 11 first-round grades in this draft. It's an underwhelming draft for the most part where people want it to be. Mainly the quarterback position and some of the offensive positions.
Right now, with where Denver's picks are, I'd move a 1 and a 2 for A.J. Brown.
No, what if it's just the 1?
Yeah.
I'll give you a 1.
But
what else you need?
But it probably most likely also
With
becomes a
where they're
situation.
at, yeah.
And what Jeff Legwald talked about, the 2027 picks, that's what everyone's hot to get.
Yeah,
right
and I'm not giving you that.
Yeah.
From what Leggy said, 27 is supposed to be a phenomenal draft class.
So the Nuggets lose yesterday to Minnesota. Horribly frustrating game. Good first quarter, terrible second quarter. Second half of that game, they basically played even the rest of the way. And they never were able to string together enough positive possessions, really, on the offensive end of the floor to get back into that game. Today, the Nuggets make an acquisition. They have signed point guard Tyus Jones off the buyout market. All right, so watching yesterday's game against Minnesota, and the Timberwolves, they're good at this, okay? They make life difficult on Jamal Murray. They guard him full court. They make him work. This is something that they did forever with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They did some of it with Ayo Dosunmu yesterday when he was on the floor. But they like to guard Jamal Murray, for 85 feet or so and make him work to get the ball up the floor. It's even worse when Jamal is out of the game and, your de facto ball handlers become Bruce Brown, and I guess Jalen Pickett got some minutes yesterday. So the Nuggets go and get Tyus Jones. Does Tyus Jones solve the second unit ball handling needs for this team? I would say he certainly checks that box. Is that enough to make the second unit substantially better?
Okay, let me ask you this. I would hope so. First off, I would hope so, especially if you can get Cam Johnson right and close to whatever he was during his 3 weeks of good ball or whatever it was right before he got hurt. My question to you is this, as you even described that as, Tyus Jones going to be able to withstand the physical play that everybody seems to be pressing on this team? Because that's the other thing about it. Not only do they play Jamal the full court, they are physical with him the whole time.
Right.
Everybody is getting physical with Jamal this year.
Yep.
And didn't that also speak to – see, here's my problem. And I talked about it in Cross. This team, in a lot of ways, is just not physical enough for me. You don't get physical for rebounds. You don't set physical picks sometimes. Like, again – wouldn't it help if they're going to go out and get Jamal in some of these situations? Wouldn't it be nice to have somebody that could this is, again, where Jamal with the second unit, can I get a Jonas Valanciunas to come up and set a hard pick on the guy defending Jamal, let him run him into that pick or something? Just something to add a little more physical nature to what you're doing. Because I feel like every team we watch is getting physical with Denver, and there's just no response to it half the time. And it frustrates me. Frankly,
screening is really low on the list of things I'd complain about with Valanciunas.
I'm just asking for somebody to come up and set a hard pick on some of these guys that have no problem basically hand and body checking. Dude, the Wolves not only played, they got real physical with him yesterday. They're bumping him constantly as he's trying to change directions.
Yep.
Now, look, again, it's some of what Oklahoma City does. Are you going to call the foul?
Sure.
Well, they weren't calling it.
No,
so if they're not going to call it, then somebody needs to get up there I'm just asking somebody. Maybe it's a Zeke Najee. Maybe Joker tries to do it, but everybody seems to be ready for it when Joker tries to do it. Just somebody somehow tire out the guy that's getting physical with Jamal.
Spoiler, it's not Zeke.
I know. I'm just trying to think of somebody that can actually give him maybe. And again, maybe when Aaron Gordon gets back, that's another thing that's remedied. I don't know.
This team needs they need power forwards. They desperately need power forwards until they play Zeke, and you're like, well, not that power.
Yeah. Do you think Zeke could set a pick? Well, I don't know. Man, I don't even know, man.
That's not what I was looking for.
Remember, though, you had 2 good weeks of Zeke. Didn't we? When you say it was 2 good weeks of Zeke?
You did.
And then I said, could you trade him?
Is he good enough to be traded? Nope. Zeke yesterday, by the way, he played 6 minutes and he was a -7. Wah, wah.
Who else is even a power forward candidate right now? They don't even really have
Spencer
many.
Jones didn't play.
Well, he's got an inflamed shoulder. Won't play tonight.
Deron Holmes.
If you missed the update.
Can't play Deron Holmes.
Cam Johnson won't play tonight. Yeah.
Well,
the Deron Holmes thing was maybe, what was that, one summer game of fun?
I'd like to hope that, a guy coming off a major injury, the way that he is.
Coach him up, see what next year holds.
A season at the NBA level, a good off season. Like I'm not selling my Deron Holmes stock yet. But
the crazy thing is, if you just look at them, both Zeke and Deron look like they should be viable options for you.
Sure do. The NBA is full of a lot of big, not viable options, though.
Well, turns out you got to have some pretty good hands, is what we're finding out.
The Utah Jazz, who they play tonight, are all not viable options.
By the way, did the NBA decide Lauri Markkanen's MRI checked out enough to their liking, or what's going on?
By the way, did you see the part of that story where somebody from Utah said that he was, I don't know if it was Markkanen or a team official, was reportedly asked by one of the NBA officials that was looking into that whole thing, well, did you consider giving him an injection?
One of the NBA officials said that?
According to the Jazz, that's what they said. Did you consider giving him an injection? They're like 3-50.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
They didn't consider giving him an injection.
Nor did he want the injection.
It's not.
I do believe he still has to agree to take the injection, does he not?
It's not Game 7 of the conference finals. They're in 14th place.
Good night, man.
I get you guys are trying to get rid of this tanking thing, but no, he didn't consider getting an injection to play through the pain.
Okay, let me ask you this. I didn't think we'd get here, but I've been thinking about this.
All right.
And again, it goes with the schedule you laid out for the Nuggets. By the way, for those that don't know, they'll play Utah tonight. That's basically going to be,
then it gets hard.
3 and 4 games. Okay?
Yeah.
3 games, 4 nights. Then they get to go, and they've got the Lakers, and so they've got a Laker and a Spurs back-to-back. I believe 1 game's in L.A., 1 game's here, right?
Yep.
The Lakers are in L.A., the Spurs is here. Do I have that right? Or vice versa?
Hold on, I got the tab open. San Antonio's in San Antonio.
Okay, so the Lakers are here?
Lakers at home on Thursday, and then
San Antonio
in L.A. on March 14th.
Okay, and then you go play Oklahoma City Monday, followed by
Houston, and then back on the road for the Spurs and the Lakers.
Gotcha.
You should beat the Lakers.
You should. Look, my question is this. How long is too long? How long can you stretch out the NBA season to where you'd have enough nights to avoid this 3 games in 4 nights kind of nonsense? Is this where start it where you're starting it? But again, you're a basketball fan. Would you be upset if this thing ended around the 4th of July like it did that one COVID year, whatever year it was, where he pushed it?
No.
I mean, seriously.
No,
Why do you have to jam it in? You're never going to play less games. We all know that. That's never going to be the answer to NBA owners.
It's the only one that makes any sense, but the economics of the game mean they'll never get rid of games.
Okay, so then why not then? Because TV loves to have something put on.
Yeah.
To put on.
Yeah.
Why not just even stretch to middle October? More like before the 15th of October rather than after, and just play to the 4th of July if you have to. Who cares?
I think if you told the players just you play every other night, they'd be fine. I think if you told the players,
See, I was thinking that too.
You play every other night, I think they would be perfectly fine with it. I think
they would take that over 3 and 4 nights.
Yeah, there is a rhythm to that they could deal with. Yeah, I think that they would be completely in favor of it, but we're never going to get to that place.
Okay, but would that kill some of the tanking if you just spread this out? And guys, I guess it wouldn't matter because tanking is about trying to go and get the higher pick.
Yeah, tanking's about talent.
But I also think guys are worn down, man. I really do. That'd be my only. Let me ask you this. I do agree with your premise because I've thought about it a lot that I do think guys would play every other night. But again, with as much as you've talked about how this game has changed and how much more they're running all over that court,
yeah,
is every other night too much with this style of basketball?
No, well, you can't legislate injuries out of the game. You can't legislate the soft tissue stuff out of the game. It just isn't going anywhere. Like in all seriousness, shortening the season is the only hope they have to be able to fix all that. Everything else to me is just window dressing.
Could you do more playoffs?
Could
that be
they
the
already
answer?
added more playoffs. We already got the play-in.
I
now.
know.
Yeah.
Can you
we got
make
a play-in?
those?
We got an in-season tournament. We've
Well,
already added.
get rid of the in-season tournament or just make it something different. I don't know.
Blasphemy. No,
I know. You need your funky courts.
I need an NBA.
You need your special uniforms.
I need my cup, Andy. I love
you need
a cup.
a cup nobody wants. You need to go to Vegas for no good reason.
I need banners. And cups.
You want a banner dropped.
I love when they play in Vegas. It's silly. It's fun. Can Aaron Gordon fix every issue that plagues the Nuggets when he comes back, hopefully on Thursday? We'll talk about that next. All right, Andy, the Nuggets play game number 62 tonight in Utah. That's important. Why? Quick math. Aaron Gordon's supposed to be back for the last 20 games of the year. That means that the start of that is Thursday night against the Lakers.
Let's go.
All right. Okay. Now, I don't know if we're going to hold David Adelman to a mathematical technicality, but
I'd like to, though.
But I would too. Get AG back on the floor.
Listen, how about this? And by the way, I screwed it up. It was the Knicks Thursday, and I'm sorry. It's the Knicks Thursday.
Lakers Thursday, Knicks Friday.
Knicks Friday.
Yes.
So that's the home game. Keep getting that out of my head. They're in LA.
Lakers at home, Knicks at
Here's
home.
what I want. I want Aaron Gordon, warm-up game Friday against the Knicks, ready to go Monday against OKC. You get 2 days off, right? Because then they play Monday, as we've talked about.
Yep.
I'll get it in my head somehow. And then let him play that game.
What about play Thursday, sit
No.
the second night of a back-to-back on Friday, play on Monday?
Either way, give him one warm-up game,
Yeah.
and then I want you ready for OKC.
Yeah.
Because they need his physical presence against that team. They just need it. Now, again, how much is he going to be ready to bring? I don't know.
You need his defense. You need his shooting.
Yeah,
you
but
need his
here's
floor
the scary
spacing.
part.
You need
Scotty
his
was talking about this
literally
last
everything.
week. I mean, when you've got that soft tissue injury, it's not like he's been able to do run and rehab. I don't know that his conditioning will be best.
No, he's going to be on a heavy minutes restriction for some time.
And you're going to have to stick to it this time. No fudging it. Remember that?
So here's the problem, okay? Problem's the right word. The issue in the way I think we're talking about it, and I think we're all guilty of this, is I think we have viewed the return of Aaron Gordon as like a panacea to like, oh, the Nuggets will just morph right back into the team that was 9-2 to start the year, championship, level attained. Here we go. I don't know, man. Is Aaron Gordon going to fix the turnovers?
No, listen, I'm with you. I'm just going to tell you, bro, I'm not expecting it to fix it. Here's what I need. I need proof that it is fixable. How about I put it to you that way?
Is Aaron Gordon going to make Cam Johnson and Christian Brown hit corner threes?
No. And Aaron Gordon's not going to get Christian Brown's confidence from behind the arc back, which is severely missing.
No. I thought he generally played well yesterday.
Yeah,
but
he played a hard game, but unfortunately, look, my main complaint with CB right now is because he's getting his lift back. He's playing defense. He's being tenacious. I like him. I love the game.
Yeah.
But we can't. We talked about this down the stretch last year. You can't let the other team know you are afraid to shoot a three, and they know that right now.
Yes, very much so. He had a bad one against the Thunder.
Yeah,
too.
and they called it out on the broadcast.
Yep. Yeah. So that's my biggest concern with his return right now. David Adelman said yesterday Cam Johnson is the starting small forward. Okay. You could put Peyton Watson into that role if he's back and he's ready to go. I just know that, like, right now, this team, it's hard to envision a world because it's just getting late early. It's hard to envision a world where they're just going to get locked loaded and be playing their best basketball by the time we get to April. Again, I know the playoffs, it's like 40-some days until the playoffs start. Like, there's still a massive amount of time. This is a great team. It's led by a Hall of Famer and an all-star, 2 championship dudes. I think David Adelman is, I think, a better coach than he has looked like recently. Sometimes I wonder if his sort of lack of fire, he tends to deal things with more sarcasm than Michael Malone. Michael Malone just was a red ass. Adelman is sort of more reserved, but sometimes I wonder if this team needs a little red assery right now.
Hey, he had made the comment that the players need to lead.
Yes, with their voice.
Do you want to play the cut, or should we just talk about it?
Yes, actually, I do want to get to that.
Because I found it to be a little bit interesting, and it maybe is along the lines of something you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I'd like everybody to hear it because I'm not sure, how it hit me when I heard it.
Post game yesterday, David Adelman about the accountability in the locker room.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I take my shots when I feel it's appropriate. But when you're on an NBA team, guys have to lead, and they can't just lead by example. They have to use their voice. And we've had that throughout the season. And when you get to this part of the season, everybody's tired. It's just the way it is. And so I'll keep reminding them of what the goals are here. And I told them in there, and I'll say it in here, OKC, losing to them, losing to Minnesota, if you beat Utah, they mean the same. If you lose to Utah, it means the same. This is just a race to see who gets the most wins to put yourself in a good spot. So you give Minnesota credit. They came back after we had a really good start. They took control of the game, obviously ended up winning it. And again, they're playing 8 people in this game. So they understand the importance of what it is too. But I really do believe in our group. I believe we can find some energy. And as we get bodies back and we can lower the minutes a little bit, obviously that helps with a more condensed schedule. But we have to have a better effort, and we cannot have stretches like the start of the second quarter, throughout the season. We're going to be behind it again, and I'm going to be playing people way too many minutes.
Okay, listen to what he said right there. They played 8 guys. What he's saying right there is we got a game out of them. They brought it. And essentially what he's saying there is my team didn't match it. My team did not match the intensity that game needed. I don't think that they didn't play hard, Andy. They played sloppy.
Yeah, but what's frustrating is they didn't bring that intensity for the whole first quarter. You had a chance to run them out of the building, and you didn't do it.
No, they don't.
They brought that stuff in the second half is when that thing got going.
They don't do that. They don't. Outside of like the Portland game, they don't run teams out of the building. They always let everything kind of hang around too much.
Right.
And maybe it's a shooting issue. Maybe
some of that Jamal not pushing the pace like he once did.
Yeah.
You've talked about your concern for his tired legs.
Get into your sets faster. Maybe Tyus Jones can help with some of that with a second unit. Get into these sets faster. I think that's something that's been a weakness of this team a lot in recent years. Of sometimes they wait until there's 14, 15 on the shot clock before they go, and they've got to get going faster. Nikola Jokic was asked about the locker room with Denver falling out of the top 4 in the Western Conference standings.
I mean, I think it's a good thing to happen, and then you're going to start worrying and you're going to start care probably more. I think the struggle is good, If you fail, I think it's good. It's just going to keep you worried, I will say, and then you're going to play a little bit harder and better.
Struggle is good, says Joker. Then he was asked if they've got enough time.
Do you think you guys have enough time left in the regular season to find the best version of yourselves when you get healthy?
Hopefully. Hopefully we do.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Right. Hopefully we do.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because he talked about that, and he talked about, maybe this will make you care more and this and that.
I mean, he's not burying his team.
No, he's not, but he's clearly not happy. All you have to do is watch his body language on the court, and he's not real thrilled with how they're playing, period.
Yeah.
And I would ask you, too, when David Adelman says that guys have got to lead the team, I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Yeah, lead with their
voice. Is that going to be part of what like you said, he's not a Michael Malone. He's not red face. He's not going to get up there and scream at you.
Right.
I'm not sure how guys twice his size would take that anyway, so maybe it's the right play for him. But is that why when we talked to Chris Dempsey about the buyout market, he said they were kind of hoping to get a guy like a Mike Conley for that veteran leadership? Do you need what we used to call it like the Veterans Council back when they had DeAndre Jordan and they had Ish Smith and they had Jeff Green?
Mm-hmm.
Do they need to reassemble some of that again? I don't think you have spaces to waste to try to put that together.
I was going to say, I think it's just Nikola Jokic's job now. I think that's basically it. I mean, he gave the crazy eyes intensity the other night. That's got to get things going, man. Like, it's pretty clear. Like, number one, he's playing through stuff and he's battling through it and he's playing great. And again, like he's all the fire in the world. It was all on display there against the Thunder. It's not lacking in the slightest bit out of him. I don't think it's lacking in the slightest bit out of Jamal Murray. It's right now. It's the have to has to meet the want to with a lot of these guys.
So, and that's just it. We were getting a lot of texts of people saying, when are they going to fire Adelman? First off, guys, they're not going to fire
They're
Adelman.
not going to fire Adelman.
That's not how this organization works.
No.
He's going to get at least a couple of years, if not more.
Right.
Because they are patient with their coaches. Look at the Jared Bednar situation.
Yeah.
That's how they do things at its core. Secondly, I've talked to Scotty about this. Scotty said it on the air. He said it off the air. He doesn't believe it's an Adelman problem right now. He believes